like a petulant child and going, nah, 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 I can't hear you. That's what you're doing whenever we present something. And it's really becoming redundant.
Apologies. Apollo 17, what was it? I missed it.
Okay.
I don't think he actually.
The one that they took en route to the moon, right? That's
going to call that down.
about.
Pardon? Sorry? Someone was talking over you.
Yeah, the one en route that they took, right, in the capsule. Okay, there's a documentary about it called The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, where it demonstrates some extra footage that seems to indicate that they faked the image. Not only that, but the image itself, you can't even tell what they're looking at. Right?
So seems to indicate or proves? There's two different things.
It doesn't matter. The point is this. It's not conclusive proof that it's an image of the Earth, right? There's no proof within the video itself that that's an actual true image of the Earth, and there is evidence that it might not be. So there's no reason for me to believe and make the conclusion that it necessarily is an image of the Earth, unless I trust NASA with a faith-based zeal. And I don't, because I know that government agencies have agendas. I've been in some government agencies. I've seen the agendas.
Right, so what is the image then?
What is the image that they're presenting and saying it's the Earth?
Yes.
Oh, and that one I believe it is a image out a window. It might be out of an airplane, out the side of an airplane, and they used a black thing, but I can't remember if it's from that one or a different one.
So do you know, or?
No, I just told you, dude, that I don't remember exactly.
So you don't know?
He's using my line of questions to come at you with empirically.
I called
it's
it
irrelevant.
Yeah,
I scrutinized this information in the past.
Care about
the documentary and the information still stands. Me not being able to recall which one is which off the top of my head, because I've seen about 1,000 by now, it doesn't change the facts.
So we don't know?
What? And the funny thing,
you don't know. I do know. I know that it's not
what is
the
it?
Earth.
So you
in
do
totality,
know that,
like they claim.
Can you provide me the evidence, or?
Yeah, he been shellacked by the 3 questions, so he's trying to use my line of questioning to you, AI. So
What's your line of questioning?
Oh, I haven't talked to you yet. I haven't talked to you yet.
Yeah, well, let's keep in mind, friends. Let's keep in mind, friends, this isn't how it works, by the way. If an organization puts out, this is an image of the Earth, right? They have to provide the evidence that verifies that to be true. You don't just have to believe it or provide counterproof. That's not how it works.
Yes.
So me poking holes in their story is just bonus. They don't have a verified story. That's the point in the first instance.
Also see burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Yes, fallacy. Anyway, going on.
I didn't. What the
What?
Man? He's literally not even listening. I didn't call you out on any fallacies.
Look,
I said,
hold on.
Get into
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Pay attention, friends. I'll teach you all something. Burden of proof reversal fallacy has nothing to do with the conclusion. Therefore, the fallacy cannot be in play, because the fallacy has to do with, if you make a fallacy, doesn't necessarily mean that your conclusion is false. Since there is no conclusion at play, there cannot possibly, in principle, be a fallacy enacted. So this kid don't know what the heck he's talking about.
No, cool. He just hit a random button that
was that CB was calling me out on committing a logical fallacy and therefore invalidating my argument.
Well, dude,
so
you got to clean the earwax.
That's not what he said, dude.
You got to clean the earwax out of your
If that's the case, I apologize. CB, I was wrong. I apologize.
You're forgiven. I
misunderstood you. I didn't realize you weren't talking about
I don't believe you. Just clean the earwax out of your ears. Or your brain.
That's very hostile. But anyway, go on. So moving back to what we were talking about, the whole premise of dismissing any of our evidence is that we can't provide, valid proof, yet you're saying you're able to dismiss something without providing valid proof. Is that correct?
It just explained why it doesn't work that way.
Why doesn't it work that way?
You got to clean that earwax out, bro. He's stating that
part of the foundation of his.
Yeah. I understand your
We just explained it's called burden of proof.
You don't have.
We just explained how burden of proof works. I just explained.
So you're conceding there may be a chance that it's real.
That's not how it works.
Can I ask you, AI? Sorry, I'm talking to AI here. AI, are you conceding there is a chance that
you're not being genuine, bro? You're not being genuine. You're not even listening.
Yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance that the pictures of Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster are real. You're correct, because I don't have explicit counterproof. See how ridiculous this claim is?
But what I'm getting at here is a deeper meaning that it works both ways.
No, it doesn't. That's the problem. If somebody makes a positive claim in the first instance, it behooves them to prove it, not the other person to disprove it. Ad infinitum, in perpetuity.
Right. We're also talking about a hypothetical at the moment, so you can't take this little hypothetical and paint it broad brush over the entire Earth. Oh,
sorry, talking to AI.
This is a panel here, sir. You're not just going to moderate me.
Okay, well, I'll get back to you. I can't do two people at once.
But I'm just explaining. I'm answering your question.
Right,
so if you're genuinely here, then I'm trying to answer your question. If you really want an answer, you were begging AI for an answer, and you didn't care about the answer. It's the type of behavior I don't like.
Talking about burden of proof, right? So why is it that the Globers are the ones making a claim, but flat earthers aren't making a claim?
Because let's look at
who made the original claim.
The claim on the table is that the Earth is a specific size, doing a very specific thing in a very specific location. And if you haven't heard about that, Miggy can take you through the 3 points.
Right. Oh, well, 3 points. Again, we'll get onto it later because we'll try and stick on one topic at a time.
That would be the answer to your question. That would be the answer to your question if you're really here for an answer.
Originally, the common belief was that the Earth was flat, right? That was the initial
that's
belief.
The observation.
Okay, sorry, the observation.
Correct.
Now, let's hold on a second there because we got to parse this out.
Yep.
Officially and generally, all camps agree that the Earth is experienced as a flat, stationary plane. That's what it looks like. That's how it's experienced. Beyond that, then comes explanations of why that phenomenal world that we experience is then not that base experience. And globe arguments use rhetoric within them, an argumentation that removes that. So, for example, something like, well, the Earth looks flat because it's so big, conceding that it looks flat in the first instance.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever disputed that from our perspective.
Okay, perfect. So you answered your question of why the globe is the positive claim. Because it's not comporting with direct experience.
That's correct, but we've had further direct experience that supports that it's a globe.
Like what?
Well, the hundreds of people have been into space for starters.
Let's find out. Let's find out, shall we, Rickies? Let's not be too hasty right now. Let's actually work this out in a way that we can formulate it and find out whether your baseline knowledge for the Earth being a globe is or is not a blind belief, shall we?
Okay, well, I'm sure you've done this hundreds of times. You've got it.
Thousands. Yeah. So, but basically, if you're somebody who can support the claim that I'm about to talk about, which is the 3 main claims of the Earth being a globe, because I don't know if you advocate from a position of knowledge or just a blind belief. So we're going to find out.
Sure.
All right. So the first question right now would be, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance?
I assume you're not going to accept the Bedford level experiment?
Right. So the question that I asked you was very specific. With drop over distance.
Was it Alfred Wallace?
I can't listen. So I'm basically not going to be able to help you because all I'm doing here is getting your baseline knowledge of what you know of who's directly measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance.
Alfred Wallace.
Okay, so go ahead and produce. If you have somebody in mind, that's the primary source, right? Alfred Wallace. So let's get into the citation, cite him somewhere, and also let's see the method by which he measured drop over distance. If it's not drop over distance, I'm going to dismiss it. If it's not what I'm asking for. Specifically, it's drop over distance that I'm requesting.
Sorry, are these questions that you haven't answered to, or do you not know when you're asking me to?
I'm asking because this is specific. The geometric consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid would lead us.
Okay, so the question was who
hang on a second. So can I finish? You're interrupting me. You're not letting me finish, right? So you want the answer? I'm telling you what I'm asking for. So specifically, the geometric consequence for drop over distance would be that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, telling us that with that we have geometric principles, right? Properties. So with that, we're going to have to find out who's actually measured drop over distance anytime in history so that we can examine that person, the primary source, that we're going to go move into citation and then followed by a demonstration of the method. So go ahead, very specific to what I just asked for. Who's done that in history?
Alfred Wallace.
Okay. Now produce the citation that Alfred Wallace measured drop over distance so we can examine it.
I'm going to Google it if that's what you want.
As long as it supports what he's saying about measuring drop over distance.
Okay, what would you like?
What I asked for. Show me a citation where Alfred Wallace is measuring drop over distance.
Okay. So I'm being completely upfront. I've just Googled Alfred Wallace Wikipedia article, and there is 228 citations here. Do you want them all?
The one that shows us that he measured drop over distance. That's the only one I'm interested in.
Dude, that might have been the most painful thing I listened to all week.
This is in the chat, by the way, so I'm linking you in the chat.
Dude, does he have the permissions to post a link? Yeah, he does.
Okay. So I just want to make this story while he's doing that. One time we asked some dude for evidence of a claim that Sniper's account for Coriolis, right? What he did was he went to Google, searched Sniper's Coriolis, got the top 5 search results to pop down, screenshotted it, and sent us the screenshot. Didn't even watch the videos, just screenshotted 5 videos and said, there you go, there's the proof.
All right, so my line of questioning
was literally going off the citations in Wikipedia.
Yeah, you're going off the citation. Now tell us where in this information is what I requested, because it's your evidence you're presenting. It's not mine. I'm not going to go on a wild goose chase. You're going to have to directly guide me to where the specific information I'm requesting is at. Where do I find drop over distance?
Well, first I've got to give you all 228 links.
I don't
I'm just
need
doing
that.
them one by one. No, because it's all there. It's all there. So,
and then you don't know what's there.
So you don't know what's there. You don't know what's there.
I feel like the goalposts have been moved slightly here. You asked me first.
It's not moved slightly. I'm asking Rick Dees. I'm asking for very specific information that you did not give me. So
very large topics. I'm going to go through.
No, it's not. You need to stop, man.
Very broad topic.
Rick,
right, so
you need to stop. No,
so
stop.
my answer,
you're not going to continue. Or? You're not. No, you need to specifically, like I asked for.
Okay.
Give me
getting emotional.
Give me the citation for where Alfred Wallace has given us drop over distance measurement. That's what I'm asking for. And you've gave me a website that's leading us nowhere. We're not going to go on a wild goose chase like you'd like. Give me the information I requested or say I don't know. Specifically.
The citations, one by one. So not all of it is directly related to it, but it's all very relevant.
I'm asking. No, it's not.
You haven't provided a citation.
Stop. Everybody stop, please, for goodness sakes. The link that you gave me, bro, takes me to citations that are in the article thread. For example, a Darwin book. You understand that these are citations to the content in the article about Wallace on Wikipedia, not necessarily citations or references about what Wallace did. Okay, friend? Please take a minute and compose yourself before you further embarrass yourself. I'm literally about to commit seppuku to my ears if I have to listen to any more of this retardation.
You're frustrating the panel, Rick Dees. Give us the information we requested. Measurement of drop over distance. Do you have it or not?
Gone into, well, now I need you to explain it all to me. So the question was?
He didn't know he was muted.
Oh my God. Wait, so what is the question? I'm so sorry. I don't speak English.
The question you asked me was...
You don't know how to control yourself, do you? All right, so what we're asking for, once again, for the audience's sake, because they're going to commit seppuku. So what we need right now is for you to present drop over distance measurements. Anybody in history, you presented us with Alfred Wallace. Now you're giving us a big ass PDF citation, whatever it is you're shooting at us. It's garbage. It's not what I requested. I requested specifically drop over distance, a method by which somebody has done that. You presented Alfred Wallace. Now where in this large gobbledygook of information is that information I'm requesting? Specifically, where is it?
Am I allowed to talk yet?
I'm asking for something you're not presenting. Where is that information, Rick D?
Sure. Well, I haven't gone through it all yet. So, I said,
okay,
I'm going to link you all to it, and then we'll go through it together.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. I haven't gone through it all yet. Signifies to me that you don't have it. And it's just that simple. But you need to be intellectually honest that you don't have it, because we're not going to go on a wild goose chase right now with you to find something. You have it or you do not.
You
right
asked
now.
me who measures
You
drop
have
over
it?
distance. Was
You
my
have it
answer
or-
incorrect?
No, yes, because you didn't give me that what I requested.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Alfred Wallace was incorrect. Cool. What's the
No,
correct answer?
Where is the drop?
Oh, I don't know. I'm
measurement?
being intellectually honest. I
Thank
don't
you.
know. So what's
Thank
the
you.
correct
So
answer?
let's-
Wow.
So that is important. So let's move on to the next question because you don't. know.
Wait, sorry. Going back to the first one. So it's wrong. You have the answer, right?
No, this is not.
Educate
Listen,
me.
this isn't
Bro,
a back
bro.
and listen. Stop. This isn't a back and forth. This is only your baseline knowledge of what you know for the three fundamental questions that I'm going to ask you. The first one has already been sufficient for me. You don't know. So the
Right, but I
second
need to
one
know
is
your
up
base.
on board. It's no. This isn't a back and forth. I've already told you that, Rick Dees. Why don't you understand? This
Then
isn't a
Rick's
back
out.
and forth.
It's a status
So-
report. We're just going to ask you a couple questions, buddy.
Right.
Just don't kick and scream. It's going to be okay.
Just highlighting the
Right.
absurdity of this process.
It'll
not
be done.
absurd.
It'll be done shortly. It'll be okay. It's painless. It won't hurt you.
All right, second question. Axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. They tell us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So same as the first, we're requesting who has directly measured this axial rotation or the Earth's spin anytime in history, the person or people who've done it, and by what means have they done it? Show us the method. Do you have this? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, third question. The Earth is said to reside within the vacuum of space. According to mainstream rhetoric, they're telling us that on the surface of the Earth, we understand, we know some very basic principles. We're breathing air pressure at around 14 psi, which is 14 pounds per square inch. And they said that as you go higher in elevation, there's a pressure gradient that reduces all the way up until you get to probably the top of the atmos, which then occurs to where you find this dividing line, which is considered the Kármán line. So beyond that is considered low Earth orbit and so on. So the vacuum of space is actually a low pressure gradient, right? As far as what they're telling us. So what we're understanding in this idea that we have a pressure differential from a high pressure system where we're at on the Earth to a low pressure of the vacuum of space, we're understanding that matter and energy can transfer in and out of this open system that we have with the Earth being a globe. The Earth being a globe gives us this understanding, right? It's an open system. Rockets can leave, satellites can do so as well, and so on and so forth. So with all the intent and purpose of the Earth being a globe, we know that we have an open system. So now we're going to get into the understanding that with this pressure differential, if that is the case with this high pressure we have on Earth, that the air that we have here would escape into the available space, because every instance of gas pressure, it shows us that we have to have a container. So a contained system is the antecedent for the pressure. Let's say like if you have a tire, you have to put air in it and then it gets pressurized inside that tire. So we know it holds pressure, right? So in order for you to have pressure in the first instance, you need to have a container. It's the necessary antecedent. So the follow-up question, which is the most pertinent one, is how do we have gas pressure without a container?
Well, you said it yourself, the pressure gradient. Air gets thinner as you get higher, so the oxygen level doesn't decrease. You described it as though the oxygen we breathe is just on the other side of an invisible barrier to space. But in reality, the oxygen we breathe is only viable to a certain level where it drops off slowly and slowly till eventually there is none left.
Okay,
That's the claim.
Same as the first two. I'm gonna need basically this can't come from Rick Dees, the internet expert. We're gonna have to go to who's actually stated this, primary source, citation, and then a demonstration. Because what we're discovering right now is we have to find out how this gas pressure is being contained. And so with your answer, whatever it is, it needs to be supported by a primary source, a citation, and demonstration. Because I'm assuming that you haven't been to said location, right? Outer space. You haven't been to the vacuum of space. So go ahead and cite us a source to support what your answer would be. Primary
Isn't
source
that what
citation.
Pascal proved?
Pascal? No. I'm talking
Why is
about
Pascal?
No, I'm talking about the vacuum of space. I'm not talking about just pressure differential. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where they're telling us the vacuum of space is.
Sorry, can you do me a favor? Can you write down your question in the chat so I can track it a bit easier? Because I feel like you just changed it again. Can you just write down the question?
I'll say it this way. Once again, I'll repeat it. It's very simple.
We'll just write it.
How can we have gas
just clear the earwax out of your brain, bro?
Well, I mean, just write the question down so
you answered it with the claim, so you understand what the claim is. Now we're asking you for a demonstration, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you follow? Are you tracking?
Okay.
I feel like he asked me who proved the pressure gradient, and now he's saying no, who proved the vacuum. So just write down the.
All right. So you're not going to tell us what we're telling you. Listen, Rick Dees, how can we have gas pressure without a container? And so if anybody's ever said that in history, right, it was the same as the first two questions. They all were questions followed up by your ability to produce the information for primary source, citation, and demonstration. So it's the same question. You just have to support it. That's what I'm asking for, the support of the question. Pretty simple. Now it's back to you.
All right. So what was the question?
How can we have gas pressure without a container?
Pressure gradient.
Yeah, I know that's your answer. Now support it.
You asked me who measured it, right? That was how I support it. I said Pascal.
The pressure gradient. Now, the citation is, what was the citation for what I just asked for?
You'll probably be able to keep track of it easier if you just write the question down.
Bro, you just stated the claim. I already said this. Look, you stated the claim twice now. The gradient.
All right.
Yes, we all know that's the claim. Now we're asking for a demonstration of that claim.
What form would you like that demonstration to take?
That's been the question from the jump. So,
okay. So define what you mean by
hang on. I'm going to stop you, Rick Dees. Gas pressure without a container. Do you hear me now? Repeat what I just said. Repeat what I said.
Ridiculous. I know what you said.
What did I say?
Then stop pretending to be confused then.
Right.
No, I'm not confused. I just think this is absurd because every time I answer, he changes the question and gets angry.
Stop you.
No, the question's been the same. It's always been the same. So
it's simple. Just produce the information that I asked for. Gas pressure without a container. That's what I'm asking for.
That's you just named something.
Stop squirming, dude.
The question is, how does gas pressure exist without a container? Is probably the right way to phrase that question, right?
Well,
am I correct? Perfect. So as I was saying,
produce it.
Yep. So the information you asked for was, how does gas pressure exist without a container? And I said it exists due to a pressure gradient,
not just a claim,
which was measured by Blaise Pascal.
Okay, so you said that he showed us how we can have gas pressure without a container.
He laid the foundation for it, yes.
For gas pressure without a container, show me. Citation. Where he said exactly the words that were coming out of my mouth.
Okay. See, that is the ridiculous part of this.
No,
right?
It's not. No, it's not.
Because he hasn't phrased it the way you want it, in a way that you can understand.
What do you mean? So he can't show us. So he can't show us that gas pressure can be uncontained.
He did so by proving that there is a pressure gradient.
Rick, here's what you're not understanding, bro.
Look, there's a fall. He proved that there's a fall in barometric pressure as you increase with altitude.
Is that what I'm asking for?
Yes, that is what you're asking.
No, it's not.
That explains
that. Sorry, Rick. The claim is in the question, so we know what the claim is. Now you have to show it or demonstrate it. Just pointing back at someone who agrees with the claim, or here's the claim again. That's not what we're asking, dude. You have to show the claim actually happening. The demonstration, perhaps.
You're unmuted. We're not going to wait forever either.
So
Please
again,
produce the information.
you asked me how.
No, we already covered this, so we just need a demonstration now.
Right. So you want
Yeah.
me to find someone who has physically demonstrated. Right. The whole premise of their experiment was your claim. Right.
Or you can say, I don't know.
My claim? No, it's not my claim. It's the claim that the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum of space. That is the claim, not my claim. Don't switch this around till it's being my claim. It's not my claim. It's the claim that the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum of space.
Which you've stated twice, Rick. You've stated
And
twice.
this claim was based on an observation made by Pascal. So he didn't set out with the hypothesis that gas can exist without a container, gas pressure can exist without a container.
Okay, so you admit it that he didn't do that. He didn't discover that you can have uncontained
No,
gas pressure.
I literally just said he didn't set out with that hypothesis. Can you please listen?
That's not what I'm asking
So
for.
what he did was
That's not.
what
I
he
don't
did
care
was
what
he
he did.
completed.
I don't care what he did.
So
I don't care what he did. Rick Dees, I don't care what he did.
Take this conversation in a slightly different direction.
It's not what I'm asking for. You didn't present what I'm asking for.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I got you.
Can I maybe take this direction in a slightly different direction? I don't know who the Aussie
Rick
fella is that we're talking. What's his name?
Rick Dees.
Yeah, Rick. Can we have a gas pressure gradient inside a container?
I don't know. Possibly.
Yes, you can. So, how is then having a gradient proof of no container?
Well, it's not proof of no container. It's proof that it can exist without a container, which is your question.
No. The question is can
okay,
you
can this is the issue. Can you write down the question? Can Mayhem write down the question?
Dude, I've come in actually very, very calmly. I know that this has been a bit of a heated conversation, but just respond to me in kind, please, right? So the question is not is that possible, but is that actually true? Right? So again, if you've got a gradient in the atmosphere, that could be happening either within a container or not within a container.
Well, yeah. If there's a container.
Right, Crypto, did you want to finish? Or
did he click me, or I don't know what's happening?
I didn't know, wasn't sure if you were finished there or not. He's just on a roll. So.
Oh, is he roboting?
All right. Well,
no, he's just interrupting you. That's all. Like,
yeah.
He's talking straight through you when you start, so we have to mute him.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I don't really know why that's necessary, like for him to just do that. Yes, so it sounds to me like his argument is that you can have a gradient either within a container or not within a container, right? So that's a very poor argument for the globe existing without a container. Just on its face, it doesn't even address what's real or not. It just the logic isn't even sound yet. You haven't even got to a logical argument yet. So, Rick, do you want to go again?
Yeah, sorry, what was the question?
Oh, wow. This is like the 8th time we're going to tell you, man. That's not even possible for you to be that small-minded.
But I'm
That's cool. I just keep getting distracted by the multiple people, so it's easier for me.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Oh, dude,
no, you're not. He was the only one speaking to you.
I'm the only stiff upper lip guy here, right? So just as soon as you hear, some posh boy from England, then just that's all you need to focus on, right? So we've got this scenario, right, where you've said to us that it sounds to me anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, it must be a globe because of gas pressure gradient, and the gas pressure gradient proves that there's no container.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so what's your position?
I was answering the question of how can gas pressure exist without a container.
Didn't ask that. Ask what your position was.
On what?
On this subject.
He's lost. Crypto.
The gas pressure existing without a container, my position is that it can exist without a container.
Okay. So let's just accept that that's true, even though I don't agree, right?
Okay.
So you've got this gradient, and that can also be possible within a container, right?
Again, I don't know, but you said it can be, so I'll take your word for it.
Okay, so then at that point you're at a logical dead end, because you're saying, even if I accept what you say to be true, which I don't, but let's just say I do, you can have a gradient in a container and you can have a gradient outside of a container, right?
Yep.
So then where do you go from there? How does that prove that you're on a globe in the middle of literal nothing?
How does it disprove it?
Okay, so prove the proof is what's required, right? So you got a burden of proof there.
Right. So the question was, how can gas pressure exist without a container, correct?
Yeah.
Well, we were going to go on to that, but I want you
and that's turning into
follow. I want you to follow logical steps, bro, because you're not being logical. Is he just being quiet now? Or?
No, I'm waiting for you.
Well, okay, I said
follow logical steps. What would you like me to do?
Follow logical steps. Okay, so we've got a gradient. That doesn't mean, as far as you have said that you're aware, that doesn't mean that it's either contained or not contained. Now, the issue with saying that there's no, because there's other ways of doing this, and I'm not going to try and give you your own answers, right? But the issue with saying that we can have a gradient and there's no containment for that, is that then the gradient would have to be existing in a certain way, right? So the gradient would have to be a certain density out into, I don't know, let's just say 100 million miles out, and then the air density would be a different density, right? But then that gradient but that gradient would have to be consistent across that whole distance, wouldn't it? And
in terms of it have to drop off at the exact same rate across the entire distance.
Yeah, exactly. So the problem is
does it not?
No, because there would be virtually no gas on Earth.
I don't understand. Why would there be no gas on Earth?
Because you're talking about a finite volume of air across virtually infinite distance, infinite volume.
Well, no, it's just in relation to the proximity of Earth and the Earth's gravitational pull.
But now you're bringing in another fantasy to back up your first fantasy that you haven't actually established.
What's the fantasy?
Gravity.
Gravity's a fantasy.
Yeah, hang on. This isn't. I'm sorry, Crypto, but I don't want to mean this to be a back and forth with the 3 questions. This is just supposed to be his baseline knowledge. If he doesn't know, he needs to admit that he doesn't know. And then
gone through the 3 questions yet. Oh, sorry, Biggie.
I was in the third one, so
go on then.
I was the third one, so
just to wrap up, and then I'll shut up. All right, just to wrap up, and then I'll shut up. The problem with the globe model, and you'll learn this if you actually are honest, is that all of the concepts are like corpses leaning on each other. Like, none of them are actually good concepts, but you'll find that they'll have a concept that's died, and then it just leans on another concept that's died. And this is a perfect example of that. Gas pressure without a container because gravity, but you haven't established either of them.
But you think gravity is, like, you don't believe in gravity? Like, that's
no, hang on, Rick. No. This isn't a back and forth. I just said that. Not a back and forth. This is a baseline knowledge. Hang on a second. Can I finish? This is a baseline knowledge for your understanding of what the globe is with these 3 questions. So with that, I'm just going to pause you for a moment. If you can hold your tongue, that'd be great, because I'm going to play a clip that's about 1 minute and 10 seconds. I'd like us to listen to it, and for you to listen to George Porter speak about gas pressure. Just hold your tongue. If you start talking through it, I'm going to have to pause you, restart the thing over again. So please don't talk through it. It's only 1 minute. Here we go.
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
That's it?
Yep. All good.
Did you understand or did you hear what he said?
I understood about probably 50% of it.
You understood about 50% of it.
Yeah.
What about what he said didn't make any sense to you, Rick Dees?
There's a visual in the chat at 54 minutes past the hour. There's a GIF there that's explaining and showing, demonstrating.
Yeah.
Since we like demonstrations around here, is demonstrating what he was saying.
He might not be able to actually listen to it at the same time when watching it at the same time. It's difficult, it seems, right now. 50%, that's what it seems like.
Sorry, can we play it again? I'll happily listen to it again.
I'll be happy. Yeah, happy to.
Oh my god, dude.
Happy to. We can do it one more time. I don't mind. Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Do you know where the chat is? Can you see the visual there?
All right. I'm about.
Is that just the video of what he just played? Should I just listen to that?
Yeah, it's a part of the video, but you can. It's a gift that we have. It's just a gift that we have that shows what he's demonstrating. So I'm going to play the clip right now. Here he goes.
Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, one, perhaps the simplest of all of these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy concept, that would have been difficult to understand and difficult to account for.
Okay.
There you go. Well, are we up to like maybe a 65%? What are we talking
still about 50%.
50%. Okay. Holy
Well, he must not have graduated high school.
Well, let's make sure. Let's. Can we get you to 100%? Is that possible? Just so everyone's on the same page, so you can't, ask us later.
Can you play it again for me?
No, we're not going to do that.
That's just twice. Twice is enough.
Tracking it.
Rick. Twice is enough.
Can you see the visual in the chat? That's what I want to know.
The 37-second visual.
There's a GIF, and then there's also there's a 37-second clip of what we just played. Yes,
it's got two bulbs, one filled with bromine and the other one with a vacuum. And so when he has the both chambers connected, the bromine rushes into the vacuum. And this is what he was talking about: the expansion of gas into a vacuum. What did he say? Nothing changes. There's no temperature change. There's no energy change. It's just entropy. Expansion of gas into a vacuum. That's it. So what I'm asking
Hold on, sorry. Can I just have like 37 seconds of silence?
Dude, I know you're salty right now.
This asshole.
I know you're salty right now.
All right, we'll just okay, go on. Go on. All right.
Well,
so yeah, 50%. What's next?
Well, what's next is that either you concede that you don't know how it's possible to have gas pressure without a container, or we're going to stay on this point until you finally admit. But we're not going to move from here to another topic and go into a back and forth and you asking us questions, because that's not what this exercise is about. Either you know or you don't. That's all.
Right.
Right.
So if I say I know,
then you're going to have to tell me, no, I will. But you have to give me a primary source citation and then followed by a demonstration. That's what I'm asking for.
Right. So when in terms of the demonstration you're asking for, if I give you someone else's work, you'll accept that as a demonstration.
Just as we demonstrated to you here with this clip. It's not. It's from someone. It's a demonstration that anyone can do.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So then, if we go back to Pascal,
oh my God! Wait a minute. Like just a second. Okay. Slow down. Don't just keep saying things. I'm asking specifically for what the question was about. Gas pressure without a container. Because we're showing you in this instance where he has a demonstration of two bulbs where bromine is in one and the vacuum is in another. He removes the barrier and then bromine rushes into the vacuum. That's just what it does. It's a change in entropy. That's it. Not in energy.
He doesn't prove that it can't exist without a container. He just showed behavior.
Correct. It's showing why you do need a container. Ding dong. Maybe you should pay attention a little bit further.
Where does he say that?
The whole point is that you need the container, but we're challenging you because you're saying you don't need one. So go ahead and show us how that's possible.
Right, and then when I started to explain
by a demonstration, not explanation. Sorry, not an explanation of the claim, because we know what the claim is. You've already tried this twice. I called you out, pointing at the sky and pointing at the claim and saying, "Well, how about that?" As a demonstration isn't cutting it. Sorry.
Yeah. Either Pascal.
I don't understand you. Pascal's experiment wasn't valid.
Even Pascal.
What experiment? You said explanation 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, I was literally starting to talk about his experiments with barometric pressure and how he tested it with altitude.
So yeah, no. That's not. You're not going to get into your spiel. We're going specifically to the claim that you can have gas pressure without a container. If he's demonstrating that, yeah, then post it. So we want to see how you can have gas pressure without a container, and if Pascal's doing that for you, then let's post it.
We just showed you in 37 seconds why you do need a container.
You do.
So surely there should be something out there that you can show.
So because Pascal doesn't explicitly state that you can have gas pressure without a container.
Go ahead and get the demonstration. Right. Go ahead and get the demonstration.
That's what we're asking for, Rick. And if he doesn't show that, then yeah, it's not showing us that how you can have gas pressure without a container. That's correct. That means that then you don't have the evidence to support the claim that you can have gas pressure without a container. That's correct. So, what is it the next step that you should be doing? Either admitting that you don't know so we can finish the 3 questions, right?
Nah.
Okay.
I won't do that.
It's salty.
Again.
Then you know why? You know why you're not doing it? Because it's your pride now.
No, I just think this is getting a bit silly because, again,
it's not silly,
we're talking about an experiment which proved that there is
You haven't presented any experiment. First of all, you need a valid hypothesis, which you definitely don't have. So, calm down with your...
So, Pascal didn't do it for us because it's not answering the question in which we can have gas pressure without a container. Therefore, how can you answer that question? Now, I'm going to unmute you, Rick Dees, because you haven't given us one and you're not able to produce at this moment. Now the only thing that's left is for you to concede. And we're going to see if you're able to do that. Because if you don't, that's going to show that you really don't. You're not in here for intellectual honesty. You're in here just to be, I'm right and you're wrong. And you don't have any evidence to support it, which we don't deal with that. If you're not intellectually honest and say, I don't know, you're going to be probably way worse than you were in the first state. Maybe not even in this intellectual forum. It's up to you. Concede or not. Either if you don't concede, I want you to produce the evidence. And if you do concede, then admit that you don't know. You got those choices, though. Because I will remove you from the server as being disingenuous. Many people have been removed for being that.
So, look, my understanding is...
Are you going to produce the information or not? That's all I want to hear from you.
Calm down. You don't need to get angry. It's all right.
No,
so
I am angry. Stop jerking.
It doesn't fit with what you say no.
Stop jerking us around. Either produce it or not. That's the only place I'm at right now. Are you going to be able to produce the information as evidence or not? Yes or no? Answer.
I don't have what you want.
No, that's not the answer. You're either producing the information of evidence of the claim that you can have gas pressure without a container or not.
My answer remains the same.
No, you need to answer the question. I'm going to give you 10 seconds, and if you don't answer honestly, then you will be removed. You're being removed for being disingenuous, and not because you're not trying to produce information. I'm giving you that chance.
Well, just a reminder
who you're being disingenuous. I'm counting down from 10. It's up to you. 10, 9.
Remember who you're presenting
8,
to.
7,
There's also an audience.
Yes.
6.
And a judge. And a jury.
Yes. Yes. What? Yes. What?
Yes, I don't
Guess
have
what?
it.
Okay. Thank you.
It's,
So now we're gonna
that wasn't an honest answer, but that's what I'm giving you to move the conversation.
No. That's not acceptable. It needs to be honest. So now we're going to go from a place of honesty. You're either going to be honest in this forum or you're not going to be, and we don't need people who are disingenuous. So you're going to admit to us, you're going to be honest and say that you know or you don't know. Admit to everybody, because we're not going to spend our time talking to somebody disingenuous. That defeats the purpose of this forum.
Sure. Okay.
Same countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Come on, dude.
5, 4, 3.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Thank you.
At all.
Is this your honesty? Is this your honesty?
Yeah, very honest.
All right. So now I'm going to summarize. So I need you to be silent while I summarize. All right. So while I summarize, I'm going to show that Rick Dees was a little bit resistant at first,
Salty.
but we got him to see that there isn't any answers to these questions. First being the globe having direct measurement that it has curvature due to drop over distance. Also that the Earth is spinning in axial rotation, so it's not spinning in the vacuum of space. And all that being just a blind belief that Rick Dees has, just like everybody else listening currently, is that it's just a blind belief that people have. Some a bit more resistant than others, but eventually getting to the point that we have people admit intellectually that there isn't an answer to this honestly. So just looking within and seeing if we have these answers and examining that there isn't an answer for the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space spinning around. Thank you very much.
So do I get to ask questions, or?
I don't care at this point. You can ask anything you'd like.
Because I assume your ideology stands up to any and all criticism, seeing as it's absolutely correct, right?
Sure.
Or do you just mute people when they criticize?
Automatic straw man right out the gate.
Yeah. Anyway.
How is that a straw man?
It was a pretty loud squawk. Did you realize that you have only beliefs on that point what you have now?
Literally the entire basis of your entire ideology is that when you walk outside, the ground is flat.
No, you didn't even ask that. No, you're just going to start trying to pin the tail on the donkey.
Okay, honest question. You continuously say that flat is a description, but you say it's not a description of the shape. So what is the shape of the Earth?
We don't know.
You don't know.
Remember how earlier we talked about burden of proof and who's making claims?
If it's flat, then we don't know.
Look how it's easy to say.
He's
to
not
me,
here in good faith, guys.
and I'm not struggling. I'm not struggling to say I don't know, like you.
He thinks flat is a shape. The dude's bricked.
He's not here in good faith either. He's gonna just ask questions and then you're going to get baited into answering the question. He doesn't care about your answer.
But he can ask the good question. He can ask, okay, people, but why you people think that Earth is flat then?
He's not here for that.
Yeah, it's quite amazing.
Go ahead, Crit.
Oh, okay. I'll say it's quite amazing when they seem like they've got some sort of inside track on knowledge, and they'll think that the Earth is a noun, and flat is also a noun. But not curved. Not the word curved. Somehow the word curved is an adjective. It's like, dude, you need to fix your shit before you even try to talk to other people. Because your understanding of English is so badly broken that you can't even decipher nouns, verbs, and adjectives anymore.
I tell flat earthers to go back to school. Holy smokes.
Yeah, that's like kindergarten.
Kindergarten, yeah, seriously.
Yeah, he reminds me of Dogs Are Gods. Remember that guy? That's what he's got, like a same demeanor as Dogs Are Gods.
Just an arrogant smugness, like what did you do in your life that you think you can walk around like that? Like you think you're like you did 1 in a million shot? Are you like some millionaire crypto dude or something? Like where did you get off on that? And once you find out it's atheism, he thinks he's a god.
Yeah, so at the very beginning of when you came into the server, I'm pretty sure we gave you the questions in which we would give you direct answers to. This has moved on from that now, because now the exchange was, you've given us direct questions, we've given you direct questions. Now we're going to engage in a discussion about how we can go about looking at the Earth now that we both understand both of our sides. This isn't a continual inquisition of us. You have to scrutinize the fact that you don't know how the Earth is a globe. That should be sticking out like a sore thumb to you right now, Rick Dees. And that's why it's most important for you to start to investigate, how do I know the Earth is a globe? I just finished stating with 3 questions that are fundamental for the globe Earth existence that I don't know. So the next thing you should be talking about is, how is the Earth a damn globe? Not how is it flat? How is it a globe? You haven't even talked to us about that. I'm going to unmute you now. So the next line of questioning you should be actually asking right now, because you didn't have any evidence for it, is how is it a globe? Asking us how we know it's not.
You want me to ask you how it's a globe? That seems kind of counterintuitive, considering you don't believe it's a globe.
Well, no, because you just finished stating that you don't know in the 3 questions that I asked you.
Right, and what does that prove?
That proves that you have no knowledge on the topic of the Earth being a globe. So when you come in here asking questions of how the Earth is flat, it's counterproductive for you understanding that it's not a globe. Do you understand now?
In order for me to know something, I have to personally prove it?
You have to actually come from a baseline knowledge of understanding how it is. You don't even have that. You know, from the mainstream rhetoric, what's the Earth's radius?
Yeah.
What's the Earth's radius?
I know it in kilometers. It's about 6,500 kilometers.
Okay.
I don't use miles in my country.
What's the Earth's circumference?
40,000 kilometers.
All right. So you're familiar with that, right?
Yeah, high school.
Oh, high school. Okay. So how did
diameter 12.7 thousand? No.
Thank you.
Yeah, 12.7 thousand.
That's the metrics of the Earth being a globe. That's great, right? We have that. So can somebody?
Why did you ask me then?
Because can somebody just make up those numbers, Rick Dees?
Yes.
Can I just
make up any number?
Yeah. I'm talking about the public information that the Earth is a globe, Rick Dees. Follow the line of questioning here. Can somebody just make that up?
Yes.
Okay.
You really believe that?
How could we test that claim of the size is true or not? How can we ascertain that? How can we know? They made a claim. The Earth's a certain size. How do we know it's that size or not?
Personally, I don't have the resources to do so. Are you asking theoretically how can we do it?
Well, I'm asking.
You just had 100. You just had 100 wiki sources like 30 minutes ago. Now you got nothing, huh? Oh, okay.
No, what I'm doing is clarifying the question. Does he want me to say how can we individually verify that, or as in what is the theory behind verifying that?
Right. How is it possible that anyone's ever verified that information? Anyone in history?
Right. So again, you're not asking about the theoretical measurements that have applied. You're asking has someone actually gone with a giant ruler?
Oh, we have the Earth. You said giant ruler and you're making light of this, but you don't realize that there's metrics to the Earth, as in somebody did put a giant ruler to the Earth. Duh, they give us the metrics, so somebody's did that, right?
Yeah, where else do they get the numbers from, bro? You don't actually believe that people just poof things into existence.
Right?
Right. So you're saying it's only possible to measure the Earth by wrapping a ruler around it.
Where did it know, dude? What?
You said that, you dumbass. You just finished saying somebody you want to put a big ruler to the Earth? Well,
that's what I'm asking you.
I'm telling you.
Done that.
Where else would the numbers have come from?
How did they get the
measured it? That's what I'm saying. We've measured it in other ways.
Ways.
Which way?
So when you look at a basketball, and you tell me it's a sphere, it's got a radius, diameter, and circumference. You can actually test the geometric consequence of that sphere. You can test it. You can measure it, drop over distance, and all that kind of good stuff from it being a sphere. It's a basic geometric shape, and you can test it, right?
Correct. Yes, and that's how we apply it.
Now, Well, no, it's not, because when I tell you how can you measure that when it concerns the Earth being an oblate spheroid, which is a globe, and its sphericity, you're like, oh, you come up tits. Well, I don't know, man. Someone did it somewhere, somehow. Oh, what was the method? I don't know. We got ideas and things and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It works.
Rick Dees. Mm-hmm. How do you measure the geometric consequence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid?
Okay. Well, rather than wrapping a giant ruler around the world, what they did was they measured the distance between 2 points. I think it was 2 cities in Africa. I don't know the names of 2 Africa, but I know they measured the. Well, okay, so it's funny that I don't know the 2 names of these. What did they do?
What did they do?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So again, my understanding is that they measured the distance between 2 points, which happened to be 2 cities in Africa. And they were able to judge, I think, by the distance, the length of the day. It was on the winter solstice.
What does that have to do with the geometric consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid, Rick Dees?
Are you serious?
I am dead serious.
Yeah,
I'm literally about 20% of the way into explaining something, and you've stopped me because it doesn't make any sense to you.
No, I'm asking because it's not dealing with the geometric consequent. You're dealing with the sun moving across the Earth. I don't care about that. I want to know how you know the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is due to drop over distance.
Well, that's how we know, but you don't agree with it.
No, that's not how we know.
That's not knowledge. You don't gain knowledge based off of that. Come on.
I just told you if I have a basketball and I want to know that if it's a sphere or if it's a cube or whatever other geometric shape I'm telling you, that it has its consequent of being that shape, meaning that it's going to have sphericity if it's specific, like a globe, right? If it has a globe or it's an oblate spheroid, I can tell you that it is, versus a cube in my other hand. Like I can hold a box and I can tell you its geometric consequent of being a cube, right? So, but on this hand, I have a basketball and I can tell you that its sphericity is measured with geometric principles as it being such with the radius, diameter, circumference. That's pretty simple to me, and I'm able to measure drop over distance on that basketball. Now, why can't I do that with the Earth?
You don't have a ruler big enough.
A ruler big enough.
Bringing up this ruler thing, you already said there's other.
Why can't you apply the same principle with the Earth?
Listen. Because of the fact that when we talk about the basketball example, and you have you put your finger on the basketball, that's point A. You put your finger on another point of that basketball, it'll be point B. And it doesn't matter the distance. It only matters that you put it in a different location than the first position. When you have the distance to that, it becomes an arc. An arc. That arc has a principle for geometric consequence. That from point A and point B, you're going to have drop over distance. Do you understand the words that I am telling you?
You literally just almost explained the experiment that I was about to start explaining.
No, he didn't. I guarantee you.
I had gotten to the point where we'd taken 2 points, point A and point B, which is the same as 2 fingers on a basketball.
That's not what he just said. Guaranteed.
Right, okay. Nope. So the principle for measuring the basketball, you're saying it doesn't apply to Earth, and that we're wrong.
No, I'm telling you that it hasn't been done.
No,
I'm telling you it hasn't been done. And what the example that you were telling us, you're like, well, we see the sun moving. I don't give a damn about the sun moving across the Earth. I care about the ground and how we know that it's shaped like a freaking basketball.
Dude, think about it. You're measuring your basketball, right? The drop over distance, 2 points, and like someone's in the corner flipping the lights on and off. It's like that has nothing to do with what we're physically measuring. Come on.
Well, actually, you're getting the same information just through different methods.
No, you're not.
They've had to use the sun rather than a ruler.
Oh my! I just explained why that's retarded.
So, what was the significance of the sun then? What do you think measuring the angle of the sun was about then? Why do you think they did that?
Because they're trying to give you ideas that they live on a globe.
Okay, so do you know the answer or not?
Let me finish.
Yeah, we know.
So what was the significance of the sun?
Shit, dude, are you going to let me finish? Or are you just going to keep interrupting me? You want to hear my answer and you interrupt me.
Go ahead.
So they're gonna do something to give you the illusion that you live on a globe without measuring the geometric consequent of being on an oblate spheroid, as in drop over distance. So they're gonna avoid that by giving you misinformation and showing you angles to shadows, which is ridiculous, by the way, to tell you that you live on a geometric shape without showing you directly that drop over distance measurement that you need.
Okay. So what was their argument then? You don't have to say it's true, but what was their argument for using the
Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. No, same argument.
Yes, that's the person we're talking about. But what was the point of using the sun? What information did they resolve?
You Africans, bro. Come on.
That's not the person. That's the story, man.
It's the method.
The question, please.
It's the method.
It was some African guy, I think.
Listen,
that's what you said. African cities. Eratosthenes wasn't African.
It's the method. It's the method by which they're using to produce the information of the
what
evidence.
Information were they trying to produce?
They're measuring shadow lengths of two different places
in order to determine what information.
They're trying to get the sphericity of the Earth with the calculation, not with the measurement.
Just say if you don't know, just say you don't know because you don't.
We do know.
Explain the significance of the sun.
Dumbass.
To you.
No one has explained the significance of the sun.
You haven't even said it. Telling you.
No one has explained the significance of the sun yet.
Hold on.
He's telling
Rick.
you.
Hold on, Rick.
Is he not listening to me?
You don't have the high ground here, buddy. I could just kind of. You brought up two Africans or whatever, and I giggled because I knew you didn't know what you were talking about. Now Maisie's explaining it to you, and you're like, "Oh, so you can say you don't know." Relax. I know you just got that from maybe 30 minutes ago, but that's his swag. So,
bro, I'm literally telling him it's Eratosthenes all over again, just probably in a more modern version, but it's the same stupid method. It's the same thing. It's the same thing they were doing with Eratosthenes, just only people in Africa. That's it. There's no difference between us talking about Eratosthenes and this thing because it's the same method. Read upon this experiment, dude. I don't need to read nothing. It's the same thing. Eratosthenes was using assumptions of the geometric consequent. They're saying, we're starting off with the idea that the Earth is a globe. We're going to see if the Earth is a globe by checking out the shadows of the sun, which, of course, is the same thing that I was telling you, is not measuring the drop over distance.
Right. That's why you're asking, why do you think they looked at the sun? Because they're not measuring drop over distance. They're selling you a pipe dream, and you're believing it.
And he said that radius is 6,000 kilometers. That's correct. But Eratosthenes didn't come with that rate. Only to tell you.
It's pretty simple, dude. I got you guys lock, stock, and barrel, but you want to gish gallop and talk about other things. I'm like, dude, we've already discussed the fact that Eratosthenes and all these other guys that come in with the sticks and shadows and wells and whatever is not measuring drop over distance, which is the geometric consequent of being an oblate spheroid. And you're like, well, what do you got to do? Put a big old ruler? You make it sound redundant when you say that because that's not what we're doing. And if you want to know the method, we'll tell you. Go ahead, Rick Dees.
You done? All right. So firstly, you're confused because literally the experiment I was explaining at the beginning is Eratosthenes' experiment. He is the one who measured the distance between two cities in Africa. So you obviously haven't read too much into that. Otherwise, you would just explained that. I don't want to gish gallop.
Rick, what the hell are you talking about? Wait. You gotta clean the earwax out of your brain. We just explained that to you. Holy smokes.
You said that we don't know. We know it was 2,000 years ago. He was going straight for 500 miles, 2 points, shadows, assuming the globe in the first place. No radius rate from Eratosthenes. It was another guy, and he also used the sea level. Blah blah blah. Drop over distance. Do you know what is drop over distance? That's important.
Yeah, they don't have the answer to that.
He definitely doesn't know that.
Do you, Ricky, know what is drop over distance?
I have to mute him. All right. I wonder if he's got his heart right now, or if he's still going to ask the same. $5. He's going to ask the same question. What?
Yeah. Every sphere has drop over distance. You know. That means if you are somewhere, and there is a method. That's what you said. Radius 6,000 kilometers. That means if you're on the ground, you have the math, and then you now can calculate in which distance will be which drop. Do you understand that? That's a sphere. If you are on the top of the sphere, in a distance, that sphere will start to curve. Do you understand that?
I think now he's stonewalling you.
Explain the curve again.
Oh, there he is.
What is this? I don't understand.
If you go out on the beach, for example, because there is a sea level, you're standing there in a distance, 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, that drop will grow because you're on the sphere. On 1,000 miles, that curve will be bigger. On 2,000 miles, it will be bigger. Do you understand that?
Yeah, and that is a direct result of the Earth shape.
Yeah, that's great. But look at this example. When you go in reality, there is no such thing like a drop over distance.
Prove it.
Prove okay.
It's not our clip. No, it's not our. No, it's a burden of proof. Tasha, relax. Don't fall for the burden of proof.
No. It's all right, but
yeah, but it's not all right.
He considered he don't know. He didn't have. I know.
It's not. But he's got to produce it. Then he's got to produce it, not you.
He don't have. He has like he don't have 3 questions. He didn't answer. He don't have a proof of the globe.
Oh, there it is. There it is. No evidence.
Yes, I don't have 3 questions.
No, he doesn't have the answer.
You don't have 3 answers, but that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
You ain't got 3 answers, bro.
Well, the problem is, I feel like no matter how many answers I have, you're going to say I have no answers. Because you don't want to
in points of the 3 points, dude, you really don't like to listen. You've been kicking and screaming, salty as hell this whole time, bro.
Yeah. You think that's the case, but you'd be surprised.
Why are you talking about your feels again?
You are still here, but you're not listening to the things people are saying. That's why I've been explaining the same
you
thing.
Bring up feelings, but you guys are the
row. That's why you're just talking over the people. We've had to explain the same thing to you. Maybe 4, 5, 7 times. We told you Eratosthenes, and you're like, well, you see, there's this guy named Eratosthenes. After we already said his name and explained the method like 5 times, dude. You gotta pay attention.
So you're confused there because I was explaining Eratosthenes' experiment and you come in and go, well, that's the exact same thing that Eratosthenes did. It's like, yeah, that's what I was explaining.
No, we were...
Ricky,
you're really still trying to sell yourself on this, man.
Ricky, can you ask me the same question what Miggy asked you? Can you ask me the same questions?
I
can't because I don't remember any of them.
It's who measured the curvature from ancient time till now. I don't know.
Who measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know. It's never nobody. Okay. In my 6 years research, I didn't find anybody did that. Second question. Who measured the rotation of the Earth? In my 6 year of the research, I didn't find anyone to measure the rotation of the Earth. The third
this
question
tells me is you need to get better at research.
Okay,
no, it's not a lack of research.
I was looking how you were researching today. I was researching 6 years, and all these people was researching even more than me or less than me. Doesn't matter the time.
The only thing we lack is belief, the faith that you have. It's not a lack of research. Trust me. It's the answers you put out there are not there.
The third question is the same. We cannot have the gas pressure without container because it's proven scientifically. And you said gas pressure gradient. You cannot have gas pressure gradient without container. You cannot have vacuum without container.
So the gas pressure container issue is another tricky one. So
it's not tricky.
Let's say the pressure gradient is wrong. Let's say I'm completely wrong, but you deny the existence of the vacuum in space as well?
Yeah,
that's what the whole thing debunks.
All these gases will go away because of natural law. Natural law. Do you know?
Right. So if there's no vacuum, then why do we need a container?
We have air pressure.
You have gas pressure. You cannot have gas pressure. You cannot breathe this air if you have no container.
But that's what I'm saying. If there's no vacuum outside to be shielded from, then why do we need a container?
That's just an extra idea that gets debunked, that gets demystified. You need the container for gas pressure.
To keep it inside, but that's
it. That's it. That extra idea of, well, there's Narnia out there, that's just extra, bro. We can just detach that and let it go. Let that one fly free. We don't need it.
With there being a container, there's an inside, which implies that there's an outside. What's outside?
Not necessarily.
I don't know. Do you know?
What's outside of outer space?
Who knows?
Exactly.
Okay, so then why does there have to be an outside?
Your whole argument is that
you added that
gas pressure can't exist without a container. Otherwise, it'd get sucked into the vacuum. Not sucked literally, but it would dissipate into a vacuum.
Oh no, that's just the claim on the table, as you pointed out. That's the claim.
Right.
So the claim is in the question. How is the claim possible? That's what we're basically asking.
With flat Earth, there is a container?
Of course.
Yeah.
With the Earth in general.
We don't know.
It's made out of Rick Dees' brain. How about that?
Good one. Ad hom. So
how we can know?
Remember how you just hold on. Remember how you just pointed at the sky and said, "Well, there's a gradient." Would you accept if I just pointed at this guy and said there's a container?
No, see, I didn't do that. I tried to talk about how
You did it
Pascal
twice.
proved there's a gradient, but you wouldn't accept it.
But that's still pointing at the sky. But it doesn't matter because
Using a
everyone does
barometer.
it. It's okay. Everyone does it. It's not just you. Don't worry. Even the most staunch globe earthers come in, and the best they can do when it comes to that third question is just point at the claim, which is the sky, and just say, well, that's my proof. Anyway, would you accept if I did that and said, well, container, sky? You probably wouldn't accept that, would you?
Experiment, I would.
Okay, well, we just gave you the demonstration, and there is no other way. Remember the 37-second clip? Oh, sure.
That
We
was
don't
a
need
guy
to,
with
you
two
wanted to
glass
play
balls in his hand. What did that have to do with the sky?
That's the claim. That's what we're saying is that you have to have the containment or a container for gas pressure, and there's no other way to demonstrate it. You can't.
He didn't.
Tuning in. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'll be your host, CBE. And if you're new to this channel or have not done so already, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell notification and all that good stuff to stay up to date on the Flat Earth Debate. What else? I forget Nathan's ramble, but shout out to Nathan Oakley, man. And, we are joined by Quantum Eraser, Russ B, Secret Asian Man, and that's the panel. So shout out to the panel, and we are live on Rumble. We're live on YouTube. Figured I'd just pop in. It's 8:23 p.m. Still got a couple hours left in the day. Maybe we'll get a panel going. Who knows? The last bot that was playing was discussing gas pressure. Yeah, I mean, dude, the gas pressure argument, it's the Marshawn Lynch. It's undefeated. It's the beast mode of arguments. Undefeated. Can't be tackled. You know, we're getting to the end zone no matter what. Here's the play. I'll put a GIF in the chat. But yeah, the gas pressure argument, man, cannot be tackled. No one can get a grip on the gas pressure thing, man. We're taking this one to the end zone every time. Beast mode. I've not seen a single Globie really attack or address, grasp the gas pressure argument in a genuine, fair way representative of the globe side. There's just no way to counter that. I mean, let me just someone's typing in the chat. Russ is typing. Someone in the chat said this recently. Let me just pull up my chat history because we can talk about it. All right. Yep. You guys are probably familiar with Hellish Fish. Comes in from time to time. Kind of got a deep voice, Globey. And you know, his issue for me is that he does the whole, well, if the earth was flat, then it should be like this and like that. So I've done my best to try to correct him and let him know, listen, The flat earth is not the way globies say. Hell no. Absolutely not. You think we're going to let a globie tell us what could, should, or would the flat earth be? Hell no. The flat earth is simply the way the earth is right now. That's it. Period. I'm not about to sit here and let a globie tell me, oh, the flat earth should be like this. Get out of here, bro. I'm not trying to listen to you. You don't know what flat earth is. If I just took 10 random people off the street, they don't know what flat earth is either. So you think I'm about to just sit here and let one of those goofballs tell me what flat earth should or would or could be? No. Not even for a half a second. I'm going to let the earth tell me the way it is, the way it's always been. That's it. So, but globies are so quick. Oh, if it was flat, it should be like this. Shut your bitch ass up. I don't want to hear that. We don't think, no, hell no. Get your straw mans out of here, man. I'm not trying to listen to that. So anyway, this guy says, hellish. I mean, shout out to him, man. He's been here. He's been trying. So I'll give him some credit. But he says, what I'm saying is claiming the earth is flat, or at least that the globe is a lie, due to these negative proofs, that's all well and good. But if the world doesn't make any sense after the claim, then what good is it? I know we skirt that issue here by claiming not to care what celestials are, but they're still part of our reality, ain't they? The laws of physics apply equally, right? Really? I said, good thing it's not a claim. Flat Earth is not a claim. If you had a neighbor live next door to you, he claims he won the lottery. And you said, no, bro, I don't believe that, Cap. That's not a new claim. Okay, we don't just forget that the neighbor claimed he won the lottery. You not believing him, that's not a new claim. But that's what they're trying to do with Flat Earth. They're trying to say that your disbelief is somehow a comparison to their claim. It's a new claim. They want to do this wiener measuring contest. Whip yours out. We're going to compare. No. I just don't believe what you're telling me. Period. It's Cap. I don't need to whip mine out and do a little side-by-side comparison. So he says, oh, well, claiming the earth is flat is all good, but, blah, 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 blah. And I said, bro, you don't even... Well, my biggest issue with what he said was the laws of physics apply equally, right? I said, bro, you don't even believe this yourself. See, gas pressure. Right? He said again, I'll repeat. The laws of physics apply equally, right? That's what he said, Globey. The laws of physics apply equally. No, he doesn't even believe that. He's trying to sell you a dream. He does not believe what he's saying, bro. Again, he's trying to convince you. He's trying to sell you a dream. No, we're not listening. Let me go back to his message. Shout out to Russ B in the panel. And let me go back to his message here. Peter the Great, I was hoping to drop some of the citations that were demanded. LOL. This is like this one about gravitational of gases. Oh, really? Let's take a look at his link. I'll open up in a.
Not a citation either. He just elephant hurled the document at us.
Oh, they love doing that, dude. They love doing that.
They don't know what a citation is. I was just listening to you talk about gas pressure, and ironically, he came in before just to drop that. Yeah, they don't know what a citation is, and they don't know what a reification fallacy is. But, yeah, I skimmed it. I asked him for the citation, but it just looks like a whole bunch of math formulas.
He probably thought he had something there.
Embarrassing.
Yeah. 100%, man. 100%. They're so funny, man. They're so funny. The fact that they Google things, in 90 seconds, with the expectation that you haven't done that, is really funny to me. They all expect they're about to get a Nobel Prize posting that link, that citation to Professor Dave or whatever, when it's really not a citation. It's like some source or a reference. And hello to whoever just joined. But they're hilarious.
That's their problem.
Nobel.
When they get an argument from us, they immediately just go to Google or YouTube and basically type in how to debunk the flat Earth argument of X, right? Gas pressure, and then they get just a bunch of fallacies from idiots like Professor. Instead of actually going to trying to research the topic and getting an understanding of it, they just continue to pull the same stuff and make a fool out of themselves. It's crazy. Did you hear that? You hear that Amish made a flat GPT bot?
Oh, word?
Dude, it
No,
was so
I didn't hear
sick. Yeah, so last night I actually popped into politics for like 10 minutes and they were doing Chat GPT versus Flat GPT. And they were just basically they started with one question, like a random question, like I don't know, the Chat GPT, what's your proof of a globe Earth? And then they would just copy and paste the answers into each bot. And I don't know how Amish did this. I'm sure you'll see it like this week because I think he's just finalizing it. But it was sick, dude. Like it was giving like QE Indio type answers. and ChatGPT was just, basically just begging the question and making baseless assertions.
Oh yeah,
it was pretty cool.
Oh, dude, it's so easy to get Chat GPT to be wrong. But it's shout out to Amish, man. We got Flat GPT. I don't know. I've patting myself on the back a lot, but I think I might have came up with that name because it used to be. I don't think you're a gold yet, Russ, but the bot that's in the server here is called Flat GPT. It used to be called Flat Earth Buddha. And I was like, bro, let's change that. It used to be called Ether 9000 when I first joined. And so someone changed it to Flat Earth Buddha. No poll, didn't ask anybody. Someone just randomly changed it to Flat Earth Buddha. Now I don't mind that. I used to spend time learning about, Buddhism and all that stuff. But I was like, nah, that's a lame name, Flat Earth Buddha. So I asked the admins to change it again to something different, and that was right around the time that Chat GPT came out. So I was like, let's either change it to something DBZ related, like Android 33 or something like that, or let's change it to Flat GPT. And so, yeah, that was born fairly recently.
Great call.
Yeah,
It's
from your
perfect.
boy here.
It's perfect. I can't tell you how impressed I was with this thing. Like, I think like I said, I think he's just finalizing it, but he's been working on it for 2 years. Let's just say, like I said, I wouldn't even know how to go about making one of them. I've been hearing, Flat GPT is in the works or something like for a while, but I never thought somebody was actually making one.
Yeah.
Uh, yes, like I said, he should drop it in here this week. I'm hoping they're making a push to get more people back in here. Had a few good nights recently with you and Huey and Indio and AI.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I mean, dude, yeah, everyone's at the politics or doing other things or whatever, but I mean, dude, we do gotta keep this place going, man. It's like a fire. You know what I mean? Like sometimes fires can die down. You gotta put some fresh wood on it, stoke the fire a little bit. Sometimes it be like that. So I'm here to stoke the fire, man. I'm gonna spend some time. It's 8:30 here, so I got a little time before it gets late. So maybe some people will join. Maybe we'll go on Rumble. Sometimes if I deafen the YouTube or whatever, sometimes people will join. Like, yo, what's going on? So maybe we can do something like that. So
Yeah, spark some curiosity. Yeah, because you get some viewers on Rumble, right?
oh man,
I
dude,
feel like you get more on there.
I was watching Fresh and Fit. They did they did like a 9-hour stream. Crazy last night. I fell asleep and woke up and they were still going. And top 10 Red Pill songs. They were doing music and stuff like that. And they show on the top right of the screen. I'll post a screenshot. The views, like the viewers from Rumble, the viewers from YouTube. They have way more viewers on Rumble. So I'm like, bro, we need to get over it. That's why I was barking about getting us a Rumble channel. Because dude, there's a lot of people over there, and it's our better target audience anyway, as opposed to YouTube. It's a little bit more red pilled over there on the Rumble side. YouTube's
Yeah,
a little bit more of that blue pill.
yeah. The topic in general on the platform is just more conducive, a more conducive fit.
Yeah.
Right, the audience, and I'm sure less algorithm to kind of have to push through.
Check the here. I'll post it right now. But yeah, I mean, dude, the numbers are crazy. But essentially, what they do is what I've been talking about. They push a button when they need to go and say things or do something like play a video, that would normally be copyrighted on YouTube. You can play on Rumble or say certain words or talk about certain topics that you can't talk about on YouTube, but you can say on Rumble. So they'll just hit a button, deafen the YouTube, or put it on. But basically they put some elevator music on YouTube and continue the show on Rumble. So I'm like, all right. I asked Helio and Republicus, I was like, yo, we need that. Exactly that. We're going to do that, please. And so now we have that ability. And so if you look at the top right, here, I'm posting it right now. The top right of this screenshot that I posted, this is Myron on Fresh and Fit. You'll see the green triangle, which is Rumble, and the red triangle, which is YouTube. To look at those numbers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
5,727 versus 108. That's Rumble versus YouTube. 5,000, 6,000 on Rumble, 100, 200 on YouTube. But that's because they were doing the elevator music type thing on YouTube. But it just goes to show that hella people are willing to watch us on Rumble. And we get, personally, this YouTube channel gets really good views on Rumble, on Helio's channel. Lots of good traction. We get comments, tons of haters, thumbs ups, views. So it's good, way more than YouTube. So maybe we'll do a little bit of a Rumble type of stream tonight. Who knows? Whoever sticks around. And we can talk about some stuff. You can let off some steam. You know what I mean? This is free speech zone. Maybe we can do a little free speech, flat speech, free speech, flat speech tonight, type of thing. So, just a little reward for the flat earthers, man. So, I'll stick around for a little bit. Shout out to Russ, man. You've been around for a while. I think you're already silver, right? Let me check your rolls.
Yeah, a few months. Over recently, but I've been here a few months. It's great find, great find. You should fire off a VC verified shout out in the lobby.
Oh yeah,
I usually hop in when I get that ping from you, so I'm sure others will too.
Yeah. I love doing that. And shout out to Los Giamano. Saw you in the chat fairly recently. You had some things to say about the firmament. And I think a bunch of people were trying to grill you or correct you or whatever. You don't have to chime in if you're busy. That's fine. But if you want to talk about that, we could definitely talk about that. Personally, I'll just go off. I'll just go off a little bit. I think the word container is the best word. Dome, that's a very specific structure.
Yeah, dome's a no-no.
Yeah, dome's a no-no because, again, it's a very specific shape. It's a semi-sphere, hemisphere type of situation, But and then you were more of a firmament type of person, which I don't think the word is inherently wrong or bad. It just well, remember who we're selling a lot of our message, who our target audience is. They don't want to hear that, bro. I hate to say it because I know we do have a lot of folks in this community that they go by the book. They're and I don't have anything wrong with that. You guys probably don't hear me talk about that a lot. Probably don't know my stance on that. But I'm open-minded, and I don't have anything against folks that are more religious-based that say that, oh yeah, firmament, yep, Bible, yep. But you have to keep in mind that our target audience doesn't necessarily want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? They're globe heads, and they already think that as a misconception that we're all Bible thumpers and stuff like that. So I don't try to go that route.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head, I think. Firmament, it's completely fair because it just means like a tangible thing covering the heavens, or the heavens basically referred to as a tangible thing. But it opens us up to an unnecessary straw man from everybody, right? Like you said, They think everybody's a Bible thumping Christian, and that's our only proof. So when you say firmament, they associate it with Christian or religious belief, and they use that to straw man us. So. Well, I think there's nothing wrong with the word firmament. It actually is pretty much describing a container with no shape or anything. It just opens us up to unnecessary strawmen, and we're getting strawmanned on everything else. So might as well avoid it there.
Facts. Yeah, facts. You guys have probably heard me say it, but it's the clown at the birthday party analogy. People already look at you like you're a clown at a birthday party, blowing up little balloon figures, hot dogs, and hats, and you name it, in the corner of the party, blowing up crazy shit in the corner. And so there's just no need for you to, basically manifest their projection of you doing that. So don't do that. Don't give them ideas like that. So,
was Los Camano talking? Was he talking like hella? Like, what's the color of your firmament if it exists, or he was just invoking a firmament from a pro flat Earth point of view?
Oh, is that you? Go ahead, brother. You want to explain your position, or I can. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I misheard. I was just gonna read off some of his
Oh,
chat.
that was me. Yeah, that was.
Oh, that was you.
That was
Okay.
Russ. I was asking. he said Lowe brought up, you saw him in the chat talking about a firmament. I was asking if he was bringing it up like hella clownfish and asking for the color of it since it is, right? Or if he was invoking it as a pro flat earth argument. That's what I was asking.
I think it was pro flat Earth. I was just actually going through his chat history, not to put him on the spot, but I think he was more on the pro flat Earth side.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not against it. It was just more of a, when you get around a server, like when you come to this server, bro, people are gonna correct you on things a lot. Like, oh, say this. Don't say it like that. There's ways, even Globy or not. You come here and you say the word science and you don't know what you're talking about, like you're gonna get correct. And so it doesn't matter whether you're a flat earther or not. So we just try to help people use the words very, very specifically, very carefully. So if you're like, yeah, dome, we're gonna be like, yo, bro, hey, listen, don't say that. And that might not sound good, if Globies are listening, but there's a reason for it. And
who cares if it sounds good? Globies are still going around invoking Newtonian mechanics, not even understanding there's a difference in between gravities. So
yeah, that's true. That's
be awfully hypocritical. But yeah, I do find it when somebody first joins this server, it's a lot. They come from, and I did it myself. I just didn't speak up until I kind of got a better understanding, But, ice walls and all those straw man arguments you want to avoid. Somebody was doing it the other day, and I was like, just, talk about that in chill chat, or there's better arguments that we could prove.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's funny to see when it's 2023 now, so it's really funny to see someone new, and I don't blame them, but they'll join and be like, "Yeah, so flight path," and I'll be thinking like, dude, you gotta catch up, bro. That's so that's so 2017, that's so 2015.
Yeah, they'll come in like you can do an experiment with flight patterns.
Yeah. I know. I'll be like, oh, dude, no. So, yeah.
Wait, Alice is in here. I didn't know she's been around for a while. I heard her on one of Clipboard's compilations, and she was she's Alice. You've learned a lot since that clip, I gotta say.
What did I say?
You were in a clip I listened to the other day from probably 5-6 months ago. I didn't realize you've been around that long, and your understanding of the topic has gotten much better, noticeably, because you were obviously a highlight in a clip compilation. And I was like, I think I know that voice.
What did I say?
I think it was about curved triangles.
Oh boy.
Oh, was it the one about basketballs?
Yeah. That was it. I couldn't recall, but now that you just said basketball, yes, it was.
Yeah, the finding a flat surface on a basketball.
I believe that's what it was. But I recognized your voice, and I looked at the date of it. I didn't realize you've been here that long.
Yeah, I've been in and out mostly because I kept getting banned, so banned and unbanned.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that.
No, I'm sure you don't.
Anyway, well, welcome back. Yeah, I would agree. It does seem like you learned things. And the last time we spoke, you were like, you were saying you want a hardcore Globy or anything, which is, I guess, kind of a surprise. I got the sense that you felt like the Globies were the cool kids and you wanted to hang out with them more so than us. And so I don't know. I can understand why someone would not want to be a flat earther. It's not easy. It's not like being on the home team either. You know what I mean? You're the away team.
the crowd's not cheering with you for real. So there's a lot of peer pressure to be, as remain a Globie, stay a Globie. Don't don't talk about flat Earth. So I give credit to those that break through that peer pressure. It's probably very difficult.
I'm more on the side, like you were talking about, of good science versus bad science. Someone the other day in the politics server, I don't exactly remember what they were talking. Oh, right, they were talking about the thermosphere, the composition of the thermosphere, and they provided like this paper that they didn't even bother to read about. Yeah, it was embarrassing for them because I actually read through the paper and then quizzed them on it, and they didn't know anything about it. It was kind of funny.
It's kind of scary how common that is, though. Poll that they'll just quickly Google something with the expectation that you haven't done, like as the flat earther. It's scary. I don't quite have a name for it yet. That's that syndrome. Or they'll just Google something and post it with the expectation that you haven't done that, and that the answers are buried within that article somewhere, somehow, that link. And it's like, man, you guys are really faithful.
Shot in the dark syndrome.
Shot in the dark syndrome. I think that's pretty good. That pretty much hit the nail on the head. Yeah,
Just like maybe this will be the one that'll prove.
Well, it's just weird. They have such low expectations of flat earthers. Like, they don't understand that a lot of us have been around for 5, 6, 4, 3, several years. Whereas a lot of people are getting into this fairly, like, they're new, they're fresh to the topic. So they'll just Google something really quickly. And in their head, they'll be like, oh, yeah, they're about to get slammed on this. And it's like, bro, you're like person number 4,325 to post this exact same link. And they don't consider that for not even for five, not for a second, they don't consider it. And it's scary how crazy that phenomenon is. Shot in the dark syndrome. I think I'll go with that.
That's what it is, though. Like, they assume that you guys are just, and I'm guilty of this too. They assume that you guys are just like stupid. You don't know anything. Like, how can you be so blind to not see this very obvious thing? Like, you don't already know about it.
Right. And that's another thing too, is like they truly think that because you're not on board with the globe, that you're broken somehow. You fell off the bandwagon and cracked your skull on the ground and like got some brain damage. Like, they truly think of you like that, like as a flat earther, like you must be broken. But they don't understand that, like, most flat earthers genuinely understand the globe model, if you could call it that. I don't know, Kiwi's in here. He probably would approve
He's
of me.
definitely can get away with it.
The globe idea. Like, most flat earthers understand the globe idea better, to a better degree, more detail than your average random Joe Blow off the street.
It's almost a necessary antecedent. In order to become a flat earther, the consequent, you have to understand the globe model.
Yeah,
so understanding the globe model is kind of a necessary antecedent for being a flat earther.
100%, Russ. I've been telling people that for a long time. You don't just get to what they're trying to do is another syndrome they have is like horse blinder syndrome, or hyper limited timeline syndrome, where they put these horse blinders on and they sort of focus on this limited timeline. And so what you just described is exactly right. They try to like skip to the flat earth You don't just get to skip to the flat Earth, bro. You have to do some investigation on the globe Earth first. Is it true? Are the claims, do they hold up? And if they don't, then maybe you'll come to flat Earth. You don't just get to just jump right to it. And so I notice people are trying to do that nowadays, like this new hotness. Okay, I know we said that the globe doesn't have no container for gas pressure, but forget that. Where's your container? Where's your dome? It's like, bro, you're trying to. Now you're going horse blinder syndrome, where you're trying to focus on something where there's more context, like your claim that there's gas pressure without a. So we have to look at that. So, yeah. They do that a lot. Where they try to hyper focus on a certain. Oh, look, gravity! Look, it dropped. What dropped? What made it fell? What made it fall? And they're putting their horse blinders on and ignoring the part that number one, nothing was happening prior to you picking this object up. Number two, you picked it. Yeah. Number three, you dropped it. So they're gonna ignore all that. Have this hyper limited focus timeline. Oh, so where's your dome then? No, bro. The gas pressure thing is a rebuttal to your claim that there's gas pressure without it. So you got to catch them on this horse blinder syndrome. It's pretty bad. They do it a lot. It's like the new thing. I've been seeing like even Hellishness doing this. Couple of people have done this lately. Oh, well, okay. Ignore the globe. Where's your dome? Nah, brah. First of all, I don't have to show you a quote dome. I'm not claiming dome. I'm just saying that the claim of gas pressure without a container is not true. So that's not me claiming dome, and we're not just gonna ignore the globe claims and skip to the flat Earth. Nah, bro. What Russ just said is facts. You don't just skip to flat Earth. You start with globe, and you make your investigation through it. And if it doesn't hold up, maybe you'll come to a flat Earth. But you don't just get to spawn there. It doesn't happen like that. Sorry.
I wrote something interesting the other day.
Yeah.
That actually it was yesterday. I can't even say the other day. But I saw something that said that like Eratosthenes didn't even come up with the experiment himself, or like the experiment that he conducted. Like, do you know anything about that? Is that like true?
I heard that there was no historical record of it for like until like I don't know 300, 500 years after he supposedly existed. Something like that. I mean, there's no first-hand documentation of it.
So,
it's not something that we've heard of, like, right? That just kind of came about in the last decade, maybe, right? It's not something like you would think we'd be taught it in elementary school when they told us it was a globe.
Right. Well, that's one of the things, though, bro, is that I'm really glad as a flat earther that we don't have to rewrite history and add people into history that supposedly have proved the flat Earth for us. And I think that's not something we even talk about that much. Is that what if they just wrote these guys into history? Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, like
Newton.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's getting even worse. Newton, Einstein,
Copernicus, yeah.
Okay,
So,
well, we have pictures of them, so let's not go crazy.
Pictures.
Pictures. Here we go. But that's the thing is they could very have easily just written some people into the history books that supposedly have had the answers. So, they didn't have to do anything. They didn't even have to exist. People will just go along with it anyway.
Eratosthenes, I would believe.
That story's pretty. I don't know. It's pretty far fetched. The story alone is a little bit out.
So, like, what the thing that I read was that apparently Eratosthenes did not come up with the experiment himself. It was something that he read about in the Library of Alexandria. and decided to replicate.
Right, he was the librarian there, right?
I don't know.
I think he was the
It
head
was in a paper
librarian.
that somebody posted.
I just watched or read something about that. No, I actually have it right here. I was reading it the other day. He was a librarian at the Library of Alexandria, and
Gay.
yeah, that's a side note. But I think, Alex, what you're saying, it might have been in this paper. I'm gonna dig it up.
Yeah, that would be interesting if that gives him less credibility. Because if he didn't even come up with the idea himself.
It's not so
I don't know if
bad.
there's any less credibility that he could have. I
Well,
don't think anything could make him less credible, even if this was true.
yeah, maybe that's not so bad that he just performed it as opposed to coming up with it. That's not terrible, but I just think that there's double standards involved here. Like if people started with the assumption, because we know what the assumptions were. You know, when he went into this test, he had like 4 or 5 assumptions involved. The sun was a certain distance away, like an infinite distance. Earth was already curved. The sun rays came in parallel, etc. And I just feel like, Birch, I think that if flat earthers went in with like the same assumptions, like, oh well, it's already flat and this sun is doing this, and the sun rays are doing this, like people would have an issue with that, but they don't have an issue with Tosny in his assumption. So there's a lot of double standards I think people have to be careful of, and I think that's one of them that we don't even talk about. Is they just accept Eratosthenes and all his assumptions, but if we flipped it around, flat earthers don't use the Eratosthenes thing at all. Imagine if we did. They'd be like, no, you can't use that. Oh, okay, well then you can't either. You know what I'm saying? So it's a double standard, and they wouldn't accept those same assumptions from a flat earther, but they are okay with the assumptions from Tosny.
How did they find out that the sun rays were parallel?
I think it's baked into.
So Pythagoras came up with the idea of central fire, which puts the sun right, I guess, centrally located with parallel rays. I think that's where Eratosthenes got the idea from Pythagoras.
But I don't see how you prove or disprove parallel rays. Like that's not really something. Why would you assume that though? Because if you were to even look at, like, say the sun coming through like clouds or whatever, they don't look parallel. They look perpendicular.
Yeah, I think that's our point, and it was a crazy thing to assume.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to assume that, because the way that modern scientists have decided that the sun rays are parallel is because they've figured it out through the light coming through the atmosphere is actually bending
after it goes through 90 million miles of no atmosphere, which is also crazy. How could you even know what the light, quote unquote, rays are doing? All that. I mean, it's a crazy assumption, and I think we forget sometimes it's passing through a vacuum, right?
Yeah, but this is just like I'm just speaking from the perspective of, like, even in modern times wouldn't know that the sun rays were parallel until we were able to know that there was an atmosphere, until we were able to actually measure what light does through that atmosphere. Because I mean, there's no concept of an atmosphere back then at all. Like, not at all.
Alice, you're forgetting something. A lot of these things are back in years, so they're gonna, like, to make the calculations work. This is how something has to be. So they're gonna say that confidently, as long as the calculations check out at the end of the day. So
Do you guys remember? Do you remember the history of the distance of the sun? Right. So Copernicus speculated it was about 3.3 million. Then Kepler decided it was actually 12 million. Then Newton once said it matters not whether we reckon it 28 million or 54 million miles distant. For
God
either
damn.
will do just well. Like how scientific, right?
Well, I mean, he was even wrong because it's 93 million, so he wasn't even close either. So
Shot in the dark syndrome.
yeah, he didn't know either.
Uh,
And that was the smartest guy? Yeah, right. Okay, sure.
I think
I'm smarter
India.
than
I think
everyone,
India.
so I know.
Do you know how they got the distance to the sun being 93 million miles away, Alish?
I'm sure I read it at some point. Oh, no, I know. Never mind. It's because they figured out how far one of the planets was, and then they calculated like how long it took the sun to get there, and then like was able to measure it based off. So it's like a measurement based off of a measurement based off of a measurement.
So do you know how they got the distance or size to Venus? It was either distance or size of Venus, I think it was.
Yeah, something like that.
Some guy like dreamt it up. You know, I think he was visited by beings from one of those planets. I
Yeah, the
swear, Indio
Anunnaki.
just told the story. What's your Indio
Yeah, the
just told the
cosmic
story?
Anunnaki.
ladder. It's
Yes,
the
yes.
cosmic ladder. If you look up the cosmic ladder, that's where it's because you're right, Russ. Is that if they used Venus, they're like, oh well, Venus is the same size as Earth, and then they just built it off of they based it off of that assumption. That was their foundation. And yeah, I will look it up to see who that was. But yes, the cosmic ladder. I'll look it up.
What was
Oh,
that name you just
thankfully you're
said,
gonna look it up.
Alish?
Huh?
What was the name you just said?
Oh no, the Anunnaki. That
Oh, the Anunnaki. Oh, oh okay, there.
yeah, he was visited by the Anunnaki. You know, the creatures that build the pyramids built the pyramids.
I used to be
I'm
into
curious. So
all
that's how he
that.
got the distance to Venus or the size of Venus. Whoever got it, I got to look it up. But yeah, India just was telling me I couldn't believe it.
Kepler. It's Kepler.
Oh yeah, that checks out, right? Let's see.
Yeah, it was Kepler.
Who stole all of Tycho Brahe's work and basically made it fit his philosophical preference. Some
Yep.
say he murdered Brahe.
You hit the nail on the head. They made it fit. That's exactly what they do. Is they back engineer everything. They're always like, oh, but it works. It's like, yeah, but they forced it to work. They made it work. You know. It's
I like when
incredible.
people are like, we figured out the size of the sun, or we figured out the distance from the sun because we shot radio. Sorry, we shot radio waves at it.
Yeah.
You know what doesn't make sense? So they shoot radio waves 10,000 miles, right, from England to Australia. And they didn't expect it to happen, right? They thought it was impossible, but during the war, they needed to tell England needed to because they were colonized in Australia, or I think Australia was still a part of England. So they shot the 10,000-mile radio microwave across, and they didn't understand how they did it because they thought the Earth was curving and it was impossible. Instead of just realizing that it worked because it's flat, they had to create this idea of a ionosphere that the microwaves were bouncing off of, and that's how it bounced off of them 10,000 miles along the curve of the Earth. But how do you shoot a microwave to the sun then if it bounces off the ionosphere?
You can't. Well, even if you could shoot a microwave to the sun, you wouldn't get anything back because the sun is considered an almost perfect black body, meaning that it absorbs everything. So
I've heard that
can't.
argument though, from Globers before.
Well, they're wrong because you can't do that.
Right. Yeah.
You can't shoot something at the sun at all. Like No, it doesn't work. You can just straight up just say no. Like, you just straight up call them a liar because they can't. You can't do that. Just point
Yep.
blank. Nope.
Yep.
Because I know somebody said that once. They used that argument. They're like, "Oh well, we did this, we did," and I'm like, and I had to chime in. I had to be like, "No, dude, we can't do that. We can't. It's impossible. And even if we could, you know how long it would take us to get that signal back because it's traveling at the speed of sound, not the speed of light, and which is significantly slower than the speed of sound. I mean, not that we don't have time to wait, but like people like you it takes 8 minutes for the proposed distance from Earth to the sun for light to even get to us. And that would be much longer with sound. Like radio waves or whatever.
I used to believe that.
What?
The 8 minutes thing.
Oh, okay.
You'd look at stars and they would be like, it'd be like a dead star, but you'd be receiving the light delayed, something like that. I've seen all the documentaries, so that's what they used to say. You could be looking at a star that already like supernova and died, but the light has only received to you, after the fact. So yeah, but that they would say weird stuff like that in the documentaries. But I used to believe it. So I don't believe any of that stuff now. Oh, we're moving around a super massive black hole. What? Like, oh, we're in the Milky Way. I have a funny meme that I made for that. I'll put it in the chat. Bro. I mean, you look up in the sky and you see the Milky Way, and they're like, oh, you're in that. In the thing that you see in the sky. Like, make that make sense, bro. There you go, in the chat. I made that myself, a little sloppy, but I think it's funny. So it says, imagine thinking the ground is in the thing you see in the sky. Right? Because you look up and you see the Milky Way in the sky. What we call the Milky Way. But they're going to tell you that the Earth is in that thing that you see in the sky.
I mean, you just try. I think if you go up to your everyday average person who hasn't put much thought into this, if you go over some of the ideas that are put forth that they're believing just by submitting to the heliocentric paradigm, I think most normal people that aren't heavily invested in this, even after just telling them you're on a ball that's spinning and it's shooting through a galaxy in a vacuum, like it sounds ridiculous as you say it out loud.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? And that's so funny you say it. You say that right, because it does have this like shock value. Where I live in a cinnamon bun, says Auschwitz. They don't really like it hearing it from, especially they don't love hearing it from a flat earther. You putting their position back towards them, they're like, nah, that doesn't sound right when you say it. But
Right.
you're essentially just citing their position, and I don't know, they just don't like what the mirror shows them. They look in the mirror and they're like, they look away. They're like, oh no, I don't think buildings move. It's like, wait, yeah, you do. And they're like, okay, I do. Eventually they accept it, but yeah, they don't like what they see. They hate that when you show them their position in a mirror reflection. And it's part of this like flat earthers have to be wrong syndrome that they have. When you just cite their position to them, they're like, no, that's wrong. It's like, bro, I'm just reporting the globe here. What's wrong here? Why are you saying it's wrong? Oh, you're a flat earther. Like, yeah, but that doesn't matter. I'm gonna just join the panel. AI, what's going on, Uncle? How are you?
Freezing.
It's cold. It's about to get cold here, man. It's the last days of summer with like the last 2 days here in Ohio. So it's about to get dipped down into the colder weather here soon. So what are you dealing with? It was nice today though, 50s. What are you dealing with over there?
Today, below 40.
Below 40? It's 40 right now, exactly. Where I'm at. But yeah, I mean, winter is coming, right? So we can't all live in LA. I guess.
I think we got a Northeast panel right now, unless you're not in the Northeast, CB.
I'm in Ohio, but it's not too far off.
Oh, okay. Oh, Britt, I gotta say, man, that was really enjoyable last night. You're pretty talented, dude. Britt was reading out the chatbot. Like I was telling you before, the flat bot in the chat GPT, but Britt was doing a ton of different voices. And gotta say, respect.
How was he?
Yeah, he did like I think Snape from Harry Potter. He did some like I don't even the characters were lost on me, but it was very entertaining and very well done.
All right. Shout out to Britt then, dude, because bro, when I was talking to him in the politics over homie, is he in here right now or?
Yeah, Britt.
Yeah, he just joined. That's why I shouted it out.
All right. What up, Britt? What's going on, dog? Yeah, what's going on, dude? Yeah, I honestly genuinely think that like sometimes round 2, 3, 4 is better than round 1. Round 1 has this certain energy to it. All the hype from the media and all that comes out. You know, you let all that stuff out in round 1. And I think they gain some respect. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but I just think they gain some respect over the course of the next few rounds. And so it's good to see the folks like that, come back. So shout out to Brett, shout out to the Globies in general, shout out to Alishness. So we appreciate you guys. I mean, some people get this idea that it's just like a flat earther only cave in here. Oh, we only let flat earthers in. So they'll like come and try to fake being a flat earther to try and fit in. And welcome to whoever just joined, Precarious, or I didn't see who popped in, but welcome. But yeah, they get the idea they need to like fake the funk to be here. It's like, dude, no, you don't have to fake. Go ahead, somebody. But yeah, never mind. You don't have to fake being a flat earther to be here. Everyone's welcome. I like having Globies around that at least know what the hell they're talking about. Because so many people join that are new and they don't know jack shit. They don't know any. First of all, they don't know anything about flat Earth. Not even a little bit. They don't know anything. And then when it comes to the globe, they barely know anything either. So it's like when you have a globe earther around that actually knows what they're talking about, it has multiple effects. Number one, you could at least teach them what the claims are. Hey, globe is this big. No, you can't see curvature from an airplane. You know what I mean? And that's one effect. And the second effect is that they already have flat earthers can't be right syndrome. Flat earthers have to be wrong somehow syndrome. So when a globe earther tells them like, hey, listen, you can't see curvature from an airplane. I know you thought that. They'll receive it better coming from someone on their team as opposed to a flat earther. They already think flat earthers have to be getting things wrong somehow. So even if you just tell them, hey, look, the globe radius is this big, curvature, you'd have to be higher than an airplane. They'd be like, no, you're an idiot. You think the earth is flat. You can't be. So they have that weird syndrome. And welcome to whoever just joined. Me go, we go. And they're gone. And they're back. Me go, we go. Welcome to the panel. But yeah, so, and someone's gone.
And it's John.
Anyway, so yeah, so when we have globies around, I think it helps them receive the information better. And just to compare it to like Fresh and Fit, I watch that a lot. Like sometimes the ladies will be like, "Oh, I disagree with what you guys said," and the guys will be like, "Oh, well, what did you disagree with exactly? Be specific." And they were like, "Oh, well, it wasn't really what you said, it was how you said it." And so, like, oftentimes, if there's like rare times, there'll be a girl on the panel who is a little bit more like red pilled, if you will, and she'll tell the girls how it is. Look, you're wrong. The guys are right. Here's what they mean, or whatever, and the girls will receive it better coming from another girl on the panel. And so I think that the exact same thing applies like super well when it comes to globies. Like they'll receive the information better if it's coming from another globe earther as opposed to a flat earther. So I like having globe earthers around. I don't think that's a problem. I'd rather have like 10 new globe earthers than like 100 new flat earthers. That might be, blasphemy. But I say that a lot in the VC check-in. It's okay to be a globe earther, to be here. I'm just trying to quell this misconception. Like, there's so many people that join. They're like, "Oh, I need to fit in." No, dog. Don't try to fit in, because if you do that anyway, first of all, if you come here and try to quote fit in with flat earthers, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Because most people don't know what flat earthers. They don't know what they say. They don't know what they think. So if you try to come in and try to blend in with something you don't understand, you're going to stick out badly. So I don't recommend that. So instead of trying to act, those people are really bad actors anyway. So I don't recommend acting. Just be genuine. It's okay to believe in the globe. If you're listening to this, you can join the panel. You don't have to understand diddly squat about the globe or the flat earth. Plenty of people here who are willing to teach you on both sides of the fence.
Who is Diddly Squat?
Who is Diddly Squat?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is. I don't know where that came from. It must be an older phrase. I'll look it up.
Sounds British.
Diddly Squat? I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
It does.
Let me look it up.
You don't bloody know anything, Diddly Squat.
Let's look at Diddly Squat. What is Diddly Squat? U.S. slang. Why is it called Diddly Squat?
Or maybe it sounds like Southern, like, yeah, that's right. You don't know Diddly Squat. Let me get Flatsy in here.
Yeah, she can confirm. Yeah. Let's see. Was originally a more common form, but Diddly Squat overtook it in the early 1980s. American slang. A variation of Doodly Squat from 1934. Probably from American slang doodle plus squat. Whoa. It says kind of dirty, like gross. Like do
doodle squat. They're saying it's like you're like taking it down. That's weird. That's mad weird.
Yeah, that sounds kind of weird.
Huh. I don't know if that's that's just some random Wikipedia thing that I found.
Is this a flat Earth proof?
Who said that?
It was me.
Yeah, yes. You know,
That's right.
Higgs, welcome to the panel. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
That's good. I think this might be the first time we spoke. You joined the panel on November 12th, so you've been here like maybe almost a week. What do you think so far?
It's been a good week.
All right. Are you you on the flat side or you?
No, yeah, I'm a flat hard now. Yeah, dude, I just ate it up.
You're
I
flat
ate it.
Earther?
I ate it fully. I consumed the burrito.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, go ahead and pretend I'm like a globe earther. Go ahead and load up some flat Earth ammo when your revolver. Go ahead and fire off a few rounds. I'm curious to hear what you got. Let's hear it.
So I heard NASA has been like lying to me for 100 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I watched
That doesn't
these
necessarily
guys.
make the Earth flat, but
Well, it does. It does though. But
no, it doesn't. But go ahead. Decent first round, though.
Dude, I watched these guys on YouTube. They were looking at all these pictures of NASA, and they were talking about the time frames, and the how many seconds per picture in the thing, and yeah, it's flat. It's flat. It's flat as fuck.
That's so vague. It's
flat. It's so flat. It's flat as a pancake.
What if I were to ask you to draw the shape flat? What would you draw?
If I was to draw the Earth?
Well, sure. What would you draw?
I'd draw a perfect pancake. Sizzling on my grill.
Yikes. Yikes. You might want
to... it's got the dome. It's got the dome.
Well, we got some extra glue in the back. If you want to glue your wig back on. But, we can try again, I guess.
What is it? The firmament? Yeah.
Why would you say pancake though?
I don't know. That's what I ate this morning. So.
So are you like? Is that?
I don't think
that's how I relate. That's how I relate. You know.
But that's not relatable though.
I'm pretty sure people relate to pancakes.
Nah.
Yeah, I do. I had that at
because that's what we call propaganda, my friend.
Are you saying my IHOP was propaganda?
No, but the idea that the flat Earth is some sort of like pancake or disc or magic carpet or flat object in general is propaganda. Well, no flat earther in here is offering the idea. They're not giving you this flat object representative to say, "Oh, here's the flat Earth." Like, think of it like a pancake. Like that's not.
What?
You're never gonna hear me say that.
What's the better?
You're never
object?
gonna hear AI say that. Like we don't say that. So if you're trying to be a flat earther, it's not working.
Damn it. What's the better object that I should?
No, don't. There is no object.
What?
No, there's no object.
Come on, this has gotta look like
I've said this for like maybe all of 2023 that you can't like pick an object up in your house or your apartment or wherever you live. There's no object you can go and pick up and say, this is a representation of the flat Earth. In the same way in the same way that there's no object that represents all of reality in like
in like as outer space.
We're
You know what
gonna
I'm
build a
saying?
rocket. I'm gonna build a rocket. You guys gonna come?
No, but the answers don't
Come
lie
on,
in the
dude. Why don't you
sky.
want to build a rocket with me?
Because the answers aren't up there.
What? But let's try.
No, let's not try.
Come on. Okay, well,
Because
okay,
it just goes
let's
to
at
show that
least.
your idea it goes to show that your ideas are you're trying to cram ideas together that are not compatible.
Let's
It's like
sail to
it's like
Antarctica
trying to
and
take a
let's
Wii
traverse
game. You know how like
Antarctica.
remember like GameCube games are the CDs are really really small.
Yeah,
You know, like
like
they're
really
super
tiny.
small.
Yeah, like comically tiny. Yeah.
Okay, you know how you can't put that in like an Xbox. So you can't take those; they're not compatible. So in that same way, flat Earth does not belong in outer space.
Are you saying I can't wrap my head around the flat Earth? I just can't.
No. Well, no. You just can't put flat Earth in outer space. So if you're like, well, let's take a rocket to space and then look at flat Earth, you're
No, I'm
never
not
gonna
saying take it to
see
space.
it.
I want to take it to the firmament. I want to like take it right
What
up to that glass.
You want to go and splatter yourself on the container or something?
Yeah, I do. I don't want to splatter myself on the
What?
firmament for the flat Earth. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I don't think that many people are gonna sign up themselves for a one-way trip. You know, death
Okay,
mission.
we have the tech now, dude. We can pool our money together. We can all chip in $10, and we'll send up a rocket, like an unmanned rocket with a GoPro on it.
I think it's all a little distraction. Like the answers are not away from here. People are always like, "Oh, the answers are over there. Let's blast off like Jimmy Neutron and go away from the surface." It's like, bro, no, we don't need to blast off. We don't need to go to Antarctica.
What if I never find the firmament? Well, like, what if I find the firmament and like I
doesn't
just
make
like
you-
single-handedly disprove NASA?
I know, but that doesn't necessarily make the Earth flat, though. Even still,
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
but it helps, right? It helps the theory.
It's
All
not a
right.
theory, bro. Who is this
You
guy?
know what's going on here. Come on.
Who is this guy?
Hey, is QE maybe here to get this back on track?
I know.
I'm not trolling. There's no trolling here, dude. Chilling, man.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. The acting is decent. It's not that good because there's no theory. What is the theory then?
A theory, a theory is like the pinnacle of science. Like we have like theories that we
Okay. All right.
test
But what
and
is the flat Earth theory?
like validate, right?
No, but you said flat Earth theory. So what is that?
Well, like whatever it is, I was saying it was a pancake. You like, yeah, that's obviously wrong, but I don't know, whatever it is, right?
Nah, dude. What did you?
Come on.
Let me ask. What, like for me, the words flat Earth first came up in 2017. What about you? What year did you first hear those words put together?
I don't know. You probably always heard flat Earth. Like I probably always heard.
Nah. Would you say you were pre? Hold on. I'm gonna have to deafen the YouTube for this one real quick. Hold on. It's about to get spicy in here. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So let's be honest. You're not really a flat earther, but you're trying.
I'm not. I'm neither like for nor like anti. Like I'm just serious. Like sitting here, just like a
All
dude,
right.
man.
Cool.
I'm just chilling. I don't like I don't worry really what the Earth's diameter or its
But
like pitch
neither do we
at
though.
all.
Neither do we though. I would say that same thing applies. Like, I don't know what shape it is. I don't concern myself with. I think it's an unknown. I'll never know. Probably never gonna know what shape it is really. Same with you said, like diameter and what this and that. I don't know that either. But I do know that your name again, Higgs. I do know that if you said that you were like 5 foot thick, and like, all right, we became friends. We're like gonna meet up, maybe in California. Maybe we're gonna go and double check the Black Swan location off the coast of I think near Santa
I
Barbara.
watched that, dude. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Kiwi guy. Yeah.
All right, cool.
I got his website bookmarked.
Yeah, his website is lit. But so anyway, let's say like, all right, so let's say we go to the beach there, I think it's Miramar Beach, and I'm like, yo, you're not 5'6", and I whip out like a tape measure and I measure your height, and you're like 6 foot on the dot. I'm like, bro, capping, that was a lie. Your original claim was false. Like, essentially, that's what flat earthers have done with the
Dude, you guys
the
should
globe.
hold an event every year at that spot.
Some people do. Some people do. They do that already. Yeah. You
You guys should
should
hold like a big event. You guys should live stream it every year.
next time you see Wave Mixer panel, you can ask him about it. They've done that. He's done that before. He's been there
Because like
before.
that would be the spot, right? That'd be the spot.
That'd be lit.
Like if you guys were doing, because don't you guys do like yearly events? Like why don't you guys like?
Some people do meetups and stuff like that. I've never really done anything like that, but I did have I was in
I've
San
seen it.
Diego for like a month.
I watched
chance
the
to go up there.
documentary once. Yeah.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. But yeah, man. I mean, listen, that's the point. Is we're just essentially testing. The globe said they're a specific height. We're just testing to see if that's
Dude,
true.
you guys could make like a carnival out of it. You guys could have like a huge tape measure. You guys could have a huge tape measure going out to the oil platform, and then you guys could have like your binoculars or whatever, and then have like dude, you could
Nah,
dude, I need to be, I should be like, you guys should make me president of the Flat Earth Committee.
Dude.
Yeah, no, man. Dude, I could convince so many people that the Earth was flat. Like, you have no idea.
That's not the goal, though.
Yeah, exactly. Why isn't that the goal?
Like, okay, you got, the whole saying, you lead a horse to the water, can't make it. If your mentality is, I'm gonna dunk these dudes' heads in the water, that's the wrong mentality.
Dude, I would I would pay. So I'd pay like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy. I pay them all out. We'd all go out to the oil platform, and we'd measure it. We measure it on a boat with a big tape measure.
It's over, bro. We don't need to double, triple check that.
I know, but we'd show them right. We'd like in real time, like on live stream.
Right. But they're not about that. They already got contracts. They're not about that life.
No, dude, I pay them $1 million each.
You don't have that money.
Dude, you gotta bankroll this. Dude, you gotta go.
Nah, dude. See, this is it. This is why you're not a legit. We know you're not a flat earther, which is fine. You're doing a good job, like putting on a show, making some content. But like, no flat earther thinks like this. You know what I'm saying?
Why not?
You don't need
if you
Neil
believe,
deGrasse Tyson
if you believe in it, why not? Like, why?
No, bro, because it's not a belief. Number one, just like my height isn't a belief. I don't believe that I'm 6 foot. I know I'm taller.
But you believe that like inches are real unit. Like, I don't know.
Don't
some
do
belief
it, dude.
involved, right? No,
Don't say that. No, you're not one of them, are you? Please don't tell me you're one of them.
I don't even know what I said. I don't know. Like, is that a real thing?
That like you have to believe in inches, which are like kind of objective. You
It's
can
a
measure.
concept. It's a
Oh
concept.
my god.
Okay.
So, wait, hold
Does
on, let me
this
ask
make
you
you
this.
mad? I made you mad with that? I don't know.
If let me ask you
I
this.
think that was offensive.
No, it's not. It's just funny that people. This is like a mind virus. It's just weird. All right, let me ask you a question. So,
Sure.
let's say Johnny has 2 forks, and Sally shows up with 2 more forks. How many forks are there in total?
With how many did Sally show up with? 3?
Johnny had 2.
Yeah.
Sally shows up with 2 more. How many total?
There's 4
forks.
Yeah, there's 4 forks on that table.
All right. Now, do you know that there's 4 forks, or do you believe that there's 4 forks?
Do you want me to do you just want me to how do you want me to answer that? Do you want me to answer that in light of my conceptual framework, or you just want me to say yeah, there's 4 forks? There's just 4 forks.
I just want to know because you said you had to believe in things that
Well,
I
all it was So yeah, there's 4 physical forks. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. But
I think you can know things. I don't think everything falls into the belief category. Would you disagree with that? Because
I don't know. I'm not sure if I disagree or agree with that because I can kind of see both sides maybe. I could see that you would need
okay.
I have a conceptual framework of 4 known entities, right?
Yeah.
What 4 even 4 the word 4 is a concept without math.
Yeah.
I don't I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, I got you. Let me ask you another question. Are you on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now?
I'm maybe I'm in the Matrix, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's possible. I don't know.
Every time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive.
Oh, well, give us a number.
I'm 98% sure. I've had a couple beers, so I don't know, man.
Oh, dude, it's so
could be a lie. Yeah, I'm a druggie.
So no, it's just so funny because you're not the first person to have this type of thinking, bro.
Probably,
people
yeah.
think this a lot. They're like, oh, I'm on Discord 99%.
Dude,
I might be in a matrix. I might be in a simulation. It's like, bro, what?
I actually think you got can I sign up to be the president of Flat Earth?
No,
Come on.
no.
Come on, dude. No, I would do a really so even if
not with that kind of thinking, bro.
Even if I don't say all the right things, I think I can promote you guys much better than you're doing right now. I think I could. I think I can do it, man. Dude, I've seen your views, man. I've seen them. I've looked on YouTube, and I'm not impressed. I think I could do better.
Nah, G. Not with that 98% stuff. Nah, heck no.
That's not what I'm about, though. I'm not the brains guy. I'm not the brains guy. I'm the social management guy.
Yeah, who cares? What views are you speaking about?
What do you mean?
I think you said I've seen your views. So what views are you speaking about?
Ooh.
No, oh no, the view on YouTube. I've seen how many eyes are on your stuff.
What stuff? You mean the server broadcast?
The server or YouTube or usually wherever kind of on the internet the Flat Earth stuff is being promoted.
Yeah, dude. Have you been paying attention recently or for the last 7 years?
Probably not over 7 years. Definitely no.
Okay, so listen, dude. Flat Earth overtook Justin Bieber and Donald Trump. Okay, shortly thereafter, YouTube changed its algorithms and started doing all kinds of things to
de-promote flat Earth content. Not only that, but Congress had a meeting with social media owners and bigwigs on how they're going to stifle flat Earth promulgation. Right?
That's why I think you should make me your president. Yeah.
No, hell no.
Well, what are you going to do
Like,
about it? Change? You're
let
going to
me give you
change
my
your tune?
pitch, right? Yeah. So, so in the realm of like social media, right? You need to make so much of a stink that no one can help but pay attention to it or help but
Bro, everybody and their
report on
mama
it, right?
knows.
That's what you
Listen,
need to do, right?
everybody and their mom has
Listen,
heard the
friend.
word
Listen.
flat Earth by now.
Yeah, let me tell you what's happened. So after they started putting strictures on the flat Earth content on social media, like a bar of soap that you squeeze in the palm of your hand, right? The harder you squeeze, it slips right out. So what actually happened was people were deprived of their content release via electronic means, and so they started to talk about it more among their peers. In fact, I've noticed a marked increase in my personal life of people coming out talking about flat Earth or talking about people who have come out about flat Earth within their family. And so the circles of separation are getting closer and closer to where, like, it's going to be like 1 in 3, 1 in 4 people that you know that are connected to a flat earther, if not a flat earther themselves, or at least flat earth curious.
Sure.
Back.
I'm just saying we could do a better job.
Bro, there's ain't no we. Bro, ain't no
There's a we here. No, there's a we. No, there's a we.
Nah,
No,
ain't
you're
no
right.
we.
You
What
and
do you mean
me
by
and
better
QE
job,
here,
dude?
dude. No, we're all homies.
Dude, most people are blissfully happy to be plugged into the matrix and have their life spoon fed to them by the mainstream. They could care less about truth, okay? And that's why most people, including some flat earthers, don't actually really believe in or have faith in, and I mean this in a sense of like they're investing their personal life in to these things. It's just entertainment for a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of people.
Dude, I've been into radical politics a lot, and yeah, it's a lot of it's like that. A lot of it's there's not very many people that are willing to like put their skin in the game. Yeah, there's a lot of people that's like it's hobbyists, it's whatever. Yeah, I get it.
Yep. But yeah, we don't need a leader. We don't need marketing. Like, most people have heard the words, they don't know what it is. And I don't think making it more popular is going to help with that issue. It's the people that want to know, that's who you want to work with. I don't think you want to go out and scream off the rooftops with a megaphone, flat earth, flat earth. Like, you're just going to confuse people. They're going to think you're crazy. And they're going to project in their head. They're just going to imagine some sloppy flat earth.
What if what if I gave QE like $2 million to like, conduct some research that he can present, right?
Hey, dude, listen, friend. You are entirely capable, okay, of creating whatever campaign you want to create, raising whatever money you create with your skills. You don't need our permission. You can donate the money to whoever you want that you think's responsible, right? You could do all of that, or you can sit in here pontificating about thinking about doing it.
No, so what I'm trying to do is like gain a consensus, right? Because I might be wrong. I'm sure I probably wrong on a lot of stuff, right? But I could be right on some stuff, right? So like so if we gave the community a large sum of money in directed areas, couldn't we like gain some knowledge?
Nobody cares. Nobody here cares about consensus, bro.
Nah, hell no.
Well, it was like consensus among peers, right? I wasn't saying like consensus among like everybody in general. That's not what I was saying.
I know, but the hypotheticals aren't helpful either. When you're like, oh, well, if we just gave QE like $2 million, it's like, well, who's doing that? Like, you got the $2 million? Like,
Well, maybe I do. Like, well, I don't know. like maybe.
Well, I don't know. I want to see it before we say it. Type of thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Well,
It's
like
just
really,
I don't
like well, I mean, like even
hypotheticals.
figures like that aren't like unimaginable. Like a lot of people like are well off. Like it's not like 2 mils like fucking peanuts to some people, right? It's like, but it's a lot to some people, right? Like you know what I mean?
True. That's true. That's true. I mean, I have other ideas of what I would do with money, but people have talked about that for a long time. But I mean, dude, look, there's this thing called like writing checks that you can't cash. People do that all the time. Globies love to do this. They're like, oh, like here's a hypothetical, and then they'll try to attach it to reality. It's like, bro, that's a check that you just wrote that ain't nobody about to cash for you, dog. So with this whole like, oh well, if we just came up with millions, it's like that's writing a check that ain't nobody about to cash. And so
what I'm talking about is research. Really, at the end of the day, right? Like that's what I think would change. Do you not agree that would change people's minds? Like if you could.
No, we're not trying to change people's minds.
Verifiable, So I think I watched the Black Swan videos. Like, yeah, they're compelling, right? And I think that's probably actually some of the most views you guys have gotten off some content, right? Like like other than like more flashy stuff. Like that wasn't as flashy, right? But like for the time put in.
This is why you're exposing, bro. This is why you wouldn't make a good Robert, because you're exposing like you don't actually move like a flat earther. You don't think like a flat earther, dog. You think like a globie.
I'm an outsider, yeah. Like I don't really care what shape the Earth is, man. Like
we don't think like that, dog. Like it's just funny, like because we just don't move the way you're thinking, dog. Like we don't think like that. Like I think of it like this, dude. It's less of a door-to-door type of situation where I'm going door-to-door, knocking on doors and trying to spread the word and convert people. It's less of that and more of like I'm sitting in the jungle meditating, and like if somebody wants to approach me and ask me questions on how to like understand some things, all right, I'll help you. But I'm not going to engage unless you come and seek me out. So if your idea is, oh, we need to convert the world and let's get on the TV and spread the news, like I don't think that's the right way to do it. And personally, and flat earthers might disagree with me, but I just think you're like you just don't move. You don't think like a flat earther. You don't speak like a flat earther.
Dude,
you're funny, dude.
So I'm from a political bent, right? So usually when I have the truth, I just want to beat people with it. I just want to like literally like a bludgeon. I just want to beat my opponent to death.
I get that. I get that.
Like why wouldn't you? Like it's fun. Like that's the funnest thing to do, right?
Well, I get that, but if you had I don't know if you have children. You have children or anything?
Not currently, no. Don't.
Me neither. But like, you probably wouldn't do that to your children. Like, beat the truth into your children.
People, you're not gonna like. A lot
of people don't know what flat Earth is, dog. So like, you got to treat them like children. You got to be like, look, that flat Earth, you thought it was a disc in space. No, it's not that. You have to treat them like a child, sort of. So you don't beat them into it. It's like, bro, talking about flat Earth is so delicate. It's more like dealing with a new girl you just started dating or something. Let's say you're at the club
I get that. Like I get there's like
you can't
Overton window that you have to like come up against, and you have to like you have to skate in between it. I get that, but like at the same time, like there's times and spaces where yes, you can beat your opponent with it. You can't beat them over the head with it, right? So like when you guys get into an argument with like a globie, right? And you guys want to like beat him with what do you guys use? Globe-tide? What's the verbiage you guys use in here? I don't know what you guys use in here.
You had it.
Okay. And you want to like beat them with some evidence, right? You're gonna do that because it's expedient, right?
But you got the wrong idea. That's why I just think you don't think like a flat earther for real. Because I always preach in here. I'm like, yo, guys, it's more delicate. It's not a beat them situation. It's more like a dating
I get it.
situation.
Yeah.
For real.
No,
Because it's like
but I think there's different strategies,
if
right?
you
Like if you're
no, but if you well, you're right. You're right. There's lots of different strategies. You're right. Sometimes just dunking the ball and moving on to the next possession is one way to do it for sure. I get that, but most people are they don't know what flat Earth is at all, and so you have to be very delicate. I think of it like I use the dance floor analogy all the time. If you meet a dance partner, you don't just shove them across the dance floor. You rock side to side with them, and then maybe rev it up and get the jiggy on and make your way across the dance floor by making some dance moves. But you don't push them and shove them, across the dance floor. Just like if you're dating someone, you don't love bomb them. If you meet a girl and you really like her, but you want it to be a successful relationship, you don't just like bomb her with your I love you, like that's cringe. That's not gonna work. And so like same with the flat earth, you can't just beat them over the head with flat earth truth. That's not gonna work either. It's really, really delicate.
I think on a personal
so,
basis, yes, that's correct. But on an internet basis, I think that's wrong. Like on the internet, flash and show is going to get you attention and eyes, and
we already
and if you're not
that.
flashy and showy all the
Mainstream,
time, no one's going to look at you unless
we don't
people already engaged in it, right?
Well, we don't. Here's the thing: we don't need to provide the flash because the mainstream has already done that for us. It's created so much so much. I lost the word. I changed the word to chaos. It's just created so much drama with flat Earth.
Yeah. Let me give some brass tacks here.
Good.
So,
Good.
for example, after YouTube put a cringe on the real flat Earth content, when you search flat Earth, you mostly get Glober content that's explaining away, Glober reasons or anti-flat Earth arguments. So you're not even getting real flat Earth content. Now, if you think about it, that's just people hearing the same paradigm over again. It's really just redundancy. Whereas unique people listening to real flat Earth content is new. And if you look at concurrent user hours that are unique users on flat Earth content versus people just hearing the same thing they've always been hearing their entire life, then you'll actually see that flat Earth is making quite a large impact of late and still continues to this day to do so.
For sure, yeah. Well, I'm not even like disagreeing with that. Like, I think people that would consume, like flat Earth debunking stuff would be consistent users over the spread of time. Yeah, I would think that's true. But what I'm saying is like, like what I was saying is like, flashy, showy stuff like debates or experiments, stuff like that gets a lot of eyes and attention. And it doesn't even really matter if it's getting demoted in YouTube algorithms, because like at the end of the day, it's still gonna be somewhere. Even if they blacklist it on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, wherever, right, is going to promote it, and there's going to be a space for it somewhere, and it's going to be popular.
But here's the thing: my point is, there's already enough of that. And so what my goal is to help people understand what the flat Earth is really. There's so much of the flash and drama and chaos and just ridiculousness out there. Oh, look at this pancake, look at this. People already have heard the words. Now they need to know what it is. And mainstream's not giving it to them. The flash.
That's what I want, dude. I want like why don't just like a fucking model rocket? Like why?
No,
isn't this simple?
already
like yeah, I know, but like,
dude, you're freaking.
I'm sure there's good YouTube videos on it, but like, couldn't there be like better ones with like better cameras and like and shit?
No, we don't need that. The answers aren't up there.
Why not?
You're freaking. Your
just
wig
like
is falling off,
shit.
man. No, dude, the answers aren't up there. Because, dude, listen, Globies are sitting and waiting for flat earthers to fail. Okay, we did the rocket thing already. Flat earther Mike or whatever. No, he wasn't even a flat earther. Some flat earthers paid to have their advertisement on this rocket, and he flew up, and some things happened. And now what do? Do they look at that as evidence? No. They freaking mock it and laugh at it. So we don't need to do more things like that. That's already out there. The answers lie at the surface, not blasting away from it like Jimmy Neutron. Come on, dog.
Yeah, I know, like, but the science quiz type of info that's like, here, listen to my 30-minute spiel about, like horizon and refraction. It's like nobody wants to listen to that, but everybody. If you make a flashy documentary about a fucking video of a rocket going up in the horizon and calculations based on the pixels, yeah, people are gonna look at that, especially if it's like short and sweet and like gets to the point. Right? That's what I'm talking about. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, like we might just have a differing opinion of like what the best way to go about things is, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, Globies always come in there like, well, you should do this, you should do that. Nah, man, we don't need to do that. The answers aren't usually lying where you think they are. They're not out
I even
there.
if I'm a Globie, I literally am like ambivalent. Like I don't I never think about the Earth's surface. Like on my day-to-day, it just never comes up.
Well, that might be probably part of the problem. Most people are like that too. I was like that as well.
Dude, everybody's like that. You know why? Because the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary. That's how you use it.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, for globe earthers, the Earth is like, oh, it's already a globe the way it is. But for some reason, if it was flat, it would have to be different. Dog. My number one gripe, one of my biggest gripes, you hear me say this all the time. I'm saying the same thing that the globe earthers are. The Earth is flat the way it is. Period. It wouldn't be different. It is the way it is. So that's one thing I would love for people to understand. They want to say flat Earth would or could or should be some other way, or
So what's the flat earther argument on the ice wall? Like
what?
Why hasn't
what?
That's flat earthers don't talk for real.
No ice wall.
Globies bring that up more than anyone.
It's the
Globies. Oh, why? What? Is there no ice wall?
No, just chill. Okay. The idea of the ice wall didn't come from flat Earth. Okay. It came from initial voyages back in the day of people trying to circle the Antarctic perimeter. They described it as a great ice barrier or ice wall. Then the U.S. Geodetic Survey, in their documents, right, called it ice wall. Okay, so the idea of ice wall came from old voyages and the United States government. Okay.
It seemed to me like that would be the place to eat more so than the than the space stuff. Would be that, right? That should be pretty easy. Like other than international law.
Pay attention one more time. Okay, the Antarctic perimeter is literally an ice wall, dude. You go there, that's what it is. Then you get onto the continent, or whatever the heck it is, and then you're no longer faced with the wall anymore. So the whole point is moot. So what are you even talking about?
Well, I'm talking about like going over it.
Yeah, people have done that, dude. So I'm trying to tell you. Here, let me post this page from you from this book. Check this out.
Yeah.
Look at the live stream
Yeah.
chat there.
There's also a .epub article, like a .gov link that references ice wall at least 19, bro. It's not a flat Earth idea. People want to make it out to seem like, oh, flat earthers are coming up with these ideas like there's an ice wall. That term is goofy, but it's not a flat Earth term. It makes it seem like there's this wall that you like can't overcome or whatever. Like that's not our idea. So just look it up, bro.
Yeah, let me read.
Ice wall.
Yeah, let me read from this page that I posted here. So I got a graphic here, and then you got a little blurbs by the side of the graphic like books have. Figure 5, an ice wall. Dorian Bay, Grahamland, as seen from a ship, 13 December 1979. The ice wall is approximately 20 meters high. Photographed by Charles Switherbeck, British Antarctic Survey. Right,
Yep.
There's that photo right there.
Yeah.
So it shows the ice wall, then it shows the plateau of ice and maybe some land under there. And then it shows the sea ice, which, is completely just floating on the water.
You gotta wonder, why does mainstream, why do you know more about the goofy ideas of flat Earth than the actual arguments? Like, people come in, they're like, oh, where's the edge? Where's the ice wall? Where did you even hear about that? Like, flat earthers don't talk like that. You're hearing that from somewhere else.
I'm just kind of like a observer. Like, I don't really have a dog in the fight, so I just like,
no problem.
like I'm from the politics server, so like I've seen you guys run a channel on there for a while. Like, I've looked at some stuff. Like, I've been aware of like flat earthers prior to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what, and it's certainly an interesting topic for an autist, right? Just to, like, go on YouTube and like,
oh, for sure,
look at arguments, right? Sure,
yeah,
I like that stuff.
Well, let's look back at the picture of the ice wall for a second. You notice how you got water leading up to it, right?
Yeah.
Now that water is the ocean, and that ocean is a contiguous amorphous fluid that covers 70% of the known territory of the Earth. Okay? Which is horizontal in nature, seeks equilibrium, right? It's lowest equipotential, right? And we know that water is defined throughout human antiquity as horizontally arranged, right? So if 70% of the known territory of the Earth is level, horizontal, flat, then the Earth's not a globe. It's just that simple.
Facts. There's a dude out of a rap song who's like, "How's the Earth?" What does he say? How's the Earth a ball with all the water's flat? And it's like, it's that simple, bro. People have an issue with the words flat Earth, but you could rebrand it to flat water. What AI said is exactly the point. That's exactly where it simmers down to the lowest common denominator. The water is flat, bro. Period.
Dude,
and if the Earth, it couldn't have flat water at all.
Yeah. I know you don't want to convince people that's not.
And I wanted to push back on one thing too before you take the mic. I wanted to push back.
Yeah.
I don't actually think there's this like third party nebulous position, bro. Like, I was a Great Earther too. You can say it. It's okay. I believed in the globe majority of my life. I'm only like not even 30. And I believed in the globe like 23, 24 years of my life. So like the largest chunk. So it's like, it's okay to be a globe earther, but you don't have to be like, no, I don't have a dog in the race. Yeah, you do. Like, you believe in the globe too, just like everyone else. And it's okay
if it
to
helps
say that.
you, I'm like I'm an agnostic. Like I don't like well, like I don't really like to me like
I think it's cap.
I don't think like belief in God is almost like a non sequitur. It's like
no, friend. I will submit to you that you're confusing yourself with language. You're not agnostic to the earth. Let me tell you why. Your first order primary experience with the earth is that it's arranged horizontally, and that level is horizontal, and that vertical is perpendicular to level. Everywhere you go, everywhere you have ever been your entire life. Also, your ubiquitous human experience is that the earth is not moving, pardoning any earthquakes, of course. Now, that alone is first order experiential knowledge that the earth is horizontal, level, and stationary, contrary to the claims of the heliocentric model. Now, the heliocentric model's claims are contrary to your ubiquitous human experience throughout antiquity, and therefore it's an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. So you know, and you operate as if the earth is flat and stationary. That's how you move about the earth. That's how you think about the earth. That's how you project yourself in three-dimensional space with your mind before you actually arrive at locations. That's how you've operated your entire life. You knew it when you were a child, and you know it now.
Yep. Yeah, I think if I was dropped like just onto Earth, didn't know anything, yeah, I would probably assume it was flat.
Yeah, did you know that there's actually a real psychological developmental stage of a child after they've been told about the globe, where they actually create what's essentially a split personality about the Earth? That the Earth that they inhabit is flat and stationary, just as they experience it, just as they navigate in it, and just as all their senses are attuned to. And then they have another Earth that they see in their mind when they transpose themselves away from the surface. And they have to reconcile these two models as they start to grow up. Right? This is well known, well documented in psychological literature.
Yeah. Well, it's like when I'm looking at the Earth, like on a map. Yeah, it's like flat. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so this proves the point that we've known our whole lives the Earth is flat and stationary, and we actually have to be coerced to believe, intentionally indoctrinated to believe otherwise.
Facts.
Because let me tell you why. Nobody experiences the Earth as a globe. Okay?
Hell no.
They're told it is one, and then they superimpose that belief, just like the child, onto different viewpoints that exist within a mental matrix. In other words, they transpose themselves out the side of their own head and look back on their own body and imagine themselves standing on a curve. And all of these other imaginations. It's all exists within the imagination.
Yep. Well, instead of absorbing what the Earth projects to them, right? The Earth shows you exactly what it is. It's not that difficult. You know what I'm saying? We all observe the same thing. But what they do is instead of absorbing that, they project outward in so many ways. Oh, no, water, that boat, that's going over a hill of water. It's crazy. They also project onto you, oh, you're a flat earther, you must be like this, that, and the other. So instead of just absorbing, oh, flat earthers, they say that, they say this, they say that. Oh, okay, I never heard that. Interesting. They don't absorb, they project. One of their biggest flaws. Globies, L. Huge L.
I think the hardest thing for me is the conspiracy of it.
Oh, right? Why would they lie? Of course.
Well, there's a lot of like aspects to that. Right?
Yeah,
it's not just like one like singular aspect. Like there's a lot of parts that would move intertwined with
it's not the most important point, though. If you were a judge,
it's not if you
you wouldn't be like, well, I need to know why they did it before I slam this hammer and send them to the slammer. Nah, dude.
Well, hold on. It sounds like.
Go ahead.
It sounds like he's having a problem with the logistics of it, like how many moving parts would have to be coordinated.
Yes.
Rather than the motive.
Yeah. Okay. So I can look on YouTube right now, and there's like, I don't know how long it was, a couple hours long of like the ISS like going through the.
Oh yeah, no problem. So let me stop you right there. Let me stop right there. The ISS is not high enough to get a sufficient sample size of the Earth to prove its shape one way or the other. So when people look at ISS footage and they see it curved in the image and they assume it's the curved Earth, that again is imagination.
Yep.
No, for sure. Like, so I get that doesn't necessitate the curvature of the Earth, but the flat Earth perspective necessitates that has to be a set.
Right? Hold on. Let him finish the sentence.
That's it. That was the premise.
Wait.
No, stop. Okay, CB spoke over your ending point, so anyone listening didn't hear it. You did.
It, like so the flat Earth like necessitates that like the NASA like continuous footage of the ISS for like a couple hours was like a set, and that had to be staged.
False. Not true at all.
Why is that?
Depends on what you mean. Are you meaning the viewpoint of the people inside the ISS, or the view from the ISS looking towards the Earth? Which one?
So I didn't watch the full thing. I think they looked out in times and viewed the Earth.
No
but yeah, like that whole thing would have had to been fabricated basically because they were floating.
Right? No, not really, dude. Well, so you're saying, wait a minute. Which part is being fabricated is what we're trying to narrow down.
So so they basically would have had to recreate that structure. They would have had to had people on some 0G environment or on cables or something moving through it, and then they would have to have like a set of the Earth or whatever.
Yeah. So let me ask this question. One, you do realize, yes or no, that's not impossible, right?
No, that's not impossible. No, I
yep,
agree
no
with
problem.
That. Yeah, it's not possible. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
So then what? So then the contention is what then?
Why? For what purpose?
Okay, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Very simple question. Okay. First question. Well, it's two questions. First question: is $10,000 a lot of money?
No.
Okay, then why do people kill other people for $10,000?
Because it's a lot of money to them.
So there's your answer, dude. Okay, would you stage something on video? It doesn't even require you killing another man for $1 billion.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, depending on the.
Yeah. So I mean, dude. So we have it's possible, and the financial motive alone is sufficient. So what's the contention now?
It just it's like so there's that, but then it's paired with other it's paired with every for the Glober, it's paired with everything else, right? So it's like yeah, that's so for me that's a hard pill to swallow. But then I have to swallow all these other pills. Right?
Yeah, fair enough. But I will submit to you that you haven't.
Dude, like honestly,
that's fair. Hold on.
I don't really care. Like my day-to-day life, I don't care.
Hold on, dude.
Right.
That's a fair point that you may not be able to swallow it, but you haven't provided any defeater necessary to the task of making this something that's incredulous on its face. Right? It almost sounds to me like you're just uncomfortable with it rather than you actually have like a salient point you could put a pin in and say, this particular reason, this particular hurdle, I just can't get over.
Sure.
Right. No, you make a bad jury member with that type of thinking.
Dude, I think there's political so if you were to provide oh
boy.
So let's say the goal here, right, is for whoever, government, whatever, some network of people to prove to me that or fake to me that the Earth is a certain shape, right? Like there would have to be like a To me, there would have to be a motive for them to do that. They wouldn't just do that. Do you think that's wrong? Huh?
Yeah, I would hate to have you as a jury member. I'd cancel you off the board quickly in the Voidar.
I agree with him.
This is terrible.
I agree with him. There does have to be a motive.
This is horrible. You need evidence over like, well, I need to see the motive. Like sometimes you might never know the motive. You need to know the evidence first, bro. Like that comes first.
I agree with him though. He's right though. There does need to be a motive, but like how do we figure that out? You know, like if we're not the one committing the issue or the crime or perpetrating the lie, how would we know the motive? All we can do is
shout out to Baba Yaga, man.
And sure, like maybe the motive isn't clear, but like so in political circumstances where like, you know, there is spook, there is like a lie being perpetrated, there's clear motives at play usually, right? Like usually the motives aren't very obscure. And we can suss them out, but like with the flat Earth model, like I just don't get a motive. Like, why would they lie to me about?
Can I throw something your way? This might be This might be in left field a little bit, but I had a little brother that was like 10 years younger than me, right? So when I was young, I'd be playing like video games. I mean, like. And this was back before they had multiplayer and stuff like that. Before that got really popular, I'd be playing like PlayStation 2 or Xbox 360, like Call of Duty single player game. And my little brother would come in and he'd be like, I want to play too. Well, I'd be like, all right. And I'd plop him down in front of me. I'd like pretend like I plugged in another controller. And I hand him that controller. Then I would sit behind him and I would game on the single player thing, right? And then he would be sitting in front of me thinking he'd be clicking the buttons, leaning the controller left and right? He thought he was really playing, but it was me. Now, why would I do that? Well, I mean, pretty self-explanatory. I want to, you know what I'm saying? So it's like if I could get away with that 10 times out of 10, I'm going to do it. And if someone could do that to you on like a grand scale, like, oh, here, I'm going to let you think you're like on a planet and I'm going to let you think you're playing this game when we're really playing the game. Like, would they do that? Yeah, they would. Just like you would.
Yeah, but you had a motive, and I'm asking for their motive. And that was
I don't know what. I don't know, dude. All I have is the evidence.
I have a definitive philosopher of our day that has spoke on this with a very final gravitas. Okay, I'll quote. Okay, ready? So let's begin quote.
Okay.
Money, power, sex, fame, that's the game, end quote.
Who is that? Winston or somebody?
No, it's like Biggie or something.
Yeah, fact.
Dude, people's motives for controlling others sometimes are control of others itself. They don't even care about money. They don't even care about any of that.
I actually agree with this premise fully, but there has to be someone behind that, right? Because there's always there's pawns.
Do you know? Let me posit this idea to you just real quick. It may be out of left field, but did you know that there are ancient documents that posit the idea that there are powers that exist greater than humans that actually play out on the human scale and use humans and manipulate them to play out their ends, right? You ever heard of that before?
From who's that guy, that reptilian guy?
David Icke.
Yeah, Icke. Yeah, other than that.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like the majority of the world's religions, right? There's they posit the idea that there's powers greater than human consciousness, right?
Yeah.
Agents that have intentions and designs that are just evil, right? They want to control humanity for their selfish, evil purposes, and they're not human per se.
I think
right. So their entire reason for being, right, is to aggrandize themselves and fuck humans over. You know.
I think you saw a video about that one time. Are you talking about like the so-called spirits of the giants or the Nephilim that are supposedly buried under the earth or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could pick any permutation. You know, we don't need to go down every road. I'm just saying that the idea that all of these agencies require human actors specifically, right? It's a very myopic vision of the nature of reality, right?
It's a pretty big
like humans are the pinnacle of consciousness, and there's nothing higher than us that could possibly be manipulating us. I mean, come on now. Especially when all the major religions of the world throughout antiquity have played this out, that we are not the apex agent that exists, right?
Yeah. Dude, I could one-to-one map this on like Zionism in America or something. we could do it, man. Like to me, this is a pretty big ask, right? Being like, there might be.
Oh, really? Yes. Hey, check this out, friend.
Non-human.
Dude, you're onto something. Yes, you are onto something. So, for example, ideas about the cosmos, right, and space and giant floating balls predated the idea of being even able to prove them. They were philosophy and religion in the first instance, and there are ancient religions that actually posit these ideas. I'm pretty sure the Book of Zohar and Kabbalism and some other such religions had these types of ideas about the cosmos, right? And they are, loosely linked to what you mentioned, which is also loosely linked to the conflict between Christianity and the expansion of the Western world and the Eastern world with the Orthodox Church and other things. Like, there's a whole huge, rich religious history dripping with blood and people's burnt flesh about the conflict of the nature of the cosmos, right? Who's got the right answer? Okay, it is not the case that the nature of the cosmos and the earth is just some static fact that people just happened upon. No, this has been a battle, right, from its inception. So this idea, why would they lie, dude? They burned people alive over this, bro. Literally. Oh, you don't believe the cosmos we believe? Oh, we're just gonna light your ass on fire for everybody to watch. Right? Then you got other homeboys. They were so scared to publish anything they believed in, they said, don't publish this till I'm dead. I have these ideas about the cosmos, but don't tell anyone until I'm long gone. Because I don't want people to kill me and burn me. Right?
Is it possible that all that lying is for our benefit somehow?
Well, let's say it's definitely possible that people believe it's for our benefit. And there's this old saying, the burden of power, something blah blah blah. But the point is that when you have a certain knowledge and you have a power to act on it, and you look out upon the masses of earthlings and you realize that most people can't take care of themselves, right? And you tell yourself in your pride, you know what? I'm the apex human now. It's my responsibility to take care of all these sheep. So I need to lie to them and give them this world they can live in so they can be at peace, have happy little lives, and I'll bear the burden because I'm such a great guy.
But wait a minute, you're putting it in a way like you're making the great guy seem like an asshole. What if he's not an asshole? What if that's just his part in whatever play this is? Is he an asshole then?
Well, I would submit to you that there's a diverse group. Some of them are and some of them aren't. Some of them are entirely benevolent in their intentions and their way they act, even though sometimes they have to make hard decisions, while the other guys who are in the same sphere of influence, they're just dirty at the core, and they manipulate it for their own benefit. But keep in mind, we don't have access to these people directly, so how would we really know one way or the other?
Or they're even people.
Well, that's the point. The moral of this whole story.
Go ahead.
The moral of this whole story is that we don't need to know their specific motivations. Okay, the prima facie evidence is that the Earth is covered in 70% water, okay, which is not curving in the manner in which the alleged globe belief religion claims. Okay, so the Earth is demonstrably not a globe. So somebody's lying somewhere.
What do you think like the best proof would be? Sorry, I'm just switching topics. What do you think the best proof would be? I know you've been in this for a while. Like for like someone under $100 just to like prove it for themselves in their backyard, or like in a
backyard
somewhere.
Well, what if a backyard isn't sufficient?
See that you're not moving.
So I want to do like an experiment tomorrow with my wife in my backyard. What are you gonna get me to do?
Recommend a large body of water. Next time you go to the lake, the beach, look for a location that is a certain distance, like a. Sorry.
Do I need like just my eyes? That's all I need.
Well, that's all you need to do science, right? That's the first step, right? Observation. You definitely do need to use your eyes. But yeah, like my advice, dude, is just go to a large body of water, you know? And my advice is either the beach, a lake, whatever is near like that, and try to find a location on Google Earth or something of a position of something of a certain height that you can know the height about, and you can observe it from a position where it should not be possible on a globe. That's literally one of the easiest ways, in my opinion.
Do I have to
come to the conclusion?
About refraction at all, or no?
Of course, definitely. Like refraction definitely does have a play in when you're observing through, through the atmosphere. That's why you can do it a couple times, different temperatures. Look into refraction and how that works. Try to understand it, even though I don't even think most people fucking understand it, even the experts. But yeah, like, definitely.
Okay. I just want like a concrete, like 100% proof that I could like, I could just take somebody for 10 minutes and be like.
So what concrete proof was shown to you that made you like believe in the globe to begin with?
I don't, like, honestly, I already said I don't have a dog in the fight. Like, I don't really care.
Yeah, but like there has to be something. Like we're all like everybody was a globe earther, whether they wanted to be or not, right? Like that's just something to think about. Like, what was shown to you to make you believe that?
Well, it's like,
it's a fair question,
Like, do I believe that, like Venus exists? Like, not really. I don't know.
I mean, we can all go outside and just. We can all walk outside right now. Flat Earth, globe Earth, or concave Earth, or you name. We can all walk outside, and whatever they labeled Venus, I'm pretty sure we can all observe it. Like, whether you believe in where it is, what it is, that's a whole different topic. But yeah, we all observe the same things we can observe when we step outside.
I'll submit to you as a bystander.
Like something like so maybe you can observe Venus through like a
right. I'll just submit to you that you were asked 2 direct questions and you answered completely something else. So I would just cause you to maybe reflect on why is it that you just can't answer Jose's questions.
I was trying. I don't know.
Yeah, in my opinion, you're trying to do anything but answer his questions. His questions are, what convinced you the Earth was a globe in the first place? Your answer was, well, I don't really have a dog in the fight. That's nothing even close to an answer. He then said a different permutation of that. You said, well, I can see Venus, right?
Yeah. So, like, nothing convinced me. Like, because, like, I didn't conceptualize it. Like, I didn't verify the claim.
All right. So you say you had no. You say you had no.
Fair, right? But
you said you have no dog in the fight. Does that mean like you really don't believe in the globe then? Like you're just like trying to figure it out. Is that where you're kind of at?
I probably lean globe just based on
propaganda and brainwashing.
Oh, let him talk.
Yeah.
Let him talk.
Yeah, like
Why?
well, based on what consensus is, yeah, I'd probably lean globe, but really, like for myself, I'm not sure I could prove one way or another.
Well, that's fair. I'll give you that. Like, you just have to understand something, man. Like, if this was a couple, century back, you would have been a flat earther then, because the consensus back in a couple hundred years ago was definitely not a globe earther. It's changed throughout the years. So, like, consensus doesn't always mean it's correct. And I appreciate that you said that, even though I know that consensus. I know consensus doesn't mean it's accurate, right? It's just what we're taught at the moment, what most of the people on the earth believe, and that's fair. But back to my original question, man. Like, my whole point of asking you what made you believe in the globe earth is because usually when I ask that question, the people that I'm asking it to, they don't actually have an answer. Because the truth is, like, I'm a globe earther and I can tell you my answer. My answer is like I just believed it. That's the honest answer. Like, I was taught something and I took it for granted, and I'm like, yeah, that's what it is because everyone believes it. You kind of answered it by saying consensus now, But at the end of the day, man, that's where we're at, dude. Like, think about it. Like we're supposed to be at the height of civilization. That's what they tell us, right? That's what they teach us. Like, well, we have like machinery. We got science. We're just on the top of everything, and we can't even like really prove it to ourselves. Like, we have to always trust someone. When it comes to the globe, we have to trust somebody. We have to take their word for it. It can't be something that we can actually go out and test for ourselves to prove it. And that to me is like the biggest fucking red flag when it comes to, something that we are standing on. It's like me telling you, like, we live in a house, right? And I'm trying to tell you the layout of the house when you grew up in the same house I grew up in. And we're both like debating like the layout of the house, but it's like, dude, we can actually go out and prove what the layout of this house is, But we're not doing that. What we're doing is arguing about it. That's what like Globe Earth and Flat Earth has been for the last couple of years. We're just arguing about the layout of the house, but no one from the globe side is actually going out and measuring the layout of the house.
That's exactly why I came in here and was like, like promoting.
What's up?
That's exactly why I was like came in here and like promoted that we conduct experiments, like do the bit. Right. But anyway, like that's not really here nor there. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with what you said. I don't really have any argument against it. Really.
You do seem like you are leaning globe. You did say that, and obviously I could tell because when I asked certain questions,
like definitely, like especially. So what I was saying prior was like I think the conspiracy aspect is the easiest for any like normal person just to dig their teeth into, right? I could explain that to anyone, and they could grasp it and understand it one to one and be able to articulate it.
It is a little fucked up though. I'm not gonna lie, because when I first woke up to this, the whole idea of flat Earth, I had the same questions you did. I was just like, I had the same mindset because I'm telling you, dude, we're all NPCs. Like, we're all fucking drilled in the same way to learn, the same way to have a thought process. Like, this is like we all have the same shit, dude. That's why we all have the same questions. That's why when I started looking into this shit, I had the same questions you probably did. I was like, nah, that's bullshit. Like, I cannot believe people would lie, because what we would do, I don't know about you, but me as a younger person, I was very naive. And even though I already knew a bunch of conspiracies and knew about Illuminati and all that random shit, I still felt like at the core, humans were like me. I always used me as a reference, and I'm like, I would never do that, or I wouldn't do that, or blah blah blah. That was always what I would go back to, use me as a reference. And I came to the conclusion where it's like, these motherfuckers would do that, like they're not like me, And that's a hard fucking pill to swallow, dude, is to not use yourself as a reference, because most people are actually good people. Yeah, we all make mistakes. Yeah, we all do stupid shit. We all lie. We've all stolen or done something where it's like you kind of like you reflect on what you've done. But at the end of the day, these people don't see us like how we see other people. You know, they don't view it the same way. That they can't even feel remorse for what the shit they do to us. And that's that's one of the hardest pills that I had to swallow, dude. Is that
Let me give you a salient example.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's people out there, right? So let me give you a salient example of those people. Now, a lot of people in the Western world, right, especially the first world, they don't really see this that much. But when you go abroad, especially to war-torn areas and stuff, and you see how people treat other people, you realize a lot of things about the human condition. So, for example, like why would a government lie to its people, right? So I was involved, right, in an incursion in Iraq, right? The invasion. Part of our task was to, secure facilities where weapons of mass destruction were stored or created or whatever, right? Now, many people think that there were no weapons of mass destruction. Now, whether there were or weren't doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is that we were in the facilities. And in the facilities that we were in specifically, we didn't find them. But what we did find was vast amounts of propaganda. Okay? Basically portraying to the people of the facilities, the military members, the workers, the greatness of this country. Our military power. We have these weapons. We have ICBMs. We're going to launch them into America. We're going to move in to the Western America and do barbecue grills outside of log cabins and shoot elks. They had all this kind of propaganda, dude. It was really weird, but also sad, but also interesting. Think about it. They're telling their people, we are so powerful, we are going to conquer America, and we are going to move there, and we're going to live in their houses and use their barbecue grills and shoot deer like hunters, like Americans do. That's all bullshit. Right? But they're telling their people this. Why? To keep the esprit de corps in their country that we're so great and keep them loyal to their country. Now, when we invaded them, their Minister of Defense, okay, the Ministry of Defense, that's supposed to have intel and all this stuff, it's supposed to be feeding their troops and all of this. They told their men that the American armor in our vehicles was made of wood. Wood, my friend. And these people were so backwards, so indoctrinated, so lost, they believed it. What kind of rational thinking person, who they themselves have machines, would think that an invading army's armor would be made of wood? How silly. Right? Why would the government lie to the people? I mean, okay, the sheer fact that you're able to even posit that question on a serious note just shows how pampered the people in the West are. Right? Okay? Regimes lie. Regimes kill. Regimes cover up. They do all of these things throughout the entire world. Okay? The privileged Western niche world is not a representative sample size of the whole world and all the people in it, dude. And if you go out and see it from the outside looking in, you realize, wait a minute. What if, absolute power does corrupt absolutely, just like the old saying, right?
Man, right, I lived 6 months in I lived 6 months in Mexico, and I've always used to go out there for vacation for like a month, but it's not the same going out there for a month for vacation and actually living out there and getting to know people and understanding like their whole environment. Because it's one thing to go vacation and just go party, and it's one thing to actually had a job out there. My grandpa was he was falling a lot. This is when he was in his late 80s. And I had just gotten a really bad accident and recovered from it. I used to truck drive, commercial trucks, nothing big. And I had gotten in a really bad accident. I had just recovered, and I was off for work. And my dad's like, "Hey, your grandpa's not doing too good in Mexico. Do you? I know you're not working right now. Like, I'll send you money to eat, and do whatever you got to do out there. Can you go and watch him?" And I was like, "Yeah, for how long?" He was like, "At least a year, or a couple months." I ended up staying out there for 6 months, and living out there was fucking crazy, dude. Like, I understood, like, how like even Mexico, like people that live in Mexico, their thought process of us is fucking insane. Like, they think that we're just like all rich. They all think we're rich. They all think we have it good, which, to be honest, we do. We have it way better than they do, but we're not rich and we don't have it better. And they're like trying all to come out here, to live what we're living. When in reality, dude, like, if it wasn't for like the labor, how cheap they pay out there, it'd be better to live out there. Like, I literally got a job, like, for, working, like, in the, what would you call it? I was, like, fertilizing and, like, on crops and shit like that. Dude, I was making 200 pesos a day. That's, like, $15 a whole day. I would start at 7 in the morning, and I would get off at 2. And the reason I got that job was because I was fucking bored as shit, and I was, like, my dad would send me money, and I'm, like, I felt guilty because I did like to drink and party. And I was, like, I really don't feel comfortable spending the money that he sends for us. Like, for me to go enjoy myself with it. So I'm like, I'm gonna get this job where I could, like, drink and do whatever the fuck I want. So I would do that, during the day. And yeah, man, just living out there, I realized that, like everyone is indoctrinated into a lifestyle. Just how people out here are, like, indoctrinated by, like, celebrities, the majority of people, right? Like, you see all the girls trying to be Kim Kardashian, or all the guys trying to be, like, the most popular guy. Out there, they're, like, into cartels. Like, that was the in shit over there. Like, everyone fucking, like, was into, like, cartel shit over there. And to me, it was, like, so crazy because, like, I would listen to music that talked about that stuff, but to live out there and experience people, like, being into that, it was, like, a completely different world. And what's crazy about it is over there, you would think the government would run shit. No. The town where I lived at, the government literally was bought out by, like, a cartel. Like, the cartel was the police out there. It was just so crazy out there. Like, to experience a whole different world view, Sorry, guys. I know I got a little sidetracked with the conversation.
Oh, sorry, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I was trying to find a new one. You don't have to
But the moral of the story is the moral of the story was, yeah, people are definitely indoctrinated everywhere. It's just not America. Every country does it. Everybody's doing it. Everyone at the high, it's like the food chain, right? Like the whole pyramid scheme. You got people at the top saying shit, and it just trickles down. Whatever they say goes, and that's everywhere. It's not just subjective to America.
Facts. I was just gonna ask: is that the longest you've stayed somewhere? 6 months, or have you been somewhere longer?
Well, to be honest, no. Now I've been moving a lot more because when I was in Mexico, I was like, I want to say like 22 years old. I'm 33 now, and I got with my girlfriend, which I'm currently with right now. I met her about 9 years ago, and she's in the military. So when I got with her, like I became a mover. Like, we move all the time. I've been to Florida, Texas, New Jersey, Virginia, and Yuba City, which is in California. It's like about 40 minutes east of Sacramento. And now I'm in Fresno, which is like the heart of California. But we've been here the longest out of all the times we've moved. Fresno, we've stayed at already for almost 2.5 years already.
Lit.
But yeah, like that, like 6 months was the most I ever stayed out of the country. But moving in the States, I've definitely moved a lot.
Sounds like a good experience. I'm kind of jealous.
It definitely is, dude. I'll tell you what, man. Oh, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to was Virginia. I just don't like the climate. It's fucking horrible. Like, I was born and raised practically in Palmdale, California, which is the Mojave Desert. I'm sure you guys seen enough movies of, like, well, they'll be like, all right, we're getting the B-2 bombers or whatever, and they come out of Mojave. Like that's what it's known for. Mojave Desert is where like the Air Force base is, and so yeah, like it's like the temperature there is the high desert. It's like about 2,500 feet of elevation. It snows there. It's a desert, but it's fucking hot and it's fucking cold. But when it's hot, it's dry heat, not humid whatsoever. It's like completely dry. But when it's cold, it gets down to like 20 degrees, 19 degrees.
Damn.
So yeah, like living in Virginia, like when I was out there, it was beautiful, dude. Like my backyard, I could literally see like deer coming to my backyard. Like I could see them through the window. Like they would just eat grass and shit. That was so cool. Bunch of fireflies. It's just a very beautiful area. A lot of trees. But I just didn't like how humid it was. Too humid.
Yeah. California is where it's at, though, geographically. Maybe not politically, but geographically, it seems unrivaled, if you ask me. That was the longest place. Like, I spent a month in San Diego. That was the longest I've spent somewhere. And that was freaking mind-blowing. So, I can't think of a place that would. I don't know who's rivaling San Diego right now. Maybe like Miami. I hear it's doing really well. But yeah, California is lit, man. Maybe not politically though, from what I've heard. But yeah.
You know what, brother? There's this old saying, land. It's the one thing they're not making any more of. Right?
True.
But if the earth wasn't the size that they claimed, then that means there's extra territory, right? So that means there's possibly, if not certainly, more land. And if there's more land, that means there's more places to go to where you're free of the states in which you're a victim to now by your simply being born in them, right?
True.
So,
well, in the global Earth, in the global Earth AI, there will be more land. But like, it takes billions of years. You have to understand, like, a lot of asteroids and debris has to land on Earth.
Yeah.
So we're not going to observe it right now. You have to understand, it's going to be a couple, like, billions of years.
But listen, if there was another place to go to, right? Let's say a whole nother continent, people would go, man. That's what happened last time people found out there was a new world. They were like, let's go.
America. Look at America, man.
Exactly.
And why would people risk their lives to go to a place like America? Ask yourself that question. Freedom. Freedom from whatever it is, because you have to understand, like, everywhere that's, like, that has a population and a bunch of people either had a king, some type of, hierarchy. And people just want, at least in those times, they wanted freedom. We've been so trained now that, like, I don't think we want freedom. I think we're comfy the way we are. Like, I see people like, oh, we wouldn't function without a government. We wouldn't function without this, roads, blah, blah. Like, they're so dependent on the idea of, like, that hierarchy and the position where they're at. And to be honest, dude, all you need is land, animals, water. Like, the thing that the earth has to offer for you that is free. Like, that's all you fucking really need. The rest is just, like, things that we've been, like, got used to, and we feel like we can't live without them. But, dude, we obviously got here somehow,
Oh yeah, bro. See, once you have all the accommodations, right? Like a machine that washes your clothes for you, a heater that burns fuel for you automatically. You don't have to chop it down. Once you have all of these things, right? Then you can really enjoy life by sitting on your ass on a couch and watching other people enjoy life. Right?
I don't know, man. I think it was a really bad trade-off. I think when the world was running in a fashion where you got your firewood, like that type of era. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Where electronics weren't out of it.
That type of era when wives actually had sex with their husbands.
Yes, that era was wholesome. Yeah, it's true. Like they had freaking 9, 10 kids, bro.
You're dang right, brother. When that woman sees that man chopping the wood all day to provide for the family, man,
He's like, I'm
that's
gonna
all
need
she can
his
do to
wood.
keep. Dude, it's all she can do to mop the floor up. If you know what I'm saying.
But yeah, that era
Nowadays,
was, that era,
nowadays you got
even though
both parents working, right? All the kids are watching TV. The parents ain't having sex. The kids are basically brain dead zombie losers. It's miserable.
yeah, it's true. Like, look, dude, I work a full-time job now. I know a lot of you don't know me, but I didn't work for the longest time. I was a stay-at-home dad. But now that I'm working, I'm like, fuck, this shit sucks, dude. Like, I spent 39 hours a week at a place no one wants to be at work. Let's just keep it real. It doesn't matter if you even like your job. Like, you'd rather be with your family if you have that, or do other things. That's number one. I don't care what anyone says. Like, that's my truth, and at least. So I spent all this time at work, right? I have to come home, and I have all these fucking things to take care of so my house can function a certain way that I want it. By the time I'm done, like, making my house the way I want it to be, like, functioning, like, from when it comes to cooking, cleaning, all that, I have to do the kids' homework. By the time I'm done with the kids' homework, it's like, which I guess you could say that's spending some time with him, but it's not the type of time that I would want. By the time I'm done with everything, dude, it's like 9 o'clock, kid has to take a bath, I have to go to bed to go to work. I only have 2 days off the whole fucking week. And those 2 days, it's just fucking shit that I have to do at home. I literally spent the 2 days, like, fixing my home up from, like, maintaining this home. And it drives me nuts because, like, fuck, just think about it, like, dude, like, if this was back in the days where, like, you took care of yourself, you got your own food, you got your own firewood, all that, like, that was normal, right? To go do that every day and come home and you still had the time with your family. Now it's like I'm doing all this extra work, but it's like I still have to make extra money for this firewood. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like it just feels like an inconvenience, even though, like, we have a lot of conveniences. Like, things have gotten simpler, but we've gone very distant from, like, a family unit type of idea. That's the way I feel. At least I hate this whole shit, how things are just run in this country or just the world right now. It sucks, dude. You spend too much time in bullshit and not enough time, like, growing and teaching your kids what you need to teach them. You got the fucking state teaching them shit. And then,
yeah, so for example,
I don't know about you guys, dude, but I live in California, and that's the worst place you want your kids to be raised, man. Sucks.
Yes. Yeah, so for example, why would they lie, right? So back in the day, they told women specifically, and men by proxy, that, oh man, if women join the workforce, everybody will be happier because you'll have more money, and then your family will be wealthier, and then you'll all get to enjoy time together because you'll have this money. And everyone didn't realize, wait a minute, if both parents are working, where's this time with the kids coming from? Right? But why would they lie, right? Why would they lie?
Well, dude, they got to make their soldiers, right? Somehow. They literally got the best method to, like, literally indoctrinate the children into the beliefs of whatever it is they're trying to teach them. It's the school system. And let's just ignore that David Rockefeller had anything to do with schools. Let's just ignore that completely.
Yeah, let's also ignore that the idea of constant daycare so that women could go to the workforce, was just, basically created by the Nazis. And while the women were working and their kids were being taken care of by the quote unquote daycare, the daycare members were SS officers that were indoctrinating the kids pro-Nazi and against their parents.
Sounds familiar.
There's kindergarten is a German word, bro. It's like parents can't wait to get their kids into kindergarten. It's like, I gotta get my kid to tie their shoes so they can go to kindergarten and learn to distrust me.
Hey, AI, what's the kindergarten word mean in German?
I don't know. I think it's pretty straightforward. It probably just means a garden of children.
Well, okay.
That's just a guess, though.
Pretty solid.
Five to seven is like the most formative years of a child's overall like worldview in certain areas. That's when they're psychologically preconditioned to receive certain answers to certain topics from a trusted source. Now that trusted source is supposed to be their parents. What the parents do is they sign off on the government school system, and the children are told by the parents, hey, go to school, listen to what your teachers say. And so the children absorb the authority of the teachers by proxy from their parents. And then when their parents tell them, you live on a globe, all hail the queen, bow down and pay your taxes, you'll never amount to anything unless you finish all the years of school, Jimmy.
You know what issue I'm having with my son right now, AI, is like the teachers. I've been working on this, by the way. Like I kind of flipped it already, but this was an issue I was having, where he was more afraid of his teacher than me. And I know that's not a good thing to say because he shouldn't be afraid of me because I'm his dad. But I don't know if you know, I come from a different background where like I was raised with kind of fear. You know, like if I did something wrong, like I got a certain like punishment type of thing. My son, he's more afraid of his teacher than me. Like that's how I was for a while. Like I would use, and I was making it worse because I was being, what's the word? I was accommodating to the fact that he was afraid of the teacher, and I was using it for my own purposes. But then I started thinking about it, I'm like, this is not benefiting me at all
it, brother.
to do that. Like I got to switch this up. You know, like it's cool that like it works, but it's like no. And I figured it out kind of quick, and I switched it up. But at the beginning, I used to use the teacher as a threat. Like every time he didn't want to do something, like brush your teeth, go to bed, but anything, you know, anything, I'd be like, I'm gonna record you and I'm gonna send it to your teacher. Like that was my threat with him. And now it's more of a direct threat of things that I can do to him. You know, like I'll take this away or I'm gonna punish you this way. You know, like it's more about me and him. I've removed the teacher out of the equation because I started to realize that was not a good thing to do.
Yeah, not only that, but when you cede your authority as a father to somebody else, you deprive your child of a father, and you're actually neglecting them, and that's not loving; it's actually evil. And I know some people, right, out there who think that they're good parents that do all of that crap are butthurt by the fact I just called them evil, but they are evil. They're literally ceding their natural, let's just say, God-given responsibility to their own progeny. To somebody else, dude. Yep. Freaking slacker central.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that. Like, you know, well, it makes sense to me, you know, like, we're kind of always, everyone in this Discord that's like a flat earther, I kind of feel like we kind of have very similar mindsets where we evaluate everything we do, right? Like, that's just like a process that you pick up from this whole idea of waking up to certain things, right? Like, you have to evaluate shit. So it's like everything I do, I evaluate. And sometimes, like, I do it for a long time without evaluating it, but I always get to the point where I'm just like, it's like a core thing where it hits me without even thinking about it. Like, something just comes to me where it's like, why did I just do that? And then I start questioning it, and it leads me to always a response that I feel is very intuitive that I should change a certain thing I'm doing, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if everyone experiences that. I want to kind of label it towards flat earth because I've noticed that, like, we kind of came from the same thought process, I want to say. But who knows? Maybe everybody does. I don't know. But I definitely do evaluate everything I do and everything I'm doing, even though I feel like it's right, truth. I'm always evaluating everything. But I guess the biggest thing that made me change that too was the fact that I felt like, how is it that this fucking random ass lady that isn't a relative to him is like has a higher stature than me, that I'm his dad. I think that was the biggest eye opener for me. I'm like, no, that's just gonna change. I'm like, no.
Dude, that's also why I don't buy in for other reasons too, but why I don't buy into the concept of Santa Claus when it comes to children. That you teach the children that Santa Claus is the arbiter of their good and bad behavior, and then you know the similar thing where you say, oh well, I'm going to tell Santa, or Santa's not going to give you a present. Like you're ceding your authority to that entity. Plus, you're robbing all the glory from yourself and the affection of the child, recognizing that that gift was given by you. The love came from you. The effort came from you. And you're saying, oh, I'm just going to give that to a fictional character. It's like, why would you do that? All that affection that the child has for Santa Claus, all that belongs to you.
You know who does that? Who else does that? Steals affection like through false things? The devil. He literally imitates God and steals the affection, and people fall for it. And I feel like that's one of the biggest thing in this world is we're giving this false affection to a certain, like, you might not think it's the devil, but like it's his works, you know, like things that he's put in place. And we're always like, even to this day, I feel like there's things that I don't even know that I might still be doing, and I'm giving affection to something that this motherfucker is like, he's stealing it. You know, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like the best way I could say it is, it's like the whole Santa Claus thing you're saying, right? Like the devil does that, dude. Like he'll put things out in a way where it's like you feel like, oh, like it feels good. This love is going towards something positive, you know. This is doing good, but in reality, that affection is going to something that has malice, you know, at heart. Santa Claus is a perfect example. Everything that is like Tooth Fairy, all that bullshit, all those things are perfect examples, you know?
Yeah, the parent is basically participating in divorcing the child from their natural relationship with them, whether it be authority, whether it be knowledge, whether it be, you know, who's teaching them morals, you know, whether it be just the bonding, all of those things. They just constantly, voluntarily say, oh, okay, kid, just go out there and find that from someone else because you're not getting it from me. Yeah, it's another one, you know, it's like people say, oh, you shouldn't teach your kids flat earth, or you shouldn't teach your kids your religion or your worldviews. You should let them figure everything out on their own. I'm like, what? Why would I leave my kid flopping around like a fish when I've already done a lot of that work? Right?
I literally still debate that, and I'll admit I'm somewhere in the middle with that one. Like I agree with your premise, and I 100% agree with it. I think my fear with my son, because like he knows I'm a flat earther, and it's not because I talk to him about flat earth. He hears what I talk about when I used to be on here all the time. He would listen to that shit. So like every time he'd watch like things about like space or the globe, he'd be like, "Dad, look, they're saying it's a globe, but it's flat." Like he would like mention flat Earth to me, like not saying that it was flat, but saying like that I believe it. Like he knows that I believe it's flat. Like he would definitely make that distinction. And to this day, I still haven't really had a conversation with him because he's only in first grade, dude. I feel like this conversation is something I should kind of save to where he can understand it better. But then there's part of me that feels like it might be too late if I let him like be fully indoctrinated. He's probably gonna think I'm a retard dad, you know, like in high school or something. So like I don't know. I've been contemplating that, like honestly, like to this day, like should I start like kind of like see, my thought process wasn't so much teaching him about flat Earth, but how to think for himself. because I felt like if he can already intuitively like understand how to use a thought process and come to a conclusion on his own, like the battle was won. Like even if he believes in a globe, I always thought like maybe like, you know, even if he has like that as a core belief, I can somehow, you know, show him a different one at some point and he would grasp it. So I don't know. That's something I still debate, like whether I should like, when should I talk to him about it? When should I bring it up to him? It's something I contemplate all the time. Like it's more of the timing. Like when is the right time? You know, of so much of like, should I even do it? It's not that I'm afraid to do it. It's more of the timing that I'm concerned about.
What's up, Baba?
What's up, guys?
I've ever actually said anything with you before, man.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
You sound like a good dad,
Yeah.
and I like the topic just because, you know, I'm a dad too, and I really lucked out with my first child. You know, my daughter, when she was 5, she looked up at me and she goes, "Dad, are we moving?" And, you know, I looked back at her for a second and I said, "You tell me, what do you think?" You know, and she goes, you know, after 5 seconds of pause, "I don't think we're moving." And I go, "I don't think so either." You know,
Yeah,
you know, since
that's
then
perfect.
it's always kind of grown. But, you know, like, I have another child, you know, 16 months now, you know, and it's kind of one of those things like, is she going to ask me? You know, like, is the first sibling going to give it away? You know?
Yeah, you don't know where to start. That's I'm telling you, my son's 7 years old, and I'm sure his subconscious picked up all the flat Earth shit because when he was born, I was already a flat earther. My son was born in 2016. I've been a flat earther since 2015. So like, I was literally like fully invested in flat Earth by 2015 to the point where like all day I was like either watching like live streaming, not live streaming, but like monitor. I was a moderator for a lot of the big like YouTubers, the first ones that came out as a flat earthers, like, you know, ODD TV, you know, Globus, all those things. I was mods for them, and in the background, it was all flat earth shit all day at my house, you know. So it's like my son's subconscious definitely heard all that shit, you know. Like, I mean, that's my hope that he makes sense of it at some point. But yeah, like I've been contemplating like, when do I, you know, mention it to him? Should I wait for him to grasp it? Will it be too late? That's something that I've always like kind of went back and forth with my own self about.
Do you remember the video I posted a long while ago of my son in the lake singing, "I can see a boat, now I can't"? Do you remember that video?
I remember that video. I actually remember that video.
Yeah, so what I showed him in real life, right, it is a small lake where an entire kayaker was disappearing, right? And if you look at any geometry of any alleged curvature, there would be none in such a small space. And so clearly proving to him with his own 2 eyeballs that it has to do with light effects, whether it's angular resolution, you know, limitations, or any type of occlusion effects from, you know, vapors in the air, whatever it is, nothing to do with any alleged Earth curvature. Right around 7 is the time when these conversations about who you are, and where you're going need to be had. This is what the kid is starting to think about. And if you're not telling him, right, then he's just going to absorb it from an authority source that's been stamped your approval, which is the school system, right?
You know what's crazy, dude? Is
so whether you realize it or not, let's check this out.
Go ahead, sorry.
Whether you realize it or not, by you sending him to school, you're authorizing what he's learning. And if you don't counteract it, your passiveness is telling him that what he's learning there is acceptable because you are the one who sent him there.
It's crazy, AI, because I think you're onto something. Because I remember being like, I don't want to say I don't know the exact age, but I was definitely between the ages of like 5 and 7. And I remember asking my mom, I was doing that fallacy, the one where you're like, all right, if God's real, who made God? And I just kept going with it. But if that God is real, then who made God? You know, and I remember asking her that question over and over. She's like, it's just God. There's one God. And I was very curious about that because like I understood what God was at that age, but it was like it's like if he was like who made him? I was just so curious about that at that age.
Hey guys, nice to see the show on.
That's a really good point, though.
Yeah.
That AI brings up, just because I've kind of had the same conversations with my daughter, saying like, "Why do I have to go to school?" You know, kind of thing. Because she's gotten to a point to where she sees like dinosaur cartoons, and she's like, "Dad, you can't tell me that's real," or like she's kind of getting smart alecky about it. So like, being that authority for them, and at least being truthful, you know, even if it is kind of like not sharing the complexity, right? But yeah, just being truthful.
Yeah. So 5 to 7 is really when the time when it starts to come online. These types of faculties in the child's mind, and so they're going to have like a vacuum cleaner that's particularly designed to absorb these types of things. Now, sometimes in the past, this is where the dad usually takes over from the mother, or they send him to a tutor, right? Whatever. They start to learn very practical things, right? Because if you keep sending your kid to school and you just rely on them, they're just going to keep pounding in, little kid grammar school kind of nonsense. They're not going to talk about the real meat of life. But the kid is thirsty for that right now, right? So you need to be like with that child alone, teaching him the ways of the Force. You know what I mean? There's a reason why there's a quote from some famous statesman manipulator dude that's like, dude, if you give me a child until 7 years old, I'll give you the man, right? The idea is that you can ingrain in a child so much of its psyche of who it is, where it is, and where it's going, that you basically imprint their identity for the rest of their life. These are crucial years. A lot of parents don't like that. They still think the kid is innocent and he needs to be sheltered for another 5, 7, 10 years, all the way till they're 18, and then out the door, and then they be like, "Woof! I'm glad I didn't have to have any hard conversations with that guy before he left."
And there ensues the problem that we have today. At least the young generations I meet at university, they come in and they're already a victim of something. Like globe trauma.
Yeah, man. So, for example, like, why even talk to the kid necessarily? Why not just do practical stuff? A lot of kids prefer practical things. Like,
yeah,
and you could teach a child about the nature of humanity, that humans will try to deceive you, right? Not like remember Timmy when you lied to Daddy about this and that. Well, you know what? Everybody lies. And some people, do it quite a lot. And some people do it quite badly, in the sense that their lies are bad for other people. Right? You can teach them all kinds of things like that. And if you're going down the flat earth thing, you could say, "Hey son, let's shoot a rocket." And then you talk about all the things about rockets. You say, okay, let's go to a lake and see what we can see. There's all kinds of things you could do that are practical. It's not like you have to make your entire life with your child about, okay, let's make sure the child knows everything about flat Earth. But I mean, it does seem. I understand in the modern social sphere that children this young aren't ready for such heady conversations, but their body and their mind is actually craving that kind of content from their parents, specifically their father.
I think using the textbook to point out where the fallacy is, because the globe can't make a claim or evolution or nothing without using a fallacy. I think pointing that out to the thing.
Yeah.
Be able to spot the lie and the manipulation, because it's right there for us. But I don't have any children I'm raising right now. I've been around raising children, child almost. I'm the youngest of the kids in my family, so I know what you're getting at, AI. But yeah, I think, yeah, I resent like school now because of how much garbage they taught me. And
oh yeah. Dude, when I was coming out of post puberty into early teenagerdom, like around 14, 15 years old, I started to realize that what I was doing in school was just redundant, and it wasn't really getting me anywhere or getting me to any of the goals that I had. Like I had dreams and aspirations to do things, and I felt every time I showed up at school, I felt like I'm just wasting time. It's like, why can't I? Yes, I'm not 18. Yes, I'm not a quote unquote adult. But why can't I start doing this? Why can't I start doing that? Why am I stuck here until I, do the same class I did last year again? But with just a couple more problems than last year or something. It's like, it felt like such a drag. Like I was just dragging my feet through molasses. Looking back and looking where I'm at now, and my skills that I had then when it came to arts and crafts and building and inventing and all of those things. Like if I just had some pushing in that direction from let's say either my school or my parents, like man, my life would be totally different. Especially seeing the success that I have now, starting late with some of those things. Like if I had started those things when I was young, by now, I'd probably be resting on a easy $1 million. But no, of course, you have to finish academia. You have to get your stupid diploma. You have to forget 70% of what you learned, and then and only then are you a viable human, right?
Well, there's a lot of that being caught up on just lies is really, like having to absorb information that was lies. And now it's like, man, like I felt like they're trying to wait for everybody else in the thing. They're trying that whatever. Try to bring like a bunch of class or whatever that I went with. So yeah, I feel you. But yeah, the part like being worried about things that just aren't even a reality at all, like asteroids hitting us and all this garbage, and learning about stars and all this CGI garbage we get at that age, and the sort of mental framework it gives you, like I was the grade that what was it? Al Gore said all the polar bears have to watch these videos that were produced by these people, and just that energy, and it's just total bullshit. I don't mean to be. Is this wrong for YouTube? Sorry, I'll be quiet. Yeah,
No, dude, it's a tragedy. Listen, it's a tragedy, okay? The polar bears ain't even going to be able to cook their seals with coal anymore. They're going to have to use microwaves created through solar power energy. Poor little dudes.
No, like having to spend the energy on all that garbage. There was so much of it. It was constant for years. Hey, AR, were you the age where they brought in the video of the Challenger thing? Because I was in fourth.
No, I was homeschooled during that time.
Okay, I see.
Either that or I was a 256K floppy disk. I'll leave that up to you to decide.
We're about the same age then. Yeah. Line on the screen and stuff. Do you remember that? It was DOS command to make lines on the screen. It was all weird. Like you'd get syntax error problems all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
The house is quite nice.
So on Flat Show today, we were talking about just how silly the Globe Defenders, how they sound. It's just the way they go about defending it. Like we really convinced these people are delusional. I think, by God, that's my opinion, but because they don't make that many nonsensical claims except for when in regard to how they view reality. You know,
There's been a trend. There's been a trend of Globers basically making like equivocation arguments where it's like, oh, the horizon is geometric, and then they'd be like, oh no, it's not geometric. I don't think that the horizon is a good proof that the Earth's a globe. You know, you can't prove the Earth's a globe from the horizon. Yeah, that's silly. It's like, what? That was the whole point back in the day. And they're like, oh, no. You know, it'd work on the flat Earth. It'd work on the globe Earth. It's just, we're just all buddies.
they say the craziest shit.
Yeah, and one of the newest ones is if the Earth was flat, the horizon would be curved. If the Earth was a globe, the horizon would be curved. It's like, what?
Right.
You know, if the Earth was flat, then stars would rotate the way they do. If the Earth was a globe, stars would rotate the way they do. You know, we're all just buddies.
It's nice to see the show on tonight, though. That's for sure. I'm glad that the server working. I didn't know if it was open or what. I've never even been over there.
Dude, our server's always working, homie.
Oh yeah, but you guys have been running the bots for so long. I haven't seen anybody actually on here in a while. Last person was me, I think.
Well, you know, you're entirely within your powers and privileges and rights to just show up and get the show started on you. You know, just start talking schmack and get people interested.
Yeah, because people were inviting people in, so I just said, "Hey, I'll come." Yeah. Matthew Learn's still coming around here ever?
Yeah, he was here the other night.
He was? Okay, cool. He's funny. How's he doing? Is he still defending the globe? Is he? Because I haven't heard him in a long time now.
Yeah, dude. He is a glober after all.
Right? I know, like how? Oh my God. He claimed to be a math teacher, right? And he one like about a year ago on here, I was having a conversation with him about the claim of 10 to the negative 17 torr, and he was trying to say, and I said, "You're trying to trick me, aren't you?" He said, "It's just one decimal point away from 0.1, which is that's not all the case, right?" And he kept saying it, so I asked him about lowest common denominator. And then he had to he started he started doing his what do you call it, stuttering sort of thing. He realized he was busted. I don't know why. How did he think that he was going to say that and get away with it? Like 0.1 different? What the hell? He says some stupid shit. And he's a math teacher, really? Like, wow. Like when he was talking to Nathan and talking about how trying to get around a flat baseline, that was pretty bad. These people, they say the darndest stuff, man. Sure. You've been around longer than me, though, AI. And you're really good with fallacies. How'd you learn the fallacies so well, AI? You're really good at that. You're really talented. You got a good mind for it.
I know you're not talking to me, but I'd say it's just like anything, bro. Experience, man.
Yeah, yeah. Like a lot of things, I suppose.
Well, I had a very good education, but I also had a lot of experience with debates in the arena of apologetics for theism, versus atheism, and all other type of religious topics as well. Yeah, so long before I got into flat Earth, I was into all that kind of stuff.
What's crazy, man, is that a lot of the fallacies are very similar. Like you can almost confuse them. Like they're very, very close. There's a bunch of them that are like sometimes like Globers will say like a statement. I can't give a good example right now, but to be honest, it sounds like a red herring and a straw man at the same time. It's probably both. But yeah, it's just they can get kind of confusing because they're very similar, but it's just the way they're portrayed changes the whole perspective of like what the fallacy is. Like the way the sentence is even formed to begin with is what changes it sometimes. My advice, man, is there's a good YouTube channel out there. I forgot what the channel is called, but it's literally Star Trek. This is how I learned them. Use it's a guy that does fallacies, and he uses like Star Trek voiceovers, and he'll like do a Star Trek voiceover like fallacy, and like they'll show you where the fallacy is, and Spock will come in and correct them, and it's hilarious, dude. And that's how I learned them because it's fun to learn them like that. I don't know, like through example, and they show an example of what the fallacy is, and they tell you why the fallacy is what it is, and then they tell you how to correctly say the statement that you're trying to say. Like the correct way to say it. So it teaches you like. It kind of teaches you how to like pretty much spot them out.
Right. Yeah. One of the more valuable things that, well, of course, understanding up and down and whole with flat Earth, but yeah, the being able to pull apart the fallacy has been an interesting aspect of it for sure. And coming to realize, after not that long, that all they had is fallacy. They don't have anything but. And they don't even recognize it ever, even when it's pointed out. It's a bizarre thing.
What's bizarre is when you finally get a kind of not a full grasp, but like enough of a grasp of fallacies, you start to realize how much you use them. It's amazing to me. Like, dude, like all my sentences were fallacies, like just normal conversations. I was like, dude, and then now that like when I have a normal conversation with like a normal person at work. In my mind, I'm like fallacy, but I'm not telling them that. But I'm just like, that's a fucking fallacy. Like I catch them now. It's so funny. Like they're just like they're out in the open for me now.
Yeah, but the globe and evolution and that have nothing but. I mean, literally nothing, and they don't recognize any of it. It's crazy. But yeah, I agree. There's
well, it's like a philosophy or religion. You have to look at it that way. It's not so much of like, even though like they stamp science on everything that they're claiming, it's really more of a religion or an idea or a thought process. The way I see it, it's not so much of like, oh, this is like how we prove this, blah blah blah. Like it's literally like a belief system.
All have their own little way of trying to explain it. Not really explainable. It's never discernible. It's like you almost want to read it back, have them hear it back one time and ask them what they meant.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I hear that a lot where it's just like it's not working. What they're trying to do.
I mean, dude, like when they try to get you to believe in things that like takes millions of years and you kind of just have to like trust them. I mean, you don't even have to be smart to figure out that that's just not a good way to look at things and base your whole world view on. on things where you're like, okay, this takes billions and millions of years to happen. No one observed it, but we're just gonna believe that's you know.
The part you try to point out, it's like you didn't see that, right? You don't have a and they don't. Who's that?
Hey, someone's breaking up, bro. Am I the only one hearing this?
No, you're not. I'm laughing. Sounds like Darth Vader talking into a fan.
I was like, what's going on here?
Nope, I was hearing it too. I think YouTube and everybody else heard it too. Yeah, that is really good for my brain. The downside is like the social ramifications of telling people about it, especially at work. It's just not a good plan for me. I got to try to not do that. It hasn't worked out.
Didn't I already tell you not to do that?
I think yes. I've been told. Oh yeah, I've been told. I'm again because of it. Yep. I have for some reason some stupid thing in my brain that it's going to make people grateful that they learned, but that's not usually the case. That's even very rarely the case, especially at work.
Do you need
Sorry, I kind of. Hey, real quick, I just want to ask something. I kind of dropped out. I didn't hear what you said. What about work? What is it that you try to do at work?
Tell people about flat Earth. Nothing
Oh yeah, it doesn't work. I did that at my last job, and like it was fun for me because like I would just debate everyone. Like when they wanted to bring it up, and it got to a point where like it gets to a point where like it doesn't matter how dumb you think I am. When I'm reciting what you believe better than you, it makes you look dumb. Whether I have a different belief system, you know. I mean, any smart person can come to that conclusion, right? Like, how is it that this fucking dude that doesn't believe what I believe is reciting what I believe better than what I believe? Like, what I'm supposed to believe in, right? Like, that's just, it's like, obviously, if I understand what you believe in better and I came to a different conclusion, like, it's for a reason, right? It's not like, I just like, oh, I want to be in opposition, you know? But yeah, at my old job, I did that shit. I tried to flat smack everybody, red pill everybody, and at this new job, I haven't brought up nothing red pilled. I'm just like, give me the money. I'm going home.
All right.
Yeah,
right.
It's just not worth it, dude.
Oh.
Because then you make enemies, dude. Like, dude, what if my manager's like a fucking super space nerd? Dude, right now I have the best schedule. Like, this job that I have right now, even though it's not like a great job, it's just a job that anyone could get out of like high school. Like, I work at a car wash, dude. But I love my schedule. It's every Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. I'm able to pick up my son from school and drop him off, and I have weekends off. I get to spend time with my girl, which I never got to do with any other job I had. Like we were always on opposite schedules, and we never got to do anything. So like I'm like so happy as hell. I'm like I'm not about to flat smack nobody and be like, oh yeah, your schedule's getting fucked up. You know? Like I'm good.
Yeah. But other than that, like the general community, I have a lot more success. Like, but sometimes I get like chased out of stores by like employees of the store, so they like tell me that I need to leave and I can't talk to people. That's happened a couple times too.
I don't go to that extreme. I've never done that, but I'm not gonna lie. Like in my current job, I did talk about red pill shit, but not because I brought it up. I always match what I'm being told. So if like it was my district manager, he's actually red pilled, and I'm sure it's because he has TikTok or some bullshit. But he was like talking about like Bigfoot, which I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I personally think there is something like a Bigfoot. You know, that's just me believing it. But that's not the big one. The big one was he started talking about like Hawaii, the Lahaina fires, and I don't want to get too deep into that because I don't know how that conversation goes on if we're live streaming. But like, obviously, I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, there's a certain spectrum of color that wasn't being affected by the laser, right? A certain spectrum of light, or I'm sorry, color. And we were discussing about that, and I'm like, dude, he's talking about this shit, and then he started talking about other things, and fluoride in the water. He started talking about TSP and cereal, and I was like, this guy's probably on the same page I am with a bunch of stuff, but I did not want to open that door and be like, hey, district manager, did you know the Earth is flat? I just didn't want to do it. I was like, no, he will get there eventually if he wants to bring it up. If he brings it up, I'll talk about it. But I'm definitely not going to be the one to be like, oh yeah, I'm putting this on the table, you know?
Yeah, I tell people that because it's been a consistent problem. Holy cow! You can depend on it being a problem. Yeah, it's not a good place to bring it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I've trained myself to be like, I like take a blue pill before I go to work. You know,
right.
I don't know if you do that, but I'll take a blue pill. Like, I'll literally be like, all right, this is what I'm gonna. Like, if people try to talk to me, I'm gonna be just normal blue pill person. Like, just talk about like shit that I don't like just to fit in. Like, I literally do that every day at work, and it sucks, but it's like it's something I feel like I have to do to be where I'm at right now and be comfortable. Because I know if I start like going to like, you know, this whole conversation, it's gonna ruffle feathers and things aren't just gonna roll for me. And I have a family, so like, to me, it's important that like what I have going on for me is working for me.
Right.
Which really sucks because that's literally why half of the people that like, there's a good percentage of people that could jump to our side of the fence of like being out there as flat earthers, and they won't because of things like what I'm describing. Like, I'll give you an example. My cousin, I have a cousin that works for it's Skunk Works. I just can't remember the company right now. I don't know if it's Boeing or a different one. But it's Skunk Works. I know that because it has like a little skunk where he works. And yeah, he works for this. Sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, he works for Skunk Works. It's like a place where they make airplanes, like B-2 bombers and shit like that. Like, they do the airplane parts for that. It's Lockheed. Lockheed. That's what it is. He works for Lockheed Skunk Works. And before he got a job there, he used to work at like another place where they worked on airplane parts, but it wasn't a big one. It was like a really small one where they barely got any work, and you know, it wasn't important to him. And when he was working there, I was flat smacking him on flat Earth, and he was with it. He was like, yeah, like it made sense to him. He was on board. Like a year later, he got accepted to a position of in Lockheed, where he was going to be like a person that literally just goes and he like inspects parts, which is a really great job for what he does. I think he makes like close to like $40-something an hour. I don't know. It's a great job, you know. And when he got that job, he deleted his MySpace. I mean, not MySpace, Facebook. He deleted all his social media, deleted anything that was like that. And he sent me he called me actually, and he's like, "Hey, bro," he's like, "Don't ever text me anything about Flat Earth." And I was just like, "What the fuck? Like, why?" He's like, "I just got a job at Skunkworks, and the DOJ has to fucking like do a background check on me before I get this job." You know, and he was like so afraid that like discussing anything about like that topic could have like, you know, messed up his work. Well, to this day, my cousin still works there, and we still haven't talked about Flat Earth again. Like, he will not do it.
Yeah,
like that just shows you like you know, there's things set in place, even if like it's not spoken or not known by most people. There's certain things you just don't want to like dive into because of like, you know, your lifestyle and your job. And that's a lot of the population. You know, they're in a position where like, I can't even look at this. I don't even want to look at this because I have kids, I have a lifestyle, and I want to keep it that way. And that's, you know, that's a majority of the people. And it kind of sucks, you know, because even me, I don't have a great job. It's like a random ass job, but I like my schedule. It works for me. I'm willing to sacrifice like discussing a certain topic at work. So just think about it. Me, that's like a cheapest job that anyone could get. If I'm willing to do that, why wouldn't someone that's like making the big bucks do it? You know, of course they do it.
Yeah. My last job was really good. I do kind of what your cousin does. I make parts for whatever. Anyway, it was 33 an hour, and I could work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and double time after 50. So, fuck. That one was rough because it wasn't even hard. I just had to change tools periodically, basically, and load a fixture, and it was simple. Oh my god! Made parts for like John Deere. That's the parts I was running. To make the big dozer that would run on a track, so like a tank track or whatever. Parts for that. Bearings.
Those are definitely good jobs. Like, and not just because of the money, but they're jobs that like keep people. I would say men like content. You know,
I like it. Yeah. Yeah, it's
like I don't know about you, dude, but like even when I worked as a painter or jobs where like I'm using physical labor, they always made me more happier than like jobs where like it was less physical labor. I've always like it's almost like inherently all men need to do something where like they get tired as fuck through the day, and like it's inherent almost. That's the way I feel about it because I don't know. Nothing's made me happier than jobs that are even that they pay less. Jobs that like I felt like I fucking worked my ass off and I came home and I'm like, yeah, you know, like I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed type of shit.
I like to do work that is really lazy, to be honest. Like the more time I can spend in a chair making money, the better.
See, for me, that drives me nuts. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing. You know, it's not my style. Like,
yeah, I would literally go insane.
I'm all about
yeah.
I'm all about motion. Like, I got to keep moving, dude. Like, if I had to sit still somewhere and like, even though like I was occupied like doing something sitting still, like I have to stay moving, dude. That's just that's just how I am.
I'd still be making the same amount of money for the place, but I mean, there's only so much you can do. You just got to sit there and listen for the machine if anything goes wrong, like a tool breaks or something. Then you got something to do. But sometimes a block would run for 10 hours. All I got to do is just nothing.
Just sit there and listen.
It's literally the job. Just be there for the machine if something's going wrong. If anything were to, like, a tool break, basically.
Yeah, like at my job where I'm working at right now, it's obviously a car wash, and we have what are they called? What is that position called where people fix everything that's wrong with the location? I don't know why I'm having a blank moment right now.
Maintenance.
Maintenance, thank you. So the maintenance guys, like I fucking try to learn everything they're doing. Like I'm just fascinated by like shit like they do. Like they'll fix like the wraps of all the car washes and they'll add oil and every time they're working on it, I'm like always asking questions and I'm always trying to learn shit from it because to me that shit is like I wish I could have got a job doing that shit. You know, like it's just fascinating. Like those guys have to learn to weld. They have to learn. They have to be electricians. Like they have to do pretty much everything. You know, it's a pretty cool job. Like I'm fascinated by it.
The maintenance guys in the machine shop will make more than and they do a wider variety of work, so they're moving around and doing stuff all the time, and then fixing big dollar machines too. Like some machines I'd work with would be like, $10 million. And the maintenance guys, there's just a lot to them. There's hydraulics, there's all kinds of, there's a lot to making these things work right. And if they go down, the maintenance team has to get busy. But there's a lot of that and all kinds of, maintenance is a big job. All variety of business and manufacturing and stuff needs maintenance people. If you're interested in it, you should try it. I don't know, do what you're doing, learn what you can. Ask questions. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Find out what to get into that. Ask them. What do you have? You maybe really interesting. That's the most part of my work is the interesting part. The challenges.
Hey, Lumpy, just letting you know you broke up a little bit, but I did hear most of what you were saying.
Okay, I apologize. I might need to jump out.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I'm sure it's just the connection or some shit. Hey, what's up?
I'm paying tolls.
You're what?
I'm paying some tolls.
Paying some tolls?
Oh, do they do that for you guys? You live out.
Yeah, they send it in the mail if your Easy Pass doesn't scan or if you don't pay cash. Then you forget 9 times out of 10 you forget, and then they hit you with $50 administration fees. And you say, I don't want to pay no administration fee. And they're like, oh, well, we already waived one administration fee this year, so now pay us $150 for a $3 toll, sucker.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I fucked up. Like my car. What was it? The plates, they were due, and I forgot about them. So I was like only 2 weeks late. And when I went to go pay them at the kiosk, I was like, how the fuck did I go from paying like $80 to $90 to like $132, like for just 2 weeks of being late on that shit? That shit fucked me up. I was like, what the fuck? Like that's just such a scam to me, dude. Like I like the whole idea of like insurance, and to me that's one of the biggest scams, dude. Like right after taxes, obviously.
Well, I mean, car insurance isn't really a scam. It's basically like well, think about it this way: if you go down the street and you damage someone else, right? Life, limb, or property, their car, their body, their child. What's the size of your bank account to be able to recompense them for the damages? Probably not sufficient, right?
Obviously. I'd
right. So insurance provides you a way. Insurance provides you a way in good faith to go down the road and everyone else know that if you damage me, right, in theory, I can be taken care of. Now, a lot of people don't know that you can actually bond yourself. You don't need to go like through an official insurance company. You can do other types of insurance bonds, right?
Oh, what do you mean by bond yourself?
Like you could buy insurance on your own, or buy a bond that will pay out to someone you damage, right? So it's kind of the same thing. So you in other words, you're buying essentially the same thing, insurance in a way, but you're just not going through that system. But it's basically just this. It's like, yeah, it's like, look, I can't afford to replace your car, your leg, and your child's life, but I can afford to pay $300 a month, or $100 a month, or $150 a month, depending on what vehicle you have or whatever. Because part of your insurance is replacing your vehicle, not just the person you damage.
Owe money on it, but if you can have liability, right? At least
yeah. You don't need to replace your own. Like that's up to you, right?
Right. Unless you have a bank loan, then they want you to be able to pay it.
Yeah, but so think about it from a social aspect. It's like, okay, you are going to drive around. You don't have enough money if you damage me, right? And you're just going to drive around. I don't care if I damage you and I don't have the money to pay. Oh well, that's life. I mean, think about that with that type of person from everyone else's point of view.
Actually met a bunch of those people. They're called Mexicans. By the way, guys, I'm Mexican. Dude, it's so funny. Like I remember, like my dad was driving one time, and like someone hit him in the back, and no damage was really done, but the guy was shooting bricks. He's like, "I'm illegal. I don't have fucking papers," like. And we're just like, "It's all good, dude. Like nothing happened. Let's just go." But yeah, that does suck. When one of those persons does hit someone and like causes an injury or a life even, that definitely sucks. I can see that.
Yeah, but you can get insurances that the other person, like you can pay extra so that the other person's state of affairs doesn't matter to you and you're covered on your end.
Yeah.
Especially depending on what state you're in. Because I'm not sure how it actually works out, but like New York is a no-fault state. So I think it's like, as long as you're paying your insurance, you're good. You're going to get covered.
I don't know, but I feel like just like me being from California, like I already know, like it doesn't matter what we're doing. I know we're getting fucked somehow. Like that's just my mentality. Like whether it's insurance, whether it's taxes, or it's just like I know they're fucking us somehow.
We're at in California.
Right now I'm at Fresno.
I'm up in Redding. I'm in California.
I know where that's at. I have some friends that own some restaurants out there. They were friends from like my. It's weird, but like my parents had friends and we became friends when I went to Mexico. And I found out later on that they own restaurants out there in Redding. They're called Guadalajara. They're like Mexican restaurants. I don't know if you've ever been to one of those in Redding.
Yeah, I was at one yesterday. I had a meal. I had a chicken.
Yeah, the Guadalajara restaurant, whatever. Those are my friend's parents' restaurants. Not hers, but her parents.
I see.
Dude, I'd be dying if you knew this person. Do you know a person named Jennifer Rincon?
No way. Dying if you knew her. I've only been in this a week and a day now in my whole life.
Oh, okay.
What
It's nice up there, huh? It's like a little bit more greener, more trees.
Yeah,
it's getting more to the vibe of like Oregon.
Yeah, more like Oregon. But not really want to deal. But I like it here. It's poor with the whole, but it's all right. And then I saw stealing a dog yesterday, and they were running after him. We're gonna kill you, and he's running with the dog, kind of. It was crazy. It was, yeah. But I like it so far. The weather's been great. I didn't want to do it. I'm living really. I don't really want neighbors because they're usually crappy anyway, and I don't want to pay that much rent money. So I live in my car, and I didn't want to do another winter in Minnesota. But I'm missing Minnesota because the whole economy situation is better there. Like, there's more jobs, there's more money for the jobs. It's just better there in a way. But I don't want to.
I honestly feel like everything is balanced, even though like you know how we live in California and the minimum wage is like higher than everywhere else probably, but it's like everything else is more expensive. So it's like I honestly feel it's like the same at some point, except homes. Homes definitely are better going to like towards the East Coast. That is definitely a difference. But when it comes to like buying groceries, gas, and all that shit, it's pretty balanced, dude. Like think about it. Like we make like minimum wage over here is like $15 an hour, right? But like I remember there was a time like just 2 years ago before COVID, I'd go to Walmart, I'd literally get the same fucking everything the same, right, that I have on my list, and I would spend no more than $100, no more, like 90 at the most. Now I go to the grocery store, I'm spending like $225.
Yeah.
Like minimum.
We're in a general spiral of what you know. We're at the point now where we're doubling our debt every like 4 years or something, and that's doubling what. Like when I was your age, the debt problem, it was a concern if it ever got to $1 trillion, right? Like that was going to be a disaster. You know what I mean?
How old are you, by the way? Because I don't think you know my age.
48.
Yeah, I guess you must have heard. Then I'm 33. A couple years. Yeah.
I was thinking 25. I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay, dude. Everyone says I sound like a 18-year-old. I'm actually 33 though.
Yeah, because there was something you had mentioned that made me think you were younger than 33. But yeah, so anyway, so you even know it kind of at a better perspective than I expected. You got to know what I mean. Like, it's like when you were 18, unless you didn't care about any of that, for some reason, like my family would care about the news or whatever, and would talk about the economy, and they were kind of conservative, basically. So they would. So like I had that aspect of life, too, ever since I can remember, just about, discussions about what was going on. But the economy part and how the dollar would have to devalue if you got to a certain point. Well, we've gotten past that certain point for a long time, and now it's really getting crazy because, like I say, that's doubling. I mean, it's going to cause things to cost twice as much. It has to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, dude. Like, well, I'm fully aware of how the Federal Reserve works and how we borrow money and at interest. So, like, it's a
100%.
process that's inevitable. Like, we're eventually going to go to a point where the dollar is not worth what it was, like, in a certain point of time, right? Doesn't matter how good things are or whatever. Like, we're in a process where, like, the dollar is just being devalued on a constant, regardless of what's going on, regardless of wars, regardless of, like, anything.
You know, the best thing, if we could bring all the wages down to like 50 cents, that'd be the best thing possible, and just keep it there. That'd be because then we don't have to print as much. The printing of the money is what's causing the problem. Now, you push the wages up and you increase the work, you know, the amount of people on wait, you got to cover that and it's got to be borrowed. You know what I mean? You can't not pay the people, right? Right. If we get everything down to nothing.
That's why I always thought it was so funny with California, how like they're like, oh, we're gonna raise the minimum wage. It's like, yeah, you raise the minimum wage, but everything raises with the wage. It follows. It's like there's two things that follow: either gas goes up and things follow gas, or money for the hourly wage goes up and things follow that. You know, companies are obviously not going to take a loss. You know,
I think it's the best marker and most consistent marker determined in life is steak, of what the value of the dollar is, or hamburger maybe, but any kind of like beef, you can't mess with beef too much. It costs a certain amount to raise the cow. You know, you can put it on clearance, you know, if it's almost expired a bit, but basically if you go to the store and try and buy a ribeye, you can figure out what the value of the dollar is by the pound. It's like what, 25 a pound sometimes at some places now. I figure like this also.
My location for a good ribeye, it's like $10 a pound. But luckily, my dad worked at this meat company. He's not working there anymore, but my uncle still works there. I get such a good deal when it comes to like anything with like meat, from fish, pork, poultry, beef. Like I get like wholesale value. Like I'll buy like a 10-pound ribeye. Like it's a complete slab of ribeye. Like it's not even cut. It's like a whole ribeye. I'll pay like $40 for that.
Good deal.
For 10 pounds. Yeah.
You should be cutting it in half and selling the other half.
No, man, I eat all that shit, dude. We eat so much meat at my house, dude. Like we're carnivores. I'm always like our meals. I don't know if it's like a Mexican thing, but there has to be protein in one of our meals. Like either it's chicken, either it's fucking beef or pork or something like that. It's got to be some protein in there. So yeah, we go through it real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's kind of like the deal I've been getting.
Oh, every
time I go out to visit my dad, I'll hit up my uncle like a week before I go visit. Like, hey, I'll make an order, whether it's fish, pork, whatever, and I just pick it up over there. Cause man, just the other day, like we went to visit my girlfriend's family, and we decided to buy like a carne asada for like a barbecue, and we paid for that shit. And I was like, dude, that shit was so fucking expensive. I think we got like 3 pounds, and it was like $50 or some shit like that. Like,
right, yeah.
It was ridiculous, It was ridiculous. I was like, dude, we could have bought like a whole 10 pounds with my dad if we would have just like known we were gonna do this, But yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step away for a minute, but I'll be back like in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, guys?
Mm. I'm really interested in getting a CAD so I can really do a good job of pointing out the errors and believing you can celestial navigate on a sphere, like just how dumb it is. Making planes of reference on a sphere and stuff and showing that you'd have compound angles and diverging zeniths and nothing would make sense. And trying to make it real visual, easily understood. So that it can be posted all over. Anybody that wanted it, I'd give it to them for none. I wouldn't care. But it'd be just as simple as having it. I just put libraries and stuff and see if I get them to let me put any kind of like Fusion 360 is a free CAD system through a training place on the internet. They'll let you install it. And it would only take me about maybe a week or so to really get it dialed in and make it good, easy to see. I'm kind of interested in doing it. It's easy for me to understand. Maybe some people would need visual aids because, like, at some point they got to admit they're wrong. Because they are wrong, super wrong. Thousands of square miles wrong. Got to have a flat baseline to make triangles. Well, you're not even to make an angle measurement. You don't necessarily make a triangle, but you make definitely an angle measurement for the ground position. There's 6 of them positions where you measure from and what you're measuring to that need to reference each other on a plane. They just have to. How anybody can argue against that is bizarre. It's weird, for sure. Psychopathy. It just takes entry to geometry class or just basic common sense. If you need a class to know, an angle anyway, maybe you have a problem. Try playing pool or something. Start working out angles. It's really sad for the globe out there, anybody listening on the Rumble side, YouTube side, overhearing our voices, that they've never had anybody that they can bring to us that's measured Earth curve. There's nothing, nobody on Earth is currently measuring Earth curve anywhere to bring that measurement to us so that we could, have it. They claim it, so having it should be obvious, right? Shouldn't take 8 years. If it was there, right, guys? Am I being heard? Well, YouTube, Rumble, everybody. This question that should be obvious and easy. Should be able to come back right away with who measured it, how, where, how I can do it, how anyone could do it. But there's none of that. We get none of that. We get no measurements. Years of waiting. We just get a lot of fallacies and explanations and no demonstrations and explanations that contradict themselves. And just what is the matter with bringing us a measurement of Earth curve that we can repeat? When I'm kind of being silly because it can't be done, right? We know this, right? But then the response would be refraction, which, makes their first statement of knowing the curvature even more insane. And remember, the whole point was the horizon's Earth curve and boats go over the edge. But that rate would have to match the geometry claim, and we know that the horizon's not a geometric position. So then where do we go from here? In trying to communicate that with someone that can't hear it or whatever? I don't know. What do you do? Keep talking on the internet. Tell people to bring us some Earth curve measurement. And hopefully they realize they're empty-handed at some point and maybe start telling more people. Because truth is what we need. It can't hurt. I don't know what else to say. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Oh, there's people in Rumble and YouTube, and there might be like friends, family, or whatever overhearing, and maybe they're drinking beer, maybe they're making fun of how I talk, or who knows what's going on out there in the world. But what up?
Stop addressing the dudes like a sympathetic ear and just talk.
All right. Yeah, so
it's unbecoming to be like, you know what I'm saying? Just go for it.
Yep, you're right. Yep, thanks for that. Go for it. Just if you're overhearing this and you want to get in voice chat and you want to come, ask us questions, that'd be great. Or want to tell us how you come to understand what the world is, and I invite you. That's a big part of what we're doing here, is trying to have that discussion or have that talk especially with curious, honest people. They're the best. I personally really encourage with talking to a new person who's honest. That really, really helps my life, like my brain, I guess, and how I feel. Makes me feel kind of good to be able to help people understand what's going on and what we live on. That's an exciting thing. Just the other day on Flattoids, I was cheerleading a new guy. It was really inspiring, and how it's affected his family life and how grateful he is. It's always encouraging to hear that. I've been able to go through it a couple times here online too. So if anybody's overhearing this out there, I'm welcoming you to come on in, get in voice chat, check things out, ask whatever questions you got, and I'll do my best. And everybody here will help. I confidently say I'm sure people are here in hopes of a new person coming on voice. So if you're out there in YouTube and you can follow the link in here, maybe you need to install Discord, and maybe it'd be kind of new. There's a lot of little buttons to push and figure out where to be and how to be there, but it can be worked out. Yeah, so, or who's ever measured Earth to be moving at all? Like, who did that?
That is a good question, Lumpy. But actually, since you were saying you're a bit older, I had a question for you. What was your moment like for you when you realized the Earth was flat?
It was the Josh Witke video, and I had already been looking into it for probably 8 months or something. But I wasn't coming back to it very often. But it was the experience of being able to. It wasn't that it was all at once. That's one thing I've got to be able to make clear. But the Josh Witke measure, like when you could see beyond the geometry, and when I could personally see it, that was the decider. What was it like? It made me want to try to learn what I'd already heard about. So I went back to say the Eric Dubé videos and the Mark Sargent videos, and revisited them with less answers going off in my own head as to rather, you know what I mean? Because I was almost like an anti-flat earther in my own mind, trying to absorb what was being said to me over a period of time, because I thought I already had answers to it. But once I understood the horizon isn't Earth curved, and that it could be, you could see further if you look toward an object than would be geometrically possible. That was what got me, and then I was able to hear better. Does that make any sense? Especially the aspect of being able to hear better. I wanted to point that out, because I'd be more skeptical when I thought that I had an answer in my head. I wasn't listening to the person already by that point. Does that make sense? Say the Eric Dubé or Mark Sargent or Taboo conspiracy was a big one in my early awakening. So I would really, I'd be involved with him, and then I'd have to say the Globebusters guys too. But encountering Nathan Oakley was the thing that helped me really be able to be public about it more, because a lot of it was just a lot of things were more there was less certainty to a claim until I ran into Nathan Oakley. I wasn't certain about what claims were and that sort of thing. Does that help at all?
Yeah, I mean, well said, man.
Yeah.
I always just like to ask, just because, I think every flat earther, we know about that sort of pivotal moment. And I like the way you said it kind of happened over time too. It was after getting a lot of this information, the self-questioning, applying it to different things, and of course realizing the truth.
Yeah, there was a period of self-questioning. I never got angry at it though, and that's I think a different thing than what you see with like an anti-flat earther currently.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah,
I never got angry either.
Yeah, but I thought I had answers in my head, so it kind of held me back. I would have to say it like that. That'd be a fair assessment. So it's hard to hear when you think you already have the answer to something, but even if what you think is wrong, you know what I mean? It's weird. You can almost tell yourself fallacies. I remember that sort of thing. I'd say it was between 2016 and 17. I mean, I wasn't the newest person on the block, but I got here. You know what I mean? It was like 2018. I got, or 2018 or 19. I got. It was Eddie Bravo said you got to check out Nathan Oakley. He destroys people. And then I went to Nathan, and then I came here because of QE being involved with 24/7. So then I started checking this out.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Anybody out there not know what the Joshua Wiki video is? I'll go over it real quick. There's like Michigan across from Indiana to Chicago is a distance known, and how it was presented to me was the 8 inches per mile squared. At that point, I hadn't gotten the 1.225 times the square root of the observer height till the black swan really, but there needs to be obstruction if we were on a sphere to like 3/4 of the Sears Tower from that point, because there would have to be vertical drop with that 8 inches a mile squared. And when you could see the shore and the bottom of all the skyscrapers, but I used Sears Tower, you can see the whole tower. Then the light isn't bending around. There's no evidence that can happen, and what the news broadcaster had to say was absurd, and I caught on to that, thankfully, and then going to La La Land entirely. The Globe had me kind of there though, because how we learned facts and how we learned how to learn and stuff. Well, all I knew up to that point was how to basically make a claim that involved whatever fantasy I had in my head. I didn't know how to make a claim yet, but luckily I was able to deduce that there would need to be physical geometry in the way, and when you end at that position, when you're at that spot, you just have to accept what the world's presenting you. Especially when you're zoomed in, that was the thing. The fact that like remembering what scopes and magnifying glasses and all that sort of thing does to the size of an object also helped me, because I kind of almost instantly understood that the angles were compressing bottom up as well, and that's why the obstruction was happening, due to compression of the image, or what later is shown like with sliding a coin back if you have the eye of the camera right on a horizontal, or if you're on a wall, sliding a coin against the wall and have it vertically compressed, so you have it, you know what I mean, either from the bottom of the coin up or from the side of the coin up. into the center.
Yeah.
I understood right away that that was what was happening with the base. Once I saw the Joshua Wiki video, so fortunately I had the ability to frame in my mind that sort of idea. Maybe God helped me. I don't know. It seems like it's part of what would be I'd maybe call the grand illusion, because the excuses and stories people now in the globe side, none of it even reflects what the official claims are. Any of it, they'll say Coriolis is not 2 reference frames. These sort of things, right? The horizon is not Earth curve now. It's refracted, and whatever they come up with, it's always just a story that's fanciful.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine, honestly, like right now, right? Going back to being a Globian, because I definitely was one, and wanted to be an astronaut, an inventor, and all that jazz. But I look back at it now, and it's funny, like, of course, I'm kind of this person now who kind of believes everything is supposed to happen the way it's supposed to happen.
Okay.
And the illusion is kind of almost like thinking you have a real choice, but it's really kind of like this weird destiny, and you're almost like supposed to be here to see it, and live it, experience it, and learn from it.
Yeah.
But
do you? Is it, if it's inappropriate to bring up, do you have a biblical aspect to life? Do you have like that sort of like an influence going on in your life?
a little bit.
Okay.
It started off that way, and in a very, I would say, orthodox way, because my dad, we never went to church, but we read from the Bible every night.
All right.
And but he taught it definitely in his interpretations.
Sure. Yeah. Everybody has their own experience with God, and then being able to garner from your dad is a good thing. Me and my dad didn't read the Bible much. That's kind of too bad. But at any rate, I was just wondering, because it seemed to me that you were pointing out how maybe like the predestination aspect, and then how like
Yeah, God's plan, is I think what a lot of people are referring to.
yeah, and that how like somehow we were blessed is kind of how I see it now. So I don't know if that's what you're alluding to, but like we were going to see it or something. That sort of idea is what I
Yeah, in
garnered.
a way, because at least when I came into the flat Earth, it was definitely a relief. It was something I was already looking to in the sky. Honestly, as soon as 7/11 happened,
Yeah.
it was kind of like, wait a minute, I no longer wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted nothing to do with that political structure.
Yeah, I didn't figure out about 9/11 until 2010 or something. It was late, but back then it was Wild Wild West on YouTube. Everything could be uploaded, anything could be said. So it was kind of a good time to wake up in a way. But like I say, it wasn't till 16 or 17 that FE was included. And why it was so difficult is bizarre, because I literally trusted our government for nothing. I don't know why I trusted that last thing as a bastion of something to defend within my own mind. I'm humbled by that a little. I'm always humbled by the arguments I hear here now, because there's so much like, yeah, like, well, duh, like, how did I not come up with that? It sort of thing. It's like, but all this had to be worked out. People had to, contemplate it or be trained in it. In say QE's case, yeah. So there's a lot of brilliant minds here, and none of it's that hard to understand when it, coincides with what we, already know, things like water being level, and like a bike tire needs the inner tube to keep air in. We know this, right?
Yeah. The quote unquote universal things, which is why I was asking, what was that kind of moment for you? Just because, the aspect I liked about this community really the most is the diversity in the age groups. Like from the youngest that can be on Discord to Sunny and Ava. Just like pillars of experience. A lot of the big guys here, are a little bit older, Godrock and Sunny. But to just hear that aspect, that perspective they have too, as
Yeah.
somebody even more indoctrinated, I feel really blessed and lucky, to kind of just be able to see things for what they are, and a lot of it had to do with my parents, and and just being generally skeptical, as a family. But yeah, this community is just plethora of information that I had never put together, and I've always been the black sheep guy of my region, you know. But when it comes to here, it's wonderful to kick back and listen to great minds think.
Yeah, I concur. Being that this is live, otherwise I'd be still trying to find something I'm interested in. Being able to be here, yeah, it's an honor. I really appreciate all the work everybody did before me to have this spot. And yeah, it's a real honor to be part of it too, in a way. Trying to help people, just humanity. Anybody willing to come with any questions they have, being honest is a good starting point. Yeah, for sure. How much have you been able to deal with new people, guy I'm talking to here? Success and stuff.
Well, in real life, a lot more successful, but on here, I never really know. Sometimes I completely quote unquote snatch their wig, and they're kind of left speechless, and they go away and they go, okay, I'll think about it. And they don't ever come back, at least online.
Right.
But in real life, my best friend in one day, I was like, dude, I got it. It was during kind of the 2020 time, and I was like, dude, I gotta tell you this, and we'd been best friends since 4th grade, and he took to it like a fish in water, and came back a week later, just gave me a hug, and I've had some really good stories. I've had some terrible stories where I realized they're not my friend, period.
I'll tell you one of mine so at a doctor's office, I was telling the nurse, and then I wrote down QE and Nathan's show. And then, like, I don't know, sometime later, like 6 months a year, I was in the office and like 4 nurses came in, and they were like, it's simple. And they were like high fiving me, knuckle bumping me and stuff, and they were like grateful and happy. That was really nice because that was a real life one. And they started pointing out all this retardation of the globe. Like they would each other and like going, I know, right? Dumb. It was pretty cool to be able to be part of that, in any kind of way,
Right.
They had an energy level toward, just knowing the fact, whatever that fact might be, and it might have been because I'd bring up air pressure problem that the globe has, the geometry problems it has, and they're not really. You can't really get away from that if you're able to be honest, or not make up a story in your head in the meantime or something. I don't even know. We hear the arguments like gas is falling down, but that's not happening. And even if it was, then how would gas ever get 100 feet in the air? Just like anything else, like if you drop an apple from a tree, it's not going to just bounce back up on its own, go into the air with nothing propelling it because it felt it did.
Yeah.
Right?
Evaporation, the water cycle. I used to think about that as a kid, like I can't see it, but that's how the clouds are going up there, and then they get really heavy and come back down.
Yeah, the density of it. Yeah, the water droplets can be held up to make the cloud appear as a thing. But yeah, the water vapor is not going to be, you're not going to see it as it's doing its thing. I'm really impressed by the whole rain cycle because we get distilled water out of it, right? And then and it's due to the temperature that the clouds form. And I'm really impressed with God at making the sun work in such a way and everything work in a way that allows for the rain. It's a brilliant construct.
I always like to say, dare I say, beautiful. You know, that was another thing, a side effect of, you know, coming to Flat Earth was realizing, in fact, the Earth is that much more beautiful than I've ever realized. You know, like,
yeah, we're not a rock in the sky or whatever sort of thing, a cosmic accident. Yeah, that's what cool stuff. So, like, if you have children they're basically being anybody listening, and I'm not trying to tell people how to parent, but I'll tell you what I resent was being lied to all day and then not having any avenue to be able to determine the truth after the age of learning these were lies. There was nowhere to go except for with what society had offered, and I kind of resent it now. So, like, any flat Earth parents that have their children in public schools should be invested in where they're being, you know, especially in my opinion, on understanding we were created and that we're living in a created reality. Things that want to oppose that fact should be challenged by the parents with the child as they go to school, so that it can't become a atheist indoctrination center sort of scenario. You know, that's what I was.
mean.
Yeah.
At least in terms of that resentment, and I would completely agree. You know, people are responsible for, you know, themselves and their kin. You know, and it does make you a little sad inside to be like, man, I can't just like let them all know, like, and we can really benefit a lot of people all at once. But again,
Yeah.
you know, it's all about that beautiful balance, that beautiful cycle, and I think it exists in people as well. You know, like, you're supposed to find out the truth at a certain time because, you know, this thing happened in your life and that thing happened in your life and that taught you this and that taught you that, and it led to this actually revelation that would have never happened if none of those things happened. If I'm making sense, you know, I think Mimas said at one time, you know, would the truth be that important if you weren't taught the lie in the first place? You know, it came to the truth. You know, maybe that's what this whole place is about.
Maybe. Yeah, because unless I understood I was lied to, or had I never been, and then didn't have to try to work out of it, I wouldn't be as grateful for it, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. I can
But I mean,
onboard.
it's something that my dad would say too. He goes, if you really knew everything, would you want to be here? You know, but you already knew that was going to be around the corner. You were going to see the light do this, or, you know, there'd be nothing to learn, or I don't know, to realize. But again, I don't know. You know, it's just kind of, we were getting that deep. So
I wonder how, because no family member I'm aware of, but my parents had passed. I wonder how. I suspect my mother would have been able to accept it more because she was more reasonable. But she was also very blue pill. But she died in like the 90s, so you know
I'm
what I
sorry
mean.
to hear that, man.
Yeah, but I'm kind of interested to find out if I could come, but I can't because they're not around, you know. But yeah, it for anybody who has their parents out there, man, try to maybe work out with them too, because right, do what you can. It's your kin. Knowing the truth is healthy for sure. So you're only offering health, you know. Hopefully, it
You
doesn't
never
turn.
really know how much time you have with every single person.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Everybody, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I mean, at this point, I know what I know, but I come around. Well, one, it's kind of therapeutic to talk to people who at least can arrive at a conclusion about things. You know what I mean? So coming here is almost therapeutic to just talk to y'all, but yeah. But that's why I come, so I can learn how to present ideas, so that I can maybe help people, because I do it an awful lot, face to face. And I've been waiting. It's been over almost 2 years of doing this, and I keep handing out on paper people's channels, Flatzoid, Huey, and Nathan. And I've been waiting to see the increase in viewership, and it's just not apparent to me yet that new people have come.
Well,
it's discouraging slightly. Kind of like we're not having the doors beat down right now by people who want to try to learn why we exist, even as a community, or as a set of people who have made that decision to publicly state, yeah, I know the Earth's flat. I wish more people, somehow we could get more people to come around. I don't know what we do what we can, right?
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I think the community is doing just fantastic. I mean, even with all of its subgroups and cliques and everything like that, it's still spreading the truth. And to me, that's what's important at the end of the day. But another thing to realize is, well, it really is the internet, and yeah, sure, it's connecting real people in real life, but I would say in my daily experience of at least the last 10 years of knowing about flat Earth, that is increased exponentially. Maybe, yeah, obviously because I'm quite involved in the internet, but talking at parties, people bringing it up, students, the general public when I bring it up, it's definitely increasing. However, that is at least regionally where I am. So it's kind of hard to say, but at least in one perspective of my own, it's definitely increased, and it's always led me to some good optimism and to further continue it, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll keep coming back. I imagine at some point there's going to be hundreds of people in these shows, a lot of them may be on mute or whatever, but it'll be the group of people who've been waiting for, not these, honest, normal working people, farmers, plumbers, all variety.
Oh, absolutely. But I tend to think too, like, I like to talk to the parents, like of, whether it's my students or even my children's kind of friends and things like that. And these are the kind of people that would never get on the internet to talk, and the only thing they do on their computers is even like an Excel sheet, And they're the kind of people who sit at PTA meetings and speak up and say that the children should be learning this, and we should be writing to our school boards this. And as soon as those people really realize, flat Earth, you're going to start to see a lot of significant change, and but it is hard. How do you get the kind of ammo, like, in real life? It can be really difficult, detrimental, to your social spheres, if you will.
Yeah, if you're got to be risky to challenge anything in the curriculum. I would imagine. I don't know how much freedom you have, and I don't identify any kind of way.
But 90 people out of 100 in the room, if they start saying one thing, the other 10 are like, okay, and even arguably, you could probably even think of other numbers in that way. Which is why they use a lot of propaganda for, like, think of the children, for a lot of political structure arguments and things like that. When it's in fact almost the exact opposite.
It is the exact opposite for the children in benefit. Yeah.
Not everything though, but I mean, just look what they're putting in the milk. It's like, why can't you just put regular milk?
Yeah, I feel you. Well, the food, the information, everything's been made toxic through this group of people. Really, it seems to me want to incentivize any sort of corruption at all. War, the drug problem here.
That's what I mean. If the more people actually knew about this information, even statistically, I would say higher the numbers of people that would actually be much more outspoken.
Yeah.
Because, when it comes to flat Earth, I do think there's actually a lot of closet flat earthers, that aren't outspoken like we are here. But they probably know the truth.
Yeah, because I'll comment on that. Like what my first experience was seeing a globe was I put my finger on where I was, and then I turned it around and looked at the other side of it, and I was like, this can't be true. But then I had to be talked into the gravity thing and how. Anyway, but that was my initial response. So yeah, maybe people like saw it like that and then told themselves the whole time this has got to be malarkey, but I'm just not going to speak up, or they've heard enough of what we have to say, but aren't willing to speak up on any level either. So there might be a lot of that. Yeah, I could never determine how much of that there really is.
All I know is it's a beautiful thing, man. When you see it in somebody, or whether you don't, knowing that you kind of like did the right thing can be like a really good feeling too, Because I don't know, the first couple of years I knew about flat Earth, I told everybody and I lost a lot of people. And so the next 2 years I was completely shut, like didn't want to bring it up, didn't want an argument, didn't want a battle of any kind, with friends or family. So I kept it to myself, and eventually it bottles up in you the truth, and you kind of lash out a little bit, and you start making like, maybe some Instagram accounts or Facebook accounts and spreading truth everywhere as much as you can. And then you run into this place, where you can actually be just you, and develop your arguments and because I don't know, this community has definitely made me a better professor, spotting logical fallacies left and right now, even just formal and informal. It's life just keeps getting better, and I don't know if it's because it really is or if it's just, I don't know. But it's a marvelous life, to realize.
What area do you teach in?
Architecture.
Oh, really? Okay. So you use like AutoCAD then?
Yeah. I thought I heard you say CAD.
Yeah, if you could make a sphere and start putting planes of reference that would come out from the center of the sphere for where the ground position of a star would be, and make it just be what it would have to be on a globe.
Dude, it's funny that you say that because I have tried it in CAD, and I did it, 1-to-1 scale, right? And I just did the sun and the Earth, right? 93 million miles away. I didn't even like do the exact number, and I lost it on my screen, dude. Like without zoom extents or being able to kind of just focus in on either the Earth or the sun as honestly just two spheres. It's ridiculous, like. And then trying to get the perspective of the camera to like also be modeled in this and like kind of see it in the foreground. My computer at the time wasn't strong enough to even render that out. Like it was like 93 million miles away. It's supposed to be this small. It was like it was really funny. Because I couldn't, and maybe it was just my lack of skills at the time, but it was an absolute booger to replicate.
Well, all I'd want to do now is just make a, where you could put a guy on the ocean, and you could put lights in the sky surrounding the whole thing, and they don't necessarily have to reference the actual distance because nobody could know the Z height anyway. They claim to know, but you wouldn't be able to know. And then just point out where if you're trying to make this angle measurement, first of all, AutoCAD won't let me measure it. But let's say it did, and then plop like just a plane down that would be the ground position of the star, so made it some sort of a square, that you can highlight. You can hide it and highlight it I don't know if it works like SolidWorks, so I'm a SolidWorks guy. It would be so
They're
easy.
generally all about the same. I really prefer Rhinoceros 3D.
Okay. All right. I haven't even messed with it. But yeah,
I can help you out too. I'll use a friend, man. Because I have some student versions, specific links where you can basically sign up and get like a free kind of like 3-year license.
Okay. For AutoCAD or any other CAD or
like really any Autodesk product, but
okay, cool. Yep, I can make use of it. Yeah, I use Fusion 360, a student variety of it. But I have an account for it anyway. Yeah, I could post a bunch of stuff I've modeled. I did like a BMW custom rim wheel, entire wheel. That was complicated. And then one I use for interviews is AR-15 lower. I have that modeled to prove I didn't GrabCAD it, because GrabCAD won't give you any of them type of parts.
Nice. Yeah, I've been using it mostly to design houses and really products lately. But I don't know. I got some laser cutters, 3D printers, CNC mills. When I'm not doing something, I'm actually just listening and cutting stuff in the background.
Yeah, the CNC stuff is what I've been doing for a long time.
Oh, it's fun, man. Yeah, you'll never cut something the same way again.
Right. Or view how like a 3D object actually is. Like that's one of my main strengths being here is my understanding. I mean, geometry ain't complicated, but I can really visualize it well because that's what I do for a living always, is work in a 3D world environment,
Mm-hmm.
know for sure that two straight lines are what meaning a vertex at some point so like the part wouldn't necessarily have to have a sharp edge, but if you were to follow that line through to where it meets that other line, it's going to have a vertex that has two straight lines in order to achieve an angle, and that's just a well done. I mean, seriously, like
that is something I've noticed with our typical globies. They really have a hard time visualizing 3-dimensional space within the mind's eye.
Yeah, they struggle, or they're just lying. But if what they're saying, if what they say is how they actually see reality, they're really out to lunch. I mean, they're gone. They need a lobotomy or something to stop spreading. Because they are gone, man. They say the darndest things when it comes to geometry I've ever heard.
Well, it's okay, I think, when they admit that it's a belief, but sometimes that is like pulling teeth. With some of them, like, no, I know it for a fact. And they spiral. Every time.
Wasn't that Matthew Learns that would concede for like come in, be there for 3 hours, eventually concede, and then come back and like deny the concession for like months? God, he's funny guy.
There are some complex characters.
I know. Like he would come in here and announce that he was here to answer questions. Like, what the fuck? I'm here to help you guys. I'll answer any of your questions. Like when he totally got destroyed, like the previous 3 days or whatever. God, what a guy! I'd be over in YouTube chat just losing my mind because back then I got a lot more worked up about what people were saying.
I wouldn't have said that I was losing my.
Now I laugh at it a lot. Like, how can you not laugh at it? At some point, it becomes, rather than frustrating, really humorous. That's how it did it for me, anyway.
I don't know. I thought I did pretty well.
Anyway, if there's anybody listening on YouTube and Rumble and can care to come in here and discuss reality with us, we'll do our best to give you our best honest answer or tell you how we can't know rather than give you a story. We're here to do that. Or to talk to each other. We can do that
Spoiler
too.
alert. It's not a globe.
Yeah, Glover alert. It's not
So
a globe.
I guess I would dispute your characterization about what I was saying.
That's right. To read all about it. Everything's moving. Not moving. Yeah.
Maybe they have me muted.
What a day. It's been a nice day. The weather here is really nice.
And the weather's been nice here too. Too nice. Doesn't usually stay too nice in Texas.
Oh, well, this time of year's got to be better for you, though.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah. I'm in Northern California, way northern, and it's been really nice. I'm from Minnesota, so right now it's pretty cold there. But in the winter it's ridiculous. And I'm kind of grateful to not have to deal with that this year. Like when you got like 2 weeks where the average daytime temp is like 5 below to 10 below, or a month of that, it's painful. You can't really prepare for it. No matter what, parts of your skin are going to be in pain from cold. Especially, it's always windy when it's like that for some reason.
That's why
It's
I
barely
prefer
ever
Southern
not windy.
California.
At least 10, 15. For whatever reason, the cold brings the wind. Like everywhere. I wonder why that is. It's like heat can be stagnant and calm, but cold rarely, ever. Not that cold. It's usually almost always windy. I'll tell you what, though, the daylight hours here compared to what Minnesota has, don't really make sense that I'm on a lower latitude. Like that, whatever the sun's doing is weird because like it gets up a little later and goes down earlier than Minnesota would right now, and I'm supposed to be closer to the equator, which the path of the sun would, according to any of the models anybody's present, but it's not. That's not really making sense. Even say an AE map or whatever, where the sun, goes over Capricorn and down to Cancer or whatever, up to Cancer or whatever. But anyway, I don't think that's working here. I don't think the daylight hours concur with that being a model that could reference what's really happening in either the globe or the AE. You know what I'm trying to communicate, but I don't know how to do it better than just the number of hours I see the sun over the horizon. It sets really early, like 5 o'clock. It doesn't come up over the horizon until like 7:30. So I think I remember having more daylight hours in Minnesota than that.
That's something that's always got me too. Like, I don't know. It's not every single time, but do you ever get those times where the moon is like rising, right? And it is ginormous at the horizon.
Have you ever seen the moon in the daylight? Where
Yeah, all the time.
Like it's got the white parts, but it's got the blue parts. Have you ever watched them move around and it literally looks the same shade as the sky, and they start moving around on the moon? Have you ever watched that?
Not
It's a more
particularly.
You've seen it? Like it's usually the morning moon is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot, which is really weird to try to, like work out what's going on there. But it seems like I'm seeing through it and seeing the sky through it, and wherever that the white and the blue are, they seem to kind of move around. I've seen it a bunch. I find that fascinating. I wish I could zoom in with like an icon and really just let it do its thing and really be able to point out what it, you know,
Yeah.
to upload it and stuff and just have people, what is this? All the globies would come up with whatever they come up with, but we could look at it and just say, what is going on there? Just a little curious thing. I don't know. Has anybody ever put that online? It's hard to type for anything anymore, like especially YouTube. Like I can't search for stuff anymore unless I have like exactly what I'm looking for or already have the channel, right? And I can go to their channel and see if anything's been put up right recently. But finding any, say, that isn't shouted out like on a show like this right now, like 24/7 Flat Earth Discords on YouTube and Rumble, and you know what I mean?
Right, but it didn't show up unless you like literally just type 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, unless you already. So yeah, you're not gonna. Yep, you have to type in everything perfect. And then a bunch of the old like stuff, like
Oh,
like
completely erased. Yeah.
there's stuff that's gone or it gets buried. Like just images on Google search for optical convergence have turned into a mess. You cannot see like them demonstrating, say, the vanishing point anymore. Like it used to be pretty good to be able to screenshot that stuff, but once Google takes it down, it seems like the screenshots I've had aren't available as well, sort of stuff. So like it's a memory hole that seems to be interactive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like interactive in the sense that my device isn't able to find it as well. You want to hear what? I don't know if this. I don't want to say it. It was the first area of censorship I experienced on the internet. Um, I don't. I don't want to come across as any of that sort of like. What do they call that? Sovereign citizen sort of stuff. I don't want to talk about any of that. But that was the first experience related topic. I don't want to get into any details because I don't want YouTube anybody to censor anything. Because even if we haven't had a great flat Earth discussion tonight, just pointing out that nobody's coming here to prove what their claim if it's in opposition. None. I just wish people would come and get on voice, and if there's anybody out there listening who has any questions or wants to bring up any kind of point and try to verify it with us and see how it goes.
Well, until then, man, it's been good talking to you.
Yeah, it's been good. Thanks for being here. I think I'm gonna hop off too because I don't know. Talking
Yeah,
to the
bedtime here.
yeah, and it's 10 o'clock. I gotta kind of wind down. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
feigned exasperation a dependent variable?
I don't want to talk about Cavendish.
Okay, then. Are you not going to be able to give me a hypothesis that I can test that proves the supposition of whatever the fuck you're talking about?
You heard what I said.
Okay, then. I don't even know why we're talking then. I'll tell you what, maybe we can do this one. Have you got a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
Where's a direct measurement of Earth containment?
Gas pressure. At least we fucking got that. So
Is this
if you've got a direct
Yeah, we
measurement
have
of Earth,
evidence that you
which is,
don't need a
let's put it
container
like
for
this.
gas pressure.
Let's put it like this. You say the Earth is an open system, devoid of containment, but every description of gas pressure requires containment, whether that's gas pressure or a gas pressure gradient. Gas pressure gradients can easily be achieved with variance in temperature. Now, we obviously live within a dynamic system, but you would need a physical boundary to have the gas pressure here. You say that there isn't one. You say it's because of gravity. I've asked you to provide me with a hypothesis that I can test to prove the supposition of gravity, and you don't want to give it to me.
Yeah, how can I test the walls of your container?
I don't know, go up into the sky and tell me what happens when you get there.
I don't know, you're telling me that there's walls to a container somewhere.
No, I'm telling you that within your model you need a container. I'm not making a declaration.
No, in my model, gravity causes
Listen, understand what I'm saying. I'm not making a declaration that the sky's a vacuum. Am I? I'm not making any knowledge claims about what the sky is. You're making a knowledge claim about there's a vacuum up there. We have gas pressure here, which leaves us with two problems. Being as the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, and if there's no physical barrier between our unfixed volume and the ever-expanding volume of the vacuum of space, gas would increase in entropy and disperse into that unfixed volume. This is your claim. Don't put words into my mouth. I don't know what the sky is.
Well, I just wanted to reverse the burden of proof on you. That's all I wanted to do.
Well, you failed to do so, being as you're the ones that make the positive claim. I don't make a claim about knowledge about what the sky is.
I think the claim with no evidence for it is.
I've never been there, so
the claim that has no evidence for it is the incorrect claim.
Well, we have gas pressure. And the only way to achieve gas pressure...
We have gas pressure and we don't have containment.
See,
where's the containment?
Where's the vacuum?
Yeah, there's decreasing pressure with altitude.
What's the mechanism?
It's not a vacuum. It just gets closer and closer to a near vacuum.
It just disperses out.
Lower pressure.
Okay. What's the mechanism that keeps the gas to the surface of the Earth whilst the Earth is moving at 66,000 miles an hour around the sun?
Gravity.
Awesome. Can you give me a hypothesis that I can test to prove gravity, please?
No.
What? No. Okay, then. So just unverified claims. Brilliant. That's helpful.
How do I test for the container, though?
We have gas pressure. For both every definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, gravity should be a cause of pressure.
Well, I can demonstrate that, can't I? I can literally give you the cause and effect supposition within a demonstration just by putting gas inside a container and understanding that the amount of gas that I put inside that fixed volume, that gas is going to be under pressure, depending on the amount of gas and the size of the volume. But...
Except we have evidence of no container.
Pardon?
We have evidence of there being no container.
Okay. And what's the mechanism?
And we have evidence of gas pressure without containment. We have.
Well, and that would be your belief that the sky is a vacuum.
It's a decreasing amount of pressure when you gain altitude. That doesn't make it a quote-unquote perfect vacuum.
Can you demonstrate that? Just lower pressure. So what is the mechanism that is keeping the gas attached to the Earth while the Earth is moving away from the gas?
Gravity.
Awesome. You know what my next question is, don't you?
Something that you could do to test for the cause of gravity.
Something, yeah. A hypothesis that I can test.
Okay, so it's became a little circular.
Pardon?
I can't test for your container. You can't test for the cause of gravity being center of mass of the Earth.
Okay, well, if we're going to have center of mass of the Earth, you're going to need to provide me with a direct measurement of Earth curvature. Can you do that at least?
Yeah, it's been done.
Good.
But you don't believe that's what's caused me. You think it's something
can you
else.
provide me with that information then, please? Maybe I've missed something.
No, we've done this before. You don't believe anything is Earth curve, even though
I
there's
don't believe
tropical
anything.
distance,
I don't
left to
believe
right
anything.
curve.
You haven't given me anything. Give me something at least, mate.
I have before. We've done this
No,
together.
now
You know
I
what
don't
I'm
care
giving.
about fucking before. I'm talking about now. Give
You
me
know what
something
I've
now.
given you, man.
Give me something now.
All right, I'm stopping what I'm doing to give you something now.
What is he bringing?
Just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like I'm gonna have to make myself another cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Lulu, I've been to sleep. I woke up about 2 hours ago, so I'm fine.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
it's
gonna
not the wrong way
say.
around today. Yeah, I just woke up early.
Okay.
All right, I posted something.
High
There's more
altitude.
where that came from.
So,
And
go on, Lily.
sorry, I thought you went to make your coffee. I was trying to
Yeah,
keep
no,
this
I
tea
will.
warm.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yo.
No, Lulu,
Oh,
this you've got this. Give me 2 minutes.
okay. So what are you proving with this? Truth.
Yeah, we see curvature. Curvature is everywhere.
Oh, okay. Let me just look.
He wanted evidence of curvature.
Right. And what is
He
the altitude
demanded
over
it.
here? Right. What's the altitude?
This balloon goes from 0 to 100,000 feet.
Okay, 100,000 feet high. Okay, I'm trying to forward it so that I can get to the good stuff. Is there like a good timestamp that you can give me that shows curvature? Because
Yeah, go like an hour and 20 minutes in.
Okay, an hour and 20 minutes.
Or you might as well go to 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's the highest altitude he reaches. It says
16.
Oh no, that's when he's coming back down.
So an hour 20
He's already
minutes
coming
is
down.
about 70,000 feet, approximately 70,000 feet.
Okay, at 2 hours and 6 minutes, he's at 115,000 feet.
Okay, 2 hours 6 minutes. Okay,
2
let's
hours
look at
6
that.
minutes.
114 feet. This video is horrible, but
Oh my gosh!
okay, I see flat on this pause. Let's see, it's gonna go. I mean, you do understand you can't even see. You're not supposed to see supposedly curvature at that height, right?
We're seeing curvature at that height. That's what we're seeing.
Right. So what kind of camera did they use? What is the lens? What's, do you know all of this?
Rectilinear lens. He didn't want to have any barrel distortion. So he paid a lot of money to launch this balloon with the right kind of camera, so you wouldn't get barrel distortion. This guy's a flat earther.
Right.
But that's clearly curvature.
I don't see the clearly part because it's very.
Oh, the whole video is curvature. I mean, everything from 90,000 feet and up, it's a distinct curve to the horizon. So for me, the question isn't like, if it appears flat or not. It's like, how is Earth flat when it appears to be curving? That's the question now.
Okay, no, the question is, Oh, sorry, I lost it. Ugh. I accidentally logged out of the video I was watching. 1 second, let me get back to it. Yeah, I was about to bring
I
up
could show
what
left to
Jedi
right curve. I
posted.
could show front to back
What
curve.
what
I
Jedi
could show
posted?
left to right curve. I could show front to back curve. Hundreds of examples.
Right. So front to back, okay, I've never seen that or heard that
Yeah,
before.
that's
But
crop over distance.
do you see what Jedi posted right below your video?
No. Let me see.
And if he's back, he can continue with this. But that is the photograph that was taken from the Chinese equivalent of ISS, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just watching this video and trying to find Earth curvature whilst the camera's swinging around.
Yeah, it's a really bad video, but
yeah, the image I dropped is like you said, Lulu, the Chinese equivalent to the International Space Station. I guess maybe that because they're Chinese, they can do maths better than everybody else. This balloon that you've provided isn't even as high enough as the 120,000 feet Felix Baumgartner jump. And we all understand what's going to be happening now, don't we? We're going to get Paul Larson and Neil deGrasse Tyson to come out and say that mathematically speaking, you're not high enough away from the surface of the Earth to see horizontal left to right curvature, which is why I post this image, because the Chinese appear to be able to do maths better than everybody else.
Yep.
I don't even think that claim is true, though.
Okay, well, go and get me the mathematical standard to hold.
I think you would be able to see curvature at 90,000 feet.
Okay, then go and get me the mathematical standard to hold. Being as we've been provided by two, Paul Larson has given us one, and within his mathematical calculations, using the radius of the Earth and altitude above that surface, you're not high enough from the International Space Station even to perceive left or right curvature, just mathematically speaking. Now, I'm still watching this video, and whilst it's swinging around, giving
The International Space Station, they see curvature.
Yeah, I know. That's interesting. Mathematically speaking, you shouldn't be able to perceive that horizontal curvature. Because mathematically speaking, I keep saying this word, so hopefully you'll understand it, because I keep saying it. You're not high enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive horizontal left or right curvature. Whilst I'm still watching this video of a balloon swinging round and still failing to see curvature on that, as it keeps swinging round from up and down in 360 degrees. You do understand we have a circle of vision around us even within a camera, right?
Of course.
Good.
That's why he's spinning it in 360 degrees.
Yeah, exactly. And all I've got is a circle around me, or the camera in this instance. When, for example, we were to take maybe a snapshot, you might be able to perceive some kind of curvature at the edge of the rectilinear lens, apparently. But as we keep going from left to right, that distortion is removed, and it then becomes the center of the camera, which is horizontal, when the curve is only perceived at the edges of the camera, rectilinear in nature, apparently. So we just observe 360 degree circle of vision around us. This is an Earth curvature, mate. Faint exasperation again.
That's kind of a red herring.
Red herring, I'm looking for fucking Earth curvature.
Yeah, I just showed you a bunch. You want some more?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
And the mathematical standard to hold. You have failed to provide me with any equation that I could use.
I didn't fail to provide you. No, I didn't. I provided it. Hello?
No, you haven't given me a mathematical equation. You know, when we talk about the geometric horizon heighting things at distance, and we give you 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet to understand where the geometric horizon should be for an observer. You've just given me height of balloon, radius of Earth, but no mathematical standard to hold. Now I know it, I've got it, but until you provide me it, then you yourself don't have a mathematical standard to hold. You're just saying, hey, look, we see Earth curvature. It's like saying, I can't see the bottom of that boat at 20 fucking miles away. But even though the horizon isn't in its geometrical location, it can only be obscured by Earth curvature, which is disingenuous. You don't have a mathematical standard to hold. I do.
Look, I showed you Earth curving. You can either tell
What?
me how that works on a flat Earth or ignore the fact that that's what it looks like.
Well, mathematically speaking, you're not high enough away from the surface of the Earth. And are you now declaring that horizon is physical Earth curvature, or is it optical, the limitation of your view, through an atmosphere that you are looking down upon? What are you forgetting about your refraction now, are you? That's interesting.
No.
Oh, so mention it then.
I just, dude.
Just dude, what? Is that the
You're
physical
just doing all
curvature?
this. You're just doing all this
No.
stuff. I don't know.
Answer this question. Is that physical Earth curvature now on the horizon?
Yeah, that's the horizon curving. That's what that is in that video.
What's the horizon? Is it physical Earth curvature or is it optical? Which one?
Oh, you have a way for it to be optical? I wonder what that is.
Well, being as you would claim that the horizon is physical Earth curvature, but we can demonstrate here at low altitude on the surface of the Earth that the horizon isn't in its geometric location.
Yeah, at lower altitudes.
Okay, so this is what I mean. So now at high altitude, are you saying that this is the actual physical curvature of the Earth whilst we're still looking downwards at an angle through the atmosphere?
I'm showing you what appears to be Earth curving.
Okay, appears to be. Have you got a mathematical standard that I can hold to this observation, please? No, of course not.
No, and you don't have a way to explain how this works on flat Earth without saying optic effects, which really doesn't mean anything.
But it only means something when we're talking about the black swan. It only means something to you where you would declare refraction. That's only optic effects.
And honestly,
when
that
you were
formula
fuck
that
off,
you're asking me for
shut
exists.
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It will only be
Jesus Christ, dude. I'll come back when you feel better.
No, come back when
Feel
you can
better.
come back. We can have a cohesive argument, and then to tell me that we only talk about refraction when you want to talk about it. You fucking incongruous little cunt.
He left because he didn't have any. He didn't have anything.
No, we don't talk about refraction when he sees Earth curvature. Okay, fair enough. But when we don't see Earth curvature, I think that's refraction because we're looking through the atmosphere. Just because you're high up, please don't tell me you're not looking through the atmosphere. Please don't tell me that. That would be stupid. Anyway, Lulu, is there anybody else?
Sure. I think I don't know if it's Ostalgia. Ostalgia is a glober or not. Up above Ostalgia. Sir, ma'am, can you speak?
Ostaligi?
Because I said it wrong.
I'm trying to say it wrong, so they unmute themselves and tell me how to say my name properly.
I guess. Oh.
I see General XD5 has joined us, but I don't think General XD5 has ever unmuted that microphone. I see Globus is in the channel. I did unmute you earlier, my friend, as well, so you should be able to speak. See Mark's here. Morning, Mark. Hope you're doing well. Cy P is in the channel. What's up, Cy P? See
It's
Scott. Sip. Oh, is it Sip?
Yeah. Sip.
Okay. Sip. All right, Sip.
No,
Have you spoken?
The P is not silent. It's Psip.
Psip.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Have you spoken to Psip before?
No, it's he went by her before.
Whoever this person is, I don't know. I've never spoken to them.
You know the guy that doesn't like vowels.
Oh,
Remember
okay.
that?
Yeah. Okay, right. That's cool. Who else is here? Scott McKay's in the house. Morning, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Right at the bottom of the server, we have Truth Seeker. So just, hopefully some people want to speak at some point. I see the 24/7 live bots in here from YouTube. That's crazy.
Yeah, don't worry about that one. It's not in here right now.
But I can see it. It is here.
I know. Hold on, sorry. Just typing something.
Okay, no worries. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Change your name again. You changed your name 3 times in the time that I've been awake.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've had this for a while now.
Really?
Well, okay, so it depends when were you awake.
Right, okay, so the name that you've got here isn't the same one that's in the moderator text.
Oh, no, it's that's a whole different place, dude.
That's
You
crazy.
can't keep the same name on the same server. Are you crazy?
Well, yeah, no, apparently you can't. You change your name as often as you change your fucking shoes, I swear.
I wish I had that many shoes. Wow, that would be awesome.
Maybe this is how you're kind of negating that fact that you don't have as many shoes, so you change your name as often as possible. I get you. This is a Ghostbuster reference, isn't it? There is no Donna.
Yeah, only
Only
Zoom.
Yeah.
That was a good movie.
What was the motivation by changing that to your name today?
I was remembering like good old sci-fi movies, and I was gonna say Globebusters. Ghostbusters came to mind. So
Fair enough. I want to watch Ghostbusters now.
You have seen it before, right?
Yeah, of course I've seen it before.
Oh, okay. It just sounded like you were gonna watch it for the first time.
No. There is the new the new remake of Globebusters, fuck's sake, of Ghostbusters. But I haven't watched the new remake of it.
With the all-female cast?
Yeah.
Okay. No comment.
Have you
No,
watched it?
I refuse to watch it. That's just such a what is it called? Sucking up to the whole woke feminist community, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I saw the preview and I saw some reviews of it, and I was just like, I don't want to waste my time with this. It looks really bad.
Rumor is that they might change the lead character in James Bond to a woman.
Oh,
I will not watch that. I'm sorry.
I heard that too. Yeah, no, no. Well, okay. What was the name of the freaking show? It's the English show with the doctor. Sci-fi
House?
show.
Oh no.
No. Hold on.
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who. Yes. Sci-fi
House?
show.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Did you watch that with the new lady doctor?
I've seen little bits of it. It didn't blend with me well.
Yeah, as a woman, they're not doing us any favors by making all the classics into this horrific whatever it is that they're trying to do.
Yeah. What, do you not like the role that you play as in the damsel in distress that always needs to be rescued by the lead character who's always depicted as a man? Do you not like that? Or do you prefer it that way? Sorry.
No, it's not that I don't prefer having superheroes and whatnot, but why not make new characters? Like there's my favorite show used to be when I was growing up. Her name was, what the freak was her name? I don't remember it, but it was a female warrior, like back in the Stone Ages. Yes, her. That was my favorite show watching when I was younger, and it was, she has superpowers or whatever. But
we need to remake that with a man as the lead character.
I think it's called Conan or something. You don't need to.
It is. Yeah, it's Conan the Barbarian. Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, no, it's a good show like just as you said, if they were to remake that with a man, like what's the point of that? You know?
Exactly. Let's remake Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh hell no! Don't you? No, that's.
Well, this is the kind of point, isn't it? We wouldn't dream of doing that to well-loved female leads in these types of programs. We wouldn't dream of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just if you want to make a strong, independent female warrior, then make a strong, independent female warrior character. Don't just inject like an already established character and just freaking switch their gender, and then voila, you have this great movie now. So stupid.
It is.
I think also what else did they ruin with the female characters?
Everything.
I know. I hate agreeing with you because I'm like.
What do you fucking mean you hate agreeing with me? The fuck's that supposed to be?
In this particular field, I hate agreeing with you because I am a woman. I'm like, yes, we need more. I gotta rep and agree with my fellow sisters and whatnot. But it's just so bad, man.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is, though. It's just a woke society which we live in.
Yeah.
It's not very woke, though.
Yeah, no.
Like woke zero.
Yeah, but I think they've kind of calmed down with that now. I don't see any. Oh, Captain Marvel and Girl Thor. Yes, you're right, Trinity. That was. Forgot about those.
I think Lady Thor is a throwback to the comic book era of the 1980s, so I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Was there a Lady Thor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where the story. That's why I think they injected it into the film franchise, because it was already an established character within the comic books.
Okay. If that's the case, then it's fair.
Yeah. This is why I have a problem with the new Star Wars franchise. Force Awakens and all that. With, yeah. No, I don't.
Brigade. Flat Earth Retard Brigade.
What's up, Windy? How you doing? Are you doing well?
Flat Earth Retard Brigade is here.
Da 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 da. Bindy fascist. Is a bigot. How often have you been a bigot for?
Wait a second, I need to call Dragon Force. We need to make a new song about this.
Yeah, that's fine. How long have you been a bigot for?
Oh, oops. It's a drive-by. Whoops.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Just drive by and chuck a shit out the window and keep going, I guess. So has anything actually interesting happened today? I've kind of been out of the server doing my own bits and pieces. Went to sleep early, that type of shit. So has anything exciting happened? See, Timbo's joined us. What's up, Tim?
Timbo. I don't know. I was doing a lot of errands running around today. So I don't know if anything excited happened, but probably the usual.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely up early today. 10 to 7 in the morning. I'm
I
on my second.
know. What's going on? This is concerning. You're back to your normal routine, or not routine, your time zone.
Well, yeah, I've tried to go to bed at a reasonable time and whatnot. Just wait for that in the morning.
Yeah.
Timbo says from the text chat, "What's up, guys? What's up, mate? Hope you're doing well." You know, Timbo's too shy to talk. That's what it is. Doesn't want to get shouted at.
We understand. Australians are very shy, so.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably why I drink so much.
All right, we have a new person. I don't even know how to pronounce this name. I'm not gonna attempt to. Ref. Something. Hello?
Sounds like a clanger. Yep, sounds like a clanger.
A what?
A clanger. A British children's TV program from the 70s. You know those slide wheels?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was basically how they spoke.
Okay. Oh, it's Anjo Gratis, the Forbidden Mon. Monkey God. Okay. Ref, so can you speak human?
This is an interesting trial. I mean, 10 out of 10 for, I guess, for variety.
Yeah.
Not something I've heard before.
So many weird people coming through. It's
Talking about weird people, Britnat's here. What's up, Britnat?
oh gosh. Whoops.
Dude, that was super creepy.
Hey dude, what's up?
Hey dude.
Yeah, I've been listening to the last couple people you guys have been talking to. It's so funny. I'm just over here laughing. Thank you. It's always, the same shit, gravity or gas pressure without a container. That balloon footage, man. That's your evidence for curvature? Man, you guys are desperate. Desperados. Keep coming, though. Don't give up. You guys will find that curvature, man. You'll find it. You guys know what you're looking for.
It's out there somewhere.
It's out there, man. Just gotta keep looking. That next horizon, just over that one, man. That's where it's at. Oh, anyway, beautiful night out here. And, some rain today. It's beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Did it rain today?
It rained where I'm at.
Wait, where are you at?
I'm in California.
I know. SoCal, right? I was just
Yeah, well, I'm Central Cal tonight.
Ah, okay.
I was up in the Central Coast today.
Well, enjoy the rain, because you know how it is down here.
Yeah. Perfect. Any other newbies you guys gonna chit chat with?
No, not really.
All right. Well, there's supposed to be a meteor shower tonight, man. That's why I'm outside.
Oh, nice.
I did see one. I saw one. That's it.
Make a wish? Oh wait.
Yeah.
Can you make wishes on meteor showers?
Yeah, it's the same thing as a shooting star, same kind of description.
Yeah. I guess you could,
Okay.
huh?
Wish away.
You know what a meteor shower is, right? It's the Earth moving through an old comet's tail.
Right. Yeah, we're
Sure it is, brother. I'm sure it is.
Ripping through outer space at millions of miles an hour, You're gonna run into some shit somewhere along the line.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of space out there, whole bunch of space.
It is Sunday, isn't it?
It is.
All right, I guess you guys can speculate then.
Oh, that's right. Shit. Well, I was sitting there listening to you guys. I was watching an event happening in Las Vegas right now. It's called the F1 racing circuit. If you guys are familiar with
Yeah, I know what F1. I know what Formula 1 racing is, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're racing around the city of Las Vegas right now, and it's a spectacle, man. I lived in that city for 4 years, man. Never saw anything like that, man. But it's a freaking full-out onslaught of advertising everywhere. It's just crazy, man. How much every little fucking post or light post or whatever, it's all got advertising on it. The whole thing, everything. Anyway, that was just something I noticed. Not a big F1 fan, but I thought I'd watch a couple laps and take a look at it. But anyway,
Is it? I'm still back on the wish thing.
yeah.
Would it be better to make like how does that work? Is it one wish per sighting, or is it one wish per star? Not star, whatever it is that we're seeing up there.
I think it's singular. So when you wish upon a star, so you can wish upon that star, and then you wish upon that falling star. But yeah, I think it's individual. So if you see 1,000 falling stars tonight, I guess you can make 1,000 wishes. Not sure how God would feel about that, though. Maybe that's some form of idolatry, but might be a different subject.
That's true.
I just want to find that genie, man. I can rub the bottle and get 3 wishes. I want my 3 wishes, man.
That would be nice.
What I will do is I will write down a list of all the things that I want, and then ask the genie to, with my first wish, make everything on my list come true.
There you go.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah.
But then can't you just wish to have 1,000 more wishes on your first wish?
Yeah, no, see, modern culture seems to have caught up with that one. So the genie now turns around to you and says,
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, he says no.
I think there's some laws of physics behind that or something.
Oh, well. If it's a law, then yeah.
I could see 1,000,000 stars tonight too, man. This is crazy.
Have you counted them?
Yeah, I did. Took a while.
Okay. Well done.
They say it takes to count to 1,000,000, it takes I think it was 30 days or something. I might be off on that.
Depends how fast you count, I guess.
Yeah, you start getting into 667,542. 600. It takes a while, you know. It takes 4 or 5 seconds to spit it out, right? 927,562. There you go. Takes a while. I don't think anybody's ever done it. Although I thought I heard a guy on YouTube do it. He was doing it. He had a YouTube. You guys ever see that?
What, YouTube?
This
was
years ago. He counted to 1,000,000.
Oh wow!
On YouTube. Yeah. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I heard about it. I never watched him do it, but anyway. People do strange things. That's all I got to say. People do some strange stuff, man.
So, about the SpaceX.
Yeah, that blew up.
I think it was SpaceX. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, me
but
either.
Did it blow up in the beginning or after it was in the air?
It's way up in the air, I think, from what I heard. I heard somebody talking about it.
Because it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for that. I'll be back.
Yeah. All right. Well, in the meantime, we have Nash. Oh, he just left. Great. All right, I'm going to do a roll call, everybody. You better open up your mic and say present, or you will be marked absent, okay? And we're going to start with Nostalgia. Nostalgia, are you there? Nostalgia. All right, fine. Royal, welcome, brother. How are you? I would like to hear you flat smack one day. That would be nice. Blood Sticker. Blood Sticker, what's up, man? All right.
Hello there.
Hello. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
Good, good. Thank you. It's nice to
Good,
hear
good.
you.
Thank you.
It would be nice to hear you flat smack somebody one day.
Flat smack.
Or discuss the flat earth ideology, in other words, until they hit Coctis.
Okay.
All right. And we got Britnat. Britnat, you don't have to open your mic. It's okay. And then Jedi, FE Jedi, our usual host. He's probably getting more coffee or something. And Flat Earth Dude joining us from Stargazing in Central California. He's getting some videos.
I'm present.
All right, sir. You won't be marked absent. Thank you. General XD5. Sir, are you there, ma'am? Or is it they, thems? Okay. Globus, welcome. Nice to see you here. Hope to hear you flat smacking. Hello there. We got another Aussie in the house, guys.
Indeed, indeed.
Nice to hear you. And please flat smack anybody as much as you wish.
Sure. I'm all out of flat smack, to be honest, but
Yeah, flat smack. What's that all about?
it's not really my thing anymore, but happy
What is
to
flat
listen
smacking?
in the background.
We have a lot of glowers coming through that needs a bit of when you say smacking, it sounds bad, but it's a good type of smacking. Okay, that also sounded bad. But all right, so moving on to Julius J. Julius, I've only heard you snoring on the mic. I never heard you speaking. That would be nice to hear you once. All right. Little G. We're always talking about Little G. Yep. All right. Never heard you speak, but I know you do. Welcome. Marky Mark. What's up?
Hello. You alright?
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Just woke up. It's early in the UK.
Ah, nice.
Certainly is.
Welcome to, well, you've been here before, but I don't know if are you a flat earther?
No.
You're not, okay.
No.
What did you say? Did he cut out?
No, it wasn't me. Someone else said something.
Oh, okay. Well, Mark, I will get back to you in 1 minute. I'm just going to finish off my roll call, and then we can talk about the shape of the Earth if you are willing to.
Oh, roll call, roll call.
Yeah, you missed your roll call, Jedi. You have been marked absent.
Oh, what? Got a note and everything.
Space Goat is deafened. Plum Bob. Hello, sir. Plum
Good
Bob.
evening. Good evening.
How are you?
Doing good. Enjoying the chatter on here, you know?
Nice. Yes, as always. I know you're a flat earther, but it would be nice to hear you flat smacking one of these days.
Yeah, one of these days I'll get a little on mic shy and get in there, put my effort in.
Yep. Hit him with that plum what is it? Plum argument that I'm not so good at. So whenever it comes up, I think I know who I'm going to defer that argument to.
Very good. All right, take care. Back to the roll call.
All right. Of course, he deafens when it's roll call. He's all right. Fine. Quad, what's up, Quad? The Quad Father, what's up, man? All right, he's probably busy. All right. In the chats, all right. Scott Mackey on the red mic. Hello, sir. I will wait to unmic you. Is that a word? Unmic you. Let's unmic you. Hello, Scott. You have been unmiked.
Mic'd.
All right, I'm gonna put you back on the red so that you feel better about not being able to speak. All right, and there is no Dana, only Zoo, because you know I'm the awesomest of them all. Timbo Slice, what's up, man? Oh yeah, you're only in the chats, huh? Okay. Thumbs up back to you. And Trinity loves you. Hello, sir.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. And you?
Okay. Aussie or South African or New Zealander?
South African.
South African. Okay. I just was never sure about that accent. Nice to have South Africa represented in the house. Nice. Thank you. And I have heard you flat smacking some people in your plane analogy about the spin, so that's nice.
The plane, the spinning of the Earth, because a lot of people don't talk about that much, but it's actually my favorite because it's just so fun, the whole spin thing, because you can really finish it off real quick. You know, there's no way to go. You can't use lots of like scientific formulas and stuff trying to explain away the spin of the Earth. There's no way you can go with that.
Yeah, that is true. And they usually don't have an answer.
Yeah, simple, sweet, and easy. You can immediately see all the fake flat earthers that are just actually flat earthers pretending to be globers, because that's what we have mostly here. Coming here, the people here are mostly just people that know the Earth's flat and they're just pretending. They're just gatekeepers.
True. True. Yep. Yeah, man, keep up the good work when you're flat smacking them around. And lastly is Truth Seeker, a fellow glober, a fellow flat earther turned glober. Okay.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, Truth Seeker. I would ask you to flat smack, but you have unfortunately gone back to the dark side.
Yeah, I'm a globe earther.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We all make mistakes, bro. Don't worry about it. But we do have General XD. Oh, god dang it! You just changed your thingy. Okay, never mind. thought it was a new person. I got excited. And you thought I wasn't gonna call on you, huh? Sip, sip. Come on, bro. Say something. Sip, sip, sip in the house. Sip, sip. All right, fine. We shall let you off this time. All right, and that is all we have tonight.
So NASA actually did not pay me. Guys, how do I convert you back to the globe?
That's what they all say.
The Earth is not flat, guys. You guys need to understand that.
So, what is it that they presented to you that made you go back to the globe?
I mean, it's not even that they presented. It's just like everything makes more sense when it's a globe. Like, I mean, everything looks like a sphere. Like the sun looks like a sphere, the moon looks like a sphere. Like,
But why are you comparing the Earth to, let's say, why aren't you comparing the Earth to birds, like bird shapes, or butterfly shapes, or something like that? Why are you only comparing it to the sun and stars, or
well, because these are celestial objects.
so
I guess
why
the one
compare?
thing that's kind of confusing is galaxies are spirals, which is kind of confusing. I would expect a galaxy to be a sphere, but I guess not.
So then that kind of goes out the window, yeah? Earth
Actually,
could be a
maybe I should look
spiral.
that up. Why is a galaxy?
While you look that up, we have Tom D. Hello, sir. Tom, you there? Can you speak? All right. If you have any questions, Tom, you're more than welcome to ask them. Oh, you're in the chats. All right. Hello.
Okay, so a galaxy is a spiral because of the gravitational interactions. And so it's influenced by angular momentum.
So then why can't Earth be a spiral?
Because Earth is just one big object. But like when you have different objects that are like interacting with each other's gravitational field, angular momentum comes into play. Let me see. Yeah, so
How did they measure?
concentration of angular momentum is what causes.
How did they measure that?
It's not a measurement, it's an observation. I mean, you just take a picture of a galaxy.
And it spins a couple of times a day. How does it work?
I guess it depends on the galaxy. I don't think there's like one universal rate of spin.
Within your model, gravity fails to explain the motion of a galaxy. This is why they invented such things like dark matter and dark energy.
Well, I think they invented dark matter to account for the expansion of the universe or something like that.
Yeah, and because spiral galaxies, they didn't have enough gravity to keep them together. So dark matter.
Yeah, to me that kind of dark matter thing kind of just seems like they're making up something to fit their equations.
You'd find that all over the place, really, but I digress.
I would say like most of it is correct. Like especially quantum, like quantum's interesting.
So again, why do you want to assume that the Earth is the same as what we see out there?
Because they're both celestial objects. So the same
How
forces
how do
would
you
apply.
know? How do you know the Earth is a celestial object?
Because the Earth is really big and it's floating in space.
How do you know it's floating in space?
Well, where else would it be?
That how do you know? So what? It's kind of hard to explain, but why
Well,
would you
that's
think?
a good question. Where is Earth? Where is it?
Yes. Yes, it's Helio. What's
Hey,
up, brother?
Helio, welcome.
Yeah, I trying not to join. I have to go to work in a few hours, but God damn it, this is so stupid. These guys are asking dumb questions. I can't help myself.
I'll tell you what. Help yourself, mate. You can have this.
Give me 15 minutes, or just. I mean, with these dumb questions, it was just like it's just like you have to pretend you're in a galaxy somewhere, someplace. The only thing you know is that you're on Earth, right? Can't you know that? Don't you know that right away? The only place you can know is that you are right here on Earth. Stop pretending you're somewhere else.
What? I never pretended I was somewhere else.
Really? Well, where's this galaxy you speak of?
Yeah, I was talking about observations. I never said we're in another.
From Earth?
I mean, you know we're in the Milky Way galaxy, right? Like,
No, we don't. No, I don't know that.
okay.
Okay, well, tell me about this Milky Way galaxy you speak of.
What do you want to know about it?
Oh, well, you seem to know about it. Tell me about it.
It's a collection of stars. I think it's centered around
Somewhere in the universe, one spoken word.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're in one spoken word, Earth, or a verse spoken somewhere. You know, the universe broken down means one spoken word. Or phrase. It could mean phrase.
I don't think it means anything to do with speaking.
What? Do you think the word verse doesn't mean phrase or word? Come on, man. You're speaking out of your ass right now.
Yes.
Maybe you're speaking out of your mouth. Actually, I do believe you're speaking out of your mouth, and it's proven because it's coming out of your vocals.
So universe.
You're speaking with intellect. Let's intellectually take a look at what we're talking about. The broader perspective of all of this.
Yeah, so the word universe comes from Latin, which means universus, or combined into one, or a whole. It has nothing to do with the spoken verse.
Yeah, sort of. I guess you could look at that. But I was talking about in the biblical sense, which that doesn't necessarily have to be biblical. We're talking about what we experience as Earth. You have to pretend that you're living on a globe in a galaxy somewhere in the
Well, you pretend that you're
universe.
living on a flat Earth and that it's like floating up.
No, I don't have to pretend I'm living on a stationary Earth because that's what I experience. I don't have to pretend any of that. You have to pretend that you're living on a third rock from the sun in the solar system in the Milky Way galaxy. I don't have to pretend that I'm in that realm. I just experience what I experience. I don't have to pretend this third rock from the sun bullshit. You've never experienced yourself on anywhere that me and you experience the same thing every day, all the time. The stationary level Earth. All of us experience that all at once. You
Okay.
have to believe that you're on a globe in the solar system, in the Milky Way galaxy. You have to believe that. You can never experience it, ever.
Groove Seeker did ask an interesting question, Helio. Maybe you'd like to answer it. He asked us what it would take to convince us that the Earth was a ball. So, Helio, what would it take to convince you that the Earth was a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
Well, I used to believe it, so there's no way to turn me back to that bullshit. I can't even. What would it take? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I used to believe it, so I don't. Once I saw through the bullshit, I just, it was like you see the fourth wall. It's like it's the whole system. You just see through it. You can't be led back to something that, when you've been fed a line of bullshit your entire life, and then once you see through it, there's no way you can't go back.
So when did you realize that the Earth is flat?
When?
Or like
Well,
what?
that's kind of a general question. I mean, when?
Okay, like what made you think it's flat?
What convinced me that the Earth is not what they told us it is? Maybe that's a better question, or is that what?
Okay, sure.
Because, all right, well, check this out. If I were to accept the general knowledge about the globe Earth in the solar system, we all have to go by the numbers that they gave us, right? And when we argue this point, we have to go by those. You have to go by those numbers. So you have to, if you think the Earth is a globe, you have to go by those numbers. And once we show you evidence that those numbers cannot possibly be true, you have to accept the fact that.
So it was the black swan.
No, well, the black swan is one of our very valid arguments, but that's not the only one. Once you discover, see, nobody here in the flat Earth realm or whatever, there is no flat Earth realm. We just live on Earth. It's just where we are. Nobody's trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. You find it for yourself. Now, if we compare and contrast the Earth as a level stationary plane, which we all experience with our own eyes every single day, or the globe Earth, which you have to believe, and you look at Star Trek and space movies and rockets in space and all that kind of shit. And now you're going to have a level of nobody trusts the government altogether, right? So they could lie. They would lie about this, but they wouldn't lie about that. I mean, come on, man. Listen, look at the Earth. Consider our point of view at the very least. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. But who's trying to convince you that the Earth is a globe? Do you trust those motherfuckers?
My professors, yeah, I trust them. They're pretty smart.
Yeah, most of those professors think that the Earth is a globe when it can't possibly be a globe. And this is some of the details that Effie Jedi and other people here try to go through detailed information about how they've been convinced through science,
Julio,
quote
what's
unquote
behind-
science, which is pseudoscience, that the Earth is a globe, not based on real facts, but when we try to point out that when we look across Earth, it's a level stationary plane. When you look in the sky, it's a globe all of a sudden. What the fuck? What is that? And you know what? A lot of people really get twisted about some of this stuff. It's because we talk about the horizon a lot, and that's a really big deal breaker for a lot of people. The horizon. Is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? The answer is no on both sides, right? The horizon cannot be the curvature of the Earth. On our side, it's obviously not the curvature of the Earth because there's no curvature of the Earth. Now, Globers would say, hey, well, it's not the curvature of the Earth, but in their arguments, it has to be because they have no other argument. Because when the sun moves away from you, which in the globe model, that means you're moving away from it because the sun's not moving, you're moving away from the sun. When you see a sunset, that means you're moving away from it, spinning on a ball, right? You better say yes.
No.
Really? All right, so when you see the sunset, that doesn't mean you're moving away from it?
Correct.
Well, how does the sun set on a ball if you're not on a spinning Earth?
Yeah, so it spins. So it's pretty easy.
All right, so that means when you watch a sunset at the ocean, that means you're moving away from the sun.
Okay, yeah, I guess technically yes, that's correct. Does that prove the flat Earth or something? I don't really get what point you're trying to.
Everybody on Earth sees the sun and moon and stars moving above their head. How simple is that to understand? When you see the sun set, is the sun moving or are you moving? Yes or no? I mean, just pick one.
Well,
I'm moving or the sun is moving. You are standing on the Earth and I'm moving away from the sun. Say one or the other, because if you answer the
I just
wrong
told you
way,
the Earth is moving. I just told you.
all right, and you're standing on the Earth, and you are moving backwards away from the sun because the sun's not moving, right?
So, do you have evidence of the Earth moving? Yes or no?
Well, it spins, so that's movement.
No,
Do you have evidence of the Earth
this is
moving,
a
bro?
fucking very simple question.
Yeah, you
Hey,
can see the Earth spin by looking at the celestial poles.
No. Why? Oh, this is one of my fun ones. So, looking at the celestial poles, which ones are you talking about? The North Celestial Pole and the South Celestial Pole? How can you tell that the Earth is spinning by looking at those? Tell me, quick. Make it fast.
Because you see two poles.
No, we don't. Nobody sees two poles at the same time, dumbass.
Alright. I have stuff to do, so I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, you're gonna go and do nothing and believe the Earth is a globe for no reason. Go ahead. Sorry, guys. Just wanted to come and say hi. Was that what the fuck is that?
You're all good, Helio.
G'day, Helio.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Wouldn't worry about this, Truth Seeker.
No, well, he's
seeking
not
much
even
truth.
seeking truth. I can tell already. That's why I just fucking jumped in and said, this is some dumb shit. It doesn't even know the arguments altogether. I mean, the only way you can kind of, even wrap your mind around this is to understand both sides. And it's just like when people make dumb arguments like that, it's just like, God, just fucking get rid of your religious belief. Even if you still want the earth to be a globe, at least understand our side of it, you know?
Or at least understand their side of it first.
Sure, both sides, and then make a decision. I mean, you can be dumb and believe the earth is a globe if you want to. When it's obviously not, you know, it's all good.
Helio, why do you think you're smarter than the rest of the world?
No, it's not about being smart. Not about being smart at all. So this is where everybody gets it wrong. They think intelligent people figured it out, right? And that's why the earth is a globe. Intelligent people turn the earth into a globe when it's obviously not.
Did a pretty good job too,
because
didn't
of
they?
their religion. Yeah, it's their religion. This globe earth and pseudoscience about outer space, that's their religion. It has to be true for them, and their millions and billions of years, age of earth, all of that shit, that's their religion. They built an entire story around this. And actually, it's really young as far as human history goes. This pseudoscience about outer space and everything, it's a very young history. It's only about 100 years old. So, you know, we have real history on our side. So you guys can fuck off.
Yeah, you got it, Helio. It's Sasha 2.0.
What? What's up, Timbo?
Hey, yeah, you
I can understand the accent
you were
a bit better.
you were guessing who that was. Yeah, it was Sasha 2.0 from the other server. Remember?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really join very much anymore, but yeah, I just couldn't put up.
No, from 24/7. He was on for a while, maybe about a year ago.
Well, the only Sasha I necessarily know, I mean, he's one of ours, you know, Sasha.
Yeah, no, not him.
Yeah, not him. Yeah, I know about Sasha 2.0, but is that who I was talking to?
Yeah, Truth Seeker.
Oh,
Same
yeah.
person.
Fuck. Oh, Truth Seeker. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Fuck that guy. It's just like there's no. It's like they come with no fucking ammo. You know, it's just like get the fuck out of here.
None of them do. All looking at the sky.
And they're just like, oh, flat Earth is dead. Well, it's just like, dude, we're not looking to convert people. People that are looking to the idea. It's, hey man, I went to a concert tonight, and I called a Lyft drive back to where I'm at now, and I flat smacked my Lyft driver the whole fucking way. and I got her to pull up the YouTube channel, the live channel, and she might be listening right now. Who fucking knows? She might be freaking picking up Lyft drivers, listening to. Because when I got in the car, I was just like, hey, whatever. And I was like, what are you listening to? And she's like, oh, I'm listening to something on YouTube. And I was like, hey, I have a YouTube channel. And I started talking. She was like, what's your YouTube channel about? And I said, well, it's about flat Earth. You know, I just went all full bore. I was like, and then she started trying to look it up on her phone while she's driving. I was like, no, wait till we get there and I'll show you the fucking channel.
She couldn't wait, mate. You had her intrigued from the start.
Because and I was just like, don't look it up right now. And I started, talking about flat Earth and stuff. And then she dropped me off, and I was like, yeah, that's the channel. We're live right now. Click on that. You'll be able to listen to us 24 hours a day, while you're doing your Lyft rides and shit. That'd be cool if she starts riding around with Lyft people, friggin' picking up rides, and she's listening to the Flat Earth YouTube channel. Fucking cool. Anyway, it's like fucking A, man. Yeah, it's just so.
Well,
It's just like, hey, I mean, this outer space, this wonderment about outer space. It's like, don't we all wonder about that, dude? I used to think it was real. It's not like,
not really anymore.
well, it's just like the tooth fairy. I thought was real. It's just like, hey, I woke up, tooth is gone, I got $1. You know.
Yeah,
But then
I thought the tooth fairy had really hairy arms and a beard, and he did.
yeah, it was your dad.
Yeah, yeah. I was going. I woke up one morning and said, "Oh, fucking the tooth fairy's got like hairy
Hey,
arms and a beard."
hey, guess who created the flat Earth? God. He might have hairy arms. I don't know who God is, but he might have hairy arms. But he didn't create it as a globe. Well, it's just, I've always been a creationist, so I was like, when I was young, I was like, oh, God made these balls spinning around the solar system, and it's part of the Milky Way galaxy. I was totally convinced, but I've always been a creationist, so I was like, God did it this way, Like, and then I was just like, took a look at the Earth, and I'm like, yeah, this ain't the ball they told me it was, And so I changed my mind. You can change your mind about this. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, truth seeker. You say you were a flat earther and went back to the globe. I find that very hard to believe, man.
I find that extremely hard to believe because I was atheist and I was convinced easy.
It's just one of those internet trolls.
Yeah, probably. That's what I think.
That's okay. We're used to that, and actually we love it because they prove our point every time they come in and feign ignorance every time.
That no one knows. That they don't know anything.
Yeah. They prove our point every time they feign ignorance, and they act like they're not trolling, and they're just like, oh no, they act dumb and just, oh no, I don't understand what you're saying. No, they know exactly what the fuck we're saying every time.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder because
no, that's
you get
true. I
these
mean,
people that
sometimes
go,
they really don't get it, and that's okay.
Yeah, sometimes you get these people and they go, "Oh well, I believe the Earth is a globe," because of all the science and stuff like that. And then they don't even realise when you say, "Okay, what in particular convinced you that the Earth's a globe?" Oh, just like all of it. And then they have to admit that they don't know anything, and they're just listening to people on the TV.
Yeah.
TV told me, mate.
Well, and like I was saying, I mean, I've always been a spiritual person. So, I mean, as far as creation goes, that's always been a big part of my life. Like as far as when I was a young man, I was raised Catholic, and when I got my first communion in Catholic church, that was a big deal to me. It's just like God is, my creator and me have always been connected. It doesn't matter what religion. I'm not Catholic anymore, but it's always been a big deal to me. Yeah. Well, I actually didn't even really study the Bible until after I graduated high school. And I met a friend that was like, man, the Bible has some really good stuff. Because in the Catholic Church, they don't teach you to study the Bible for some reason.
No, because your God is the Pope.
Yeah. Anyway, But anyway, so then I had the opportunity to actually study the Bible. It was like, wow, this is even more fascinating. And I was like, wow, the Catholic Church is. Anyway,
Crazy.
not to get into all that kind of stuff, but
Yeah, they
but
just
yeah, but the creator to me and the creator have always been connected from when I was a little boy. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know, with all the deception, it's like I've always had God on my side. You know what I mean? And not to say that everyone doesn't, because you are created. It's just like, you know what fascinates me? You know, people that celebrate think it's a right, a gift to have an abortion and kill a baby. It's like, yes,
That's my
yeah,
right to
that's
murder.
evil. That's fucking evil.
My
Sorry.
wish to murder anyone I want if I don't want them.
Yeah,
How
it's
does that
just
make
like, bro, it's just like, well, how did you come? It's like, thank God, or do you thank God every day that you were alive, or do you wish you were dead? I mean, do you wish your mother killed you? Is that what you're celebrating? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Wish she did because this world is overpopulated.
It's just like,
That's where we're at.
it's just like, yes, pro-choice. I want everybody that has the opportunity to kill their baby. I want them to do it right now. It's
I
just
want to
like,
make
bro,
murder legal.
what the fuck is wrong with these people, man? I have no idea what's going on with that thing. So if you don't want to have a baby, don't fucking have sex. What the fuck?
Hey, Yo-Yo,
Nothing.
just a quick comment. Somebody from the chat telling you to listen to Lazy Cowgirls Rugged Soul album from the YouTube channel. Comments. Okay, carry on. Sorry, just wanted to relay that message.
I want to catch that link. What is it?
Lazy Cowgirls.
Levi or Levi?
Lazy.
Lazy Cowgirls.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. They told me to tell you that, so I'm just relaying.
I don't like
Is it
no
on
lazy
YouTube?
cowgirls.
Is that a YouTube channel?
It's an album, or it's a song, I guess, from an album.
Lazy. Oh God.
I don't know what it's relating to as far as the
Oh well,
conversation
it looks
goes,
like there's a YouTube channel, Lazy Cowgirls. 244 subs. Yeah. Oh, it's a music. It looks like they're putting music out. Lazy Cowgirls, Broken Hearted Valentine, going out, get hurt tonight. Is that what it is?
Probably.
Okay. Lazy Cowgirls. I'll definitely check it out.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Might I
So-
come in?
Hmm?
Might I come in with a question?
Yeah.
May.
Yeah. Please shut me up. I have to work. Like,
Hey,
All right, Helio, go to sleep. Go to work or go to sleep.
Go to bed and go to work.
yeah, I said 15 minutes, but I think it's been like 30. So, hey,
Good
thank
to
you
hear
guys.
you, brother.
Been a pleasure.
All right.
Yeah.
God bless you all, and
The USA.
God bless the flat Earth and the only Earth that we can know, whether you know it or not. I love you guys too. Peace,
Love
brothers
you too, man.
Peace.
and sisters.
Yeah. The white race.
Huh?
Pardon?
Oh, what? What was that?
That was random.
Well, he said ancestors, so. Might I come in?
You already did.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask you guys about something because on Instagram and TikTok and social medias.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sunday, don't worry.
Here comes a straw man.
No. I just wonder, because I've been getting a lot of flat Earth stuff, like memes and stuff, and I've been posting them in the side chat because I find them quite interesting. But I've found that they have been promoted.
They've been what? Polluted?
Promoted.
Okay. By?
Well, by the algorithm or something. The actual social media. So I was wondering, like, what you guys thought about that.
On what? On TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok,
Not on
Instagram.
Not on YouTube, no?
I haven't noticed it on YouTube. No, I don't actually watch the YouTube shorts.
No, you won't get anything on shorts on that anymore. I don't know. I don't have TikTok or any of those things, so I couldn't tell you.
Hey, I will tell you, yes, on Facebook, TikTok, even Twitter or whatever. If you've been following some flat Earth stuff, it will pop up in your feed. So yeah, I mean,
so
if you're curious, if you're flat curious like we all are, it's going to pop up in your feed on TikTok and Twitter and Facebook. YouTube, not necessarily, but it'll be there. You know, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's what's your question about it? I mean,
no, I just noticed that because I'm not a flat earther, though. Like, I do agree with a lot of what's discussed here. In terms of like,
it's watching you, mate. It's watching you.
But like,
it always feels like somebody's watching me, and I get no privacy. Oh.
That's it. Your phone's listening to you, and it's hearing you talk on these channels, and it's sending you shit.
Dumb.
Mr. Helio.
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
doubt.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Ah, you're not supposed to be.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to go to bed.
Yeah, you have to be at work at 5 a.m., which is a little over 3 hours from now. No, 3 hours from now. A little over 3 hours from now.
You shouldn't be doing this to yourself, sir.
No, this is nothing new from Helios. Trust me, man. How you doing, Dennis?
I'll make it. And I have to work a 12-hour day when I get there too, 5 to 5:30.
Yeah, go and get some sleep, man.
But yeah, I mean, it's, these things popping up in your TikTok or Facebook feed or whatever. It's not. It's because you're curious, man. Hey, you know what? Sometimes all you have to do is think about. If you're thinking about a fucking refrigerator, that shit'll pop up on your Facebook stream.
Yeah, by then it's too late because you've already bought one. So the algorithm's not that good.
No, I mean, like, it is. I'd say it's quite good, to be honest, because it knows me. You know, like the memes I get, I laugh. You know, it never used to be that way.
Well, what it does, it's pretty simple. Yeah, if you've looked at something, if you spend a certain amount of time on a certain video, or you let it play again, then it'll send you the same content. You know,
They know if you're hovering over it or the attention you spend on it, or if you replay it, as well as even
if
they
you
even
flick,
read your DMs.
if you flick through it straight away, it won't show you that again. You know?
Right. So I've just got Snapchat just for the sake of talking to people, like through just a few people through messages, right? I don't go on the little For You page or anything, and it's giving me stuff that I've talked about privately in a DM, specifically like around the theme. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
the fuck is
scary.
this? But then I don't ever want to go on that because I don't want to. That conversation, I don't want to watch videos about. So,
Yeah.
not watching Snapchat now.
Well, every message you send, and even on WhatsApp, because it's owned by Facebook, I imagine they analyze it and it's recorded somewhere. Every text that you send is recorded. I'd
But
imagine even
it's kind
every
it's kind of
conversation you
sold,
have.
right?
It's
Yeah,
sold, yeah. Discord sells your data. I'd imagine.
information is sold for sure,
Yeah.
man.
This
That's the
conversation
most.
might even be recorded.
Yeah.
Well, it
In fact,
is.
I'm
But...
going to get a refrigerator on Amazon now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A flat refrigerator you might get now.
Good deals, good deals, good deals. It's Black Friday, isn't it? So we're going to get good deals of stuff you like.
Yeah. But the reason I brought that up is because I just think that maybe it's something that's getting pushed. I don't know.
It's a double-edged sword because if you make a product and you want to pay for advertising, it's like the best thing, right? And that's like the end game it's like tailored to everybody. Like whatever you want, the advertisement is for you. So that's like the good side of the sword, and then the bad side is the other thing that they target you because the relationship with the things you like, rather than the thing you actually want.
Well, I mean,
look
they
at
push. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
look at this, right? Yeah, if they're pushing a certain thing, right, that means they're pushing a part of it that is not true. So they might be pushing videos about the ice wall or something like that, or this like a flat disc that's not real flat Earth.
Yeah.
All this stuff is misinformation or disinformation to make everything look stupid about it. So they pick up on people who make claims like, oh, there's land beyond the ice wall. First of all, they don't even know if there's a fucking ice wall surrounding the known lands. And then how the fuck are they going to know that there's lands beyond that?
Well,
So
I
if
mean,
they're
it
pushing
could be
something,
that.
it's for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, I
They're
think
like,
it's
oh,
mostly the
let's make
algorithm.
this look silly.
I don't think it's all insidious. It could just be literally like how the algorithm on
be.
YouTube works with people's videos. Because people's videos, they might tag them wrong, or he might just bunch them into that category. I
So
don't know.
in well, who controls the algorithms? Yeah, they've got to be written by someone.
Yeah.
But,
well,
so
basically,
in there was
still reading the
a
video.
Congress meeting by the head of Google and YouTube. Yeah, I think it was in 2017. Correct me if I'm wrong. And they said, "What are you going to do about this misinformation of flat Earth?" Or no, they said misinformation, and then the head of Google, brought up flat Earth. She said, "Well, we're gonna send algorithms in a different direction, and we're gonna put up a little tag at the top of the videos that says this is an archaic theory, proven by science and stuff like that. So
With
who said
COVID as
that?
well, like just a wiki page, just related videos on any serious topic, really. But
Yeah.
mostly, flat Earth and vaccines and.
So with the algorithms, if they're controlling the algorithms, that's what they're doing. They're shadow banning you. So it's not that hard to think that it. Like
That's a double-edged sword, man.
I wasn't saying
Yeah.
there's some guy that's pushing it in the background, but what they do is push what's not true. Yeah, the algorithm, because it's controlled by someone. It is controlled by someone.
AI.
And then the true stuff they push to the back and don't put it in the algorithm. So
It's just scary these days because you've got AI, so it's like really fine-tuned to what you think you like, but it'll sneak in all these subtle advertisements which you've got a third-party interest. Definitely. So all you have to do is pay enough, and you probably get some video on your stream, on your feed, that
That's
breaks
it.
the algorithm, that breaks through your algorithm, doesn't it? If somebody's paid enough, they're going to be able to break through the algorithm and show it you.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah,
So
it's
just
an
talk
interesting
about
discussion.
things you really want. That's it.
Yeah.
World peace.
I mean, like, you know, I could be scrolling and I like kind of right-wing discussions about feminism and stuff, which is normally negative towards feminism, but it's still almost promoting feminism, you know? Especially,
Yeah, because it's being talked about so much.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, you know, some of the stuff I see is quite compelling, you know, I can imagine someone looking into it and getting into Flat Earth because of that. And almost, because I was into it, you know, that's why I'm here. Because I like the discussion around it. It's like a good thought experiment, right? And I find, you know, a lot of the stuff I'm being shown would be quite compelling to some people if they, you know, took it at face value and said, well, the
Yeah.
Earth has got to be flat because,
I see too far. Oh, I've experienced this as well, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay, I'm going to look into this more.
Yeah, yeah. Or it could be like, oh, the moon. You can see the moon from England and America, or something, and it should be hidden. So
I said that to
you
my
know, it could be.
gardener.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, and she asked me, so I told her, and she's like, "Oh, what? Get me more info." Okay.
Yeah.
Will.
I mean, myself, I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself a flat earther, but you know, for all intents and purposes, I'm in the same kind of boat because I recognize the propaganda, you know, and all the lies. So I'm very kind of what would you say, like conspiratorial, or well, I think everyone should be, because it's always been this way. It's always been propaganda. It's always been lies about a lot of things, right? And even, you know, even your way of life, 9 to 5, is constructed for a purpose.
Yeah.
And
It's just slavery taken into choice. Yeah.
yeah.
So instead of your master housing you, he pays you, and then you go and house and feed yourself, and call
Yeah,
it freedom.
exactly. Yeah,
And then he
and
talks shit
getting
about the
women
other
to work.
masters,
And
so you think they're the best one.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, we're the best master. That's another thing with, like, think about politics, but like global politics and throughout like history, they've always like badmouthed the enemy, right? They've always talked shit, and there's always been like horrible rumors about the enemy, so you don't join their side. It just carries on going.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look at let's see how conspiratorial minded you are. What do you think of the music industry?
I think it's controlled. Yeah, I think the lyrics, everything is constructed. Yeah, yeah. It's
All right, cool.
it's to control
Gotcha.
society. It's to get a compliant population as to the new way of living. You know, and it's mainly, a lot of it is actually centered towards women, unfortunately, and you know, being promiscuous and
the word.
Things like this, and the men as well, to worship that and worship women. And it's all
Yeah, of
centered
course.
around sex and, like, you know,
Sex.
lust and, you know, things like this. Yeah, kind of immoral things. And if there is a romantic song, it will be about a breakup or something sad. It's nothing's happy anymore. It's like, you know, the 50s. It was all swing. Everyone was happy and everyone was having a good time.
It's
It was
a
all about,
wonderful night for a moon
yeah.
dance.
With
And
my
we don't get
gal.
music like that anymore. So it's demoralization. That's what it is. No, I, you know, I probably even think that things are more planned than you guys. A lot of you, I think that things are probably all orchestrated. I mean, even the, you know, communism was written. The Karl Marx wrote communism, his Communist Manifesto, mostly in London, and lo and behold, the Tsar of Russia, when they overthrew the Tsar of Russia, that was the king's cousin. You know, and we're led to believe that the monarchy has no power because of indoctrination. I mean, the fucking Queen during the 60s, when we had all these this massive cultural revolution, the Queen was dancing with the public to the Beatles, and you know, all that kind of stuff. So That's just how it works. Everyone has a television in their house.
Yeah.
And even the internet, you know, it's called the net. It's called the web.
The web.
What does the web do?
The World Wide Web.
Yeah. It's to
Catches
capture
stuff.
everyone. Yeah. So that's what it is, right? But at the same time, I don't think the world is flat. You know,
That's all right. You'll come around, mate.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
You obviously haven't done your own observations yet.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen enough, I think.
Fraction.
But you know,
I don't think so.
I've seen, I've listened into the conversation and I've seen evidence on both sides. And
Yeah, but have you gone outdoors yourself and seen it? Are there any good locations that you could test?
I mean, I could try, but my eyesight.
You sound like
That's the first thing I did, because I had,
You in
like
Scotland?
you, I'm very conspiratorial, right? And I had huge skepticism of all the videos, even the boats when you could see miles. I'm like, yeah, if that's 100% true, that's 100% evidence of a plane like existence. But I still didn't believe it until I really did it myself.
Or not the radius they give us.
Yeah, exactly.
And how they came about that radius, and like how they can still like be accurate and measure it these days is like beyond me.
Yeah, they can't even see a
You can't even see
geometric
it.
horizon now. How are they going to fucking measure a ball?
They can't even show us that rocket launch after it's got out of the haze of the Earth. You know.
Yeah.
Could have showed a satellite view of that. You know, something like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, with one of those 100,000 satellites that they got up there.
Oh, they could have timed it with the ISS and give it a brilliant view.
Nah, that would give it away though. Wouldn't it?
Wait until the AI and CGI gets good enough for that, so it's like we feel it as well. I don't know. When we're all plugged in with neural net, we'll all like emotionally be attached to it.
Yeah, I was on that ship. In VR, real time.
Right.
It was horrible.
Yeah. No, guys. It's right to be skeptical of everything the government says, everything, and government organizations. Absolutely, be as skeptical as possible.
Any government, yeah, for sure.
But don't believe things. Always try to know, and when you try to know, you'll find that you know nothing really. And you know, even to myself, I don't know. I don't
I've
know.
been
if
doing
things
this
are-
since 2015, man.
Yeah.
I,
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And
that's why my role's still skeptic, and I've been in this community for like 10 years. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you know, with my own financing and own budget, I can't directly prove it with me, and I'm just going off other sources, just like anyone else would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things you can
But, like,
check as well.
I'm not standing on the ball right now in my head. I am literally on like a plane, like locally, you know.
well, I even nearly thought that myself when I was looking into all this. I nearly
What
did.
stopped you?
Well, the thing is, it's a belief. It's not knowing.
Yeah.
And
What's a
that's
belief?
what I
It's not a
mean.
belief. It's an observation.
Well, I mean, do you know that, or do you believe that?
I know it's an observation. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you believe? You know, you can maybe see far on one day and not so far on another. Do you believe that, or do you know that?
I know that I can see too far one day, and I know that some days it looks like the horizon's closing.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. But what I mean is, can you extend that out and say the world is flat?
Yeah,
Is
I
that
can.
a belief? Is that a belief, or is
No,
it, or do you
okay.
know?
I can say the Earth is not a ball that we've been told. 100%.
Like,
Yeah,
the
I
biggest
mean,
claim I've
it
got
could
is
be.
I could probably
stationary.
say myself to myself that what you're asking. Yes, I'm confident to say that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fairly confident.
Because I've
to
had a
say
camera
that-
at 1 foot, right? And you know how they say you can see boats out at 10, 20 kilometers. You know where the foot, where you climb up into a boat, that foot section that sits just on the water. From 1 foot, I saw a boat out at like 25 kilometers. I saw that section.
Yeah.
With them standing on the back, that
Yeah.
part.
Yep. And then they walked into the boat and took off.
Yeah.
So you can't.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
impossible to
No,
extend that and not form just a continuous plane of water.
Yeah, because it's either it's just a flat plane, which we don't know the boundaries of, or it's a bigger ball.
Yeah.
So where do you go with that? You know,
It could be the northern hemisphere of like a Jupiter or something. That's also a thought of my belief too. It could be like the size
but
of
we
Jupiter
still don't
on the
detect
top part.
any curvature. So if that's the case, then they're still lying about. You know, you got to go. They're still lying about the universe, yeah, because everything is based on the Earth's radius, the
Yeah, that's why I
distance
don't
to
think it's
things,
all
the
about
size of things, yeah, the
It's not all
orbits of
about
the
the Earth.
planets, they change as well. Everything
The other
changes.
thing is the eye level horizon. That no matter what height you are, the horizon sits at your eye level. And I've seen videos on YouTube that aren't even related to flat Earth, where they send up balloons to 100,000 feet, and you still see the horizon there.
Yeah.
Yeah, might just be a law of the light. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, eye observations. Do you know how far it is, and did you measure how far the boat was?
I've seen an island at 40 kilometers from 5 meters.
Could you see the beach on the island?
Yeah.
Did you take a photo?
I took videos.
Dude, that is flat Earth proof. You should.
I post stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So I live in Manchester.
Could you DM me? Could you DM
I
me?
could see.
Sorry. Before you go on, could you DM me your footage if you have it, just so I can have a look? Because I'm curious. I'm actually curious because I don't
Just
know.
chuck it in
Like I
chat.
said.
Yeah, I'll just show you the islands. I won't worry about the beach that I saw.
Sure. Yeah.
Because there's actually an island that's better. It's like tiny and it's meant to be below sea level. So Google says.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't trust Google, so I wouldn't trust that either.
Below sea level?
I
How do you get an island
Yeah.
below sea level?
I don't know, man.
That's weird.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by all of it. That's why I'm here, right? It's excellent. The whole discussion around it, but this is what I mean. Like, we can't just believe things. If you guys say you know for sure,
What are we believing though?
it's not.
What can
no,
you?
no. If
What can you say
if
that we're believing?
if you guys know for sure, and all variables have been taken into account, like refraction and whatever, then that's quite good. But for me, I've
Well,
not seen enough.
how do you take refraction into account?
Well, you need to account for it, right? You need to
How?
consider. Well, I mean, it's very difficult to measure refraction.
Yeah. So how
Because
did
you need
they measure it in the
lasers and
first
things
place?
like that. You need lasers and things like that to measure it properly.
So how do you measure it?
Normally you would take you could infer it if you don't have lasers. You could maybe say, okay, the humidity is 80%.
Yeah, but then you're not doing an empirical measurement.
You're not exactly, yeah. So you need quite high end equipment to actually do it properly. So it's very difficult for a regular person. This is why it's quite difficult to actually.
No. But what I'm asking is, have you got an equation for it or what?
There was, I think, even Jedi posted one earlier.
It's 7/6R. Yeah.
Well, it depends. It depends on the day, right? It depends on
Well,
the
yeah, but
atmospheric
the standard refraction
conditions.
is 7/6R, and that infers the Earth's radius. So, where'd they get that from?
Yeah.
That's a problem, isn't it?
It could be. It could. I don't actually know what that measurement is, but
Yeah,
I mean
that's standard refraction. But then you've got the the Walter Bislin one, which has a sliding scale. So you just slide it to wherever you want it, and to make it match, and that's how much refraction it had, which hasn't been proven because all as they're doing there is just saying, they're just going, okay, well, the Earth's radius is this, and you should only be able to see this amount, but now we see this amount, and because the Earth's radius is this, the light must be refracting by this much, because we know the Earth is a ball with this radius. You see the circular reasoning?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just looking in slide chat with the footage here.
Can I
Yeah.
ask you something?
Me?
Why give the what? Yeah. Why don't we give the globe the benefit of the doubt to begin with? Because refraction can occur. Light is behaving in a certain manner through air, and they're going to call it refraction. It can happen on flat Earth. Why
yeah,
are you going to give the globe the benefit of the doubt? Count for refraction.
Well, because for a day like a dry, well, I can't remember the experiment that I saw, but there's at least I've got them in my folder. I can upload them.
Yeah, they're not experiments; they're just observations. Yeah.
Observations, yeah, but well, for instance, like I agree that NASA lies for sure, especially with the moon landings and everything like that. All the ISS live feeds where they're hanging up on cables, and doing the CGI shit. They do lie, but there is something in the sky, right? That is floating around, and there is a structure there, and it is, is visible. You can see
You
it.
ever heard of Satelloons?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, but there's the
there's no
balloon.
NASA has made a whole documentary about it, and saying that this is the gold standard of communication that they use and have been using since what 50s or something like that.
Yeah, literally that were the first projects. These big Mylar fucking balloons that they'd send up, absolutely enormous.
Yeah, and so the only difference is they say, okay, so you're matching a speed, yeah. So you're saying, okay, there is something in the sky, and it's called the ISS or whatever, yeah. And because it's 250 miles up in the sky, it must be traveling at this speed to cover this distance over the Earth. What if it was a balloon and it was closer, and it's just covering that distance on the Earth? It's just a scale where you can lower the speed and lower the altitude and come up with the same ratio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they could half the speed, half the distance to the moon, and make it half the size, and it wouldn't be any different. Just like how they say that the sun's 9 times further away and 9 times bigger, it looks the same size as the moon. Yeah, it's like that exactly.
Yeah, you can do it with anything.
Yeah.
And the speed of light and everything.
But the ISS
with Eratosthenes too, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, the ISS. You can see that, and there's no visible object above it holding it up, right? There's no balloon.
You probably wouldn't see it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that, and it's like 250 miles away.
Yeah, you've seen it. You've seen it in a video, yeah.
Yeah, well, of someone.
You haven't seen it in real life, have you?
I've seen a bright object in the sky.
Yeah, you've seen a light. Yeah.
Yeah.
You reckon you can see a small light from 250 miles away?
No, yeah, it's questionable, isn't it? It is.
Well, it's supposed to be the reflection of the solar panels, anyway.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. It's
That's a bit
strange.
weird.
It is. But you know,
Is
I mean,
that reflection of the solar? That reflection of the solar panel going into everyone's eye that's looking at it?
it could be. To be honest, the only time I've ever seen it
Like
is like
how?
evening time. The only time I've
Yeah,
seen it
but
is evening time,
okay, you
where the
get
sun
think
might
about
be.
this. You get 200,000 people outside, all looking at the ISS at the same time. They all see a light. How is that reflection of light going to all those people's eyes? If it's a reflection,
That's a good. I guess it's the angle.
think about when the sun bounces off a window. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people see that reflection in the window? It's only when it's directly
Well,
in
very
your
few.
line of sight. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously, it's in the line of sight of a lot of people because it's
See
a
a
much
small
larger
flash.
distance.
I see what you mean.
Everyone?
It's almost like
Yeah.
when a plane's heading towards the horizon at sunset and the sun's at the opposite side. There's a certain point for a certain brief time where the sun is reflecting off it, and you only see it very briefly.
No, it's like a light that goes across the sky, like a spotlight.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
it's
mean,
just
it's not
timing
when
or
it
something.
doesn't flash when it goes.
Takes
It's
like
like
a
a
minute and
light.
a half.
It's in the line of sight of a lot of people, though, isn't it? It's quite high up and it's observed by.
It sounds like you're making excuses, though. Like, when does
No,
this
I
ever
agree. It's
happen?
weird. No, I agree. It's
Yeah.
weird. It's so bright, but because we're talking such large distances, it kind of makes sense if it was a reflection, right? Because
How do you
it's
see
observed
it,
by.
right? How do you see it from the like facing towards like the south east, right? So the southeast sun has set in the west.
At
Seeing
night.
it in the southeast. Yeah. How
It wouldn't
and
it
how are you
wouldn't
seeing it as
reflect
this
anything.
big bright light? Right. It's be facing the reflection would be on the other side.
Yeah.
And I've seen that.
Well, I mean, isn't it cylindrical or something?
Not the solar panels.
Yeah. Well, we'd have to make a direct comparison between north and south of.
Sorry, not
of
the southeast,
same
the
image.
southwest. So I was seeing it in the southwest. It went over, it was traveling across the sky from the southwest towards the northwest, towards the northeast. And
What we
back
would need
years,
is
before I looked into flat Earth, sun had set in the west, right? So that's like I shouldn't be seeing a reflection.
Well, what we would need is an image from the northwest and the southwest at the same time, just to compare, and that might make the whole discussion a bit easier. I don't know what angle the
It was
ISS would
bright.
be. Yeah, for sure, it is bright. I've seen it.
Brighter than Venus.
It is, yeah. I agree on that, and it is weird. I don't know why it's so bright.
So you can admit that these things can be other things. Doesn't need to be a tin can floating in the vacuum of space. Oh, sorry, constantly falling around the Earth
And here's the
due to
best bit,
gravity.
with like American, British, and Russian people in it. You know, all working together.
What do you think? Governments don't work together?
No, I'm just after all this war stuff, and there's still like happy families, you know, and like keeping the peace deal, and they're keeping the fucking Safe Antarctic Treaty and you know.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't get it.
I always look at it like a mafia situation, you know. All the families hate each other, but they come together and have a meeting about business.
Yeah.
And then they decide to do things with each other so that the
like
authorities
G20
don't get on
summit.
top of them.
Yeah, it's just like the
Yeah?
G20 summit, you know, all these business
Yeah.
summits they have, right? It's exactly
Yeah.
the same.
We hate each other, but we're going to work together here. Yeah,
We need to
okay.
stop-
Yeah, no worries.
we
It
need to stop
benefits all of us. Let's do it.
Climate change, guys.
Let's waste a bunch of hairspray.
Start using this material and buying this from China, please. Come on.
Yeah.
We've got to deal with them. We've got to deal with them, all right? Just It's for the
Yeah,
environment.
that's right. Yeah.
Seen all the blunders, Bino? Have you seen all the ISS blunders?
Oh, for
The
sure.
footage?
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree with all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so see.
Yeah, they definitely fake it with CGI or this advanced
So,
blue screen.
so what's the need? What would be the need to fake it if they were up there and they could just show us video footage?
Yeah, I don't know because I mean, obviously there's money involved.
Oh, there's
Secondly,
lots of money involved. They get
yeah,
heaps of
yeah.
money, and all they send back are edited videos of in front of green screens and stuff like that. They're winning, aren't they?
Well, yeah, yeah. I
Someone's
mean,
getting that money. Someone's putting that money somewhere.
for sure. Yeah. No, I agree. And you know, what we're dealing with actually is a very old system. It's a very imperial system. It's
Yeah.
a religious system. It's it's been going on for a long time. Think about
Yeah.
even the Catholic Inquisition of Europe, 1500s. They would burn people alive if you did not believe in what they were saying, which was even
We used
something
to
as
get
simple as
burnt at the
the
stake
blood.
for reading the Bible too. You weren't
Yeah,
allowed to read the Bible.
you weren't allowed. Yeah, yeah. And if you thought that the blood, the blood of Jesus wasn't there, the blood and body of Jesus wasn't there during Mass when you took the wine and the cracker, then you're a heretic and you'd be burned alive. So I suspect that it's a very religious thing, and they don't want people to know the truth. They want to give people like a fake reality, and it always was that way. So things like
I can agree with you.
the image of the Earth. That is,
It's an idol.
if it was spherical, they would not give you that because it is a godly image. They would not give you what God sees because they are
Well,
gods. They want to be gods.
They've created another god, haven't they?
Well, I mean, if you think it's not spherical, then I guess so. But like in my mind, if they're not going to
Well,
give us a spherical model,
they've never given us a real picture. So the problem
they
is
haven't.
they've created a picture of what it looks like, and now everyone believes what this thing looks like, and they all worship it. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
gravity. Look at the G. Oh, they've just done. They've created a new religion, heliocentrism, and everyone's in on it, and they don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much I agree with that point, but I mean, previously, yeah.
You don't agree that people worship scientists and they're their new priests, and
They do.
anything they say goes because they're the scientists, and they tell you it's a ball, and then they show you these composites of a globe picture, and they edit it and everything, and that is the new idol. Do not worship idols yet. They worship idols.
No, science is the new god. It is. But it doesn't mean some of science is wrong. Like a lot of science is right. But I think
Real science.
They bend it. Yeah, real science. Yeah, like penicillin and all these things that we enjoy. Fucking, the technology that we're talking.
I'm allergic to that. So yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking true science, right? These are scientific products.
What? Engineering.
And engineering as well, yeah. But the thing is, engineering is science, right? Isn't it? It's applied science.
No, not really.
It is. But the thing is,
I suppose they do have to test things to actually work out tensile strength and things like that. Like, I'm just talking about structural engineering in my sense, because that's my background. But
of course, yeah.
I don't know about any of the other engineering.
No, it's all
Yeah,
the
you could
same.
call them a science because they do experiment with things, and I think I'm not sure. Maybe someone's got a different point of view on that.
Well, a lot of it is trial by error. That's kind of
Yeah, well, they have to. They have to know that these things work.
yeah.
So they test them and test them and test them. So yeah,
Yeah.
But-
No, I agree. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But
But
just
astronomy, you call that a
astronomy.
science?
I would, yeah, I would.
What do you test? What do you experiment with?
It is a lot of theory, isn't it?
Well, there's no testing, no experiments.
Well, it's kind of like building on theories, right? It's like
Well, yeah. Once
I agree.
you're going to start with a solid base, though. Yeah, if you're going to build theories on top of something, it's got to start from something that is factually true. Would you agree with that? Otherwise, if you're putting a theory on top of something that you don't know is factually true, then you're just putting a theory on top of a speculation.
Well,
What are
it's
you
like
going to end up
gravity
with
and
there?
space-time, right? It's like, they build this whole model upon this, the heliocentric model, and we're floating through space, and we're part of a galaxy, and there's many more upon that.
Due to gravity, yeah.
Well, space-time and gravity, right? These are two theories. It's very
So
because
all
we're like
of this
ants.
because the Earth is a ball. Yeah.
All of
Is that
this
right?
because, well, I don't know if it's because it's a ball. I think the ball came because of heliocentricism, right? It's I mean, it was kind of hand in hand, wasn't it?
Okay, so where did we
Heliocentric.
find the ball and where did we find the gravity?
I think these were concepts, right? Developed kind of at the same time.
Well, they're still concepts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So would you admit that? Could you admit that you would only need gravity if you were on a ball in space?
Well, if I denied that all of space was a lie and heliocentrism was a lie, then I could say, we're in a dome and we're on a flat Earth. I could.
Well, you don't need to go that far though. Like you can we're just talking about up and down at the moment.
Yeah. But like, I could say that we don't need gravity if we're in an enclosed system. And well, I mean, there might be a difficulty.
Well, it doesn't even need that. The whole enclosed system is because you guys say that there is a vacuum adjacent to the gas pressure that we have. Like, if there is no vacuum adjacent to the gas pressure that we have, then there's no need for a container either.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, but the thing is, even in a flat model, you would have an issue with defining what up and down is.
Not really.
Would you not?
No, we use tools for that. You got your inner ear canal, you have the vestibular system, everything. You know if you're off kilter. I mean, you even know if you're walking on a footpath that's not level, like it's off camber,
Yeah.
You know this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you have density, right? And things sink. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same in the atmosphere. We sink if we jump off a building or something.
We're just kind of calling it gravity, though, aren't we?
Yeah, but what defines up and down in that model? I don't know.
What defines up and down? You don't need a definition of up and down. It's things go up, things go down.
Yeah, I think David
Relative.
Weiss.
Down's relative to up. Up's relative to
Yeah.
down. That's how we know up's up and down's down because they're opposite to each other.
I guess
The only people that are telling the story are the people on the ball. They tell you that down is in towards the center of a circle, and they tell you that if you hang two plumb lines 100 meters apart, they're not actually parallel. Yeah. And no one's proved that. No one can prove that.
To be honest, I think that David Weiss, because I've watched a few documentaries and some of his talks, he says that there is, and this is true by the way, that there's a negative charge in the Earth. So maybe that affects the particles and how they arrange.
Yeah, I don't know much about that. If anyone else knows about that, they can jump in and.
Wait,
I don't
what
know.
is it again? Sorry.
I speculate a lot on it.
The
That the Earth is the
positive and
ground,
negative. Yeah.
and positive energy is in the air.
Oh right. Yeah.
Electrostatics, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about dielectric
Kind of.
acceleration, dielectric acceleration.
dielectric is
Right?
more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to be honest, that
That's-
might be the only force, right? But and if that defines up and down, that's fair enough. If it's proven, but you know,
It makes a lot of sense.
Still
that might
only need,
even in a
still only
heliocentric
need that
model.
if we were in a system adjacent to a vacuum? Wouldn't you only need it then?
Well, I think you still need to define what up and down is, because otherwise
Why?
you can still be in a flat dome or whatever, and you can still be kind of floating around if you didn't know, if there was no attraction to one side, you know. So
Yeah, there needs to be a downward bias. Otherwise,
Yeah.
how would
Yeah,
down
but-
not be up?
Yeah, of course.
Up and down
but
is self-evident.
yeah. You don't need anything for up and down. It's just there.
well,
Like,
I think you do.
you're
You need to
thinking-
explain it, right? You need to
No, you're not,
understand it.
because what you're thinking is if there was no gravity, then we'd be floating. That's the problem. If you can get that out of your head, then up is up and down is down.
But okay, so say if you know, there's no theory as to why would there be a down?
It's the cause of
Because
entropy.
things go down.
But what?
Cause of
yeah,
entropy,
but
you know?
You go, mate.
Bruno, what's the cause of entropy? What's the cause of entropy?
I don't know what the cause is. It's just a law, right? It's just the way
Nobody
things-
does. Yeah, exactly. Nobody does. Nobody
But
does.
it's a law.
Why can't that?
It happens.
Why can't that apply?
No, but someone is describing an effect.
Well, we aren't.
Yeah. So I'm
We're not.
asking you.
We're not.
Yeah, no. It's a
Well,
thought
yeah,
experiment.
we're observing. We're observing an effect, just like we
Yeah,
observe the effect of entropy. Entropy's an
I agree.
effect, right?
No,
That's a
well,
phenomenon. it's an
entropy.
occurrence in nature.
Yeah. So there's a theory of entropy, right? It's a law actually. It's proven.
Just a law,
so-
right? There's no known cause. It just is. Nobody.
What about the law of up and down?
So the law of up and down. Yeah.
To be honest,
Okay,
it's
well-
one of the old school alchemical laws of polarization, vibration, all those 7 hermetic laws. That is it.
Yeah.
Just look them up.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Have a look at them.
It is
and then-
speculation Sunday, so we
It
can
is,
talk
yeah.
about these things.
Yeah. But a fundamental law system, that's like the fundamental laws. Like everything vibrates, everything has is polarized or has polar opposites. By inferring one side, you create the other side, like creating the pole of it. So by just the thought of one thing, you create its opposite.
But this is
It's,
very vague. I want a very simplistic view as to what up and down is. You know.
There you go.
One
You
word.
just said it.
One word.
The law of
Up is up and
polarities.
down is down.
Rub a balloon on your head.
As soon as you've created one, you've created its antipolar. You know.
Could be.
Yeah, but it's self-evident, right? We experience it. We're just experiencing up and down. Like, pretty obvious what up and down is.
To us, yeah, as you know.
Yeah, there's no bias to left and right,
Biological.
but there's
Who else are we trying to
bias
explain it to?
to up and down. Yeah.
No, it's an interesting thought experiment, right? I can't even remember how we got onto this. I'm drunk, but it's
That's where all these questions lead to, though. You know, I think we were talking about gravity, and we were talking about a deity being the ball, yeah. So them turning it into God, and then G came into gravity, and then we started talking about gravity.
Yeah. But you know, it is interesting.
Gravity comes with a bunch of stuff, right? Not just it's not just the it's not just the observation of things like certain objects falling, to the ground or to a lower area within a certain medium, because it's medium specific, right? Because if you put an object into a more dense medium, it'll rise, right? So it's medium specific for a start, right? There's a bunch of stuff that comes with it. So it's not just the observation of the effect. They want to stake claims, right? They want to put in ideas like mass attracting mass, objects moving towards the center of a mass. Or in the case of Einstein, it's mass bending and warping space-time around the mass, causing smaller mass to follow a geodesic path towards the larger mass. I mean, so there's these stories that come with it, which nobody can demonstrate in physical reality.
I agree. Yeah. There's even physicists that work on like fusion reactors and stuff like that, and they say that gravity isn't even a thing. They say that it's all electrical. The entire system in the Earth and the Sun is electrical in nature, and I think you have in physics you have the strong and weak nuclear force between molecules and the charge that they emit, and that's why if you put like what the hell is it called, electrometer or whatever, into the ground, you can see that it's a negative charge. So that's grounding, and if you put electrical charge into the ground, it just disperses.
Simply like what Tesla
So there's a
discovered.
charge.
And when they started like having problems with the telegraph poles, they had to because of the weather. All it took to fix that was just to ground them.
Yeah.
Ground cable.
Yeah, that's literally what fixed it.
Yeah. So
because the Earth's connected,
Yeah. So there's physicists coming out and saying it's all electrical, but they still use a heliocentric model, right? And they say that all the planets follow this.
Oh, you're talking about the electric universe?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, gravity.
But they're just adding another story in again, though. They're taking some readings on the place where we can take readings, and then they're transferring their story of readings into space, into the vacuum of space, and trying to explain it with orbits, but not being able to prove anything.
Yeah.
Because you can't.
Well, it is very difficult to prove anything when we're talking about things
in
that
space.
literally-
Yeah.
It can't be
Yeah.
reached. I mean, they haven't even got
That's
to the
why.
moon.
Yeah, that's why we tend to try and talk about just the Earth's curvature most of the time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because it's something that we can and should be able to measure.
Yeah. But there's people come out in bases, like Area 51, kind of top secret stuff. They say that they have ships, and they have been to the moon, and I think even
the
people
Chinese
that-
had stories
they're not-
about going to the moon too.
Yeah,
Ancient Chinese.
Well, ancient Chinese, yeah. But the thing
Yeah, they had
is,
stories about going to the moon.
yeah. But the thing is, that might have happened, but oh fuck, I've lost my train of thought. Damn it. It's the alcohol.
Sorry, my bad. My bad.
These ships, they might have. I think even QAnon said that. There's missions outside of public view. As to. Oh, that's it. Yeah, sorry. People have said they've gone to the moon. I think even Crow 777, who's not I don't think he's a flat earther.
Yeah, he's a flat earther.
Is he?
He is, yeah.
So he's viewed things going into the moon, like ships, small little dots, and I mean, even my dad was in the RAF, and even my own mother saw stuff at a base in Germany. That was kind of like drones or something, but they would fly, they would hover. You know, you hear
yes.
stories of things flying over bases, kind of big ships
Yeah,
or
shutting
small.
down nuclear reactors and things like that. Yeah.
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 But it doesn't
Like,
mean it doesn't
no
mean
doubt
aliens
that there's
exist.
advanced craft. No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
yeah,
Yeah, there's no doubt that there's advanced craft.
yeah.
If we're getting technology now like this, imagine what technology they've got.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to let us have any.
Yeah.
Because that's where all the money goes, isn't it? Black Ops. Maybe that's
For
why they
sure.
set up NASA.
Yeah.
Tell people we're going to space.
Yeah.
Funnel the money into Black Ops. Start doing experiments with humans and stuff. You know, any of that shit could be happening. I don't know. But, you know, like, they have to keep this front, yeah? So old Johnny down the road at the bolt manufacturing company, he makes thousands of bolts a year for NASA, yeah?
Yeah.
He just makes bolts and sends them there. Old Billy, he makes plates that they weld together.
Yeah.
He gets a contract for 2,000 plates a year. Yeah. And you got another guy. He makes the extendable legs. So he just makes the strut for the legs. Makes 500 of them, sends them to NASA. Yeah. So 2% of that money goes out to the public, out to contractors. So they go, oh, well, I worked on the lunar lander. You know, oh, what did you do? Oh, I made all the bolts for it. You know, it keeps the fantasy alive because these people feel like they've been part of something, and it's more believable now because, you know, Johnny from small town made all the bolts. Oh yeah, there's someone in the public. He believes it because he knows his bolts are on the moon.
Yeah.
He's proud of that.
Oh no, I understand how it works, and it's not just space. It's not just NASA and, like, you know,
Oh yeah,
space organizations. It's everything.
100%. Look how much money the government funnels in there. Even the Australian government.
Yeah.
They go, oh, we're donating money to the Australian Space Foundation. I don't know what it's called, ARS or something. I think it's called. And you know what they do? They just give money to NASA.
Yeah.
That's what all these countries are doing. And then what they do, so fucked up. These guys in politics, you know, they do it too. They start handing out road contracts to their mates. And then when they retire, they sit on the board of these construction companies. They don't do any work. It's just their payoff for giving them contracts.
Yeah.
You know, it's so fucking corrupt.
Well, it's been
They're
corrupt.
all involved in it. And they're not going to tell you the truth because it benefits them to shut the fuck up.
Well,
whether they know the truth or not, because they're just stupid they're just stupid
they're fucking
like
pawns
puppet
as well.
heads, you know? They're morons. They're you know, oh, daddy's in a club, they went to this special elite school. So daddy's mate will get you a job in this law firm and then you'll become a politician because all your mates from that school, they'll all support you and funnel you money and from their companies. You know? Everyone knows each other.
No, absolutely, and it's always been that way. I mean, guys, think about this. City of London burned down 1666. The number of the beast. And they'd already made plans for British Empire. They'd already made plans. And they knew that they had to industrialize the nation of the UK. And that's why you had all these people moving from rural areas into the cities. And they defined modern culture. The 9 to 5. Or it was more hours than that back then. But moving to cities and working for someone, for corporatism.
That's exactly when they brought
Did-
that I can't fucking even say it in Latin, where they pretty much abandoned pretty much claimed everyone lost at sea and then claimed their assets.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same. I'll have to find it. I can't fucking read Latin. Citavea Act or something. I don't know. It's basically the same time the Fire of London and whatever such was going on. There was like they kind of
That
just
makes
claimed everybody was dead and like all the assets of unclaimed people just went to the state basically.
Yeah.
Try and find
No, it
it.
makes sense. I mean, that just shows
And
that
then they sent him out.
control.
Then they sent him out to Australia.
Well, they made so many laws in the UK that you couldn't help but break them.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Questus CV Act.
So if you broke a law,
1666.
of some stupid law that was created, you'd be sent to Australia or America. You know, lots of people went to America for a long time. You know, even up till the Second World War,
That's
lots
the
of
exact
people
thing.
went to America. Is that in the?
Yeah,
oh,
that's it. That's official government legislation.
What does it mean?
Practically, claimed everyone was lost at sea during that time, so they could like count the numbers and get like because for tax purposes and this and that, and how many people were still left. They just assumed everyone was dead, and then basically created the straw man fictitious like legal name and everything from there.
Oh, damn.
Literally, you go back to like legalese and all the history of that, and it starts with that basically.
Yeah. And you know what? There's people to this day that say, "Oh, it's the Jew," you know, when this shit was happening back in 1666.
It was them guys in top hats. That's what it was.
It was.
It was.
Well, guys, think about this. Every single monarch that was Christian, up until, you know, well, I think it was like 800 AD till maybe the Protestant revolutions. Every single monarch had to be approved by the Pope.
Because it was given to him by God. Like the whole system is based on like it's from the Vatican, which also that stems from us too.
Yeah, it's the Roman Empire. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So even if these monarchies were having wars, it was all adorned by the Pope. It was all approved, you know, for a specific purpose.
And one of the reasons for like when the Romans went to invade other countries, they'd hand over all their assets to the state or the Vatican. So if they died, there was still like wealth within Rome. That's another thing too. So like you go to fight for Rome, go conquer this, conquer that. Before you left, all your assets were literally signed over to the Vatican and the smallest city, like the city of London. Basically, it's its own fucking country. Basically. People don't understand that. When people say London, London's quite big, but the city of London has its own government, its own military, its own everything. It's its own independent state. With even the Queen isn't above there. The Queen has to. The Queen is underneath somebody else to enter. She has to get permission to enter.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's,
and you get a
that's
lot
all
of like
you need to know.
Yeah, and you get a lot of right-wing people. They say, "Oh, Rothschilds and all this," and you know, he came from a ghetto in Germany and he was Jewish. But you know, that's just fucking bullshit.
A lot of people took advantage of the situation when they were colonizing. It was bankers and wealthy people, and people who made money on oil and other things. And then them families then became like very prominent and bankers or whatever such. Basically, the guys in the top hats kind of helped carry it on, but the guys with like the crosses and stuff maybe started it originally.
Yeah. Well, it's a continuation of Rome, basically. It's kind of what's been occurring. It's like, you know, the monarchy of the UK. They say that they have no power, and it's a lie. it's a complete lie. Every government organization has Her Majesty in front of it. You know, like Revenue and Customs, or the government, Her Majesty's government, or
Yeah, the prison
His
system.
Majesty's government
Yep.
right now. You know, this whole bullshit about the monarchy having no power started after World War II. It was to convince the people that the monarchy has no power at all. That it's just a head of state, and we're evolved now. You know, you see, we're democracies, we're in the free world. You know, it's lies, right? And lies like that have been occurring for a long time. You know, the whole British Empire was devised before it even happened.
Can you imagine how many people were tricked into like journeying and colonizing the Americas for a different cause when it was really for a different cause? You know.
Yeah.
A lot of people were tricked to go like on the Titanic and give them free tickets. It's like, yeah, I'll go. Why not? Yeah, sure. Thanks for the offer. We'll just
Well, I
offer it all
think a
these
few key
wealthy,
people.
influential people.
Yeah, key people were killed on the Titanic.
Right. That's my
As
point.
well as the Hindenburg airship
Oh, probably, yeah.
when
The
that
blimp.
came down.
Zeppelin, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of shit has happened, even in our recent times, where certain people have been taken out. You know, the same shit is going on now. The people that have done this have not gone away. You know, so I mean, even like the American Revolution when they fought against the Brits, they were free for a little bit, but I think they were taken over. And when I say the Brits, I don't mean the British people. I mean people in control of Britain and
The
Europe.
redcoats and such, yeah.
No, well, I mean they're just slaves as well, but I mean, yeah, Europe.
Europa.
Yeah.
Still got its name.
The Vatican, Knights Templar, Jesuits, or whatever. The Roman Empire.
Yeah, there's always like a diversion in conspiracy. It usually ends up with the Vatican, or it usually ends up with the Jews.
Yeah, I know. I've
Right.
realised that. Yeah, I mean, I've even been accused of being, blaming the Vatican for everything. I would say it probably stems from them more than Jews or whatever.
Well, they're the new power over the Christians are like the new style of religion and rulership over like the old Abrahamic like laws and stuff. So
yeah,
and such. Not too long ago. And it's still going on now, right in the Middle East, right where Jesus was born. You know, West Bank.
Yeah. And the reason they do this is because they want to be gods.
They're playing it out.
I mean, see if you controlled society and you were that rich and you controlled the banks, that money wasn't even an object. I mean, what kind of power would you have? It's like playing like Sim City or something, and you could be God and say, "Oh, I am the god of the Abrahamic religions, and I'm going to start a war in Israel. I'm that powerful. I control Israel.
They've assigned themselves, yeah, just like how the how the Mayans or like old cultures probably abused like knowing about eclipses about to happen or something. To the people that was like godly knowledge, when in fact it was probably just passed down hidden occult knowledge, which is also what's happening now.
Yeah.
Especially them.
No, absolutely, yeah. And the whole religion, the Freemasonry, they have their own religion with their own book, the Kabbalah, and they have their own rituals. That's been
Well,
going on for a very long time.
Allah's only one of 360 odd gods. That's why the rest of them are locked in the Kaaba or the cube That's the mythology of the Hindu gods. Everything like deity or worship, idol worshipping is like put away with that basically. And that's apparently what's inside. Is tons of like, and that's the link with Saturn too, right? They've got the meteorite in the corner, and the ritual is to kiss it or like to cleanse. It's turned black for his sins, and I can't exactly remember the fucking name of it, but yeah, it's
It is a religion. It is a religion, and it's a political structure that we're dealing with. It's very difficult. We can't beat it. I'm sorry. It's just not possible. We could spread the word, most people are stuck in their day-to-day lives and they don't give a shit through propaganda, whatever.
What are
They
you
pay their
What are you
taxes.
talking about? What are you talking about?
Everything.
That's a little vague. Can you be a little more specific?
Life. What you live in right
Whatever
now.
you want to talk about, Fatsy.
like the origins of like governance, basically, coming back from Rome and continuing.
Governance. We're talking about governance. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the
You're
governments change faces and names. It's just the same ideology.
So you're talking about like governance from the Roman
It
era?
extends back to then, yeah. Everything since then, yeah. Mhm.
Well, they took it from everyone else. It's still passed down. In a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's changed, it's evolved, and it's through advertising. Even in the last 100 years, how much society has changed through propaganda. What they call it, advertising.
That the practice of the Roman Catholic Church
It is.
had it's been very suspect.
Well, the Pope has always been progressive. Now
That's
he is pretty much worshipping transsexuals and all that stuff. So
we don't even have to focus, but we don't have to focus on that to be able to prove that the influence of other things with the culture of the globe, besides the actual measurement of the globe, which is not provided, would probably fall into the category of the evolution paradigm, where you have to expect that your creator is nothing and that you live for nothing and there is no morals, and that when you die you go back to your creator nothing. But never mind.
yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
I've got some images from my Google Drive from like 10 years ago. I'll try and fish them out for you.
Sure. No, guys, this is why I'm in here, because I think that a lot of people here probably are very skeptical of things, and we probably agree on more than you can think. But I don't think the Earth is flat. That's the only difference.
Get out of here.
Huh?
Get out.
Get out of here. You what?
You might come around one day. Maybe not.
I nearly did, actually. I nearly did. But there is a lot of truth in the Flat Earth movement. I just think that it's made a few conclusions that I think are beliefs and not known, if we start from the very basics. But let's not get into that, because it's I can talk about that tomorrow. We're having fun right now. So
Yeah, but the thing that you're talking about would be like, hey, the Earth has to be curving into this supposed globe, right?
Flatsy, I never said that. Come on, don't put words in my mouth.
I didn't.
there we are.
I said, but
You
this
didn't.
would mean like you would have to go along with. If you don't, that's great. I hope you
I just
don't,
no, I
because
don't. I don't know, and you don't know. That's the point. We don't know.
yeah, well, I also know that it's not curving into a globe.
It might be.
It's not.
Well, that's a talk for another day.
Sure, fine. I don't care. That's fine. It's great knowing something instead of just believing something.
For sure, absolutely. I agree with that entirely. Because that's what I've been saying actually. Past hour, like a lot of what we're told is bullshit. I'm probably getting recorded right now because this is an online service that sells your data, and I'll probably be dead. But you're all slaves, guys. You're all slaves. You always were. You know, when your granddad went to war, he was a slave. If he died, even a bigger slave, So it's always been this way. And I'm a Brit, and one more thing, I think we kept our best. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
Well, I will add that we're all just kind of regular folks dealing with something that's kind of bigger than us.
Yeah.
We don't have to actually be enemies. We can actually just be all regular folks that have to
Yeah.
deal with the obstacles put in front of
Absolutely.
us.
Yeah. And I like Americans very much because you are the embodiment of that. You are your culture comes from actually the
Brilliant of us.
yeoman, the regular people of Britain.
Yeah.
Founded America. The common folk, and they made it in their image. That's a very admirable thing. And you were free, and you were not. Well, you wanted to be free, and you became free. And you made a society for yourselves, and that's very admirable. It's not like us in Britain. I mean, even Australia, they were kind of free for a bit, but a very authoritarian government exists in Australia, and it always has. And
There's
it was
an authoritarian government that runs America.
for
What are you
sure,
talking
yeah.
about?
No, it was, yeah, for sure. But I think
No, there is,
it
not
is
was.
absolutely, yeah. Sorry, I mean, from probably after World War II onwards, it has been that way.
Uh, probably World War One,
Probably World
actually.
War One. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. It's got worse. Yeah. But you defined yourselves as being free.
It's just kind of like an
Australia
illusion.
never did, and Britain never did. Britain
No,
is
it's an illusion here in America. The freedom is all just an illusion. People they want to be able to be a part of some sort of like movement, but
yeah.
they're not, because they're a part of the political system where they just do their rallies and they don't really actually do anything. They just do their signs and their rallies, and they don't do anything.
Yeah.
They think that they're not doing anything.
No.
And if they knew the truth, they wouldn't be doing that, because they're literally not doing anything.
Yeah. Well, they're just propagating what they want, the elites.
But they're still just so misguided
Yeah.
that they're out there with their signs and their political movement, and they think that they're doing something, and they're just not.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, what's happened is we have this weapon in every household across the West, America and Europe,
What?
Australia. We have
Is
a
it
weapon.
weapon?
there's a weapon, yeah, in every household.
What
It's,
weapon?
it's called the television.
Oh, that is a weapon. Yes,
But it
that's
is
right.
evolving.
Against you.
It is evolving into your hand
It's
right now.
evolving into a bigger weapon.
It is.
It's
Yeah.
still a weapon.
Yeah. I assure you that is the purpose of it. It's to
No, that's
control. It's to control your thoughts, your opinions,
yeah.
and your feelings, and what you think, and it's to turn you into a
That's
drone.
right.
That's what the purpose of
But
it is.
it's not just the news and the corporations doing it.
No.
From like soap
Sorry.
operas and everything that's relatable. There's always like a theme that runs parallel, but in the TV also, just to kind of like to enforce it.
Yeah.
Probably heard myself going ding 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 ding. Everyone see that picture I put in side chat?
Nice.
Subconscious brainwashing.
Yeah.
You know, every country has something called the Ministry of Culture, which is run by the government. Okay, why would a government need a Ministry of Culture when the people themselves are the culture? And these bodies, they get funding every year, millions, and everything funnels through them. The BBC, for instance, that's what a lot of the license fee goes towards. It's to change the public's perceptions and how they act in the world and what is normal.
Oh,
Hold
don't get
on.
me on the
Hold
on the
on.
TV licensing. Jeez.
They're not actually giving you anything on the public side that would give you benefit for marketing purposes. Listen, they want to tell you that things are scientifically proven for your marketing purposes. They want you to buy some product because it's scientifically proven and fall under these conditions so that they can say that. You better know what science is before somebody tries to sell you on something that's scientifically proven. What
Yeah.
science? Right? Like,
Yeah,
let's
there's a lot of bullshit. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it is bullshit. I mean, think about. I'm trying to think. You know, feminism
Are
and
we
career
are we
women's.
going to talk about what science is though? Like, I feel like you're
I
just going
suspect
somewhere
suspect
else.
Bino, from something Bino was saying earlier. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I wanted to pipe up then. I have a feeling he has a misapprehension about exactly what science is.
Are you?
What is
Is that a
science?
question or
What is science?
science?
More
I guess
specifically,
it's.
natural science. Natural science.
I guess it's. You have a hypothesis and you go out and test it and prove it to be true
Come on.
But how do you prove it?
I
by
don't think that
experimentation.
I think that
Only by
your
experimentation?
standards of a hypothesis might be a little more less strict than science allows for. A feeling. I've just got a feeling. A hypothesis can kind of be like anything you want it to be, really.
No,
Well, science can be. I guess it's. You know, I mean, science is just investigation, right? Of phenomena. That's all it is.
it's a cause, it's an adjudication of cause and effect relationships in nature.
Yeah. Well, it has many definitions. I agree that people put a lot of credence onto science when some of the science is complete shit. You know, I agree.
Actually,
Just like
I would say
global
that
warming.
you can actually rely on truth coming from something that's giving you conditional statements.
Right. Yeah, there was a little something developed called the scientific method. Attempted to reduce the amount, or even try and eliminate bias playing a part in drawing conclusions when studying, you know, nature and the physical world. But that didn't kind of happen.
Yeah.
Now,
Guys, I think that what the government says is science. A lot of the time, it's probably not science. It's just propaganda. So I'm probably on your side on a lot of things. Science is treated like a god, and the benefit, I mean, that's the purpose of why they wanted it that way, is because science always changes. You know, you could always change science for the
yeah,
future.
yeah. See, that this is where the contention comes in, right? Because we'll say no, it doesn't. All right. Well, you can advance upon knowledge gained from science, right? You can learn more from what you've already learned, right? But to say that like a conclusion drawn could later be proven to be absolutely wrong, right? Well, then obviously it didn't follow the scientific method, right?
Yeah.
So
Think about
there's
COVID.
what you're describing. What you're describing is scientism and distinctively pseudoscience, right? So
Yeah, I agree
there's
that
fields
that
of study,
exists. That exists. Yeah.
right? So there's fields of study that have drawn upon the magic word of science to lend the illusion that their
It is
studies hold
scientific when it's not.
credibility and validity, right? And it's not.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
agree. I agree entirely. Think about COVID. You know, they never isolated the virus, right? And there were lots of studies early on that you know, said it wasn't what this other study said, which was
Gonna have
what
to
was the
stick
government
up
was
the
producing.
subject.
Careful.
Yeah,
Change the
could have to-
subject.
yeah, stay away from the COVID subject, please, mate.
Yeah,
I understand your point. I'm not trying to do anything bad. It's just
Yeah.
best to move away from that
Another
subject.
example.
Sure, yeah. But yeah, like scientism is definitely a thing, and I agree it exists. Absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't it? When you have controllers that want to push certain narratives, they would say it's scientific, and science is the new god. It is worshipped, and that's the purpose of it, because it can always change. They can always have
Yeah.
new information and change society 20 years down the line. You know, when they say, oh, it's okay to abort a child at 8 months, you know, they don't feel any pain.
I'll
You know,
jump
that's
off.
fine.
Let Flatsy and Jedi and others continue on with this discussion with you. I got to jump off, but yeah, nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, pleasure.
I'll still be here. I just got to mute and listen.
No worries.
See you later, man.
I'm gonna make dinner too.
Well, it's been a good discussion.
Aye.
So, Jedi, you just can't. I think you just joined, right? I was just discussing with the guys, everyone that was talking. I probably agree with you all here more than you would realize on a lot of topics, and that is why I even almost converted to believing the Earth was flat. But the point I'm trying to make is it's a belief, and I think it is not knowing. And when you look at everything you know, you actually know very little. I think all of us know very little about anything, you know. So there's a lot of belief in the world. And for me to come out and say, or I believe the Earth is flat is a belief. And that's why I haven't made that jump. I know, I come in here because it is fun coming in here and, having the thought experiment, right? I don't think, to my best estimation, I don't think the Earth is flat. But I don't know. So that's why it's fun. I don't think anyone knows, really. I think, it's all conjecture, really. Especially when you get rid of space images and things like that. And I think a lot of it is fake, for sure. Yeah. Anyway, I've been talking for a while and my throat is sore, so I will go on mute. If anyone wants to come in, you are most welcome. Yes.
I'll divert the topic and just put an image in chat.
Oh.
I like that one. Just makes your mind go, because we've always been shown the map one way around.
Oh, yeah. Roman Empire, yeah, for sure. I agree.
No, the latest one I just put up just now.
Where is it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a coffee as well.
Oh, yeah.
Some more information about that map. It's basically the only flat map that's has the entire surface of Earth to scale and to relative distances.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I was big on maps because obviously, like, a map is like the prize joy, the golden egg, so to speak.
Yeah.
You said
Yeah, it's
that.
very
They're all
good.
like projections.
You said that's got distances marked in it as well, or known distances.
It's just without visual distortion and relative size of the land areas. The distance in between them, I guess, might be off, but that's where the model comes from. It's Buckminster Fuller. He's the man who kind of created dodecahedron, basically.
Oh, okay.
If there would be missing land, it'd be in the gaps.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I
And the
find that
places-
very interesting. Yeah.
The places where people don't travel much, between because we got land, we got like sea channels and air channels, and we kind of stick to them, right?
Yeah. Corridors, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just staring at it, man.
Yeah. Literally, I'm just going through my old school Google Drive from like 10 years ago, dude. Almost 10 years.
Wow. Bet that drive's got a lot of stuff in it.
Yeah. I'd make it public, but I think there's some like personal stuff like mixed in, so I just don't want to do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, yeah, there's tons of shit. Any old school memes you want to bring out?
Well, I'll post one video that should encapsulate why I don't think the world is flat. It's very short. That's it.
Because sun appears to go down.
Sun disappears. I agree with everything that we've discussed today. It's been a very good discussion, but I don't think the world is flat because even some of the videos that we've discussed here, I haven't had a good explanation as to why, you know. Some arguments have been from some non-scientific. I know we say scientific, I mean, some of it could be bullshit, but I don't think we need to kind of create new models as to why it exists. It should be provable. It should
Wait a
be.
second. Wait a second.
Yeah.
All right. So, do both provide models, or is that something that you're just parroting?
Well, this, you're talking about this video.
No, I'm talking about in general.
Well, let's talk about this video, and we could. I mean,
I
it
would
applies
rather
generally.
make sure if both sides actually have such thing. If
Oh
they
yeah,
don't,
yeah.
it's a waste. It's a waste if both sides don't have.
Well,
So,
yeah. Okay, so from my perspective, that could only exist on a spherical model. What we've observed there in the video. On a flat Earth,
what?
you cannot have.
So they measured the curvature of the Earth.
Well, they've at least inferred it. Yeah.
Oh, they inferred it, or did they measure it?
Well, you have to have a very, very long kind of experiment to measure it, right?
What?
What do you mean?
What?
By measure, what do you mean? What do you mean by measure?
Measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah. So
Does it take that much?
What measurement would suffice in your mind?
Something that wouldn't take that much to be able to, hey, here's the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Where's that?
I need to actually. There's probably a laser thing that we could find. I don't know.
Okay.
You probably can't. Let's be honest. You can't probably shine a laser from
I didn't
Europe
say
to
that.
America.
Did you say that? I didn't
No,
say
I'm
that.
saying that. I'm saying that right now. You probably can't shine a laser from Europe to America, right?
Did you? Okay, so you're
No, I'm
saying.
saying that. I'm saying that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
So.
I'm not saying you said that. Yeah.
All right.
But
Okay. Well, tell me where you've done that. That would be very interesting.
yeah, no, I'm saying you probably can't. Yeah. I mean, I'm saying that it's very difficult. It's a very difficult experiment, but
What?
there's NASA, there's the ISS, for
Why
instance.
did you say it then?
No, I'm saying it's a hard experiment to do that.
No, it's
To measure
it's
the
hard
curvature.
or impossible or
No, I'm saying it's
something.
hard. I'm saying it's not
No, it's
impossible.
wait, what? It's probably impossible, right?
Well, people have measured curvature for a long time, but you know, if we take
What?
away
What?
space agencies,
Oh my
then it's
god!
very difficult, isn't it?
Somebody
It is.
else deal with this clown. He sounds confused.
Are you sure about that, Klein?
Yeah, I know you're confused.
Are you
Clearly,
sure? Are you sure?
Sorry, Patchy, we know.
are you sure?
What's the point of contention at the moment because we can't shine lasers 3,000 miles?
Yeah, it's just it's very difficult, guys, and
It's very
especially
guys. Yep.
But what if we could use a laser for 150 miles?
yeah. I mean, that would be very good.
Awesome. So, what would you say if that's already been done?
I'll say that's very good.
Awesome. So that was done by the US military in association with the University of Maryland, and I think it's Kentucky. I might be incorrect on the second one. I haven't read it for a couple of days. But the laser tests were to were to do with laser targeting systems and to measure the amount of refraction in the air. So the laser targeting systems could be, calibrated and be more accurate with regards to the atmospheric conditions of.
Oh yeah. Was that the article the experiment that you shared with me earlier? I think so.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, whenever it was. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't. I read the abstract, but I didn't actually get into the details of that study.
Yeah,
that was quite interesting. Yeah.
But I mean, what sort of distance would we need to measure over the surface of the Earth to show that the Earth wasn't curving? Because you say like from Europe to America, so what, 3,000, 4,000 miles?
I mean, ideally, you'd be able to see as far as possible, right?
Well, possible, yeah, but we're limited with devices that we use. The optics, which always have an angular resolution limitation.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
And the atmosphere.
But I didn't actually mean this discussion to get so heavy. I just wanted. I was just expressing my point of view. I could actually get in. It's very. I stayed up all night. You see.
That's
I'm
fine.
drunk.
It's like past 9 in the morning. You're all right.
Yeah. I'm kind of drunk as well, so I think I'm doing all right. But I don't need to get into. I don't want to bring this early in the morning people into a discussion about. I didn't mean that. Yeah. But I'd be very keen actually to get into the details of things more because I'm curious as well.
Cool.
For sure.
Well, when you've slept it off, maybe you can come back later today and we'll have a chat.
For sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You did post the image of the sun setting earlier as well. I did post you 3 images with regards to the sun. Maybe if you don't want to look at.
I will. Yeah.
Yeah. One is of a sun that appears to be in the clouds, which is quite weird. One is of the annual eclipse a couple of months ago, where the moon is in front of the sun, so we're told, but you can see a solar flare coming through the moon. And probably with more relevance to your argument is a sun decreasing in angular size, disappearing into a tiny pinprick before it even reaches the horizon and appears to go down.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess we can discuss those later if you want to.
No, I'm happy to discuss this. Yeah, I saw that image with solar eclipse.
Ian for life, that's crazy. Flat off. Yo, we on the off and it's flat.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, the solar flare through the moon is quite interesting.
Really is, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I don't have an explanation for it. I don't think I'm actually making a claim. I'm just pointing it out as, wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
interesting.
No, I love this. Yeah. No, I'm open to things being not as we're told, for sure. Because I
The
did
first
see
one.
that and I wondered. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. You're fine. You're still talking about this one.
Yeah, I was just I did wonder about that, and I was like, what could actually cause that? Because I did see a video of a guy that said that the moon is a plasma, right? So maybe there's something there. I mean,
Well,
yeah.
you need to be able to use the tools that you have. Do you have any kind of discernment with the scientific method? If it
Of
claims to be science, it
for
it's bound to have gone through the scientific method. So that
I
means
don't
it's
know.
observable,
Yeah, I don't know.
testable, repeatable, falsifiable.
Well, I think according to the current model, it's a rock that's orbiting the Earth.
What?
But I don't know if that's true.
What?
Yeah.
What's a
wrong with that?
rock
The moon.
orbiting? Oh, okay. So what?
So you shouldn't see a solar flare through it, surely.
I mean, I would say no, you shouldn't. But
Yeah.
also,
So
why
we're
are
in
you?
agreement.
Oh, okay. But why are you bringing that up?
I'm not.
You did.
When?
You're the one who brought it up.
I'm observing a video here, and I say that's strange. That's all I said.
I didn't post the video, but also I know what video you're talking about,
Yeah,
and that is very strange. Yes.
it is strange. I agree.
So, in comparison to the story that we're told that the Earth is a rock in orbit around the Sun, that's strange.
Yep. No. I think it's very interesting.
I guess without any more knowledge, we've only really got two choices. One, the moon isn't a physical body, and a solar flare actually came through that not physical body, so we could see it on this side of that not physical body.
Yep.
Or two, that discharge actually came from the moon itself.
Or
But it doesn't.
three, the dark body in front of the sun is not even the moon.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. Is it?
I don't.
It's good. Yeah. Sorry.
I don't think it's the moon. I
Yeah.
really don't think it's the moon. It has nothing to do with the moon. If I feel like if it did, it would be very easily provable, but it's just not.
I feel like if it was, someone would have seen it. Like I can see the moon not lit up with my camera.
It's
I
just
guess
it's not the moon.
you
It's
do have
just
to say
not.
that it's some kind of camera artifact as well. That is a good point. Although I wouldn't know what type of camera artifact would actually give that, being as I've never seen a camera artifact like that before.
Yeah, I suspect it is actually a phenomenon that is in real life, right? That's been picked up. Which is strange. It really is.
The way that our perspective works is actually it's strange, but it's also very you, you can go out and verify a lot of the things that we're talking about that
Oh,
prove our point.
absolutely. Yeah.
The light is subjective to our the observer. So wherever you are, the light is subjective to you, but it's still in some sort of position. But it's still quantified like it's in some sort of absolute position or ideal position, but it's still subjective to the observer.
Yeah. I think I've seen something similar. Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Light is subjective to the observer. So if you're using a light source, a celestial body in the sky, it's still an apparent position to the observer.
Yeah. I mean, there's this whole thing in physics called the observer effect, right? Where you observe something and then it changes its properties.
Well, it's because it is observer dependent.
Yeah. And they still don't
It,
have an answer for this.
it's not something that can be debated. That is the case.
Yeah. Well,
Light,
yeah.
light is subjective to the observer.
Yeah.
The sun, the moon, the stars are all the same way.
Well, technically everything is.
Yeah, but it does matter that the stars, how they are in that same respect, if they are in that kind of realm of interpretation, if they are, that means that you can't just la-ti-da, they're light years away. No, you can't do that because that means that perspective of the sky is equal with night and day. And night and day meaning that the way that we see the stars will have the same effect as how we view the sun during the day.
Yeah.
It's like the same. So and it is, if you think of it that way, you can see it that way. It's the reason why you think globe and I can see the curvature when I'm blah blah blah, and you really don't see it, but you think in your mind that you see it. That same thing, like you can impose some sort of worldview onto like interpreting what you see, which is weird. You should just be able to see something that you see for what it is. Either way, um,
Yeah.
yeah. So you're gonna see what? What are you gonna see? You're gonna see, huh?
Well, I mean, as you're saying, the sun might appear to be in different locations, or
Well, the Earth is not just some completely different Earth than anyone else experiences. If flat Earth is anything, it's the way that we experience the Earth together.
yeah.
It's not some completely other Earth that's flat and has its own thing, and we believe something completely not of what we experience. That's not what flat Earth is at all.
Or is it the way we experience our spherical world together?
No, it's flat Earth is what we experience,
Yeah.
but there is no substantial evidence that it is being experienced on a spherical. What I mean, what? I don't want to call it an object. We need a substantial measurement of this curvature. It
Yeah.
should be everywhere. It's not
Well,
something that can just, hey, it's over here. Where? oh, it's now over here. It's not here now. It's over here. Now it's over here. What? Just
Well,
tell
let's
me
be
where it
honest.
is.
Let's be honest. Like both, if it's flat or spherical, both existences are very weird, and
What?
they are.
Just tell me where it is.
What is?
The curvature of the Earth, if it's a globe. Oh, it's over here. Or no, it's over here. Wait, it's over here.
Well,
Where is it?
it depends
Is it over
on
there?
where you
Oh,
observe
do
it
I
from,
have
right?
to just go
Over
over
here.
there? Oh,
I've got
I'm
it
gonna find it over here?
in my pocket.
Over there.
Well, I think, yeah, I think it is observable, right? It's, I
What?
mean,
Oh, so
no,
over there?
no. What the Globers would say is,
Over yonder.
yeah, it's over yonder. It's there, where the camera can see,
No,
and
not where the camera can see. Where the camera can't. It's
yeah,
a twist.
yeah,
Oh,
that makes sense. And but the thing is, I think we shouldn't make assumptions about anything, and
okay. The
yeah,
irony. Oh, thanks
yeah,
for the
yeah.
irony.
No. I'm agreeing with you and disagreeing at the same time.
Oh, I'm sure
I
that
don't
that's
know.
how it'll end up. You're gonna
I
end up
I
agreeing.
surrender. I don't know. That's my
Yeah, but you're gonna
point.
end up agreeing with me, sure. Oh man,
Maybe,
I
maybe
guarantee. No, you're not.
I might do,
No, you're not.
or I might not. I don't know.
You're not gonna agree
Let's
with me.
find out. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I find the whole discussion very interesting, and there's lots of things out there that don't make sense, and especially why the government would be lying about a lot of
Oh
things.
my gosh.
Absolutely.
Cares. I don't care. Do you care about that?
I do.
You do care about that.
Yeah, I want a government that isn't corrupt and actually tells us the truth.
Can you
obviously,
actually
Not going to
control?
happen.
Can you control? Oh, I don't want my government to be controlling. Are you going to be the one
with
that says,
penalty of
"Oh,
death.
I am the reason why they're not"?
No,
Are you going to
with
be that
penalty of
person?
death. If we all band together and say, you government, you're not allowed to lie to us anymore about anything, and if we catch you out on a single lie,
So you
we'll
don't
hang
think
you.
that there's prisoners of war right now? Right now,
There
in our
is,
government,
but our
in our
government is not.
prison. Do you think that there's not people that are prisoners of war or prisoners of like political reasons?
There
Do you think
absolutely is.
that's not going on?
But that is the system. I'm talking about the people that control the system.
What? If that's happening, then what do you think that you're going to do? Like stop that?
I
Are you going to
individually,
go and be like, "Hey, release this prisoner that's a political prisoner for political reasons and they actually aren't a criminal, but they're in prison for political reasons," which is kind of
in
bullshit
such
because
hypothetical
what is that?
situation, I don't know.
That's like a prisoner of war, but of your own like your own people are your prisoner of war.
I don't in that situation. I don't know.
What are you talking about? That is the
What
situation.
I don't know. What I mean, what the point I was making was the government is all controlled,
It
and
is
if
controlling.
yeah, we need less government for sure, and whatever government we do have, we need it to be the hardest job in the world. And we need to make sure that whatever they say is real and verified and truthful. And if they don't say anything like that, then they will die. That is
What?
my opinion.
Okay,
We can't
so
have NASA.
do you
We'll get rid
think
of NASA. Yeah.
but do you think that people are able to know when their government is telling them a lie or showing them something that's false.
You know, instead of a CIA for these elites, we need a CIA for the people. That's what we need.
But do you think that people are exposed to something that is false on a pretty regular basis?
Every
Or
day.
do you think that they're not?
No, every day.
Every day
Yep.
means what?
It means every day. It means every second of every day
That what?
that the people are lied to.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so what are
See,
we
we
talking
agree
about?
on more. We agree on more than you think. You keep trying to think that I'm not on your side on a lot of things. I am.
No, I like to clarify so whoever's listening is listening to you and me have some sort of back and forth.
Yeah,
I love that we agree. I hope that we do.
we do.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we do. But
I assure you we do.
however we do agree
We do.
needs to be clarified for whoever's listening.
For sure.
Or hopefully somebody's listening and wants to chime in, maybe make a point and blow somebody's minds. Maybe blow your mind. I don't know.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I've been in here a few times, just chatting or just listening in. But
Yeah.
like I say, I was saying this before. I think Jedi joined, or maybe a few people joined here. But I do agree on a lot of things, and I might even have more extreme views than a lot of people here about everything. But
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
the
that's a
only
lot of talk. I mean, if you're gonna say it, then be about it. What do you mean? Be more specific.
I did talk about it earlier. I mean,
Just
I
if
will
you're
talk
gonna
about it again.
talk about it now, if you're gonna
Yeah,
say
yeah.
things,
Okay, I'll
just be more
summarize. I'll summarize what I was discussing earlier. Is that literally everything is controlled, right?
okay.
Good
It's not
morning.
that hard to do that. It's not hard to do that.
It's not. Yeah.
No, people are stupid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But the
Good
only
morning.
difference. Guten Morgen, wie geht's?
Good. Thank you.
Woher
Yeah,
kommst du?
because
Hey, Flatzy.
hey,
You've been drinking, haven't you,
Use
Flatsy?
what?
How many glasses of wine have you had this evening, Flats?
None.
Awesome stuff.
I could hear that grin.
Holy malt liquor.
You ask if someone wants to ask a question, and I want to ask the guy a question, if that's
Yeah.
okay. Do you know what William Casey said in 1991 when he was CIA General Director?
I know. Can I go ahead and say F off, you fucking William? Because
Yeah.
fuck that motherfucker. Sorry. Okay, so William Casey. I will actually just post it. I'll post it. Sorry, I don't mean to disturb you.
You can quote him, yeah.
Well, hold on. I'll just post it.
So
Every
What does he
fucking thing that the
think
American
about
people,
that?
every fucking thing that the American people will believe is a lie. Every fucking thing. Is that the quote?
Yep.
What, word for word?
Another
Or are you
one.
paraphrasing?
I can't remember. There was a CIA director,
That was
and I
very
agree.
close.
Don't think he swore, though.
Yeah, he didn't swear. I'm sorry. It would have been better if he did.
He might as well have.
No, I agree with that, and but that is a model that existed in Europe even before America was a thing. The Catholic Inquisition over Europe, when they would torture people if you did not believe that the blood and body of Jesus Christ existed during Mass, through the wine and through the bread that was given by the priest. If you did not believe that that was actually Jesus Christ's body and blood, you would be burned alive.
Yep.
That went on for 100 years. So, I mean, that's a lie for sure. So, don't mean to offend any Catholics here, but I mean, it's a lie.
Don't worry about the Catholics, you're fine.
Go look at Grampus and all the whole stories with that shit, man. You got like Saint Nicholas rolling around, and then like as a punishment, he's like, "Here's Grampus is gonna get you and eat you and sacrifice you," and it went hand in hand, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so
This
it's
is
always been
what
this way.
we are told about the Spanish Inquisition, but you haven't lived that for a fact, and we haven't wrote that his
It was written quite extensively by.
version. Yeah, it was written by the victors.
Yeah.
The Catholic.
The Catholics, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so
But there might be
why
some diaries that
did
weren't.
they wrote such thing
There might be some
about themselves?
Yeah, I don't. There might be some sources that weren't Catholic. I don't know.
Yeah.
There might be some books that were written then and weren't read until 1800s. I don't know. But like, I think it happened for sure. And that's why Protestantism was so dangerous at the time when John Calvin was writing his works in Switzerland and Scotland, actually. And
There's 3 Reformations, wasn't there?
there were,
The ones
yeah.
who protested the Catholic reign, right?
Yeah, and like if you
Or Rome.
believed, because these guys wrote their works and then I think they hid afterwards. But the people, these academic people from universities, they would start believing in this and proclaiming it, and if they were caught, they were burned alive. And in St Andrews in Scotland, there's a mark of James Hamilton. 1570s, I think, and he promoted Protestantism, and he was burnt alive for saying that. And in response, there was a massive. Well, I don't need to get into the history, but there was a massive uprising against Catholics in Scotland, and they burnt down the cathedrals in St Andrews and elsewhere, and became Protestant themselves. So we're dealing with oppressors, guys. We're dealing with people that want to lie to you and oppress the truth and oppress free speech and want you under the same system. It's a global system. It always was. That was the intention of it.
Yes.
So, with regards to the full understanding that we live within a system of controllers who perpetually lie because of their own narrative, why is the question, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth, so hard for you to understand?
They might do. They might. I mean, if the ISS isn't real, it's a plane flying around and the cameras are CGI or whatever. We still need to explain why there's obstruction on objects in the distance. But we don't need to get into. I want to get into that on another day, to be honest, because it's a
Yeah,
long back and forth.
that's explaining the mechanics of. Sorry, that's talking about the crime itself. I'm asking you about the motive, like we were talking about.
Yeah. Well, I think it's possible. I think it's possible that they could lie about the Earth. They definitely have lied about the moon landing for sure. I'd say it goes at least that far. I agree with that. Yeah.
So it shouldn't be such a hard step to finance with it. Sorry, get your question. Yourself from you, my God. But yeah,
sorry, Jody. Yeah, go ahead.
It shouldn't be too hard for you to understand possible motives.
No. Yeah, I could see why they would if it was flat, for instance. They would want a new religion or something like that. But I would say that this whole moon landing stuff is sci-fi. But I've not seen enough evidence myself.
Well, they created a new religion.
They did, yeah.
Which vast majority of people don't even know it's a religion.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely.
That's the best
99%.
deception.
Yeah, or maybe not as much as 99. I'd say maybe 90% of people think it was real, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they want to play God. They want to have an own religion. I was discussing this earlier about the world at large and why it is the way it is.
Yes, I'm glad to hear you say that, because this is something I try to tell people also,
You just about to say
that
something
they are
more.
posing as gods when they offer us the image of the whole world. That is a godly perspective only. No man can see the whole world in front of his eyes. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, they want to keep that for themselves if it does exist, I would say.
Yeah.
They would give you a fake copy of it. They'd give you a fake
It's not
image.
going to be long before you got these private multi-billionaire, like the ones you don't hear about, the ones that are like getting their own ISS,
Yeah.
Yeah.
on private ISS or on private.
I want like orbital space hotels. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, like the whole. It's obviously going to include like Arabs and stuff because of wealth, right? So we'll see how that ends up.
I mean, the Arabs were always in league with the British royals and the British Empire.
Yeah.
At least the Saudis.
Well, that's because we gave them that power.
They're not wasting the time with space stuff, are they?
No.
No?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, it might be incorrect.
Yeah, right. Hmm.
It's funny
The
because
Indians are involved.
Yeah.
I know their fake moon landing happened recently, but there's Indians coming over us saying that Britain stole all of India's wealth, all of the cotton, $45 trillion of cotton. It's another lie, but they think that they're independent. They think that the British Empire fell just randomly. It's like all of these countries just randomly gained their independence from the Commonwealth and the British Empire. It never happened. Why the fuck would sorry, don't mean to swear. Why would people, the most powerful people in the world, why the hell would they give up all of their land? It's the most garbage fantasy ever. Sorry? You're in the empire now. This is it. You're in the empire. Everyone is.
Of course, true. And we are because we don't accept reality, what it is. They pushed a fake story out there, and they see people believe it, and then it entitles them to take ownership of this world that we exist in.
That's what they want.
And yeah, in this way, now they can tax us for our existence
Yep.
and even push ideas into our minds that it's a good thing to go to work.
Yeah, I mean, women love that now. They're obsessed with careers.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm late 20s, and I'm thinking about, okay, I should find my wife. I've been messing around for too long, and I should find my wife soon. And the thing is, most women, even at my age, they're like, oh no, I can't do this. I need to focus on work,
mm,
and can't get even in a relationship. I just need to mess around. And
yeah,
they're I don't need to get in. Sorry, I don't mean to bring this into like feminism or anything like that. But like their fertility is dwindling by the year, and it's already lost a lot of.
you cut out.
The...
You cut out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
This
So
is
you
it.
can get-
CIA have got me, guys. I'm done. I'm sorry.
You didn't cut out for me, mate.
Shut down. They've got like a lag switch, like you're playing Xbox, and they're just there pressing the switch, like that'll do it. That'll do it.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Well, this problem you have now with women's, I had it also in my youth.
It's like the Borg. It's the Borg.
What resistance is futile? Or we are one? Which type?
Oh,
both.
yes.
Both. They try to tie you in to the Matrix.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Think
But
like-
I don't mean to insult like female. I love females. But
No,
they
you're fine,
are
yeah.
they're definitely more propagandized than we are as men. And I think the controllers they know that, and that's why they are targeting females.
It's good.
You can change females, and you can change men.
Yeah. They've definitely been doing that for the last 50, 60, 70, maybe 80 years or so.
Yeah.
All the way back to the 1950s. As soon as everybody started getting a TV set, you can pretty much say then.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a question.
What's your question, mate?
Okay, so if the Earth were flat, how come there are no medical records or charts about scaling measurements for dosages for things in medical universities that they have to refer to when they give a dosage of 3 milligrams or 5 milligrams of epinephrine in Paris?
Yeah, muted.
I'm pretty sure you usually mute this guy, right?
Yeah, if he's going to come in and talk about medical information, unfortunately, you're going to be kind of muted. Try and keep the subject. Oh, he's fucked off. Has he been doing this for a while? I think I upset him the other day, and he keeps coming back being more and more upset.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard him do it before. Can I ban him?
Yeah, get rid of him, mate.
Because that's all he does every time he comes in.
Yeah, if he's
That's,
going to keep doing
that's Nephilim. I've known him for ages. He always does that. He's got this wishly way of speaking, and he just turns up and lectures you about some obscure thing you don't care about, doesn't take questions, doesn't engage, and then just insults you for not wanting to learn what he turned up to force down your throat.
Yep,
I do want to see what
skanking already.
his religious biases, because I've looked into him and he seems to be of the faith. So I want to see how that
Very, very
applies
strongly.
to his, I want to see how that globe model applies to his faith.
Sure, man. You can try and have a conversation with him. You'd be the first to succeed. And I've been coming to this server and the other politics PNR server for a while.
Well, if eggshells can't get an understanding with him, then it's not worth it. Definitely.
Oh, that's a charming thing to say, Gappy Cat.
Yeah.
Morning, Charles, or good evening, whatever the time is for you.
Evening, mate. How are you all?
Yeah, not too bad. Cheers, buddy. Not too bad. It's getting about breakfast time, and I'm starting to get a bit hungry.
Nice. Lovely. We went out to watch a Kiwi independent film and got to see the main actor and the director before they did it.
You fucking normie. Well done, mate.
Yep. Oh, it's like something you you pay 25 quid because you want to help them out.
Oh, okay. Independent type film, I get you.
Yeah, it's not a rubbing shoulders with famous people deal. It's like a... Where's my volume? Here we go. Chat skanking. I haven't heard that term before. What's new? Any roaring victories lately?
I just debunked Flat Earth for the last 2 hours, yeah.
I was listening to bits of that. That's quite interesting, but it sounds like you still have a belief in controllers
No,
going
I'm
after the women.
I'm joking.
All right.
Yeah, he definitely didn't believe it. He didn't debunk the flat Earth, but what he was saying about controllers was true.
Well, what you really mean there is I agreed with it, not necessarily that it was true.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact, though. You don't necessarily believe in quote-unquote controllers, do you, Rex? What do you?
Not really. I certainly could easily believe there's many people who would want to be that. That's I think a probability, but that people successfully manage it is the question.
For sure they do.
I think they do. I think people achieve bits of influence over society, but that necessarily puts them in conflict with other people who want control, and there's only so much to control to go around. You gotta be some people left to control, right? It's only so many products to buy. So I cannot conceive of it being a well organized group.
Well, think about this.
That are all in accord.
You know the Great Fire of London,
right?
It happened.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
1666.
Right.
Number of the beast, and they rebuilt London to stand for 1,000 years out of stone, etc. And they made it for the future, right? And that is why I think that it was planned, because they already had plans.
Because something happened in the year 1666.
They burned down London and rebuilt.
Right, but why is that fire important? It could be anything that happened that year, right?
Turquoise Dragon said that there's a law as well. That I heard about it as well.
But hang on, let's just deal first with the number.
No.
That it happens in 1660. Is this still relevant to 1666?
It is, yeah. This law happened in 1666. It marks everyone as dead or lost at sea, and they had to account for everyone.
Yeah.
So
hang on,
that
who's
is
dead?
when the
Who's
British everyone in Britain.
Right.
So that's when the British corporate system was envisioned.
Oh, this bit. Okay, yeah, I know this. I didn't know this version of the song, but I know the same song. It's a sovereign citizen thing. I know you don't like sovereign citizen, but that's what it's called. Pseudo-legal is what it's sort of dismissively called.
Yeah.
Not saying I agree with that, but that's like the gist of it, right? Yeah. The laws that we have aren't the laws that we have. I just don't know how to assess if it's true, because laws to me are written down. Are these laws written down?
It is, yeah. I don't know if Turquoise Dragon's there.
I'll try and get the link again. It got flooded by all that bot stuff, so I'll try and recover it.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice all that happening. Jeez, look at that.
Right. So, how do you decide what a real law is?
Oh, I don't know.
Like if some
That's not my area. My expertise is in
necessarily
geopolitics.
is.
God's
Right.
law
So because
and
so then let me understand the
the
1666
Caesar's
bit.
law is real. They are real laws. So the man's duty is to know the law of his government, where he lives, and also the other ones.
But the
So what's the relevance though of 1666? Like I'm still not quite getting this.
no,
Like
I brought that up.
anything
No,
could have
no,
happened in any year,
I was going to lead
including the
to.
year 666
Well, what
or
I'm saying is,
333.
okay. Well, what I'm saying is 666 is a number of the beast, and we're dealing with elite religious controllers that follow a Kabbalistic system, which is kind of like it is Judeo-Christianity, but it's like another book, and it's not
Right.
Jewish. And they have their own religion. That's why I think it's King Albert had a gravestone or like a grave memorial as a pyramid because they think it extends back to Babylon and the Egyptians,
You
etc.
cut out to the grave memorial. Mic check.
Hello? Is it working now? Is it just when I talk for a long time?
Yeah, but I think it's you cutting out.
Yeah, it's Get Begets cutting out. It's done that 3 times now. We've heard everybody else perfectly. Get Beget, that's you, mate.
Oh, so I'm fine.
Restart your
Yeah, you're
Discord.
fine. Yeah, you're fine, dude.
Cool. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so it's a religious thing. It goes probably back to Knights Templar, etc. And they're probably in league with the Catholics or the Catholic Church, the Vatican, etc. What is it called? Knights of Malta. The British monarchy, they bend their knee to the Pope. I'm not saying it's
How
the Pope.
would I
think that's
test any of this though?
No, you can
Rather
look
than
into
just
it.
like
You can for sure look
no,
into it.
I've heard. I'm sure you can look into it. I don't think like one comes to this by just sort of deciding it in an afternoon. You've obviously read lots of things. The question is whether they're true.
I can send you some links.
But that's the question: is could you send? The only link I really want is how could I test if this was true? Is there a way I could falsify this if it were wrong? If not, then it's
Well,
if this is all secret and there's no way to really know it for sure.
No, you need to be honest. It's hours and hours of research, and then you piece it together. It's not like you
No, a falsifiable test. I don't mean like read lots of things.
falsifiable test where you can't do that. I'm afraid. You as a
Unless
born
you wanna try-
peasant,
Yeah.
you're a peasant. You can't do it.
Unless you want to go and ask them.
Yeah. But anyway, the
Obviously.
point I'm making is it led up to the Industrial Revolution, where they took people out of the rural communities in Britain, including the Highlands of Scotland, and took them into the cities to work in factories for the
Right.
corporate system. So they became slaves at that point, and it's been a continuation of that. And the British Empire was planned even before 1666 because they knew the power of machinery and they knew how they could make a strong economy to support such an empire. And that's why the British Empire ruled over the world. And it, guys, China, all this China stuff. Guess what? China was part of the British Empire. We're not told that, but literally every element of the Chinese country as a nation was controlled by Britain, except
When was that?
Up till up till Mao, basically, and
Because I thought they had troops there. I didn't think they controlled the entirety of it. What?
the whole
China
no,
was
pretty much most of the
was a
economy.
colonial power.
No, it wasn't a colonial. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't a colonial power, but it was controlled.
Taiwan's the British part of it, right?
Right, Taiwan, Hong Kong, those kind of things, sure.
Yeah, that
but if we're
was
going to
colonial.
say,
Yeah. No, but China mainland was controlled. The economy was controlled, but it wasn't like a colonial power. Most of the economy was controlled. That's why you have lots of accounts of World War II from actual British people on the ground, civilians in China. They were Brits, and they had accounts of the Japanese invading. But the thing is, Mao, communism. I mean, Karl Marx. I touched on this briefly earlier. He wrote the Communist Manifesto in London. And when the Soviet Union became a thing and they took over Russia and killed the Tsars, the royal family in Russia, they were the king's cousins. That was the king's cousin. So we're dealing with, it's still royalty, it's still monarchies, it's still powerful families. That's all it is. We're led to believe that they have no power.
Yeah, I actually know personally the engineer who actually built the Trans-Siberian Railway for the Tsar of Russia, Alexander.
Yeah.
He was a very old man. He died in 1987, 88.
Yeah.
He was like 106 years old when he died. And I was like 5, 6 years old. And he told me that his only regret is that we stand no chance to know real luxury in life, in our lifetime.
Yeah.
And that's very true, what he said.
Well, that's communism, right? Yeah, communism is about being a peasant and nothing more than that, and being happy with it. So they knew that, they know that they cannot make communism out of a society where luxury goods and all the products you need are provided to you. So this is why they have to do it through other means, and this is why we have what's occurring now is BLM and equality and diversity and all that bullshit and immigration and we're all the same, globalism, free trade. This is all. I mean, the Roman Empire, they built themselves on free trade, basically. So it's an ongoing process, and communism is good because it's easier for them to manage everyone without a free economy. They want to control everything, so they don't want a free economy. They don't want free people.
Funny thing he told me was that he said he was offered by the Tsar to marry one of the Tsar's relatives, a female. This way he was like joining the royal family, but when he was going on the construction site of the Trans-Siberian Railway, the workers there, vast majority of them, they were never getting paid. They were happy to work for the Tsar, but all they wanted was to actually see a painting of the Tsar and the Tsarin, his wife. And he was taking this painting he was given from the palace. Obviously, he told me how he was keeping this painting in a special cloth. It was a silk cloth, and packing this painting this way, he said it had safe-keeping properties of that painting, and he was taking there and just showing it to the workers. They were marveling half an hour to it, staring, and then they were going back to work. Like that was their payment.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a life we want.
Well,
What would be the ideal life?
What would be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because to me, it would be pretty close to something that we've got right now.
Yeah, well, we could do this, which is, I guess, liberalism. I think liberalism is a good thing, but I mean, it's been perverted. What we need is libertarianism. That's
Oh yeah.
what I would say.
What would that end up looking like?
It would be similar to this, but less taxes, less lies from the government, smaller government, a stricter government, and the people control the government and not being lied to and not being controlled for nefarious means and nefarious objectives, and just being left alone for the most part. Let people live. We do not need a government that is this big.
So, what would of the things that taxes currently pay? Oh, hang on, let me check first. Are you a flat earther?
I'm not.
No, he's not.
Right. What of the things taxes that you and I agree taxes go to pay? What would you stop funding?
That's a very good question.
Or what would you leave? I guess as a libertarian, what would you leave still funded? How small are you thinking?
To be honest, I haven't thought of that. I've just thought about getting rid of most of the. To be honest, the banks are the issue. The banks are the issue.
Sure, but they're free market, right? Libertarianism says you're free to be a bank, right? There's just no state bank.
Yes, but I mean, these banks are private corporations that own the government themselves. So
Sure.
it's not really existing in the government system. It's the other way around. So that's probably the only thing I would fix first, and then I would make it death penalty to lie to the public, and certainly get rid of things like the Ministry of Culture, and the people that make the propaganda for the people and lie to them.
So I've got a couple of
get rid of a lot of
questions.
get rid of all the social welfare stuff.
So getting rid of the banks is the opposite of libertarianism, right?
No,
that's bigger government. Well, it's government control in private industry, right? Banks are private. I get rid of. I understand getting rid of fiat currency.
No.
But what I can't, you can't. But you could come to my house, right, and say, Eggshells, I really trust you. Can I leave a stack of cash at your place? And I go, well, fine, but if it's a large stack, I might spend a little. And you go, that's fair enough, but it's a pretty large stack. That's just two individuals making a choice, right? And if I become very trustworthy with other people's cash, shouldn't individuals be free to leave their cash places? I don't understand how you're going to get rid of all banks. That doesn't make sense to me.
I never said that, but I would sort out the banks as in you could have them private, or you could even have a state bank, really, if you want that as part of the libertarian.
That's very far away from libertarianism. Who's paying for the state bank? Is it charging interest, or is it funded by the taxpayer?
I mean, okay, what in this system? Are you a flat earther?
Say again?
Are you a flat earther?
No.
You're not. Okay. In this system, how do you think the central banks operate?
Well, I imagine you would get there from this system. So I'm kind of thinking pretty much how they do now. It's just you said get rid of the banks or something. Maybe you didn't say get rid of the banks.
No. Okay, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. The banks, as they operate right now, they pretty much run the government.
Right.
Because they make loans to the government, and they, in a sense, they control the economy, and they decide what is good. I mean, even like this whole Pride Month stuff, right? That is the reason corporations and governments and educational institutions, the reason they do this and change their logos to pride and all that, and they have all these woke diversity quotas and all that stuff. The reason they do that is because they get scored on something called the Corporate Equality
ESG score by
Index.
BlackRock. Let me just cut in there. Basically,
Yeah,
BlackRock and Vanguard, the people who manage the most money on earth, including like
Sure.
savings accounts and ISAs and pension funds, and basically they're the ones who are like running the banks. They're the ones
Right.
who
Are they
lend.
private?
You get
Are they private companies too?
They are. They are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
They
what
basically have
what are we doing
rules.
about that?
Well, the
What
people
are we
who
doing
control
about? I get
those-
that they would have a diversity target. You know, we only invest in companies that take diversity and inclusion seriously. Absolutely, I can see that.
There's a whole list. Just search ESG.
Is that
it's called ESG? It's
right?
a certain
But
score.
I'm not making. I'm not drawing the line between this and.
way off topic, guys.
I was going to keep going on that score, as in that score is why you get all of this, LGBTQ
Rainbow.
pride
Yeah.
and rainbow stuff. It's
Sure.
promoted from the top down.
I'd
It's
like
not
to
promoted
bring it
from
back.
the bottom up.
Bring it back to flat Earth topic.
It's
Speculate all you want, but
No.
bring it back to flat Earth.
One more point. It's not a bottom up. It's not the people rising up and saying this is a moral thing. It's not. It's a top down thing, and the people follow it, and because they're sheep, right? But the point I'm making is the central banks, like the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve, they run the government. It's not the government running the Federal Reserve. So the
Yes,
system
we
is
know
wrong.
this.
Yeah, in a libertarian economy, that would not happen. That shouldn't happen because the government should run. Everything should sit under the government and controlled by the government. So the whole system is wrong. So we could fix that.
These are
I don't.
rigged systems.
Yeah, it's corrupt. We need to fix the corruption. Yeah.
It's not for us to actually know. It's just like when a young man was going to the circus and there was these scammers doing all sort of win games. Yeah, and they were actually scammed off their money, losing their legacy, wealth, everything. So they were returning to their parents empty-handed, They made this practice at such high levels that we are not allowed to question them, their legitimacy, anything. No. So no matter how much you wish for a Vlad the Impaler, those times are long time gone. We stand no chance against the system. No man does.
That's awfully.
Yeah. We don't change the government. The government is changing us. They manipulate however they want.
I think we're
They
painting the government with
manipulate
too
us.
thick of a brush. It's not a government, so to speak. It's not the government that you see, and they're not even really connected. There's just a big ass umbrella above them.
With all due
which is-
respect, governments
Yeah.
want to fight each other. Governments don't like each other. Governments have successors and replace each other and want to topple each other all the time. And I'm just talking domestically here. So just saying, well, government wants to do X, government wants to do Y, and they'll always do this and they always have, I think is kind of like what people say when they're simpletons.
It's like painting it with a thick brush is what I'm saying. Like it's the people who.
But it's
who
just
actually make
claims
things
is the
happen.
issue. It's just I'm just interested in something I could
Move
sink
it
my
on.
teeth into. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about something like it's just been opining about how terrible people in power are for the last hour without any evidence or anything meaningful. Let's get to the flat Earth and whether the container's necessary or sufficient.
Yeah, it's Sunday.
Speaking my language.
But just keep it on.
Oh, it's Sunday. It is Sunday. Fuck yes.
Yes.
Okay. There's a few questions. Okay, what's underneath?
More Earth.
Oh no, here's one. Is it an object? Is Earth an object? Is it? I'm going by the definition that says
already
a
discussed
material
this,
that can be
so-
seen and touched. And how have we measured its surface if it is not an object?
You know how Earth is measured, eggshells. Come on.
Right. You get your two horizontal, your two verticals, and then you make it a
Yeah,
point on
gravity,
them,
but
and
yeah,
you
yeah.
equal elevation, and then that's necessarily a straight line, and then RIP.
There you go. It's as soon as you find an edge, then talk about is it an object?
So yeah, does it have an edge? Because it's got to be finite or infinite, right? But it cannot be infinite because that destroys the gas pressure argument, right? You cannot have a finite amount of gas pressure in an infinite container, right? You need infinite gas, otherwise you get zero pressure, right? You need infinite gas if it's infinitely sized. So it's got to be a finite size. So what are we speculating?
Maybe I shouldn't have reminded him.
Right? Because when you this is why your speculations cut to only 1 day a week. Imho.
Is there anything in the world that you look at and you see infinite?
I don't think there is a view. There is an end to my view. I have no reason to presume so. If you do, what do you think causes light to go from dimming at a set rate and getting smaller at a set rate infinitely? What's stopping that from being possible?
Light divergence angle. That's
What's the divergence
cause of-
angle?
Well, all light rays, they diverge from the light source.
Sure. So what limit does that give us to our vision?
Yeah. Well, this is the cause of perspective.
This is the cause of perspective, is essentially light running out, the becoming too divergent.
Yeah.
Okay, at what point does that happen? I think I can see it.
It's like you're looking at
Say again?
pyramid. We've got like pyramid vision.
Light having a divergency angle is actually the cause of the way we perceive perspective.
Right, and when does the line finish, do you think? When, is it something crosses out of a observable area, and then does it go black? Does it get smaller? Does it bend up, down, left, right? Does it flip inside out? What does it do when it gets close to this limit where you can no longer see? Because to me, yeah, it's divergent, but that just describes perspective, right? Which just follows a nice little Pythagoras square and the square and the
every light
bim,
source,
bim, bim, bim.
Every light source has a light intensity output, yeah, and light can also carry a lot of the energy which that light source uses to actually emanate light, yeah. For example, a filament light bulb, there is electric current flow in a circuit, and you have that filament going incandescent. Yeah. So that filament gets very hot, so it does emanate heat and all types of radiation.
Okay, can you link it back? I'm lost. I don't know. I don't understand what we're saying.
Now,
What
well,
stopped light
that
being
light
seen
bulb.
from a certain point? And what
Yeah,
the main
listen.
question I'm asking, I get the
I
thing you're talking about,
understood.
which is
Now
things.
I'm getting to your answer.
Okay,
So that light bulb induces light on a certain distance according to the light intensity, power output. Anything beyond that distance, light does not propagate. That light emanated from that light bulb. So it's just like a magnet, yeah? When you put a magnet or a ferromagnetic material on a table and you bring another magnet, only when you bring it close enough, you will see an interaction between those objects. But when you are at a distance which is beyond the magnet can induce its magnetic field, you don't see any interaction between those objects. They have nothing to do one with the other. So the brighter, the more powerful the light source is, the further distance it will shine.
Like velocity and
Right.
lumens and such. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm down with that. Right. I think it just drops off at a somewhat predictable level, never to zero, and provided sufficiently large or sufficiently bright, I presume I should be able to see it forever. I have no reason not to. Really, is the bit I'm getting is not that it gets dimmer. Everybody's getting that, right? You'd be. I don't think you think you're talking to somebody quite so stupid. But the question is, what makes that relationship stop? Or how does that relationship get so extreme that I can't see the moon at 2,500? Like, just presuming, ignoring whether the moon is this, if the moon were a giant ball of given radius, is that how it would look? Yes, I think so. So what do you use to presume not? Not just like it'd be dimmer, because it does seem relatively dim, but also surprisingly bright, I guess, in some way.
Well, I never saw the moon having other face. It has only one face. And even when you have, for example, like half moon, yeah, its phases.
Is this the answer to my question though about how it's how far you can? Why you would stop being able to see it?
I don't
Just
see the
assume it's
moon.
full.
Eggshells. I don't see the moon rotating in the sky.
Okay, so forget that. Forget. It's not my question, man.
Yeah.
My question is, what would make the relationship I normally see with light, where it's pretty much straight and I can see objects? I don't have a lower limit. I'm not saying is the moon. Put a beach ball where the moon is, and I think I should be able to see it for there. Give me the mechanism that would mean that it would look differently, or the relationship I see where things get smaller and dimmer would stop. Or would a sufficiently bright and a sufficiently large thing be able to be seen infinitely? That's the bit you need to deal with, not whether the moon's got cycles or rotates on its axis or really is a physical object. Just if it were a physical object, what would make it impossible for you to see it?
Well, you have to
Because if there's nothing, then it should just continue, right?
Yeah, but when you speak like this, you actually assume that those stars that you see in the night sky are like trillions of
No, no, no,
miles
no, 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 no,
away.
no, 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 no. Stop it, Get Bigger. You know what my question is. Come on, man. Be reasonable. The question is, what do you, in your opinion, makes light stop behaving in the way that I think it behaves? Don't talk about where I think stars are. What they are is irrelevant. That's why I keep stopping you. I'm just saying I think a sufficiently large and sufficiently bright thing would be seen infinitely. You are saying that's not the case. I'm saying why, according to what? Tell me known principles or laws of physics or something that mean that steady relationship of it getting smaller and dimmer. Stop.
Okay, now when you experience the sunset,
Yeah.
Um, at the ground surface, when you observe the sun completely disappeared, so you are in darkness,
Yeah.
and you look at the top of a building, you can see that top of that building
Yeah.
is being illuminated with a very dim light and kind of reddish red color, as if the
Yeah.
light
Yeah.
source was red.
Yep. Sure.
Now,
Like sunset light.
this,
Sure. I'm with you.
yeah, um, this is um, you see, light has a electromagnetic wave function to it. So if you have a long whip and you actually create a wave, you flip that whip, you will see the wave moving along the distance of the whip. It propagates as long there is a whip. But where the whip ends, when that wave reaches the end of the whip, you will see the end of the whip rising from the ground and then falling back. But the end at some point will like almost turn towards you before falling back down on the ground. So this is the way I see it, what happens with photons when they reach this limit where they no longer propagate, and you can see this light curving upwards when the sun gets very far away. So on the ground, you see it disappeared because the light from it, it's actually before reaching you, it just started somewhere in the vicinity to curve upwards, and it goes above you, above your head. It illuminates the top of that building. It still hits that building. Yeah. At a very different angle, it's not like straight line of sight. So it will cause to see the sun where actually it's not. We see it at sunset. We see the sun as going down below the horizon, hiding behind the surface of the ocean or land if you are on flat land. But it actually never goes beneath the land or the ocean. This happens when you are about 6,000 miles away from the GP of the sun, ground positioning of the sun.
Way. Hey, sorry, I've been trying to respond. My mic was off. Is there a way you can? How did you determine this 6,000 miles?
It's just an approximation.
Could
It's
it be
the
12,000 miles?
listen, it's the circumference of the equator. Yeah?
Right. That should be like 24,000, I think.
Yeah, it's 24,000, but the
Yeah.
sun doesn't shine on all this surface area, so it illuminates like only 180 degrees of it.
How'd you get the length of the equator?
Well, it's the distance between the north and the equator, yeah? It's a radius.
Right. But it's, how did you get it is my question.
You mean the distance between the north and the equator is not known?
Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Well, I don't.
Yeah.
Why do you trust that, but not other radiuses? I guess is some of my question. How did you? What interrogation did you put this number to? Because it's similar to the number, right? It's derived from and comes with the number 39.
It is physically measurable.
Okay. What is the best known measurement of this?
I didn't look into this, to be
But that's an
honest.
important
But
question, right? If you've established the length of light is in some way, for some reason, linked to the circumference of Earth, like the equator is the circumference of the globe, right? That's got 3959 into it. So you need a reason for using that 3959. Otherwise, you're saying the 3959.
No, I'm not using the 39.
But you're using
so when I said radius
from it.
Yeah, listen, when I said radius of 6,000 miles, yeah, this is not the radius of the Earth, the sphere Earth.
If it's 24,000 all the way around,
It's
you've gone half
eggshells. Eggshells. One moment. This is the radius which the sun is the surface, yeah, the radius of the surface which the sun is shining its light on.
I get that, but what I'm saying is baked into that is 3959. You're accepting that the globe accurately
No, it's not based on the 3959. It's based on the distance between the north and the equator.
Which is a quarter of a full circle.
Yeah, it's approximately 6,000 miles. It's
Right,
not the quarter of a full circle. It's the distance between the north to the equator.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if it's the distance from the north to the equator on the globe, let me come on, get. You're not letting me finish any of my sentences. If it's the distance from the north to the equator, if that is necessarily half double that distance, right? It's halfway down according to our globe thing. So what you've taken is the top half, and that is a quarter of a circle, because if you took the bottom half, you would be down at the South Pole on R1, and that is a circle, right? And if you went all the way around, that you would describe a circle with a radius of 3959, which would be 24,000, which you're agreeing, because you're saying this is 6,000,
Well,
which is a quarter of it, a
wait,
quarter of 24,000.
wait. The equator in that Mercator map projection, yeah, which everyone believes our flat Earth model, yeah.
Say again, it might have cut out at an important word. What's your model?
The Mercator map, the AE map, azimuthal equidistant, yeah.
Sure.
It's a projection of the globe, yeah, on a flat surface. But that map, vast majority of globers, they believe that we actually invoke that map of being the flat Earth model.
Well, many kind of vaguely do.
I was just giving you these details, yeah,
Sure. Go for
to
it.
point you to that map. Now, when we speak about flat Earth, yeah, we speak everyone. I mean, the basic start, yeah. It's
Yeah.
that the Earth is some sort of pizza shape.
Right. Yeah, that's what most people think, I think, yeah.
Yeah. In the center is the north, yeah. The Capricorn
center.
of Cancer, equator, and the tropics of Cancer. These are concentric circles projected on that pizza, yeah.
Right. So I guess I'm kind of
So the
lost.
equator is a
It seems like
concentric circle. I mean,
right.
it took
Yeah.
you long to say yes or no.
Of course it is. Yeah. That doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
good.
Yeah.
Now, from the center of that pizza to the equator line, yeah, that distance is called radius.
Right. That kind of a radius. I see. Does it worry you
Yeah.
that that radius matches pretty closely the 1/4 of a circle? I guess not. Carry on. So that
Yeah,
way
so
must be the distance for light. I'm guessing because you're saying the sun's in the center of it and the light must
yes,
extinguish.
and I said it's not precise, but it's approximately.
Right. So the light extinguishes at that point 6,000 miles, sorry, from the sun. What was it?
Yeah.
What property did it have at 5,000 miles that it doesn't have at 7,000 miles? Or what new property has it gained? Or what's it doing? Is it photons? What's happening to cause that to happen? Is what I'm asking.
You mean
Like if I said a car was slowing down and you said what was causing
Yeah.
that to happen, I would say friction between the tires and the road, which was increased by the brakes, which were
Yes.
too, a sinter pad pushing against the brake disc. It lets out a bit of heat, but mainly it slows the wheel down. And you go, oh, that's the thing that's causing that slowdown or change in behavior. And it sounds like you're saying light behaves in this way up to 5,000 miles, and then something
Yeah,
happens at
well,
6,000.
you
It's not
see,
doing that at 7,000 anymore. I'm
okay,
saying,
yeah.
How does this prevent
I
the
get
globe?
it. Now, eggshells. When we study light sources and lasers and all this stuff, yeah, vast majority of scientists, and they studied the phenomena which is actually taking place very, very close to the light source, with light properties close to the light source, yeah. But I haven't seen experiments where scientists actually studied what happens at the edge where the light from that light source begins to be no longer visible, disappears.
Sorry, somebody's
So,
butthurt in the chat that you're not grilling me about the
oh,
globe.
No, I'm not. But I just don't know why it's something to do with the globe or whatever. I just want to measure your curvature. You got it?
Because we're in
yeah, it's
24/7, and then what are
speculation
the next?
Yeah.
Sunday.
The next two
So I don't
words
know
are
what
So,
flat
nature of light has to do with anything, but if you could
Earth.
just give me measure your curvature, that would end this debate.
Flat Earth.
Show me measured Earth curvature. Thank you.
Cool. Great
Is
interjection.
who
Anyway,
are you
speculation
asking?
Sunday.
Yeah, dude, I paid my shekels like a good guy. I just want my measured curvature.
Yeah, who are
Cool.
you
You're
asking
being
that
this way.
question?
Somebody there.
Eggshells.
Oh, well, we all know
Your
that
little butthurt.
he doesn't have it.
Exactly. If I had it, I would have shown it to
Oh,
you
okay.
years
Yeah,
ago.
Okay. So he's no.
so
Okay, that's all I want here.
Okay.
yeah,
So go back again. Sorry, you were saying, was it on the photons?
yeah, it's the way they
Radiation,
propagate, and
essentially.
the further distance they propagate from the light source, the less intensity they have.
Sure.
The
Is it?
inverse square
And
law.
wouldn't
They
it
lose
exactly the inverse
intensity.
square law? That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
Doesn't
yeah,
don't
Yeah,
we
both
don't we just go,
physics.
well, the inverse square law, right? So if it's the inverse square
yeah.
law, doesn't that mean
And
it should never get to
well,
zero? The inverse square law
you,
needs to stop for what you're saying to be
yeah,
correct,
but
right?
there are we are talking about energy level points, energy
And
states.
visible light.
The photon does carry energy. They do carry energy, and
Right.
that energy actually also is lost in the medium which that photon is propagating through.
Right. And that's what I think causes this inverse square
Yeah,
law.
so
And
once
so
the
would
photon
you
doesn't
agree?
have energy
Would you agree?
anymore, yeah,
But the
what?
inverse square law says that happens at a particular rate. Would you agree that if I have light at 1, call it lumen, whatever, that
Hmm.
light can necessarily never get to 0 with the inverse square law by itself? Because until you go to infinity, the number won't be 0. It will get very, 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 very,
I'm
very,
sorry,
very small.
start the question again because I missed what you were asking.
With the inverse square law alone, aren't we
Yes.
agreeing that the light will never get to 0? It has to be the inverse square law, and then at 6,000
Mathematically,
miles, it needs to change.
yeah, eggshells. Mathematically, when we do that on paper, yeah, reducing a little bit, you know, taking away only a little bit all the time, a little from the most little possible, is still not absolute zero. But in reality, yeah, we actually don't have that.
It'll kind of end up like a Planck's constant, where there's a finite. It's all to do with the optics you're measuring it with, right? So until the observer can't visibly see it with the spectrum they're observing, it'll be disappearing. But through other spectrums, it'll still, again, transcend that, I guess.
So it's like, I mean, Schrodinger's cat should be visible through the box in that case. there will never be cases where you don't see the cat inside the box.
All right, I don't really believe in that Schrodinger's cat thing, do you? I'm not looking at that being like, oh, this guy knows what's up. I'm like, all right, Boffin, that's a fucking dead cat before you open that box.
Yeah.
Cool story and
So-
everything, but
can I ask
none
a
of us really
question?
believe that. Evidently,
Yes,
would you like
go
to have
ahead.
another go at asking a different question?
So this room is called 24/7 Flat Earth. Why is it called that? Are there actual people who believe in a flat Earth here?
You don't believe in a flat Earth?
We don't believe in a flat Earth. We have falsified the radius of the supposed bendy ground that makes us here at the end of the day.
We've been looking for curvature for years, decades now, and we've never found any.
Yeah.
Therefore, there is none.
Okay, if I share my screen, will you be able to see it?
So, well,
No share screen sharing here, please.
No screen sharing here?
Yeah.
yeah, no,
Okay.
we don't care about
Well,
screen
in that,
sharing.
well,
And
that's
anything that
pretty.
you say
I mean,
about what you see on internet or in Hollywood movies, we already know. So you just can talk about those things, and
okay.
we know what you're
Well, what
talking
about the
about.
photograph of Earth called Earthwise that was
Blue
taken
Marble,
during Apollo 8?
Earthwise.
Show us
Yeah,
this
Yeah.
Earthwise.
that's a
Well,
picture of
Pop
Earth.
it in the
There's
chat.
no CGI. There's no
And
editing at all. It's just a raw photograph of Earth. And
it's a
it's
special
not flat.
setup.
We
That
have seen
picture
all
was
kinds of
taken.
pictures, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
so how do you debunk Earthwise?
Do you know the conditions which that so-called pictures of Earth was taken?
On the moon.
I can
No.
I can debunk it real quick, okay? I can debunk it real quick. 1 second.
Wait, Clay. I asked him if he knew these conditions which
no, 1
that
second. It's
picture
pretty simple.
from the Apollo mission was taken. Yeah, it
If
was.
people 1 second, if people can draw things with their hand, human beings, okay, faces that are so realistic that you can't discern between a picture or a drawing anymore, do you really think it's so hard to find an artist back in the days who's able to draw and compose it like we do nowadays, where the famous Blue Marble, according to the guy who made it, is nothing more than a composite of imagery which needs, according to his statement, it's not my statement, don't shoot the messenger, needs to be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's pretty simple back in those days.
Earthwise is not Photoshop, number one. Number two,
Earthrise?
you
Dude,
are
I
correct.
didn't say that. I said it's
Yeah.
probably an artist rendition. Someone
Can I
drawn it.
address Clay?
Okay.
You were not addressing the question about the Earthwise. So can I address it, please?
Well, yeah, let me
Thank you.
respond to his point though, really
Listen.
quick. That takes 10
Listen.
seconds. Clay,
I just said
know
that
that
you don't
someone
know.
can draw.
Listen, wait.
Why can't I respond to him?
Smart guy. Well, you are asking us, so it's not only one flat earther in
Okay,
here.
I guess you're the boss of Flat Earther. I didn't know you're the boss.
I'm
or
not the
king of Flat
boss. I'm not the
Earthers.
boss, but
You
I
are.
have a
You're the
different
king of Flat
opinion.
Earthers.
I have a different answer. Yeah, I
Okay, go ahead.
actually tried to answer your question, which my colleague Clay didn't do.
I already
Yeah.
did.
So the problem with your Earthwise picture, you don't know the conditions how that picture was taken. Do you know those conditions? Because it was a setup, a special setup. Do you know that?
It was
Listen,
literally
dude.
just drawn
Listen,
by
dude.
a
Was
being.
It's a
no,
70
Clay. It was
millimeter.
taken from a dark room through a very tiny round window.
Okay.
And that's going to explain it to him.
Hey,
So
Gabby Gat, can you prove that? You got any evidence of that?
No. He's probably correct. That's probably right.
This is
But like,
their
what does that
official
mean?
narrative.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is that when you have a round small window, yeah, and in that room you have pitch black darkness, you have a camera mounted, far away from that window, and outside that window you put a big screen, yeah, with a photo of curved Earth, yeah, it will just look like you're watching Earth from space.
Okay. What evidence do you have they did that? I know that's possible. That's possible. But all because something is possible
Well, the evidence,
doesn't mean they did
I
it.
mean, yeah,
So how do
so
you know
it
they did that? You're
it
correct that
was,
that is
yeah,
possible, but how do you know that happened?
it was the Saturn V rocket launch which took that picture.
No,
Well, was
that's not
Saturn
proof of that
V
claim.
on? No, well, let's just hear him out, okay? Well, I mean,
Listen,
was Saturn V the
when
Apollo 8 rocket? Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, it says
yeah.
yeah.
So
Okay, so
now,
sure.
do you know that rocket? The sound that was generated by the engines of that rocket when it shoot off into space. Do you know what the sound intensity was?
Just tell me, dude. Just tell me. Just tell me. You don't need to ask.
200,
Just say. Just tell me your.
220
Just tell me your
decibels.
argument.
220 decibels.
Okay.
Do you know what that sound means?
Can't you just get to your point instead of asking me 50 questions?
We are talking about physics.
What is your point about the
Things.
photograph?
Listen, you are telling me that I can swim in molten iron. Yeah?
What? Okay,
Yeah,
so
what?
basically you're gonna debunk the picture by
You are
saying
telling me that I
the
can
moon
swim
landing
in
is fake.
molten iron and take a picture of the shore line. Yeah, where I have this lake of molten iron. When you
Okay.
claim that you can take a picture of the Earth while you are being launched into space with a rocket, an
Wow.
engine beneath
This is
you,
very
which
embarrassing for you.
generates a sound of 220
Yes, you are.
decibels, yeah?
This is very embarrassing for
Listen,
Yes,
you.
you are.
no, it's not embarrassing. You are the one embarrassing because you
This is
have
very
no shit
embarrassing for
clue
you.
what a sound
It
of
is very
200
embarrassing.
decibels means. Do you
Okay.
know how far away
Okay, my
you
friend,
must
can I
be?
talk now? Can I have a
Shut
response?
up, shut up. No, you have to answer my question. How
I
far
am
away
going
do
to
you
answer
have
it.
to
Can you
be?
even talk?
How
I'm not even sure. Like, give me a
Stop, let
bogey.
me finish my question before you can answer it. How do you fucking answer my question before I even ask you
But
the
you talk so
question?
much, man.
No, but I want to clear up a factual
This is the
error
last
you made.
question. I'm asking you this question and I'm done with you. How far away do you have to be from a source which emits a sound of 200 decibels to be safe?
The Earthwise photo was not taken when they were launching from the rocket. The Earthwise photo was
The
taken
photo was
from a
taken.
lunar orbiter that was orbiting
Yeah,
the
but that
Earth.
lunar
It was
orbiter
not
was
on the
launched
rocket.
using that rocket. Now, if
Hey,
no
it
man
was
could be
launched.
alive
It was
inside that
launched
rocket when
using
it
the
was
rocket.
launched, then fuck off. There is no photo setup.
Yeah. Okay, so
Good.
here's the go with photography from space. You have no way to verify its authenticity. You just have a story that
Yeah.
goes along with it, right? That's the bottom line. You're asking us to debunk your
Then
story. The
why do
photo
you?
is
If that's
listen.
true,
Listen. The photo
don't
is
get
the
so angry
claim.
over
It's
nothing, my
not
friend. Do you
evidence.
want to do a guided meditation
Listen.
with me?
Stop. I was
Do you want
still
to do a guided
talking,
meditation?
and you interrupted me. Right? So I'm almost done. Patient. Photo is. Oh, he's gone. Whatever.
Yeah,
They still.
better
Oh,
that he's
there he
gone.
is.
I
He's
mean,
jumping in and out. Like,
No, but
Yeah, he's a
what kind
child.
of glober or man
Chill.
is this? He comes in here, he asks a question, and then he doesn't allow you to
Get be good.
answer. And when you try to ask him a question to verify his knowledge, no, there is no way to do that. He's gonna absolutely
Yeah, but
ignore
Get be
everything.
get. He's literally a shill.
Yeah,
They just pull these guys off the street. What do you think? He's a sophist. He just comes in. He just tries to disrupt, get
yeah,
us all riled up, and then he leaves.
yeah, but the
yeah.
thing is, we could have ended this way faster. That's why I was using the photorealistic drawings of an artist, because my point is before get and cut me off, was trying to say how can you make sure or verify for yourself that whatever you're looking at is actually authentic to the story you have
Yes,
given
Clay,
about it.
I know.
That was everything,
And yeah,
and it took 20 minutes now to get to that point. That's the problem, man. Just too much words for these idiots. I would never spend so much words for this one kid.
yeah.
You're not under
I
obligation
understood
to
your
explain
answer and
photos and
argument,
space.
but he
Sometimes you can get
hand
an idea of
waved it.
people's opinion by their other opinions. So all you have to do is look at his other opinions to realize his reasonings. He ain't gonna reason, is he?
No, he just ran away as soon as he was challenged, as usual, as they always do.
Mhm.
Kids.
As soon as you start to ask them questions about physics, they run off.
But I wouldn't even go so far and waste my time. I would just say, how can you give actual evidence of your story being true if I can show you evidence that even a hand drawing back in the days from a good artist would not be indistinguishable from a picture being taken nowadays of things.
Yes, but he switched the rail immediately. Like he deflected from your answer. He didn't want to address your problem.
But I would have hold him to it, man.
He didn't even acknowledge that he understood what you said.
Or yours, get beget. He did not want to listen to
Yeah,
anybody.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this kind of people piss me off. Like,
Sorry,
As if
people
it's a given that the
people.
photos are authentic, straight up, and then expect us to have to try and debunk them. No, he has to prove them. They are the claim. They're not proof of a claim. They are the claim, which require
yeah.
evidence.
And he was telling me like, hey, do you even know that that photo wasn't taken when the rocket was launched, but it was like from the module, yeah, which was on its way to the moon. But how did that module get on its way to the moon when actually you can not have any living organism present inside that rocket in the moment of the launch, because it generated a sound of 220 decibels. So that will make any living organism to boil from the inside out as if it were in a microwave oven.
They don't have the capabilities of understanding that. Trust me.
Yeah.
That's actually on hospital poster. And I used to joke with the kids, I'd get out the cell phone and say, "Oh, yeah, hi, NASA, you know that launch site I proposed?" 'Cause they had a chart of different noise and the decibels and things that generate different noise levels, and the noise level that you had to be under inside the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the police is actually these sound grenades. Yeah, they throw them on your window. They explode inside a confined environment. Yeah, it's almost closed. the room of a house, and when that grenade explodes, um, it pops your eardrums off, and it gets you into a state of dizziness. You are instantly dizzy because of that sound. So that means your motory abilities are affected. You lose balance instantly. Many people actually start puking when that happens, from a very loud explosion next to them. And those are like 120 decibels, 100 decibels, Many people actually go deaf for life.
Yeah, I've ruined my hearing from such things.
Yeah.
Like loud noises, my head banging right up against loudspeakers at concerts and shit.
Yeah. I mean, when police make these interventions, they arrest criminals hiding in a room or a house. When they throw that grenade inside, it's gonna be so loud that those guys are gonna just fall to the ground, but nothing hits them, It's just because of the sound.
The sound weaponry, yeah. Actually
Yeah,
using sound crowd control. Japanese
yeah.
invented a gun which reverbs, so like it you hear your own voice.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you hear your
very
voice like a split
badass.
second later back
You
at
can't
you,
speak.
and
Yeah,
right, it's like on Discord. Some people like like if there's reverb
yeah,
and they hear themselves speaking after they've spoken,
yeah,
the repeat, they can't function. Their brain stops. It's like
yeah.
this. The Japanese actually invented a gun that shoots back your own voice at you
Uh-huh.
for control purposes. They can shut down activists and on the
Yeah.
megaphones.
But that's like those hand grenades are 90 decibels. They are very close to the range where human beings lose hearing for good. Um, 120, 140 decibels. You lose hearing for life. You're done. And 160, 180 decibels, that becomes physically uncomfortable. And the body organs are actually directly affected. You get internal injuries from that kind of sound.
There go
Now,
rocket launches.
yeah, 220 is way above. It's just like the sound of a nuclear detonation. That's how loud it is. But those astronauts in the lunar module, that rocket, being launched from the surface ground all the way up 100 kilometers high. This is the world's atmosphere considered, and beyond 100 kilometers, that's where the outer space begins. Now, it takes for that rocket at least 2 minutes to actually go beyond that 100 kilometers altitude. So you have 2 minutes exposure in that sound, 220 decibels. Nothing, no tin can protect you from that sound. You need to have a room with half-meter reinforced concrete steel, yeah, and all this room has to be suspended on special springs. So this room is not allowed to be fixed, attached to the ground, because then it will reverberating from those sounds.
See, when you were all talking about light before, I was trying to butt in that it's visible light you're trying to observe, but it's radiation still, and it's always got an amount it can radiate,
Yeah.
so to speak. Like there's always a cutoff point. Maybe if we go to Chernobyl, right, or any kind of like disaster, we've got like a sensor or a device like our eyes where we'll be able to be like, oh, it's still radiating. But then there might be another device that could pick it up like 50 miles further away. But we've not got that yet. You can't assume it's not radiating. It's just not detectable, which is visible basically.
Quick question. I don't know how prevalent you are here, but is the Skeptic Night starting already? Like, are we doing the Skeptic thing?
All day Sunday, I think. Right?
All day.
Oh, you mean speculation Sunday?
Speculation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel free.
Yeah, it's on. It's valid.
Yes. This is a mod. Knock yourself out.
I've been waiting. I gotta get to work here shortly, though. I'll probably be on.
Just maybe crank your volume up a tiny bit.
Yeah.
If you want to say something.
Any interesting idea to share?
Well, yesterday we were talking about going from one point from the southern border all the way across to the North Pole, and then back to the South Pole, right, on the other side of the flat plain, right? And I kept asking them what was on the other side of the southern border, the wall, the ice wall. They wouldn't get into it because it was speculation.
Bro,
yeah, bro. I'll tell you exactly what's on the other side, bro, because we've all been there and we all know, right?
I mentioned there was a guy that did an exploration down south, and he said that he found certain like plant life that was like alien to what we normally see in our plane of existence.
So when was that?
I think 30s, I want to say.
1930s.
The Admiral Byrd,
It,
wasn't it?
20s,
yeah,
26.
it was before the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, it was right before, I believe. Yeah, there's a whole thing about it.
Yeah, you could do explorations, but yeah, I mean, Antarctica was discovered in 1820s, only after 1820s. It's very interesting, you know, it's the last discovered continent, place, you know.
Well, I also brought up yesterday the fact of Helheim. Have you heard the Nordic belief of Helheim?
Yeah, it fits right well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The inner walls and the outer walls and the ice giants and the
Yeah.
exactly.
The realm of like no return. It's the passage between the spiritual realm and the living realm. Is Helheim, and it's a place of extreme cold.
Yeah.
It's like in all these underground caves we've found, there's always like other planets we've not discovered because of the conditions. And I'm sure there's like, even though it's a desert, there's still plants and stuff wherever you are.
Anyway, so in 1980s, it was very hard to explore Antarctica. In regards to technology, people in those times, they did not had breathing machines. They did not even knew that you need special breathing machines to actually be able to go and explore Antarctica. When there is a storm in Antarctica, temperatures can drop all the way to minus 80 degrees Celsius. Or in winter time, yeah, they do drop to minus 80.
That's ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous?
This is super cold.
Yeah, but breathing that air leads to instant death. Like 2 or 3 breaths and you're dead.
Yeah, I get to like 25 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 25 degrees Fahrenheit here with the wind chill, and it hurts to inhale that shit.
Yeah. Now, minus 50, minus 60 degrees Celsius is a very painful cold.
Yeah.
Exposure to it, you cannot have direct exposure with minus 60, you know, because it will cause injuries. So you cannot have skin exposed to that cold.
Yeah, my cousin, he got really mad one time at like a bar. He was getting like racial comments and stuff said to him, and he went out and called upon the wind. He did a wind dance out there, and the record high or lows for that time, or highs for the wind chill, I should say, was like 88 miles per hour in that area.
Yeah.
And he hit the record that day for hitting it. He ended up coming out with his hands were totally fucked. Like they looked plump, and he ended up getting his pinky amputated.
Oh wow, yeah, yeah. Bifrost, I mean, it's no joke about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, frostbite.
Yeah, frostbites. Yeah, sorry.
I should show
A
you guys
strange
a picture
thing.
of his hands.
Have you seen?
No, it's cool. You're cool.
So somebody,
guys
Dr.
know the-
Sondag Morgan, put in, that's what manufactured them, put in the specs for the Apollo lander, so, and how the noise didn't kill people and all the acoustics of it. So it must be real because it's a sheet about an imaginary vehicle.
Yeah.
Well, my main point was simply that we're not going to have just stumbled on this, right? Like, these are things that they certainly considered. There are, in fact, if you look it up, ways to mitigate those sound effects.
Listen, you wonder why they need so much money every day to pull this shit off. And this is a perfect example. They have guys sitting around making these documents up. And this wasn't done in 1968, that document.
Actually, I like what this guy said, that there are ways to mitigate the effects of those sound waves. And so that rocket launch, the Saturn V, had an audience, a public watching it. And do you know the distance which the audience was from rocket?
How far?
Yeah, how far were these people? They paid for a ticket to go and see the rocket launch. Do you know how far they were
No, I don't
from
know.
the rocket?
Like 10 miles, right? That's about the distance
20.
they allow people.
20
20
miles. Yeah.
Well, where I live.
Sorry, it says here, due to the sound and potential risk of flying debris during Saturn V launches, spectators were safely kept at least 3.25 miles distant. Even after that far away, the massive rocket was unforgettable to hear. One onlooker recalled the gargantuan sound, blah, 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 blah. So, 3.25
3.5
miles.
mile? No. That can be. It's not.
Why
Which
do we
website
actually
is that?
entertain science fiction all the time? I don't get it. What about the ground? Do you have any measurements of a bendy surface?
Speculation Sunday,
That's not what we're
Speculation
talking about
Sunday,
in this
Clay.
particular
Relax.
moment.
Relax.
Oh, it's Speculation Sunday. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Speculation Sunday, baby. Let's go. Oh yeah,
Let the people go, my friends. Let's let them talk. We'll entertain them.
But can we also get wild?
So check
Can
it
we
out.
also go?
I lived when I was younger about, I guess it was about 5 miles away from NASA. And they would have these motors mounted sideways. You could see them from on the tarmac out there at Cleveland Hopkins.
Yeah.
When they fired those up, I would be in my backyard and our house would rumble. So if you think you can sit there for a launch and just watch them and be all good, it isn't going to happen because our house would shake. They stopped doing it, those testings there.
Yes, because it affects the medium, wildlife, migrating birds. If they experience such things in certain areas, they will never come back there.
I was going to say that
Yeah.
after they stopped that, a bunch of different kinds of birds came back.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying yesterday about Elon. Elon and his regulations trying to get these launches off in Texas is all these environmental issues stepping in the way and endangered this and pollution that. It's a big thing.
Greenies.
You really think anyone regarding these people cares about that?
Oh, those damn greenies! They're inhibiting the progress of humanity.
Yeah, they rather pay some fools to stick themselves to the ground and really annoy the hard working class. But these people would never go to these rocket launch sites and do anything about it because that's not what they paid for. It's just all bullshit, man. There is no climate change made by human beings. First of all, to make the whole greenhouse effect possible, you need a greenhouse. Do we live in a greenhouse according to the heliocentrists? So show me the roof.
We have the ozone layer, right?
Ah, yeah, the non-existing roof is the roof. That's cool.
The one with the hole in it.
Yeah, the one with the holes in it.
It only had a hole when you used hairspray in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, because all the Aussies were so careless. Just above Australia, wasn't it?
I blame the ISS for that.
No, the hole zone was above the United States, I thought. They told us it was above the United States, so...
Okay, we probably all individually
the
got
hole
blamed.
in the ozone layer. Yeah, there is a hole. Yeah.
You know, climate change is such a big deal for this world, especially people who have billions to spend, that they build artificial islands in Dubai that are like 2-3 centimeters above level water because they care so much about the oceans rising. You know, if I would be a billionaire, I would also just spend billions of dollars building my huge villas on these islands because I am so scared of the oceans rising. Dude, people are so stupid. It's just made for the working class to just further enslave them. Made by the rich. People even defend it.
How the fuck can you have a hole in an uncontained system?
Very carefully.
Yeah, you can't.
Hey, Blue.
I mean,
What'd you
People
call
are
him,
so
Jeffy?
stupid.
What'd you call him?
sorry.
Nothing. It was a joke. You
Yeah.
said you can't.
I mean, I meant like you cannot. Yeah.
Look at this. Do you really think someone would spend so many billions of dollars to build this stuff if they would really not have asked some environmentalist or someone from their groups of smart people if they're really scared about any oceans rising? That's just a fantasy made for the working class to make them entertain and say, oh yeah, I actually should buy myself an electric car, or maybe I should get a bike, and oh yeah, I should listen to daddy government even more. While these rich folks just buy land
No,
and build things that they don't.
No, they don't want you to buy electric cars. They want you to buy electric scooter.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It's just about control at the end of the day. While the rich are still building things like this, and obviously there is no ocean rising. They don't. It's bullshit.
Yeah. The girlfriend of a friend just broke her leg riding a electric scooter, and I told him, I mean, my friend bought it for his girlfriend, and I told him, why would you buy such a dangerous vehicle? Yeah. It doesn't matter if she's a young lady and stuff. She has acute feelings, sharp feelings and everything, agility, but it's dangerous. So you expose her to a very high risk. She's moving with high velocity, yeah, on a tiny board with tiny wheels. So you have no stability. That's it.
Seen the e-shoes?
Yeah, yeah. I
Seen
told
the
him,
e-shoes? Electric shoes?
yeah,
Right, go on.
I mean,
Yeah.
they want us to be exposed to dangers. Yeah, so we get injured and handicapped for life.
It's all about distraction, from distraction to distraction and distraction, in order to keep you distracted the whole day.
I'm just gonna keep driving gas guzzling cars, and the next one I get is gonna be a big ass truck. It gets like 10 miles to the gallon. I don't really give a shit at all.
You know, I live close to the Netherlands. I live close to the Netherlands. The Netherlands have a big greenhouses for growing vegetables, right? Imagine what they put in these greenhouses for the vegetables to grow better and faster. What do you think what gases they put in there?
CO2.
Pesticides.
Exactly. They put the stuff in there that we want to reduce. That's what they put into these greenhouses to make the plants grow better. Just think about this, man.
They don't
People
grow
are so
better.
stupid.
I worked in just regulated the air temperature. They didn't add gas to it.
Just look it up, man. Dude, I can literally drive there and ask these huge. That's what they do in the Netherlands. In order to make the vegetables grow better in these huge glass greenhouses they put coal monoxide, dioxide, or whatever it's called in English. In German, it's Kohlenstoffdioxid.
Yeah.
They put it inside of these greenhouses. Because
Yes,
that's what
Clay,
the plants
but
breathe. Golly.
Clay, those plants
pretty
do not
crazy,
grow
right?
better. They only grow faster, but their
And all
quality
year
is
round.
not better than natural.
Yeah, I know it's not better, but I'm just saying they use
Yeah.
it as a way to give them a boost.
These things are good for business, which wants profit, production, quick production, cheap, and
All year
yeah,
round. All year round
yeah,
harvest.
yeah.
Good. Let them have it. Pump it into the air. My trees want that too. When Canada was on fire, like I said, my tomato plants grew so fast, and I had so many tomatoes this summer, it was ridiculous.
There you
I
go.
had 3 tomato plants, and we ate all year off of them.
There you go. This is from the
Nice.
website DutchGreenhouses.com. CO2 enrichment. CO2 enrichment in greenhouses. CO2 enrichment in greenhouse allows crops to utilize their photosynthetic potential. Enriching the air with CO2 can be done by burning natural gas or liquid. Supplying extra carbon dioxide is a frequently used method to increase the yield of greenhouse horticultural crops. Depending on your location, the amount of carbon dioxide in the outdoor air is 350 parts per million. This amount is sufficient to grow plants, but if you place many plants together in a greenhouse, the carbon dioxide level decreases because all plants use carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. By adding CO2 enrichment, it is possible to increase the photosynthetic potential of the crops, especially on sunny days. There you go. There's your stop. There's your reducing CO2 because they wanted to reduce it so the land gets less fertile, and we all end up being. Yeah. And anyways, it's just all conspiracy. People are dumb. They don't want to hear this. They don't even want to inform themselves about this. They literally gas the plants in order to make them more be faster in photosynthesis.
And this guy's
To
a
have
Dutch
more
guy, so he knows
yield.
what he's talking about.
I'm not a Dutch guy, I'm a German, and I posted literally the link. The link is in the chat for these Dutch greenhouses. If you want to tell me that this is just a made-up website, then go ahead. I mean, it even has an address, Europa 12671 ZX Naaldwijk, the Netherlands. You can even call it. They have a telephone number. Ask them who said it.
I assumed you were, because I'm just saying, like, they're the best farmers on the earth, right? So they should know, right?
I didn't say that, dude. I'm just pointing out.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
You said they use greenhouses that pump CO2 into them. What the fuck?
The workers have to wear oxygen masks.
I had CO2 pumping into my, quote, greenhouse, if you want to call it that, about 25 years ago, where I was growing green things, and I didn't need an oxygen mask.
Wouldn't they just be producing their own CO2? Like, I mean,
Well, according to the website, they use gas that is being burned. Again, look, if you ever went to the Netherlands, you will see how huge these glass houses are. And for me, there's nothing else than just a small-scale representation of the very glass house we all live inside. But people, again, are dumb and they don't understand.
Yeah,
Well, they use gas when they had gas, but now they don't have it.
Literally,
Yeah, the glass
the
house
information to debunk climate change and understand that it's just an agenda is so easy and is out there, but people rather just, I don't know, they just love daddy government. They just want to kiss their feet and put everything they can into their body as long as the government wants them to do it. People are retarded. Sorry, it's just what it is.
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. Don't you get it?
Yeah, entirely. Yes, we need to reduce the CO2, man. We all gonna die if we don't reduce the CO2. We need to actually give it to the Netherlands so they can put it in their greenhouses to make plants grow more efficient. I think maybe that's the future. We're just gonna reduce all the CO2 so that we have just deserts everywhere and almost no air to breathe, and we put all the CO2 in these little glass houses in order to have food growing. I think that's the best
Wait, why are
logical
they,
approach.
why are they worried about
Thank
CO2?
God.
What?
Why are they worried about CO2?
Well, you just have to look Greta Thunberg.
But basically, what are they worried about as far as CO2?
Oh, is that your question is like why is CO2 the big deal?
Yeah. What is it about CO2 or carbon gases that is a threat?
Well, they say it causes climate change and it heats up the earth too fast. That's the problem with CO2. Even though if you look at the scale of how much CO2, dude, just think about the Industrial Revolution and think about before we actually used filters for industries and whatnot. Dude, we already do things very, very green nowadays. But the thing is, you know why volcans exist? Why the Lord has made volcans to explode and puff a lot of black and dust and dirty air into the atmosphere? The Lord has created this in order to always balance out the CO2 in the air worldwide. That's why even if you reduce it at some point, it will just be big volcans exploding and the Lord will just balance it out. So nature, they can't get rid of it, man. They would need to somewhat close up the volcans. Volcanoes.
Wait a second. So what's the carbon gases doing? They're like going out, expanding out into the air, not just like falling down and laying in a layer above, of the ground.
What the carbon gas is doing?
It sounds like they're concerned about the expansion of these gases into the air.
Yeah, they saying that if you put more CO2 in the atmosphere, you increase the instability of the weather, and that the world is heating up too fast, basically, and
they're expanding
cause
into the atmosphere.
that will cause melting of the ice and the sea level rising and blah blah blah. All these
So they're not falling down to the ground and just settling in a layer right above the surface where they're not very harmful, like expanding out and up and out into the atmosphere.
But they're expanding into every area of the greenhouse, right? And that we live in.
One moment. We actually never affected this CO2 in the world. The percentage of CO2 in the air worldwide is 4%.
It doesn't matter what we do. Like I said.
Yeah, but I didn't finish. One moment. So now they take this 4% and it represents the whole of carbon dioxide in the world, in the air of the world, 4%. Now, you take this as something, a whole, and measure how much do we add to this. So this 4% is 100%, represent the 100% of all the carbon dioxide in the world. But 4% represents that it's part of the air of the world. Yeah, it's a very small percentage carbon dioxide in the air, 4%. Now, this is the total, yeah? We take this 4% as the whole 100%. Now, to this, we are adding 1%. Our industry and everything that we do in nature, it doesn't add more than 1%. But that is when you look at these 4% of carbon dioxide as the whole of it, as it represents the 100% of the carbon dioxide. Because those 4%, the air of the world, represents the total carbon dioxide in the world. And to that, we are adding only 1%. So it's not like it's going to be 5% carbon dioxide. It's actually like 4.001%.
But you know what the beautiful thing is about all of this? You can call it you can call it the creator, or you can call it Mother Nature, or whatever you want to call it. I personally would say the right thing would be to say the one who created this place. He made this greenhouse the same way as the Netherlands uses to use carbon dioxide to put in their greenhouse. He made these huge volcanoes all over the plane in order to always balance out the air to a point where it's still fertile for the plants to live. That's why no matter what we do, and that's what they know, because it's just all about this agenda of keeping you busy and distracted, that will all, and it will even feed to it, right? The more we reduce it, the more there will be probably these catastrophic events, which we think it's catastrophic because a volcano will interrupt.
No,
but it's just happening.
volcanoes,
Can I finish? Dude, I let
volcanoes.
you finish and you don't let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And then, and I think the Lord just lets these volcanoes erupt, just like the Netherlands uses the CO2, just to balance out this greenhouse that we all live in. It's a perfect example of that.
Yeah. Well,
I agree.
Volcanoes don't add or take CO2 in the world's air. The amount of CO2 coming from volcanoes is way too small to actually have an effect.
Dude, what are you saying, man?
Yeah, how much CO2 does a volcano releases in the air?
Have you ever
Doesn't
seen?
matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Have you ever seen a volcano interrupt and
No,
these
it
ash
doesn't.
clouds?
Yeah,
They can
volcano
cover.
eruptions.
They can go up to. Dude, do you know how far this ash can travel?
No, they can't. No, they can't. No. You see, and we don't have to worry about them depleting the ozone layer or anything like that, because we know, because globers come in here and tell us all the time that gravity pulls everything down. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's a hoax. That's how we know that the climate change thing is a hoax, because globers tell us
Yeah,
and
but
assure us that gravity is pulling the gas down.
I'm just trying to point out in our natural greenhouse, these things are just there to keep the plants, living and fertile. That's why I say there will be always volcanoes erupting just to have the balance in the air. Because it's a closed system, right? Never forget that. There's nothing escaping it. It just needs to be recycled by plant life. Right? It's a perfect cycle. So that's why I say these volcanoes are nothing else than a representation of what they do in the Netherlands with putting CO2 in their greenhouses. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you can believe that. It's no problem. I understand.
What is wrong about that
why.
belief?
Well, I understand why you like to believe this, but
what do you
it
understand?
doesn't make it true or false, volcanoes eruptions, we don't know the cause of it, and they don't erupt to bring balance in nature.
Okay.
There
Why?
is no proof
You don't know
for
that, get. and it's
I
Speculation
know, I
Sunday.
don't know. Yeah,
Then
yeah.
go for it.
Yeah, then say why you think that.
And he didn't give the reason.
Because I say we
I
have
mean, he didn't give the
recorded
cause.
years. We have recorded years in history where we had very big droughts, hunger, and stuff. And yeah, those volcanoes didn't erupt in those times to bring balance CO2 so that plants can grow crops. No, we don't know what actually stops the crops, but mankind does have recorded all these things. And the best thing that can explain this is actually the Bible. God, he controls it. So
First of all, yes, but second of all, it's also a very vague argument because
I know. Yeah.
be a little bit more specific when you say like when we had like droughts, people starving and whatnot. I really want to learn if that's the case. I mean, I know we had these times, but I mean it's also really important to point out in what region and where, right?
But I agree with you. I agree with you that these volcanoes, they are part of this dynamic system.
Yes.
Yeah, so it
So you
shows.
do agree that they
Yeah,
do what
yeah.
they do.
They
Okay.
have some effects in nature. I don't deny that things that are happening very deep underground, all these things going on there, they are mysteries for us. We don't know for a fact what's going on down there, but we see that
Really know what the fuck's going on up here.
it comes, like a lot of nature's wrath outside, from the very depths. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think what you just said with dynamic system is the easiest way to sum it up. Yeah, we live in a dynamic greenhouse.
Yeah.
That's what it is, essentially.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And since it's Speculation Sunday, I thought I'd be very extreme about speculating.
What?
Uh-oh.
And what do you think? Yep. What do you think about the idea that, in fact, human consciousness and the weather are tied together, are
Yes.
influence?
I like this. I like this a lot. I mean, when I was a child, I was playing with, tiny toys, cowboys and Indians, and I loved watching movies, Hollywood movies with the Indians. And I saw how the Indians had this ritual to dance around the fire and call the clouds the winter,
Yeah.
the rain. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that's
Mass
I mean,
consciousness and the
yeah,
overall emotional condition
yeah,
of those masses can actually have an attractive effect on the environment, on the weather, on the general
Yeah.
environment. I believe that. Now you can't possibly prove that unless you have a
Well-
lot of immediate data, but
Well-
seems very logical.
What if it's if there is just another little distraction to think about? Instead of playing with the weather, why not think about all the devices that have been installed to first of all manipulate the weather, first of all manipulate areas where people live, right? With frequency towers and whatnot. What if these types of things really
Yes,
dedicate
well, of course, of
your
course.
mood
But
of the
to me,
day?
it's far more interesting. Technology is always trying to imitate consciousness, in my opinion. Always trying to catch up, you know. All communication. I believe in telepathy. Communication at a distance from one human being to another, which has now been superseded by telephones and all the other devices that we have. But the power of consciousness, in my opinion, far eclipses any technology we can invent.
When I drive into the city in Cologne, where my brother lives with his girlfriend, when I drive there, and as soon as I'm in the city, I live at the countryside of Germany, so I'm not used to the city at all. The very moment I drive into the city, I feel like a haze or some kind of like, as if someone is like wrapping like bubble, or no, wrapping like a cushion around your brain. It's like a fog or something. I don't know how to explain it.
An
But
electromagnetic.
yeah, it's very, very weird to explain it. But it just feels like a light headache and like a pressure in my head. As someone is like pressing against the walls of my container. I don't know. It's definitely really weird, and I 100% know that it comes from the 5G installations and all the other frequencies. I mean, it's not even the 5G. It's just all the
systems.
the
Yeah.
systems in place in these major cities.
Yeah.
But isn't it interesting?
Actually,
Human being
I
is so vulnerable. Pardon me.
yeah. Go ahead, Ildiko. Sorry.
I think it very interesting that the human species has survived, even though the human body is so absolutely vulnerable to attack from
Yeah.
either man-made or physical or natural phenomena. And yet we're here in huge numbers.
My mother swore
You see?
that before she passed away, that she swore that it would come over as a thunderstorm after every time she'd water her garden.
Yeah. Well, it's a contention that's very difficult to prove empirically, but it's something that I intuit from my observations of humanity and what goes on in natural disasters and such. So anyway, maybe far too speculative for you gentlemen. So
No, it's not far too speculative. Actually, I'm even worse because I like this older times architecture and cities. Back in the days, we had many star cities in the world. These cities, their architecture, they were built in the shape of a star,
yes.
and anyone who wanted to actually build a new house in that city, um, they had to obtain like an approval, yeah, so they do not actually disrupt the symmetry of the city. So if they build a house in a certain region area, then they had to do like in all other 5, 6, 8 corners of that city, you know, buildings and structures.
Yeah.
Now, these shapes are how nature actually works with symmetry. Symmetry is beautiful.
That's the definition of beauty.
Yeah, and also natural and harmonic. Now, the shape of this city, living in a city like this, meant a very good life quality, peaceful, happy, prosper, everything that is good. Now we reach the point where the comfort of human being is no longer relevant. In those times, the comfort of human being was so important because we needed many people to actually bring intellectual property to the world, knowledge. So
I agree.
we and once we gather all this knowledge, now we can actually separate ourselves. Yeah, we are not dependent on humanity. Yeah. So we can actually play and destroy their comfort, and teach them exactly the opposite, to reject luxury
house
and
like
comfort.
cattle,
Yeah,
throw them a
yeah,
little wheat, bring
yeah.
them a little
Throw them
syrup.
in concrete buildings, stacked one upon the other.
Yeah.
Agglomerated. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, the promise of the Industrial Revolution was that everything would become so automated that it would free man of labor and
Yeah.
therefore give him the opportunity to just simply create.
What are we talking about?
That never happened. This is Speculation
About our
Sunday. We're speculating.
comfort.
What are we speculating about?
I was explaining how we had this relation with nature back in the days, the star cities, the shape and architecture of these cities were actually giving a good life quality.
In
Like
other words, that
they were created in the way the stars shaped in the sky.
Not in the shapes of the stars in the sky.
Like imagine a projection of the stars down onto the earth, like that kind of thing.
No.
Isn't the star cities just are the star forts nothing else than just a defense mechanism? Because of the way the perspective, the way they build it is so they can have actually every angle overlooked and no one can attack from any blind spots. Because like before the star forts were invented, they had like more of a blind spots where the enemy would have attacked easier, so they made these star forts in order to have no blind spots and make attacks very very hard. I don't understand why people think there's some kind type of energy city or something. It's just a